In an unexpected twist of fate, Ailin found himself as a member of the city. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the fair-skinned and stunningly beautiful goddess of the city, Gwen Stacy, nestled closely beside him in bed, clinging to him tightly. However, before he could revel in the excitement, the ominous glow of a red camera in the room and the hushed whispers emanating from outside the door sent a chilling wave of dread coursing through him. Chapter 1: A New Beginning. In the deep of night, December's chill enveloped Chinatown. The streets, which thrived with bustling activity during the day, now lay eerily silent. Nestled at the southern tip of Manhattan, New York's Chinatown sprawled across more than 40 streets, predominantly inhabited by individuals of Chinese descent. In this corner of Chinatown stood an old three-story building with a facade of red bricks. A figure peered through the gap in the curtains, observing the somewhat desolate street outside. The architectural style of Chinatown blended Eastern and Western influences, featuring buildings with soaring eaves alongside closely knit square residential blocks. The streets were narrow, flanked by structures adorned with haphazardly hung Chinese signs, creating a sense of confinement. Suddenly, a yellow taxi glided past below, its engine purring softly. The pale headlights sliced through the curtain's opening, casting a slender beam of light upon the ceiling, which gradually dimmed as the vehicle receded into the night. As the roar of the engine faded, Ailin breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his beat. In the dimly lit room, the ethereal moonlight filtered through the curtain, casting a solitary beam onto the floor, the only source of illumination within the space. With his hands clasped behind his head, Ailin lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought, as if in a trance, contemplating the surreal turn of events. Just a day prior, Ailin had been immersed in his work for his wealthy benefactor, fervently programming late into the night. Yet, in a moment of excitement, he felt a dizzying sensation, and upon regaining consciousness, everything had changed. He inexplicably found himself in another body, across the vast ocean, rejuvenated in youth. After several minutes of shock, disbelief, and wonder, Ailin began to embrace the reality of his situation. There was no alternative. Failure to accept this new existence could lead him to a life behind bars. For Ailin was not alone in this bewildering experience. Beside him lay a captivating, beauty, delicate enchantress. Do not misunderstand. She was not his girlfriend. It was Gwen Stacy, the brilliant scholar from the city. She was the one curled up next to him in bed. Even with her disheveled golden hair partially obscuring her features, her youthful and radiant visage was unmistakable to both Ailin and his former self. Stimulated by the presence of this familiar figure, an influx of memories and information swiftly melded with his consciousness. These fragments of memories belong to another Ailin, who shares the same name, echoing through the years in this world. The information is incomplete and often vague, yet sufficient for him to glean a preliminary understanding of his predicament. Consequently, he is acutely aware that Gwen Stacy is not merely his girlfriend. In fact, they do not even qualify as familiar strangers. Their only commonality lies in their affiliation with the prestigious Midtown school. However, Gwen Stacy shines brightly within the school, consistently ranking at the top and embodying the ideal of beauty and intelligence, while he is merely an ordinary individual, lacking athletic prowess and possessing average academic performance. Apart from his handsome appearance, he remains largely unnoticed in a crowd. Of course, as a talented and beautiful academic, Gwen Stacy has been the object of admiration for many boys at Midtown, Ailin included. Yet, under normal circumstances, there would be no intersection between their lives, let alone any possibility of an event unfolding. Yet, merely hours ago, they found themselves lying together on the same bed in a small inn. More alarmingly, both had been drug-administered a potent aphrodisiac that ignited a burning desire within them. If that were all, Ailin could have turned a blind eye. However, as his gaze fell upon the old-fashioned video recorder in the corner of the room, emanating a faint red glow, the flames of desire stoked by the drug were doused, as if cold water had been splashed upon him. A trap, or rather, a conspiracy. Amidst the intense thumping of his heart, Ailin struggled to suppress his rising desire, forcefully disentangling himself from the delirious Gwen. He pressed his ear against the door, and indeed, he could hear the boastful chatter of 3 individuals just outside. "Henry, why does the boss insist we kidnap someone to deal with that girl? Such a lovely creature shouldn't be squandered on outsiders. If I could enjoy her even once, it would be worth dying for. Fool. Unless you wish to spend the rest of your life picking soap in prison, you better control yourself. That woman's father is the precinct chief of the NYPD. If it weren't for the big shot behind the boss, even he wouldn't dare provoke him." "Exactly, bud. Don't stir up trouble. If the boss gets angry, we can't save you." All right. I was just making conversation." No need to take it so seriously. Just remember, the kid inside has a 3-story building in Chinatown. The boss has long wanted to expand his business there. If we can get hold of that kid, it could be an opportunity for us. I see. I was wondering how such a good fortune ended up with this kid. The casual banter of the three outside sent a chill through Ailin, simultaneously confirming his suspicions. Dressed in his attire, Ellington stealthily approached the window of the room. Peering through the gap in the curtains, he assessed the height of the floor beneath him and exhaled in relief. His room was situated approximately on the 2nd floor, overlooking a deserted alley cluttered with refuse. If he were to leap from this height, he need not worry about the peril of death. Just as Ellington opened the window, poised to escape, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sweet visage of Gwen Stacy. What would become of Gwen if he abandoned her to her fate? Should the group outside discover his escape, there could be no assurance of the intentions they might harbor toward her. With a determined bite of his lip, Ellington cautiously secured the door with a bolt, then positioned a cabinet against it for added fortification. With these 2 measures in place, even if the individuals outside sensed something amiss within the room, they would require time to breach the door. Having completed these preparations, Ellington resolutely climbed out of the window. He then sought out a nearby public telephone booth to alert the New York Police Department. As for escaping with the dazed Gwen, he regrettably acknowledged his limitations. One misstep could lead to both of them being discovered by their assailants. Fortunately, Gwen Stacy's father was the chief of police at the New York precinct, and the urgency of her abduction quickly captured the attention of the authorities. Chapter 2. Crisis. Shortly after Ailin made the call to the authorities, a fleet of sirens blared as police cars surrounded the inn where he had awoken. Following a brief yet intense exchange of gunfire, 2 lifeless bodies were carried out from the establishment, and Gwen Stacy was swiftly rescued and transported to the hospital. Although Gwen had been saved, Ailin, hidden nearby, felt a chill creeping into his heart. The police had extracted only 2 corpses, neglecting to apprehend a 3rd individual. Yet, Ailin distinctly recalled hearing 3 voices outside moments before. The fact that only 2 bodies were removed indicated that one person had managed to flee amidst the chaos. Ailin was oblivious to the identity of the escaping individual, but he was acutely aware of the trouble that now loomed over him. Regardless of whether that group had entered the room before the police arrived, the mere fact that the authorities had only rescued Gwen from within meant that a cursory investigation would reveal their escape prior to the police raid. Given the precision of the police operation, it was highly probable that the group would attribute the blame to him, should they possess any semblance of intelligence. Faced with this predicament, Ailin realized he was left with but 2 paths. One option was to seek refuge at the New York precinct as a victim, banking on the goodwill of Gwen's father, George Stacy, who might be inclined to assist him due to his role in saving Gwen. Yet, was that truly a safe choice? In a prior conversation among his captors, he had overheard that Gwen had been abducted due to a grievance stemming from one of George Stacy's enemies. Could he genuinely rely on George for protection? Furthermore, the ability of those men to track Gwen's whereabouts cast doubt on the notion that their so-called powerful associate was not somehow linked to the New York police. If that were indeed the case, seeking help within the precinct would be tantamount to walking into a trap. No, he could not entrust his safety to the mercy of others. Just having crossed into this world, Ailin was filled with suspicion and a profound sense of insecurity, instinctively rejecting that avenue. Placing his life in the hands of another's compassion was not a course Ailin was willing to take. Thus, he resolved to devise a solution to his troubles on his own. However, before embarking on that path, he needed to return home. With that thought in mind, Ailin turned and made his way towards the Chinatown apartment he had called home for over a decade. As he retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to the old 3-story building bequeathed to him by his mother, he pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Pepper Potts, wrapped in a blanket, seated on the living room sofa, her brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing the doors creak, Pepper turned and met Eileen's gaze as he stood at the threshold. Upon the moment Pepper Potts laid eyes on Ailin, the furrow in her brow relaxed by 7 parts, only to tighten again by 3. She removed the blanket draped over her and rose to face Ailin, saying, "Staying out overnight is not a commendable habit. Could you kindly enlighten Aunt Pepper as to your whereabouts last night?" Ailin was momentarily taken aback by Pepper Potts' presence. It appeared that Pepper had been waiting for her throughout the night. However, fragments of memory swiftly illuminated Eileen's mind, reminding her of the identity before her, Pepper Potts, the personal assistant to Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries. Once a partner in Eileen's late mother, Kylan's, company, she was also her closest confidant. During Kylan's lifetime, she had often invited Pepper to stay over at this modest abode, even providing her with a key. Following Kylan's tragic passing in a car accident, Ailin felt as though her spirit had been shattered, drifting aimlessly through her grief. It was Pepper who assisted with Kylan's funeral and the subsequent estate matters. Had it not been for her, the inheritance left behind would have been devoured by those unscrupulous vultures, given their nature. Allowing Ailin to retain this 3-story residence was a mercy in itself, let alone any inheritance. Furthermore, as an orphan, Ailin's ability to attend Midtown High, one of New York's top schools, was largely due to Pepper's unwavering support. Reflecting on the relationship between Pepper and her former self, a glimmer of hope sparked in Ailin's mind. Perhaps there lay another path ahead. Without reservation, Ailin recounted the events of the day to Pepper Potts in detail. As Pepper listened, her expression shifted dramatically. Initially, she had assumed Ailin was merely experiencing the typical escapades of adolescence, perhaps indulging in a night out at a bar with unsavory friends or spending the night with a girl. Such occurrences, while concerning, would elicit little more than Pepper's gentle admonitions to prioritize safety. After all, she had once been young herself. Yet, Ailin's actual experiences were far more harrowing than Pepper had anticipated: abduction, gangsters, police, and death. These elements coalescing could easily constitute the plot of a youth drama. Realizing the latent dangers entangled within the narrative, Pepper Potts promptly seized Ailin's arm and declared with utmost seriousness, "Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it. For the next few days, you should refrain from returning home and stay with me instead." Ailin shook her head in response. "Aunt Pepper, I am already immensely grateful for your assistance, but as for myself, I shall not accompany you back." The community where Pepper resided was predominantly white and middle class. While its safety was notably superior to that of Chinatown, it was still limited in assurance. If Ailin were to move in with her, her safety would not be significantly guaranteed and could potentially jeopardize Pepper's well-being. Such an outcome was far from Ailin's intentions. Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts assumed that Ailin was reluctant to leave her home. She placed her hands on Ailin's shoulders and, in a serious tone, began to articulate the pros and cons. "If what you say is true, then those who kidnapped you have likely been watching you for some time. It is not safe for you to remain here alone until the matter is resolved, Ailin. Trust me, you will only need to stay at Aunt Pepper's for a few days, just like when you were a child, and once everything is settled, I will bring you back." Before Pepper could finish, Ailin interjected, "I understand, Aunt Pepper, but I do not wish to burden you. I will find somewhere to hide for the next few days. Chinatown is vast and rather insular. It won't be easy for those outsiders to locate me here. Rest assured, Aunt Pepper, I will take care of myself." Moreover, the New York Police Department is not to be underestimated. They have kidnapped the daughter of the police chief, and they may now be too preoccupied with their own safety to remember me. After speaking, Ailin offered Pepper a gentle smile. "Of course, I will still need you to call the school for me and request a leave of absence." Chapter 3. The turn of events convincing Pepper Potts was no easy feat. However, Ailin ultimately succeeded. Naturally, during the unresolved turmoil, Ailin had to ensure he called Pepper twice a day to reassure her of his safety. This was not a difficult task for him. Yet prior to that, he needed to purchase a mobile phone at a nearby mall, as his original phone had been lost when he was knocked unconscious and abducted. It remained uncertain whether the assailants had taken it for themselves or merely discarded it in some refuse bin. After watching Pepper get into her car, Ailin turned back towards home and secured the downstairs anti-theft door with a lock. Although Chinatown was not as chaotic as Hell's Kitchen, the nighttime safety was far from commendable. Ailin had previously experienced an incident where he was struck from behind in an alley, serving as a stark reminder of the dangers present. Moreover, he now had a potential adversary to contend with. After bidding farewell to Pepper Potts, Ailin wasted no time returning to his room. He gathered a few sets of clothing for daily changes. Subsequently, he moved his bed aside and lifted the carpet. He then retrieved tools he had prepared in advance and pried up a slightly loose floor tile. Beneath it lay the lifelong savings of his mother and grandparents, a bank card, and 3 rolls of substantial American currency. Ailin's mother was a formidable Chinese-American woman who tragically passed away in a car accident a year ago. With the assistance of Pepper Potts, Ailin inherited a post-tax fortune amounting to several $100,000, along with a 3-story building situated on the periphery of Chinatown, ensuring his financial stability and ability to complete his education. As for his father, well, he was essentially non-existent. According to Ailin's mother, she had chosen to avoid the pressures of arranged marriage from her parents by visiting a sperm bank for artificial insemination, ultimately raising Ailin as a single mother. Ailin's maternal grandparents were said to have been quite distressed at the time, nearly severing ties with their daughter. It was only after Ailin's birth that the relationship between the two parties gradually began to mend. Throughout his childhood, Ailin primarily resided with his grandparents, while his mother shouldered the responsibility of earning a living. Tragically, when Ailin was 10 years old, a sudden illness claimed his grandfather's life, and his grandmother, overwhelmed by grief, soon followed him into the afterlife. It is worth noting that the 3-story building in Chinatown was originally a legacy left behind by his grandparents. After changing hands twice, it eventually came into Ailin's possession, incurring a substantial inheritance tax that significantly depleted his mother's finances. Nevertheless, even with the financial strain, Ailin's wealth still surpassed that of the majority of individuals in the country. In addition to the 300,000 in reserve funds held in the bank, Ailin's household also contained 30,000 in cash along with some spare change. Furthermore, their three-story building, with its ground floor suitable for commercial use, added to their considerable fortune. Perhaps it was this significant wealth that attracted the attention of the gang that had set its sights on Ailin, for a man may bear no guilt. Yet the possession of riches can bring peril. After retrieving 3 bundles of large denomination bills and a bank card from beneath the floor tiles, Ailin stuffed them into a backpack along with his clothing, then restored the floor and bed to their original positions. Once he had completed these tasks, Ailin closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation before extracting a key from the drawer in his bedroom. With the key in hand, Ailin hurried down the stairs and unlocked the basement door of the somewhat antiquated 3-story building. Due to years of neglect and aging components, it took several forceful kicks to finally breach the wooden door. The sheer force of his actions caused the new calendar depicting the Holy Bible to tumble from the wall. After waving away the dust and the musty air that surged from the basement, Ailin pressed a few buttons on the wall nearby. In an instant, the previously pitch-black basement was illuminated as brightly as day by the harsh light of the incandescent bulbs, which momentarily dazzled Ailin's eyes. In deference to his grandmother's fear of darkness, his grandfather had invested considerable effort in illuminating the basement during his lifetime. Now, the results appeared commendable. Once the stale air of the basement had circulated with the fresh air from outside, Ailin descended the creaking wooden stairs. At the entrance of the basement, he reached into the hidden compartment beneath the second drawer of the first row and retrieved a handgun wrapped in oilcloth, a Beretta pistol, gleaming with silver sheen and well-maintained. This treasure had been bequeathed by his grandfather. The Beretta 92 pistol, which once safeguarded 3 generations of the Lin family, has successfully repelled numerous intruders and robbers. Young Ailin grew up listening to tales of this very firearm. Following her grandfather's passing, in order to prevent Ailin from tampering with it, Kelly stored the gun in the basement. Yet, on every anniversary of her grandparents' demise, she meticulously takes out the weapon for maintenance. As Ailin caressed the Beretta, still slick with gun oil, an indescribable thrill surged within her. This marked Ailin's inaugural encounter with a firearm. Moreover, the gun symbolized the valor of heroes. Simply holding it significantly bolstered her sense of security. After acquiring both the knife and the gun, Ailin did not linger at home for long. Instead, she swiftly booked a room at a Chinese inn several blocks away from her residence. Reflecting on the day's experiences since her transmigration, Ailin felt a sense of nostalgia. This experience was far more exhilarating than her previous life. As she turned over, Ailin continuously sifted through the memories of her former self. Although many details had become somewhat obscured due to the natural mechanisms of human forgetfulness, she still managed to extract valuable information from them. Ailin's consciousness meticulously organized these thoughts, as if watching a film, and as her mental energy waned, an inexplicable fatigue began to envelop her body. This weariness intensified, clouding her awareness and plunging her thoughts into chaos, leading her towards the brink of slumber. At that moment, Ailin sensed the air around her becoming stagnant, thick, and eerie. Almost immediately, a cacophony of frenzied, strange, and seductive whispers echoed in her ears, as if dozens of voices encircled her, murmuring something indistinct. Despite her utmost concentration to discern and listen, the whispers remained unintelligible, only serving to agitate her mind. Just as Ailin felt the urge to moan from the discomfort, the bizarre whispers, accompanied by a multitude of overlapping voices, suddenly receded like a tide, leaving the surroundings eerily silent and ethereal. Not only the environment, but Ailin also felt her very soul becoming unmoored. It seemed as though her spirit had transcended a barrier, arriving in an unknown realm. When Ailin finally opened her eyes again, a dense white mist enveloped her vision. Chapter 4. The Scales of Destiny. Where is this? The surreal scene before Ailin caused her nerves to tense. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, discovering herself floating at the edge of an endless silver river. The mist obscuring her view was nothing more than vapor rising from this silver expanse. The white fog flowed like quicksilver. Before her stood the ethereal silhouette of a massive silver balance, steadfast like an eternal rock at the river's edge, continuously absorbing the white mist that hung above the silver river. Under the influence of curiosity, Ailin, half intrigued and half exploratory, extended his right hand, attempting to touch the ethereal silhouette of a balance scale floating before him. The moment Ailin's fingers grazed the apparition, an enigmatic message emanated from the scale, revealing its profound essence. Through the information contained within, Ailin began to comprehend the nature of this monumental balance, a divine artifact birthed from the river of fate. For reasons unknown, It had succumbed to the taint of a certain existence and found its way into the world Ailin once inhabited. Guided by destiny, it serendipitously encountered Ailin and, at the moment of his untimely demise, saved him by transporting him to this new realm. So I had already met my end before my journey began. Thus, this entity brought me to this world, ultimately granting me a second chance at life. However, one might ponder, if a transition was to occur, why must it lead to the perilous Marvel universe? Could it not have ushered me to a safer domain? In response to Ailin's lamentations, the silver balance before him remained unresponsive, akin to a true inanimate object. Yet, having received a fragment of the balance's information, Ailin did not regard it as mere lifeless matter. The balance was but its external manifestation. Its capabilities could indeed materialize in a form most comprehensible to its host's will. For a programming aficionado, what could be more intelligible than a system? With a mere thought, the white mist before Ailin began to swirl with newfound vigor, coalescing into a simple panel before him. Name: Ailin. Fate compass. 100 fate points to rotate the fate compass once. Fate manifestation can materialize any entity that has existed in the river of fate unlocked. Talent: fate's capriciousness. The nature of fate is ever-changing. As the host of the fate balance, no one can capture your destiny or predict your future. Skills: driving, beginner, English, 11th grade, history, 11th grade, mathematics, 11th grade, chemistry, 11th grade, antiques appreciation, novice, programming, advanced, strength evaluation, novice, fate points, 100, a gift from fate. Well then, as a proponent of quality education, Zhongqing High School maintains a commendable academic standard, renowned for its mass production of elite students. Unlike those subpar public schools that espouse a philosophy of joyful learning, which are notorious for churning out mediocrity, Ailin's prior self, despite enduring the heart-wrenching loss of several loved ones, had retained a commendable level of proficiency across various subjects. As for programming, particularly at an advanced level, it is undoubtedly a precious legacy left by Ailin from a previous life. In his former world, time had already progressed to the year 2023, and as a seasoned programmer, his comprehension of programming translates seamlessly into this era, making it unsurprising that it is regarded as a high-level skill. After reviewing his abilities, Ailin also noted the evaluation of his novice capabilities. Well, regarding this assessment, he was not taken aback. Rather, it heightened his sense of urgency to enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Ailin turned to the only available option on the panel, the fate compass. It required 100 fate points to spin the compass. Whether this price was exorbitant or reasonable remained uncertain, but at least he had one opportunity to turn the fate compass. Who knows if the 100 fate points labeled as a gift of destiny were merely a beginner's package left by the scales of fate. Without hesitation, Ailin opened the fate compass interface and chose to spin it. There was no extravagant display. Instead, a colossal shadow of the fate compass flashed before him. Ailin barely had time to discern its form before the rapidly spinning compass came to a halt, the pointer landing on a particular selection. In the next moment, the shadow of the compass transformed into shimmering light that dissipated, revealing a soft blue orb of light before Ailin. Ah, a successful draw. Upon witnessing the ethereal blue orb hovering in front of him, Ailin felt a jolt of excitement. He reached into the orb, grasping the object it enveloped in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the diviner's elixir. What appeared in Ailin's hand was a vial containing a viscous, deep blue liquid. Upon opening the detailed description of the diviner's elixir, Ailin immediately read the intricate information pertaining to the potion he held. Diviner's elixir. Born from a world tainted by outer gods, it possesses a unique sequence of power. Potion level, sequence 9. Effects. Consuming this elixir will provide a slight enhancement to various physical attributes and bestow the mysterious side qualification known as diviner, enabling efficient learning and mastery of divination abilities within the mystical realm, as well as a degree of resistance against the dangers of divination. Additionally, it allows the performance of certain spirit summoning rituals through various magical ceremonies. Note: the world tainted by outer gods imbues any power system born therein with elements of madness and distortion. Consuming this elixir will erode the user's sanity to some extent. Those with unstable minds should exercise caution, as there exists a risk of losing control and becoming a monstrous entity if the potion is not fully digested. Gazing at the diviner's elixir in his hand, Ailin's expression grew complex. He had perused the enigmatic lore of the Squid Daughter's mysterious master on numerous occasions in the past. At that moment, he had once struck the table in admiration and even fantasized about what it would be like to possess some of those abilities. Yet, when such an event transpired in his own life, Ailin found himself struggling to accept it. The power system of the mysterious world is widely recognized as one of the most unfriendly frameworks for traversers. The higher the sequence, the closer one edges towards madness. Even achieving divinity does not grant immunity from this insanity, as one must rely on specific anchor points to maintain their rationality. This characteristic of coexisting with madness is certainly not what Ailin desires. Chapter 5. Consuming the Potion of Divination. All the fate points bestowed by the scales of destiny had been expended on a lottery, leaving Ailin with no remaining fate points for a second chance. If he were to forfeit the diviner's potion he held, he could not fathom how long it would be before he encountered the extraordinary power system again. In this world dominated by ordinary individuals, acquiring extraordinary power is no simple feat furthermore, even if he were to attain it. The majority of the extraordinary powers in the Marvel Universe do not reach the heights of the sequence potion body system, lacking sufficient strength. Could he truly survive in this perilous world until that day? Moreover, even if he were to accumulate 100 fate points once more, would he truly be able to draw something satisfactory? Reflecting on the unsettling information regarding the contamination of the scales of destiny by some entity, Ailin harbored doubts about whether subsequent spins of the fate compass would yield results superior to the diviner's potion in his possession, with the scales of destiny tainted. Who could ascertain the influence on whatever it might draw forth? Additionally, he found himself with little time for indecision. Not to mention, a myriad of troubles awaited him outside. With this in mind, Ailin's gaze upon the vial in his hand grew resolute. Just then, he abruptly felt his body becoming exceedingly heavy, the surroundings fading away, and his vision darkening momentarily before returning. In a daze, Ailin found himself back in the inn he rented. Had it not been for the deep blue potion in his hand, he might have doubted whether everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed not all was lost, for he was not devoid of a golden opportunity. With a light chuckle at his own jest, Ailin tilted his head back and poured the diviner's potion into his mouth. The cool, smooth sensation rapidly filled his mouth, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Then, the viscous blue liquid appeared to sprout slender, elongated tendrils, the icy and stimulating essence penetrating every cell of Ailin's being. Under the potion's influence, he involuntarily convulsed, and his vision began to blur as his soul seemingly ascended to another dimension. Everything around him swiftly distorted and transformed, becoming increasingly abstract. Even Ailin's thoughts began to drift. Yet he clung to the remnants of his sanity, maintaining a flicker of clarity. He forced his eyes open, perceiving the surroundings. Encircling him were peculiar, indescribable figures that incessantly swirled around, seemingly intent on ensnaring him, beckoning him to join their ranks and be eternally lost within their realm. No, he must not succumb to their grasp. Suddenly, Ailin experienced an epiphany. His consciousness plunged deep, swiftly merging with his corporeal form. Boom! In an instant, the abstract imagery reverted to normalcy, and the phantoms encircling Ailin rapidly dissipated. The scene within the room returned to its usual state. Yet Ailin was far from recovering from the transformative effects of the potion. At that moment, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, creating the sensation of his head being on the verge of bursting, while his vision was filled with a multitude of fleeting shadows. These shadows incessantly whispered something in his ears, yet Ailin could not decipher their murmurs. A sharp pain pierced his forehead, and an impulsive urge to vent and destroy surged within him. Frowning, he vigorously shook his head. After what felt like an eternity, he finally overcame that dreadful sensation. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Ailin discovered himself drenched, as if submerged in water, completely soaked in his own sweat. What a dreadful experience! A bitter smile crossed his lips. Yet within his heart, discomfort was overshadowed by a burgeoning exhilaration. By consuming the diviner potion, Ailin endured not merely pain. It had indeed endowed him with extraordinary power and a fragment of enigmatic, transcendent knowledge. According to that knowledge, he now needed to meditate, to learn how to harness his newfound powers and ultimately master them. The initial step was to regulate his breathing. Ailin deepened his breaths, slowing their rhythm. With each slow, melodic, and rhythmic inhalation and exhalation, he gradually emptied his mind. Simultaneously, he envisioned a grand, sacred balance scale within his mind, directing all his focus and thoughts upon it, thereby eliminating the clutter of distracting notions. Meditation necessitates the conceptualization of non-existent, imaginary objects. Only in this way can one transcend the self, merging with the universe to gain insights into truth and revelations that can only be comprehended through personal experience. Through a night of meditation and practice, aided by the diviner potion, Ailin had already begun to consolidate the powers that had emanated from the potion, managing to grasp the rudiments of clairvoyance. However, with regard to the various divination-related abilities, Ailin still required further study and practice to master them. At this juncture, he feared he could not effectively interpret even the simplest of dream divinations. Nevertheless, None of these could suppress the excitement coursing through Ailin's heart. For from this day forth, he too was to be counted among the extraordinary. With his newfound status as an extraordinary individual, Ailin's sense of crisis was somewhat alleviated. Just then, a series of firm knocks echoed from the door of his room. The moment he heard the knocking, Ailin's pupils contracted, and his right hand instinctively reached beneath his pillow to grasp the beretta. In comparison to the yet-to-be-formed combat potential of the diviner potion, the deterrence offered by the firearm proved to be far more beneficial at this moment. This modest Chinese offered no wake-up service, and the proprietor would not kindly provide such a service. Grasping the handgun, Ailin descended from the bed with the caution of a cat, then picked up his backpack and stealthily moved towards the window. The location and room of this had been meticulously chosen by Ailin, should any trouble arise. He could swiftly escape through the window. However, the individual knocking at the door seemed to have heard the commotion within and called out, "Ailin, it's your Uncle Yuan. If you're awake, come and open the door. Last night, we saw 3 suspicious men sneaking into Chinatown and attempting to pry open your family's front door. They seemed intent on some nefarious purpose, but we of the loyal and righteous Hall apprehended them. After a thorough interrogation, they claimed they were here to cause you trouble. You'd best come and take a look." Hearing the words from outside the door, Ailin, who had been poised to leap from the window, hesitated momentarily. Uncle Yuan, the loyal and righteous Hall. In Ailin's memory, he indeed recognized an individual he referred to as Uncle Yuan. He was a distant relative of Ailin's grandfather. Years ago, this man had clandestinely immigrated from the mainland to New York, and it was said that Ailin's grandfather had assisted him in securing his footing upon arrival. For a time, he had even stayed at Ailin's grandfather's home until he found work and moved out. Given this connection, the relationship between their families had been quite amicable. When Ailin was young, Uncle Yuan would visit with gifts during holidays. However, Ailin's mother seemed to disapprove of Uncle Yuan's entanglements with gangs and preferred that Ailin limit his interactions with him. After the passing of Ailin's grandparents, the bond between the two families had quickly faded. Nevertheless, every year during the Spring Festival, Uncle Yuan would still arrive with a plethora of gifts. Reflecting on his memories of Uncle Yuan, Ailin hesitated. Approaching the door obscured by a cabinet, he peered through the peephole and saw a solitary figure in the empty corridor, a burly man with a buzz cut and a square face, bearing a scar at the corner of his eye. Tentatively, he called out, "Uncle Yuan?" "Of course, who else could it be? Can't you even recognize my voice?" came the gruff reply from the man outside. After confirming through his clairvoyance that only Uncle Yuan was outside the door and sensing no malicious intent, Ailin finally moved the wardrobe that was obstructing the entrance. Upon hearing a sound from within the room, a peculiar expression crossed Uncle Yuan's face as he stood at the threshold. After a brief moment, Ailin opened the door to the inn and greeted Uncle Yuan with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Oh, how could that be?" Uncle Yuan paid no heed to the insincerity in Ailin's words. Instead, he glanced appreciatively at the row of cabinets beside the door and nodded in satisfaction. "Hey, not bad. You've made some progress since before." Without further ado, Uncle Yuan stepped into Ailin's rented room, found a place to sit, and inquired, "How on earth did you get entangled with those water ghost gang members? Their influence predominantly resides at the docks, so you shouldn't have provoked them." With a sense of helplessness, Ailin replied, "It wasn't me who provoked them. Rather, they came after me." Uncle Yuan raised an eyebrow at this and urged, "Do elaborate." "It seems they have their sights set on the house my grandfather left me, as well as the money my mother bequeathed. They knocked me out and drugged me, intending to record some compromising footage to coerce me, but I managed to escape. Afterward, I reported it to the police, who stormed the place where I was held captive and rescued another girl they had abducted. It appears they even shot 2 of the assailants during the confrontation. The 3 individuals you mentioned are likely out for revenge against me. To be honest, I had never even heard of the Water Ghost Gang until you mentioned it." Although Ailin sensed no malice from Uncle Yuan, he chose to disclose only a portion of the truth. He refrained from mentioning the involvement of a precinct chief from the New York Police Department or the potential connection to a significant figure. Even Gwen's identity was portrayed by Ailin as that of an innocent victim. After all, Uncle Yuan was not like Pepper Potts, a universally recognized good person, and it had been quite some time since they had last interacted. For Ailin, exercising caution seemed prudent. Are they after the house left by Uncle Lin? Recently, it appeared that the Water Ghost Gang was expanding their territory. Had they set their sights on Chinatown? After listening to Ailin's account, Uncle Yuan seemed to ponder something deeply, his brow furrowing and tugging at the scar at the corner of his eye, which only accentuated his menacing appearance. After a few moments of contemplation, Uncle Yuan stood up and said, "Wait here. You will accompany me to meet Uncle Chi. When we arrive, recount to him what you've just shared, emphasizing their interest in your house. Chinatown is our territory as Chinese people, whether it be our loyal and righteous society or other factions. We will not permit outsiders to encroach upon our domain. Eileen's eyes brightened at these words. It was clear that Uncle Yuan intended to redirect the situation regarding the 3 individuals from the Water Ghost Gang toward the issue of their encroachment upon Chinatown. On their own territory, trouble had been stirred up, attracting the attention of rival gangs. Yet the members of the Loyal and Righteous Hall would not necessarily intervene. However, if someone were to encroach upon their domain, the Loyal and Righteous Hall would undoubtedly take action. Once they engaged, regardless of the outcome, Ailin would be far safer than he was now. Contemplating this, Ailin solemnly expressed his understanding to Uncle Yuan, thanking him for his guidance. Observing Eilin's resolve, a flicker of joy crossed Uncle Yuan's eyes, though he feigned indifference and waved it off, deeming it a trivial matter. By the way, let us depart. Uncle Chi is of advanced age and should not be kept waiting. The Chinese immigrants in New York's Loyal and Righteous Hall had long faced injustice, enduring the oppression of capital and racial discrimination, alongside bullying from certain gangs. During that tumultuous period, life for the Chinese community was fraught with hardship. Against this backdrop, a Chinese gang known as the Hongmen emerged, bridging the gap between the impoverished populace and the affluent class, collaborating with the government while contending with the capitalist exploitation, and resorting to violence when necessary. At its zenith, 9 out of 10 Chinese individuals were members of this organization. However, as the ranks swelled, so did the diversity of thoughts and ambitions within. Following its peak, the Hongmen began to decline, fracturing into numerous smaller Chinese gangs, with the Loyal and Righteous Hall being one of them. In the present day, although the Loyal and Righteous Hall is not the most powerful among Chinese gangs, it boasts one of the deepest roots in the community. Under Uncle Yuan's leadership, Ailin arrived at the hall's premises. After navigating through the main hall, they entered a room on the left side, where Ailin beheld 3 African Americans bound together with hemp ropes. Their faces were bruised, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, clearly having been welcomed in a rather vigorous manner by the hospitable members of the Loyal and Righteous Hall. Flanking the room were rows of young men with unfriendly expressions, while at the head of the room sat an elderly gentleman in a tang suit, his silver hair meticulously groomed. Uncle Chi, the individuals have been brought in, Uncle Yuan announced. The elderly man set down his teacup, acknowledged Uncle Yuan with a nod, and turned his gaze to Ailin. Now, tell me, young lad, how did you offend the Water Ghost Gang to the extent that they would send 3 men to storm our territory in the dead of night, armed? This is no trifling matter. Chapter 7. A warning. This is not my offense, Ailin replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Following Uncle Yuan's guidance, he recounted the earlier incident with a careful emphasis on the lighter aspects. As expected, Uncle Chi's countenance darkened with fury upon hearing Eilin's account. What audacity! His slender hand, resembling an eagle's claw, struck the table with a resounding crack, splintering the mahogany tabletop into pieces. A sudden, thunderous sound jolted Ailin, causing him to stare in bewilderment at the gaunt figure of his Uncle Chi, utterly astonished that such a frail elder could shatter a mahogany table with a single slap. It was not only Ailin who was taken aback. The others in the room were equally startled, rendered speechless, and as timid as quail. Eventually, it was Uncle Yuan who broke the silence. Calm down, Uncle Chi, he urged. Those outside have long coveted Chinatown. Their intentions have been clear for quite some time. There is no need for you to become enraged and jeopardize your health. Humph. The legacy forged by our ancestors shall not be seized by outsiders, Uncle Chi retorted coldly, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's as they fixed upon the 3 bound African men in the center of the room, as if he intended to execute them with his gaze. Yuan Li, dispose of these 3 men for me, and then deliver a warning to the Ghost Water Gang. Inform them that Chinatown is our territory. Yes, Yuan Li replied, beckoning a few others to assist in removing the 3 battered and gagged individuals. Once they departed, Uncle Chi's fury subsided somewhat, and he turned to Ailin, saying, in light of Yuan Li's involvement, our Loyal and Righteous Society can take on this matter for you. However, it is essential that you also make your intentions clear, as this situation arose due to your actions. As a figure of authority within the gang, Uncle Chi had long seen through the motives of Yuan Li and Ailin. Yet, as Yuan Li had stated, Chinatown was indeed a domain reserved for the Loyal and Righteous Society, and they would never permit outsiders to encroach upon it. Uncle Chi was merely willing to show respect to a fellow elder of the gang. Of course, while respect could be granted, Ailin could not remain without reciprocation. Ailin, understanding the implications, felt no surprise. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and the Loyal and Righteous Society was not a charitable organization. He replied earnestly, I seek your guidance, Uncle Chi. Excellent. I appreciate your astuteness. Uncle Chi responded with evident satisfaction. I will present you with 2 options. The first is to join our Loyal and Righteous Society. As a member, the gang will support you, and no one will dare speak ill of you. Alternatively, if you prefer not to affiliate with us, you may choose the second option, Pay a sum of $100,000 to secure your safety. This amount will ensure that our young men will stand up for you. After Yuan Li warns the Ghost Water Gang today, you may enjoy a period of tranquility, provided you remain within Chinatown, where the loyal and righteous society will guarantee your protection. With that, Uncle Chi fell silent, allowing Ailin to ponder his choice, while he leisurely sipped the fragrant tea brought to him by a subordinate. Ailin, however, had no intention of joining the loyal and righteous society. As per Ailin's understanding, although the strength of the loyalty hall is not formidable, the phenomenon of hierarchy and seniority within is exceedingly pronounced. Even if one were to immerse themselves in the underworld, Ailin would not opt for the loyalty hall. Thus, Ailin decisively stated, I choose the second option. Choosing the second, are we? Understood. Prepare $100,000 within 3 days. I shall send someone to collect it. Regarding Ailin's choice, Uncle Chi, while somewhat regretful, was not surprised. However, this development diminished his interest in continuing the conversation with Ailin. After a brief exchange, he dismissed Ailin. Upon exiting the loyalty hall, Ailin felt considerably lighter in spirit. Although the laborious fee of $100,000 had considerably diminished his wealth, causing him some distress, his safety was far more paramount than material possessions. Shortly after leaving the loyalty hall, Yuan Shu, who had just exchanged contact information with Ailin, called him. Lin, you should return and await my good news. Once I go over and warn them on behalf of the loyalty hall, those fearfully soft bullies from the Water Ghost Gang won't dare to touch you, rest assured. Before he could finish, a cacophony of anguished cries and pleas for mercy erupted from the other end. A bunch of cowards, silence. Following this reprimand, Yuan Shu continued, all right. I have matters to attend to, so I must end our conversation here. Without waiting for Ailin's response, he abruptly hung up. What a delightful surprise. Ailin murmured to himself with a smile as he quietly returned his phone to his pocket. Initially, after rejecting the notion of seeking help from the police, Ailin had prepared himself for a grim beginning. Yet, he had not anticipated the succession of unexpected developments unfolding in his favor. Whether it was Pepper Potts' earlier intervention or the current involvement of the loyalty hall, both proved beneficial for Ailin. After leaving the loyalty hall, Ailin did not depart immediately. Instead, he sought out a nearby rice noodle shop and indulged in breakfast while also reassuring Pepper Potts of his safety. A few minutes later, the doors of the loyalty hall swung open once more. Upon seeing Yuan Li, accompanied by over 30 individuals and hastily boarding 5 vans, Ailin quickly hailed a taxi to follow them. Initially, the taxi driver refused, unwilling to accept a fare that reeked of trouble. However, upon Ailin producing $500 in cash, the driver immediately assured him that he would not lose sight of the destination. After more than half an hour, at the entrance of a bar near the dock area, Ailin observed the vans belonging to the loyalty hall come to a halt. Subsequently, the group of over 30 individuals surged toward the establishment known as the Morning Star. Morning Star? Could this bar be the stronghold of the Water Ghost Gang? After noting the bar's name and location, Ailin instructed the driver to head back home. For a diviner, the art of combat is never confined to mere confrontation. Upon returning to Chinatown, the first thing Ailin did was to don a simple disguise before checking into an anonymous inn. He vividly recalled the morning when the United Brotherhood had sought him out. Although the Brotherhood was a dominant force in Chinatown, this experience instilled in Ailin a sense of impending danger. Moreover, if the Brotherhood could easily locate him, what about the members of the Water Ghost Gang? Chapter 8. Trouble arises as evening descended upon the Wharf District. The cacophony of the day began to fade. Even some shops started to display their closing signs. Yet, certain establishments remained brightly illuminated. After a long day at work, some dock workers would return home in small groups, while others would invite a few friends to unwind at a bar. Thus, a number of affordable taverns sprang up along the waterfront. Among them was the Morning Star Bar. Under the control of the Water Ghost Gang, many dock workers were aware of its affiliation, yet as long as the drink prices remained low, they cared little for other matters. Furthermore, these gang-controlled bars had the advantage of rarely witnessing any disturbances. Typically, 2 burly men clad in dark gray coats, their belts bulging, would stand openly at the entrance, intimidating anyone who dared to pry. However, today, an unusual absence of doormen was noted by several regulars as they arrived at the bar, prompting them to mutter in confusion before pushing the door open and stepping inside. As they swung open the grand door of the bar, the scene within caused their pupils to constrict in alarm, and they collectively shuddered. Amidst the lilting music, dozens of patrons appeared to be in a deep slumber. Sprawled across the main hall, their chests eerily still. The vibrant lights flickered across their faces, casting an ominous glow that sent a chill down the spines of the newcomers, accompanied by an inexplicable weight pressing upon them. The few who entered the bar instinctively twisted their necks and shoulders, driven by an innate urge to step back. To their astonishment, they noticed that their companions were mirroring their movements. What was happening? A tremor of unease coursed through the hearts of the regulars. In the next moment, a faint, haunting chant reached their ears, an unfamiliar cadence whose meaning eluded them. All they felt was an unsettling tingling at their scalps and an irritable turmoil rising from within. This eerie sound incited a primal urge to scream and eliminate everyone around them. Indeed, that was precisely what they began to do. Minutes later, the Morning Star Bar has once again fallen into silence, leaving only the endlessly flowing melodies resonating within its tranquil confines. At this moment, a careful observer might discern three new figures among the previously gathered patrons. The slightly ajar entrance to the bar resembles the gaping maw of a hellish abyss, mercilessly devouring all life that dares to cross its threshold. Initially, no one was aware of the unfolding events within the Morning Star Bar. It was only when someone alerted the authorities that the New York Police Department took notice. Meanwhile, when Yuan Li and his companions had yet to return, and all attempts to reach them by phone proved futile, the ever-watchful Uncle Chi sensed something amiss. However, when he dispatched someone to inquire about the situation at the Morning Star Bar, he found the establishment, along with a 50-meter radius surrounding it, swarmed by a multitude of police officers, with barricades erected around the area. What could have transpired? The 5 Chinese youths sent by the Loyal and Righteous Society gaped in astonishment at the sight of the 100 or so New York police officers and the extensive perimeter they had established. Had the Water Ghost Gang's bar been encircled by the police due to a confrontation with Yuan and his crew? Or had the commotion attracted unwanted attention, resulting in their arrest? It seemed plausible. Yuan and his 30 daring brothers were not a force the Water Ghost Gang could easily contend with, suggesting that the police had indeed apprehended them before they could escape. Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, go find out what's happening nearby. I will call Uncle Chi and have him reach out to the police department to clarify the situation. If Yuan and the others have truly been detained, we will need to engage a lawyer to secure their release. No one thought to inform Ailin about the events at the Morning Star Bar until the following day, when a call from the Loyal and Righteous Society finally brought the news of Uncle Yuan's predicament to her attention. Upon her hurried arrival at the Society's headquarters, Ailin was struck by the noticeable absence of many members, and those remaining appeared to be in a state of disarray. As she entered, an inexplicable heaviness enveloped her, casting a pall of melancholy and gloom over her spirit. What was amiss? Sensing her own disquiet, Ailin abruptly halted, scanning her surroundings for anything unusual. After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her jaw and activated her spiritual vision. Instantly, her perception transformed. The auras of the Loyal and Righteous Society's disciples became vividly apparent. Before she could assess their healthful hues, she was drawn to the dense, somber shades that symbolized their emotional turmoil. The prevailing tones of sorrow, grief, and oppression coalesced into a shadowy gloom. What could be the cause of this? With a weighty heart, Ailin prepared to meet Uncle Chi once more. However, compared to a day ago, the elderly man appeared markedly more haggard. Even his meticulously combed silver hair seemed somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Ailin, his uncle lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Has Yuan Li encountered trouble? Ailin inquired. What happened? There seems to be an issue at the Morning Star Bar belonging to the Water Ghost Gang. Since yesterday, no one who entered has come back out, and several officers from the police department have gone missing inside. Now, the police have sealed off the area. I managed to gather some information, and it is said that they have encountered something bizarre. Ailin's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. Bizarre things? What on earth is that? It seems that the Marvel Universe does not entertain the notion of the bizarre. Observing Ailin's reaction, his uncle's face was filled with disappointment. The troubles of the Water Ghost Gang had originated from Ailin, and his uncle had initially thought Ailin would possess more knowledge about the situation. It appeared he had overestimated him. After a moment of silence, Ailin asked, Are Uncle Yuan and the others still alive? His uncle shook his head and replied, I do not know. According to those from the police department, it seems that hundreds of people are trapped in the main hall of the Morning Star Bar, but no one knows if they are alive or dead. For more specific details, you will need to inquire further, as I am at a loss as well. Furthermore, the case concerning the Morning Star Bar has reportedly been transferred. I understand. Chapter 9. The bizarre Morning Star Bar. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Ailin hailed a taxi and proceeded toward the street where the Morning Star Bar was located. By the time Ailin arrived near the bar, it was midday. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. However, upon entering the street where the Morning Star Bar resided, Ailin could not help but shudder involuntarily. At the same time Ailin reached the vicinity of the Morning Star Bar, 2 sharply dressed men, Carlson and Grant Ward, approached the entrance of the establishment. Is this the problematic bar? It doesn't seem particularly special, Grant remarked, surveying the bar with curiosity. Do not be complacent, Grant. The NYPD has already suffered casualties inside. Carlson cautioned as he donned a specially designed protective suit handed to him by a staff member. Grant Ward, following suit, also outfitted himself with protective gear. arming himself to the teeth. Once attired in their protective suits, the two followed behind a tactical team, advancing toward the bar. As the tactical team pushed open the bar's grand doors, a melodious tune suddenly filled the air. Inside the main hall of the Morningstar Bar lay hundreds of individuals, seemingly entranced in a deep slumber, motionless upon the floor. Observing the scene, Coulson signaled to his team. In the next moment, the leader of the tactical team led his men into the bar. Upon entering the bar, Coulson noticed nothing amiss, yet a flicker of perplexity crossed his eyes. Outside, Grant Ward, tasked with observing the situation, found himself entranced by the melodious music emanating from within the establishment. Unconsciously, he began to stride forward, following the tactical team into the bar. Grant, Coulson, overseeing the operation from outside, immediately seized his walkie-talkie and shouted. The command reverberated through Ward's earpiece, jolting him back to awareness. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had unwittingly arrived at the entrance of the bar, even lifting his leg, poised to step inside. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Retreat. Once again, Coulson's stern voice echoed in his earpiece. Without hesitation, Ward swiftly retreated until he stood 5 or 6 meters from the door before finally halting. He exhaled deeply, casting a wary glance at the club within. The bright lights and enchanting music created an ambience that should have been inviting. Yet, to him at that moment, it appeared to be a terrifying lair. The ephemeral experience he had just endured made Ward acutely aware of the bar's strangeness. As a professionally trained agent, it was alarming that he had deviated from the plan and almost entered the tavern without conscious intent. Coulson quickly approached Ward, inquiring, "What just happened? Why were you about to enter?" With a grim expression, Ward recounted, "Sir, upon hearing the music from the bar, my will was compromised, as if I were under hypnosis, and I found myself drawn inside. If your shout hadn't roused me, I fear." Reflecting on his earlier state, a wave of indescribable dread washed over him. The notion that he could be hypnotized merely by sound was chilling. What peril might he have encountered had he entered that sinister place? Furthermore, if he had divulged Hydra's identity while in a trance, not only would he be in grave danger, but his family would also face dire consequences. With these thoughts, Ward's wariness towards the seemingly innocuous bar intensified. Music? Hypnosis? Coulson's eyes brightened at the revelation. Could it be that the bizarre occurrences at the Morningstar Bar were a result of the music within? Were the patrons entranced by the melodies, rendering them oblivious to the outside world? Suddenly, an unsettling transformation occurred within the bar. The individuals sprawled across the floor abruptly twisted their necks, some even rotating them a full 180 degrees, adopting a grotesque posture as they faced the entrance, fixated on Coulson. Then, Chi-Chi smiled. Under the gaze of a group of oblivious individuals, their pupils filled with white, Coulson felt a shiver run down his spine. The sinister curve of their lips sent chills cascading down his back, soaking him in cold sweat. Without hesitation, Coulson began to retreat once more, stopping only when he had distanced himself by 10 meters. What on earth were these creatures? Having executed countless missions and possessing an exceptional understanding of the human body, he was acutely aware that a living person could never twist their neck to such an unnatural angle. If they were not alive, then what on earth were these beings? Rapid breaths escaped Coulson's lips as he sought to steady his racing heart. At that moment, Grant Ward approached with a grave expression, informing Coulson, "Sir, the tactical team has lost contact." Coulson's head snapped around at the mention, his gaze fixing on the entrance of the Morningstar Bar. Through the crack in the door, he could see their tactical team, now an integral part of the bar's hull, turning their heads to fix him with their eerie stares. This was a significant predicament. Just as Coulson and his companions were reeling from the unsettling scene within the Morningstar Bar, Ailin, amidst the crowd outside the cordon, received a message from the balance of fate. Beep, detected a fate anomaly not belonging to this world. The forbidden object, moonlight, is currently disturbing the fate line of this realm. It is predicted that upon containment of this forbidden object, one can acquire a substantial amount of fate points and unlock the ability to manifest fate. It is strongly advised that the host contain this forbidden object. Beep. The balance of fate has captured the method for containing the forbidden object, moonlight, as follows. Method 1. Demigod level or higher extraordinary beings can temporarily ignore the properties of moonlight through their internal divinity and forcibly contain the forbidden object. Method 2. The properties of the forbidden object, the silent box, can be utilized to counteract the characteristics of moonlight, allowing for its containment. Method 3. Under the moonlight, sing a song accompanied by the forbidden object, moonlight, achieving the feat of making it remember you with every note. Of course, the prerequisite is that your singing must not be too unpleasant. Method 4, Chapter 10. First encounter listening to the prompts echoing in his mind. A series of question marks appeared above Ailin's head. Were these methods for containment serious? Did he possess the strength described in Method 1? Or was he to remain cornered by a gang? As for the silent box mentioned in Method 2, he had never even heard of it, let alone used it to contain the forbidden object, moonlight. Method 3, however, seemed somewhat plausible. However, observing the current situation at the Morningstar bar, Ailin surmised that he would likely meet his demise before even reaching the cursed artifact bathed in moonlight. Furthermore, the establishment was currently surrounded by a throng of police officers, leaving him no opportunity to enter. Ah, that commanding figure. Wasn't it Agent Coulson from S.H.I.L.D.? With such a pronounced receding hairline, I should be unable to mistake him. Could it be that the events at the Morningstar bar have drawn the attention of S.H.I.L.D.? If that were the case, my chances of containing the sealed object within the bar would be further diminished. No, Ailin shook his head. If he were to take a risk, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The cursed artifact was not a native element of this world. The agents from S.H.I.L.D. must surely be grappling with how to address this predicament. With this thought, Ailin took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and made a concerted effort to navigate through the crowd of onlookers. He pushed his way towards the police officer stationed at the edge of the cordon. As Ailin squeezed through, causing the surrounding crowd to become increasingly chaotic, a young officer, appearing to be in his early 20s, immediately shouted, "This is a crime scene. No pushing. Everyone step back. Hey you. Yes you. Didn't you hear? Step back." Forcing his way to the side of the officer, Ailin said, "Officer, could you please summon Agent Coulson? The one with the walkie-talkie and the prominent hairline." The young officer, initially poised to reprimand Ailin, furrowed his brows upon hearing Ailin accurately name Coulson. Could this individual be an acquaintance of Agent Coulson? After a moment's hesitation, the young officer replied, "I can call the agent for you, but whether he will see you is another matter." "Thank you. And while you're at it, you might mention to Coulson that I possess information regarding the troublesome situation within the bar," Ailin said, gesturing towards the Morningstar bar. "Troublesome information about what's inside the bar? If what you say is true, I believe the agent would be quite interested in meeting you." The young officer, sensing Ailin's sincerity, quickly jogged over to Coulson. In no time, he reached Coulson's side and pointed towards Ailin, whispering something in his ear. "He knows something about the troubles inside the bar?" Coulson glanced at the Asian boy amidst the crowd, then addressed the officer, "Bring him over." Grant Ward, standing beside Coulson, expressed skepticism. "Does that kid truly possess relevant information?" Coulson smiled and replied, "Meeting with him won't cost us much time. It's certainly preferable to risking lives to extract information. He might indeed know something valuable." Before long, Ailin was escorted to stand before Coulson. Upon encountering Ailin, Coulson refrained from immediately inquiring about the circumstances within the Morningstar bar. Instead, he asked, "What should I call you?" "My name is Ailin," came the reply. "Very well, Ailin. Enlighten me on how you came to know my name, as I do not recall our acquaintance." As he spoke, Coulson's gaze remained fixed on Ailin, meticulously observing the nuances of his expressions. "Indeed, the present you is unfamiliar with me, yet the you of the future will undoubtedly recognize me. As you can see, I am a diviner, and your name was revealed to me through my craft." "A diviner?" A cascade of questions flickered across Coulson's mind. Beside him, Grant Ward exhibited a knowing demeanor, his arms crossed in a gesture of skepticism. Even Coulson's expression bore a hint of exasperation. "Very well, my young diviner. I am not inclined to engage in a game of divination at this moment. If you possess genuine knowledge regarding the peculiarities of this bar, I would appreciate your insights. Otherwise, you may take your leave. I assume you would prefer to avoid a lawsuit from the New York Police Department for obstructing justice." Ailin appeared unfazed by Coulson's veiled threat, nodding earnestly. "Of course, I understand that without substantial information, I would be courting trouble. However, each successful divination comes at a considerable cost, as it entails peering into the fabric of fate." As he spoke, Ailin extended his right hand and made a universally recognized gesture towards Coulson. At this point, Grant Ward's expression shifted from disdain to a darker shade of incredulity. "Really? A charlatan has managed to deceive the head of S.H.I.L.D.? How audacious," he mused, clenching his fists and raising an eyebrow at Ailin. "Hey, kid, has anyone ever told you that you have quite the nerve?" Before Grant could finish, Ailin interjected, $100,000, merely $100,000. "And I shall impart the information gleaned from my divination. $100,000 is not a trivial sum, at the very least. It surpasses the compensation of any federal soldier," Ailin asserted. To Coulson, Ailin's demand resembled a lion's roar for a feast. Yet, as Ailin had pointed out, from a certain perspective, the offer was indeed a bargain, especially if it could prove beneficial to their mission. Nevertheless, Coulson felt compelled to negotiate. He had no desire to be perceived as a gullible fool. $100,000 is a significant amount. Before he could finish, Ailin interrupted, "Fate does not offer discounts. Thus, my divination is non-negotiable. If Director Coulson finds it too expensive, I shall take my leave. Coulson replied, all right. I trust that the intelligence you provide will justify the price. Otherwise, the repercussions of offending a law enforcement agency are surely not something you wish to contemplate. At that moment, Grant Ward, standing nearby, brandished his assault rifle with a sardonic grin, remarking, Coulson, you are far too kind. Should his intelligence prove erroneous and result in casualties among our ranks, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Chapter 11. Coulson's favor in response to Grant Ward's blatant threat. Ailin merely smiled and added, by the way, I forgot to mention that $100,000 is net after tax. Coulson interjected, Grant Ward, the Federal Bureau of Taxation, as the largest and most brutal law enforcement agency within the country, has a notorious reputation for its ruthlessness. At least $20,000 will be deducted in taxes. Ailin's retort served, in a roundabout way, to increase the operational costs for S.H.I.E.L.D. Grant Ward's expression darkened, and he was about to respond. But Coulson quickly intervened, fearing that this seemingly mild-mannered, yet steely young man might demand a higher price. You have my word. Now please share what you know. Certainly. Ailin shrugged. To my knowledge, the current state of the Morningstar bar is caused by a forbidden object. Once that object is sealed, the bar will return to its former state. A forbidden object? What is that? Coulson inquired, perplexed, before promptly pressing further. What exactly is this forbidden object? What capabilities does it possess, and how can it be sealed? A forbidden object is a taboo left behind by demons in the mortal realm, and each possesses unique functions. The forbidden object's power within the Morningstar bar relates to sound. It can hypnotize, contaminate, and control living beings within a certain vicinity. You merely need to locate the source of the music within the bar to find it. Taboos left by demons in the human world? Why have I not heard of this before? Although skepticism lingered in his mind, Ailin's additional information aligned with their prior suspicions. Grant Ward had nearly succumbed to hypnotic control, which had led both Coulson and Ward to suspect that the bar's peculiarities were connected to that strange melody. Now, their conjectures seemed to be validated by Ailin. Contemplating this, both Coulson and Grant Ward nodded, acknowledging that Ailin's insight was credible. It appeared that Ailin was not a mere charlatan. His words could be trusted for the time being. After explaining, Ailin earnestly stated, as for sealing it, I recommend mobilizing a bomber to repeatedly bombard the Morningstar bar, thoroughly obliterating the sealed object through physical means. This is the quickest, safest, and most effective method. The forbidden object, as described in the Balance of Fate, was not particularly formidable. Ailin was uncertain whether such a level of forbidden object could be physically obliterated by artillery, yet if it could indeed be accomplished, this method would undoubtedly unveil an alternate avenue of thought for him. Of course, he also understood that this approach would never be sanctioned by Coulson. As anticipated, before Ailin could finish speaking, Coulson interjected, impossible. This is not the chaotic Middle East, but rather the most developed city in the Federation, New York. Coulson was confident that if they dared to deploy bombers for such a matter in New York, they would be torn apart that very night by furious politicians and the public. Ailin shrugged at this remark. So are we left to wait? Wait for what? Wait for the moon to rise, as moonlight is crucial for sealing that forbidden object. Of course, prior to that, it would be wise for you to secure this area, dispersing the onlookers, ensuring no one approaches. Otherwise, the more individuals who enter, the stronger the power of that forbidden entity within the bar. The more who enter, the greater the power within. Coulson's brow furrowed. Then he responded, I understand. I will do my utmost to evacuate the surrounding crowd. But why must we wait for the moon? Is now not sufficient? As he spoke, Coulson glanced up at the somewhat gloomy New York sky. It was just past noon, and waiting for the moon to appear would take much of the day. Were they to remain idle with such a crowd until then? As the lights began to glimmer and the moon ascended, a significant portion of the day had passed. At this moment, the Morningstar bar had been encircled by S.H.I.E.L.D. with a massive curtain, effectively preventing any information leakage about the bar's situation and averting panic, while also facilitating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forthcoming operations. Even the crowds in the surrounding buildings had been cleared by Coulson under the pretext of a gas leak. At that moment, Coulson was seated in a vehicle outside the Morningstar bar, filled with intricate instruments, with a freshly printed stack of documents before him. A close examination would reveal that the top of this stack bore Ailin's name along with a photograph taken by Ailin earlier. During this extended period, aside from clearing the crowd, Coulson had thoroughly investigated Ailin's background. However, according to the information at hand, Ailin appeared to have been merely an inconspicuous ordinary high school student in the past. This was evidently incongruent with the display Ailin had exhibited before him today. Furthermore, the records indicated that in recent days, Ailin seemed to have clashed with the ghost gang lurking behind the Morningstar bar. Just days prior, for reasons unknown, The ghost gang had kidnapped him and the daughter of the New York branch chief. Unfortunately, some unforeseen circumstance had allowed him to escape. In the past couple of days, these two youngsters had certainly caused considerable trouble for the ghost gang, drawing the attention of both the New York Police Department and the city government. With Pepper Potts exerting her influence, the individual in question is certainly not here to seek vengeance against the Water Ghost Gang. But wait, why would the Water Ghost Gang kidnap him? Could it be that the turmoil within the Morningstar Bar is somehow connected to Ailin? If that is indeed the case, then the events at the Morningstar Bar acquire an entirely different interpretation. With this thought in mind, Coulson closed the documents in his hands and exited the mobile home. It was time to rendezvous with the young man named Ailin once more. Meanwhile, Ailin, having purchased a plethora of items from Chinatown, returned to the front of the Morningstar Bar after indulging in a hearty burger and fries to satiate his hunger. Upon their meeting, Coulson immediately inquired of Ailin, "What shall we do next?" "In half an hour, at midnight, the forbidden object within the Morningstar Bar will be at its most potent, yet most vulnerable. It is then that you may devise a means to extract it and subsequently seal it." "How do we seal it?" Coulson asked. Ailin shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing with his hands. "That, my friend, falls within your purview." Clearly, sealing a dangerous forbidden object was not part of our previous agreement. However, just before Coulson's expression darkened, Ailin shifted his tone. "Yet, in consideration of our prior acquaintance, I could assist you in sealing it on a personal basis, though this would incur a favor owed to me." After a moment of silence, Coulson nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 12. Successful containment in light of this. Let us commence. The primary objective of Ailin was to contain the forbidden object, moonlight. Furthermore, being able to secure a favor from Coulson was an unexpected boon. Of course, it also served as Ailin's legitimate pretext for containing the forbidden object, moonlight. Minutes later, a tactical team equipped with advanced soundproof technology, under the command of Grant Ward, stormed into the bar. Upon entry, several combatants deployed their large net-launching apparatus towards the throng of patrons in the bar's main hall. The remaining members swiftly unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their submachine guns at any objects within the bar that could potentially emit music. Forbidden objects are not akin to ordinary items. They are far more resilient and cannot be easily damaged, even by gunfire. This was one of the simplest methods Ailin had imparted to them for identifying forbidden objects. Outside the Morningstar Bar, as Ailin listened to the cacophony of gunfire emanating from within, he felt a surge of gratitude. Fortunately, he had the SHIELD organization as an unwitting benefactor to pave the way for him. Otherwise, relying solely on his own prowess, he could not fathom how long it would take to successfully contain the forbidden object, moonlight. After a flurry of gunfire, Grant Ward led two fully armed soldiers, providing cover for a comrade clutching an old phonograph, as they hastily retreated from the bar. Behind them surged a chaotic tide of patrons fleeing the establishment. After bursting out of the bar, Grant Ward immediately gestured to Coulson. Upon noticing this, Coulson promptly pressed a remote switch in his hand. In the next moment, several massive iron cages crashed down against the doors and windows of the Morningstar Bar. Boom! With a splash of crimson. The heavy iron cages not only cleaved several individuals who had surged from the bar in two, but also obstructed the entrance, blocking the tumultuous tide of people. Observing the effectiveness of the preset trap, Grant Ward raised a middle finger at the crowd behind him. "A bunch of fools." While he cursed under his breath, his mood soured. Even though they were fully armed and temporarily insulated from the cacophony, within mere minutes of storming into the bar, 5 members of an elite 8-man tactical team had already fallen within this bizarre establishment. Gazing at the irrational crowd that recklessly assaulted the tactical team, Coulson, not far from the bar, wore a grim expression and inquired, "After sealing that forbidden object you mentioned, can these individuals recover?" Ailin, observing the members of the Loyalist Hall among the throng, shook his head despondently. "I do not know." To be candid, he too hoped that once the moonlight, the forbidden object, was sealed, those under its control could return to their former selves. After all, Uncle Yuan was among them. However, this was Ailin's first encounter with a forbidden object, and he was uncertain if these individuals could ultimately be restored. Noticing Coulson's troubled countenance, Ailin pointed to the soundproofing equipment nearby and quickly advised, "I suggest you wear these. Otherwise, should you fall under the control of the forbidden object, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, Ailin ceased to engage Coulson, swiftly donning the multi-layered soundproof gear Coulson had prepared. However, upon finishing his preparations, he discovered that Coulson was already fully equipped and armed. This crafty old fox communicated through sign language. Grant Ward and the others swiftly placed the vintage record player in the location designated by Ailin. With everything in place, it was now your turn. Under the watchful eyes of Coulson and the others, Ailin took a deep breath. He then quickly arranged 3 windproof candles in a triangular formation around the vintage record player, subsequently placing petals of tulips, lilacs, and lavender at each corner. Completing the preliminary concealment work, Ailin directed his voice toward the forbidden object, moonlight, and began to sing. If I were. Ailin's voice was quite pleasing, and after finishing the song, the forbidden object, moonlight, abruptly ceased its playback with a click, as if it had succumbed to the tranquility of Ailin's melody. Concurrently, a wondrous sensation enveloped Ailin's mind, signaling that he had succeeded in containment this time. Meanwhile, a tremor surged through the scales of fate within Ailin's mind, directly calming a swirling vortex in the river of destiny and seizing the opportunity to draw in the ripples stirred by it. Ding! The host has successfully contained the forbidden object, moonlight, stabilizing the point of fate, and has gained 1,000 fate points. Ding! The manifestation of fate has been successfully unlocked. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Ailin finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Phew, it has finally succeeded. Only then did Ailin ease his tense spirit and cast a glance around. Coulson and the others stood solemnly around him. Fortunately, they were equipped with soundproof devices. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward predicament. Not far away, the crowd controlled by the forbidden object, moonlight, fell silent the moment Ailin successfully contained it. Stripped of the mysterious power that had governed and supported them, they all collapsed to the ground in unison. Grant Ward, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What is happening? Could it be that the damned seal has truly succeeded?" Not only Grant Ward, but even Coulson swiftly turned to Ailin. As agents, both Grant Ward and Coulson had harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Ailin's identity as a diviner and the claims he had made. However, the evidence now lay before them. If Ailin indeed possessed the so-called divination abilities, his value would soar, marking him as an individual endowed with extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, Coulson even contemplated the possibility of recruiting him into the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Of course, before taking any action, Coulson needed to thoroughly ascertain Ailin's background. Meanwhile, Grant Ward, an undercover agent for Hydra, also found himself intrigued by Ailin. If possible, he wouldn't mind introducing a unique talent to Hydra. However, all of this remained to be seen. Ailin could not fathom the thoughts of Coulson and Grant Ward. After witnessing the crowd controlled by moonlight all collapse, he finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 13. Another lottery. Casting a discreet glance at the fallen crowd, Ailin removed the various pieces of equipment from his head, restoring his hearing. Coulson and the seeped agents followed suit, shedding their soundproof gear. Indeed, this felt much more comfortable. Flashing his signature smile, Coulson pointed to the vintage record player behind Ailin and inquired, "Does this mean the seal has been successfully enacted?" Ailin turned to glance at the old record player and nodded. "For now, it can be considered a success. However, my abilities are limited, and I cannot ascertain how long I can contain it. If you wish to prevent any issues, it would be prudent to construct a completely soundproof space for its confinement." "A soundproof space, you say? I understand." Coulson nodded, then glanced at the 100 or so individuals sprawled across the floor of the Morningstar bar, a pained expression crossing his face as he inquired, "What about those people?" Ailin shrugged. "I am not a doctor. I am truly powerless in this regard. If you wish to save them, you may consider sending them to a hospital." Before Ailin could finish her thought, a soldier clad in combat gear rushed to Coulson's side and whispered, "Sir, the individuals in the bar, including the team that charged in earlier, have no heartbeat." At these words, Ailin, Coulson, and the others stiffened. "Are they all dead?" Ailin sighed inwardly. This means Uncle Yuan has also perished. She held a certain fondness for that middle-aged man who sought to assist her, and it was indeed her involvement that had led him into this peril. One could say that her collaboration with seeped was largely motivated by the desire to save him. Yet, she never anticipated that she would ultimately be unable to rescue him. After a moment of silence, Coulson personally approached to examine the condition of those in the bar. To his dismay, he discovered that those who had been battling alongside their team mere moments ago were not only devoid of a heartbeat, but their bodies had also grown alarmingly cold and rigid. Had he not witnessed the scene with his own eyes, he would have believed someone if they claimed these individuals had been dead for days. Is this the taboo object? Its mere appearance has resulted in the loss of over 100 lives. Had they not discovered it swiftly, the death toll could have been even higher. Truly, this is a devilish forbidden object. For the first time, Coulson felt a profound understanding of the term taboo object. Ailin, who had followed Coulson, murmured softly, "An unprecedented upheaval is forthcoming. The wheels of fate have begun to turn slowly, and all that history has obscured will inevitably resurface." Though her voice was faint, Coulson's keen senses picked it up. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ailin interjected, "Given the number of casualties, It seems you have much to attend to. Sir Coulson, the effort to seal this taboo object has drained me greatly. I must return to rest. With that, a weary Ailin turned and departed without waiting for Coulson's response. Coulson, who had intended to ask more questions, glanced back at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about and ultimately decided against pursuing her. As Ailin had stated, over 100 lives had been lost. Henceforth, he had reports to compile and a perilous taboo object to manage. An hour later, after much effort, Ailin finally secured a ride and settled into a new place. Upon inspecting the room and finding nothing amiss, she took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. In a moment of haziness, Ailin found herself once again in the realm of the fate balance. Upon encountering the fate balance, she promptly summoned her familiar fate panel. Name: Ailin. Fate compass. 100 fate points available for one spin of the fate compass. Fate manifestation, capable of materializing anything that has existed within the river of fate unlocked. Talent: fluctuation of fate. Skills: driving beginner. English, 11th grade. History, 11th grade. Mathematics, 11th grade. Chemistry, 11th grade. Antique appreciation, entry level. Programming, advanced. Combat system, sequence 9, diviner. Strength evaluation, a novice possessing a grasp of some introductory knowledge of the mystical realm. Fate points, 1,000. Perhaps due to the consumption of the diviner's potion, which elevated her status, a new category appeared on her fate panel regarding her combat system. And her strength evaluation shifted from novice to beginner. Ailin chose to overlook this aspect for the time being. Soon, her gaze fell upon her fate points, 1,000 in total. This was a significant increase compared to the 100 fate points she had received as a starter gift from the fate balance. Not to mention, with this amount, Ailin could participate in the fate compass lottery 10 times. Furthermore, the capability of fate manifestation had also been unlocked. However, upon a brief examination, Ailin's expression turned despondent as she disregarded this newly unlocked ability. The reason was simple: it was excessively expensive. Just to manifest a Desert Eagle handgun would cost Ailin 100 fate points, and to manifest the potion of the next stage, Sequence 8's Clown, would require 2,000 fate points. At this stage, the lottery function of the fate compass was far more advantageous for Ailin. Rather than saving these fate points for future exchanges, it would be more prudent to indulge in a round of 10 consecutive draws now, especially since she had only recently consumed the diviner's potion and had yet to fully digest its effects. The need for the clown potion was not pressing. Thus, she resolved to take advantage of the current opportunity. With this thought, Ailin focused her mind and spun the fate compass once more. In the next instant, the immense shadow of the fate compass flashed before her. Click, accompanied by a crisp sound. The needle of the fate compass settled in a specific area before transforming into a dispersing light, revealing a glowing orb of white light before Ailin. After the fate compass delivered its goods, Ailin did not immediately extract the luminous orb to discover his rewards. Instead, he continued to draw 9 more times, depleting his fate points completely before pausing. When the ethereal image of the fate compass dissipated once more, 10 luminous orbs of 4 distinct colors floated before Ailin. 1 purple, 1 blue, 2 green, and 6 white. The colors, white, green, blue, and purple, indicate the ranking of these prizes within the fate compass or their rarity. With a mix of curiosity and excitement, Ailin plunged his hand into the purple orb. Chapter 14. The Meditation Technique and the Potion of Rebirth. With a surge of anticipation, Ailin immersed his hand into the purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique. Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique? What is this? Could it be something from a wizarding world? Filled with expectation, Ailin burst the orb in his hand. A flash of purple light enveloped him, and his consciousness seemed to enter another realm of inheritance. At the center of this space stood a calm middle-aged man. He appeared as a teacher imparting knowledge. Addressing Ailin with deliberate clarity, I shall now teach you the most advanced cosmic brain meditation technique in the universe. Without superfluous words, he immediately commenced his instruction. The middle-aged man first assumed a stable seated position, one hand raised with an open palm, radiating a serene smile, while the other hand rested gently at his side, caressing the void. Upon witnessing this posture, Ailin felt an immediate tranquility wash over him. All fears and distractions faded, allowing clarity of thought to emerge. Subsequently, the man's hand gestures transformed, blooming like a lotus. At times, his hands formed fists, at other times, seals or interlocking fingers, each movement a dynamic display. Above my head is the meditation diagram of the cosmic brain. Meditating on the cosmic brain can enhance your mental strength, fortify your will, and purify your spirit, leading you to profound wisdom. Complementing the meditation diagram is the great spiritual mudra, which can mobilize your mental energy, integrate your physical cells, and deeply unearth your innate potential. As the middle-aged man spoke, Ailin looked up to behold a vast starry sky above him. The cosmos was densely populated with countless stars, seemingly forming an infinite nebula. From a distance, this nebula resembled a brain. Trillions of celestial bodies formed a river of stars, interlinking to create an immense cosmic cloud, akin to a brain. With the trajectories of the stars mimicking the convolutions of cerebral matter, each twinkling star akin to neurons tirelessly at work. This is the meditative pattern of the cosmic mind. As Ailin found herself awestruck by this grand meditation diagram, the middle-aged man imparting the meditation techniques continued his teachings, demonstrating the essence of the cosmic mind meditation repeatedly. The mind signifies will embodies thought, thought represents spirit, and spirit is the essence of the soul. Meditate upon the cosmic mind. Your brain is indeed the cosmic mind. The man ceaselessly performed intricate hand seals and numerous transformations before Ailin, each change resembling fleeting images indelibly etched into the depths of her soul. Time became an abstraction as Ailin perceived the universe surrounding the nebula of her brain, an expanse of infinite darkness. Should the cosmic mind cease its flickering, terror and shadow would swiftly descend. In a sudden moment of clarity, she realized that her own brain mirrored the cosmic mind, with each star representing her neural cells. Tirelessly in motion, should they falter, her very essence would dissipate, plunging into the abyss of eternal oblivion. Yet, as this profound truth dawned upon her, the void before her shattered, reconstituting into the scale of balance. Upon returning, Ailin discovered the meditation techniques of the cosmic mind firmly entrenched within her consciousness, unerasable. Each posture and meditative pattern engraved upon her heart as if carved by a blade. Particularly, the cosmic mind nebula, vaster than the galaxy itself, with its twinkling stars, was deeply imprinted in her mind. A fleeting recollection sent Ailin reeling, her head spinning and a sharp pain piercing through her skull. Recognizing her state, she immediately halted her reflections. Despite her pallor, a smile lingered on her face, impossible to conceal. The cosmic mind meditation was a treasure, infinitely more exquisite than the rudimentary techniques provided by diviners' potions. It seemed to be one of the most advanced spiritual practices from a fantastical realm. Complemented by the Great Spirit Hand Seal, it stood as one of the premier hypnotic methods. Once Ailin grasped the fundamentals of the cosmic mind meditation, paired with the Great Spirit Hand Seal, she could swiftly ascend to become the foremost hypnotist in this world. Moreover, beyond rapidly enhancing her mental prowess and hypnotic abilities, this formidable willpower would not only amplify Ailin's intelligence, but also enable her to master her physical form intricately, unlocking the potential within her body. Most crucially, this meditation could purify the mind, cleansing various distractions, a vital aspect for Ailin, who, after consuming sequence potions, faced the looming threat of madness. This, indeed, was the source of her uncontainable excitement. With a deep breath, she composed herself before shifting her gaze to the remaining 9 luminous orbs, proceeding in order from the most favorable to the least. Once more, Ailin plunged her hand into the pale blue orb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sequence potion, the clown's elixir. Ailin, what a stroke of luck. Previously, Ailin contemplated whether to save 1,000 fate points to eventually unlock the fate manifestation feature and materialize a vial of the clown's elixir. Little did he expect that in the very first round of 10 consecutive draws, he would directly draw the clown's elixir. Such fortune is unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he transformed 100 fate points into a prize worth 2,000 fate points, thus reaping immense rewards. Fortunately, he had not foolishly hoarded another 1,000 fate points to manifest the clown's elixir. Otherwise, he would have incurred significant losses. Having consecutively drawn the cosmic mind meditation method and the clown's elixir, Ailin's spirits soared. With the first 2 prizes being remarkable, he pondered whether the remaining 8 spheres of light would also yield treasures. Filled with anticipation, Ailin decided to burst all the remaining 2 green and 6 white spheres of light at once, claiming all the rewards bestowed by the fate compass. Pop, pop. As all the lottery spheres were simultaneously burst, the prizes acquired through this round of 10 consecutive draws appeared before Ailin's eyes. Aside from the cosmic mind meditation method and the clown's elixir, the remaining 2 green spheres revealed their contents: a pink paper crane and a dozen dark green potions. Seeking person paper crane. Merely inform it of the person you wish to find, and the paper crane will guide you to that individual. Note: the pink paper crane embodies a longing to spread its wings and soar towards a beloved. Restriction: this item is ineffective against the deceased. Do not expect a paper crane crafted by a young girl to traverse heaven or hell to meet the departed. Remaining uses: 3. Universal antidote, capable of neutralizing all ordinary toxins, as well as most extraordinary toxins. Note: crafted by a master alchemist. This antidote contains an essence akin to the laws of nature. One dose guarantees relief. Quantity: 12 vials. The 6 white spheres yielded considerably more mundane items. They included a translucent crystal orb, a nutritional pairing manual, a sharp dagger, an exquisite clown mask, a grenade, and a vial of hallucinogen. Compared to the previous 4 rewards, these 6 white spheres presented far more ordinary items. Aside from the self-titled nutritional pairing manual, the rest bore no names at all. Through observing the 10 prizes drawn this time, Ailin gained a clearer understanding of the item levels offered by the Fate Compass. The lowest tier and most abundant items are those bestowed by the white light orbs. Essentially, these consist of ordinary objects devoid of any extraordinary functions or powers. Items such as crystal balls, daggers, clown masks, and grenades can typically be procured with mere currency from the Federation. Generally speaking, drawing such items for 100 fate points is unequivocally a loss. Above the white light orbs lies the green light orbs, which yield items of considerable value. Like the paper cranes used for locating individuals and antidotes, both imbued with extraordinary capabilities, gems that are unattainable by mere monetary means. Securing such items with 100 fate points is invariably a profit, although the green light orbs drawn from the Fate Compass may not always provide immediately useful items. Ascending beyond the white and green orbs, one encounters the blue light orbs. Fundamentally, blue light orbs are undeniably rarer than their green counterparts. If green light orbs typically grant 1 items with limitations or usage restrictions, blue light orbs may contain remarkable artifacts that endow the user with extraordinary powers. For instance, the potions that Ailin procured twice are prime examples. Above the trifecta of white, green, and blue light orbs lies the purple light orbs, which are, without question, even more elusive. For instance, the potions derived from blue light orbs carry significant risks, potentially driving users to madness or transforming them into grotesque beings. In contrast, items from purple orbs provide extraordinary abilities while posing considerably less danger, and this power is also capable of being passed on, offering the possibility of bestowing extraordinary capabilities upon others. However, concerning the items drawn from the Fate Compass, Ailin possesses scant information. He is merely formulating preliminary classifications and conjectures at this juncture. Within the balance space, Ailin gazed at the assortment before him, his eyes flickering with contemplation. He had yet to digest the diviner's potion, and the clown potion was temporarily of no use. So he decided to leave it in the balance space to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. The universal antidote, however, was prudent to carry on his person as a safeguard against potential poisoning. The paper crane for locating individuals was likewise unnecessary, so it remained in the balance space. The crystal ball and the nutritional guide were also not immediately required. Yet, these mundane items could find a place in his home once the current peril subsided. The dagger, clown mask, grenades, and hallucinogenic spray, on the other hand, were suitable for self-defense and could be taken along. With this thought, Ailin grasped the dagger, clown mask, grenades, and hallucinogenic spray, and with a mere thought, the surroundings shattered into fragments. It felt as though his body plummeted from a great height, descending rapidly towards the ground. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Ailin found himself back in the hotel room he rented. In comparison to before, Ailin found herself in possession of a dagger, a mask, grenades, a hallucinogenic spray, and a universal antidote, among other items. Upon regaining consciousness and vision, Ailin realized that this awakening from the balance space was far swifter than the last. Was this rapid recovery a consequence of consuming the diviner's potion and becoming a diviner, thereby significantly enhancing her mental fortitude? Contemplating this uncertainty, she quietly noted it and proceeded to stow the items into her backpack. After securing her belongings, Ailin meticulously surveyed her surroundings, finding no signs of disturbance, before returning to her bed. Once settled, Ailin adopted the meditative posture of the cosmic brain, cross-legged upon her bed, visualizing the meditation diagram of the cosmic brain while performing the mind seal technique. As she began to meditate on the cosmic brain, her hands instinctively formed various seals. With her fingers interconnected, the seals resonated with her thoughts. The moment she began to meditate on the brain composed of countless celestial bodies, her concentration intensified immeasurably. It was as if all the neurons in her brain ignited, thoughts racing at an accelerated pace. If her brain were likened to a computer, where previously it processed dozens to hundreds of calculations per second, now it surged to at least 1,000 calculations each second, the speed of her thoughts multiplying tenfold or more. Her hand seals, in conjunction with the meditation, continuously operated within the framework of the cosmic brain's meditation technique. As she diligently practiced this method, Ailin's mental capacity visibly expanded at a gradual pace. However, this increase in mental strength did not necessarily clarify her thoughts or enhance her cognitive speed. Suddenly, before she had fully mastered the cosmic brain meditation technique. A wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by 2 streams of warmth flowing from her nostrils. Hastily, she halted her hand seals and wiped her face, only to find her hands stained with bright red blood. Chapter 16. Incoming call nosebleed? Could it be that the meditation of the cosmic brain, with its rapid-fire thoughts, had adversely affected her brain? This phenomenon, commonly referred to as mental exhaustion, is not unexpected. One can exhaust themselves mentally to the point of graying overnight, as the ancients have warned against the perils of excessive wisdom. In modern times, scientists have succumbed to the dangers of overthinking, leading to dire consequences. Ailin's current predicament exemplified the toll of mental overexertion. It appears that while the cosmic brain meditation technique is indeed effective, its demands are substantial. Presently, she was unable to complete a full visualization exercise, rendering her unable to employ it extensively. As soon as Ailin wiped the blood from her nose, her stomach let out a growl. In the next moment, an overwhelming sensation of hunger swiftly engulfed her mind. She felt ravenous, as if she had been deprived of sustenance for 3 days, yearning to devour an entire cow with an insatiable ferocity. What could be the cause of this extreme hunger? Just before returning, she had purchased a loaf of bread for a late-night snack. Could it be that her recent meditation on the cosmic mind had drained her body excessively? With such thoughts racing through her mind, Ailin, unable to bear the hunger any longer, quickly retrieved a few bills from her backpack. She slung the bag over her shoulder, grabbed her room key, and made her way downstairs. In Chinatown, such lodgings typically abound with various eateries, snack shops, and fast food establishments, some even operating around the clock. Fortune smiled upon Ailin. Shortly after descending the stairs, she spotted a 24-hour hamburger joint. Entering the establishment, she was met with the astonished gaze of the staff as she indulged in 3 colossal Big Mac meals, leaving the fast food restaurant with a full belly and a contented burp. The portion sizes of hamburger meals in the Federation were substantial. One Big Mac meal, excluding the drink, weighed approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Typically, even a robust adult might struggle to finish a single Big Mac meal. Yet, Ailin had consumed 3 in one sitting. After devouring 7 to 8 pounds of food, she felt as though her stomach might burst. Strangely, despite feeling utterly stuffed, the gnawing hunger persisted. Even after such a feast, her hunger had only slightly diminished. "I can't eat anymore. I might burst." Shaking her head, Ailin suppressed her hunger and began her return to the inn. The energy expenditure from her meditation on the cosmic mind far exceeded the body's normal requirements. In this state, it seemed that her usual eating pace could not keep up with her nutritional depletion. If this continued, Ailin feared that her body would be overwhelmed by the demands of her meditation. She needed a solution. Relying solely on the body's natural digestion to acquire nutrients was far too slow. She must devise a method to enhance her nutrient intake. Ailin was resolute in not allowing her body to succumb to fatigue. Wait a moment. Hadn't she drawn a book titled Nutritionist's Pairing Manual? Her current predicament was one of nutritional deficiency, and she wondered if it contained knowledge on how to facilitate rapid nutrient absorption. Yes, once she returned to the inn, she would investigate. Motivated by this thought, Ailin quickened her pace, hastening back to the hotel. After a brief and refreshing bath, Ailin, under the soft and somewhat ambiguous pink light of the inn, delved into the Nutritional Pairing Manual, a tome procured through the lottery of fate. Upon opening the Nutritional Pairing Manual, Ailin discovered to his astonishment that this book originated from a unique sci-fi realm. In this world, nutritionists were a specialized profession created to curate dietary regimens specifically for genetic warriors. Beyond the ordinary dietary combinations, the book contained recipes for a multitude of nutritional potions designed to assist these warriors in swiftly recuperating from their immense physical exertions. Should the ingredients detailed within this volume be available in his own world, Ailin might indeed replicate and concoct some of those extraordinary nutritional elixirs. Truly, it was a serendipitous discovery that required no arduous labor. In high spirits, Ailin was about to immerse himself in the Nutritional Pairing Manual for a more thorough study when a slight ache began to throb in his head. Was this a residual effect of overindulging in cosmic visualization? In his excitement from earlier, he had completely overlooked this concern. Well, never mind that. Rather than poring over the manual, what I truly need now is rest. After closing the Nutritional Pairing Manual and tucking it beneath his pillow, Ailin reclined on the inn's bed and soon succumbed to a profound slumber. His breathing was steady and natural. Upon closer observation, one would notice that his stomach was efficiently breaking down the high-calorie foods he had consumed, distributing nutrients throughout his body. It seemed as though his cells were continuously in motion, each one fortifying and brimming with vitality, while various hormones rapidly flowed, harmonizing Ailin's physical state. This was a physiological mechanism that spontaneously regulates endocrine functions during high-quality deep sleep. With each cycle of bodily renewal, Ailin's previously emaciated form began to regain fullness. When Ailin finally awoke the next morning, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Not only had the aftereffects of the cosmic visualization dissipated, but his mental acuity had also markedly improved. By attentively listening, he could perceive the rhythm of his breathing, heartbeat, and the pulsing of his veins. Thump, thump, thump. His vibrant heart beat robustly, a testament to his renewed vitality. Rising from his slumber, he felt significantly unburdened. Ah, is this the effect of the cosmic visualization meditation? The transformation is indeed remarkable. Just a single session has yielded such a profound change in Ailin's being. If accumulated over time, Ailin could scarcely fathom the extent to which her body would ultimately grow stronger. Just then, her newly acquired mobile phone chimed melodiously. A call? She picked up the device and pressed the button. Immediately, the voice of Pepper Potts resonated in her ear. Little Ailin, have you awakened? Chapter 17. The beginning of revenge. I'm awake, Aunt Pepper. That's wonderful to hear. I have some good news to share with you. On the other end of the line, Pepper Potts sounded remarkably cheerful. Even through the phone, Ailin could discern the elation in her voice. Good news? Has my situation been resolved? Haha, my little Ailin is quite astute. You guessed correctly. After a brief pause, Pepper continued. The mastermind behind your abduction and that of your classmate is a gang operating in the dock area. Over the past few days, I leveraged my connections at Stark Industries to reach out to a city councilman. Through his influence within the municipal government, I have been consistently applying pressure on that gang. Coupled with the persistent troubles instigated by Director George, they have been sufficiently intimidated. This morning, they dispatched someone to assure us that they will not trouble you any further. Although Ailin had harbored similar expectations when leaving the Morning Star Bar the previous night, she had not anticipated receiving this call so swiftly. The Morning Star Bar was the stronghold of the Water Ghost Gang. Typically, most of the gang's members congregated there. During the outbreak of the forbidden substance, Moonlight's corruption, a significant number of them were present at the bar. Now, with so many lives lost to the forbidden substance, the Water Ghost Gang had suffered a considerable blow to its strength. In their weakened state, they were now exposed to the predatory gaze of other rival gangs. Surrounded by wolves, it was exceedingly difficult for the Water Ghost Gang to safeguard their remaining assets, let alone seek out Ailin for trouble at this juncture. Indeed, this is splendid news. On the other end, Pepper Potts exhaled in relief and remarked with a smile, now you can rest easy. The school also called to inquire about you, so you can return to school tomorrow without worry. There is still more than half a semester left. And as your high school journey nears its conclusion, you will have little time to waste if you aspire to attend a prestigious university. Goodness. Just as the matter with the Water Ghost Gang concludes, I'm being urged to return to school? Ailin shook her head in exasperation, ultimately conceding. All right, I understand. Aunt Pepper, I will return to school tomorrow. Had this been before the events of the previous night, Ailin might have considered abandoning her studies altogether, seeking instead to rapidly enhance her strength. After all, this was a perilous universe of marvel. It was only through formidable power that Ailin could ensure her survival in this world. Yet, after a brief glance at the nutritionist's pairing handbook last night, Ailin felt compelled to return to school for a more systematic study of botany and biology, to adeptly concoct the extraordinary potions detailed within the handbook. A solid foundation of theoretical knowledge is indispensable. Moreover, the nomenclature for many flora and fauna differs between the two worlds. Ailin must invest considerable time and effort in reconciling the divergent plant and biological classifications before delving into the methods for crafting the super potions outlined in the handbook. On the other end of the line, Pepper Potts seemed to discern the frustration in Ailin's voice and couldn't help but smile slightly. After offering Ailin some words of advice, Pepper hurriedly concluded the call. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper's duties were far from simple. Each day brought a multitude of tasks awaiting her attention, especially given the recent upheaval at Stark Industries. It was commendable that she managed to carve out time amidst her busy schedule to assist Ailin. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Ailin found herself lost in contemplation. The fact that the Water Ghost Gang had been compelled to soften their stance in the wake of the Morning Star Bar incident suggested that the repercussions had been significant, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. Otherwise, they would not have hastily sought to assure Pepper so early in the morning. Given their current predicament, Ailin pondered whether this might be an opportune moment to eliminate the threat entirely. In assisting SHIELD with the Morning Star Bar incident yesterday, Ailin had also gleaned substantial information about the Water Ghost Gang. Their leader, known as the Giant Ghost, Onik, had established the gang in the dock area through a combination of brawn, intellect, and a tenacious spirit. Fortuitously, he had been absent from the Morning Star Bar that fateful night, narrowly escaping disaster. However, 3 of the 4 principal lieutenants remained at the bar alongside their subordinates, resulting in the gang's near capture. Now, aside from the leader, giant ghost Onik, and his formidable lieutenant, known as Watergrass. The Water Ghost gang was left without other senior members. Should Ailin manage to eliminate these two figures, the gang would soon find itself in a state of disarray. At that juncture, the surrounding gangs would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, to ravage and consume the Water Ghost gang. Only then could Ailin consider her concerns truly resolved. With this thought, Ailin fell into deep reflection. Currently, the Water Ghost gang has suffered a significant blow. If the formidable Onik wishes to maintain his territory, he must dispatch his dwindling number of underlings to train and keep watch. Consequently, he will not have many subordinates left by his side. This period undoubtedly presents the most opportune moment for his demise. Moreover, with the assistance of the paper crane for locating individuals, even if Onik attempts to hide, I am unperturbed about locating him. With this thought in mind, a ferocious glint flickered in Ailin's eyes. If that is the case, let us bring this to a decisive conclusion. Before the night falls, Ailin traversed through the myriad alleys of Chinatown, acquiring various items he deemed necessary. He busied himself preparing for the evening's undertaking. As night descended, Ailin, having disguised himself, quietly departed from his three-story abode, skillfully avoiding the surveillance cameras at street corners. Following the guidance of the paper crane, he stealthily approached the location where Onik resided. Chapter 18. Night of Bloodshed. Hell's Kitchen stands as the most depraved and squalid area in all of New York and indeed the entire Federation, a veritable den of iniquity. As one gazes upon it, the alleys flanking the streets of Hell's Kitchen are littered with refuse, resembling a landfill, reeking with an overwhelming stench. On the sunken, fractured roads, empty bottles and crushed cans occasionally roll by. The very air is thick with the acrid scent of decaying food, mingled with a variety of bizarre, yet undeniably unpleasant odors. The wretched environment, dilapidated streets, and chaotic law enforcement deter even the New York patrol officers from lingering here. Each reluctant patrol is merely a cursory obligation. However, the disorderly conditions serve as a breeding ground for criminality. The gangs of Hell's Kitchen flourish, harboring countless criminals and scoundrels who conceal their identities. Seeking refuge in this chaotic enclave, one of Onik's strongholds lies within a graffiti-adorned red brick building in Hell's Kitchen. The imposing figure of Onik, towering nearly 2 meters tall, is currently guzzling down beer. After downing a 500 milliliters bottle in one go, Onik's countenance darkened as he crumpled the can in his fist. The unfinished brown liquid cascaded down his tattooed right arm, adding to his already menacing appearance under the dim light. Ever since he accepted the task from that significant figure, Onik has faced a cascade of misfortunes in recent days, feeling utterly wretched. Not only did the mission go awry, failing to procure the desired items, but he also lost several underlings, attracting a great deal of trouble. In recent days, the New York Police Department and the city government have been relentlessly pursuing him, as if under the influence of some potent stimulant, creating an atmosphere of chaos that has left him gasping for breath. To compound his misfortune, their stronghold, the Morning Star Bar, which had been in operation for several years, has encountered a grave incident. A so-called gas leak has tragically claimed the lives of a significant portion of the members and higher-ups of their organization. This sudden blow has severely diminished the strength of their faction, resulting in devastating losses. Even more distressing is the fact that, with so many lives lost at the Morning Star Bar, as the shadowy figure behind the organization, he is obliged to allocate considerable sums of money to appease the families of the deceased. Otherwise, without any external pressure, the remnants of their group would swiftly disintegrate. What further unnerves the formidable Onik is that, as their faction's strength wanes, rival gangs seem to circle like sharks, eager to carve up their territory. When Onik could no longer bear the strain and sought assistance from the powerful figure backing their organization, he was met with a scathing reprimand. He was chastised for his ineffectiveness and for attracting such turmoil. In a fit of rage, Onik slammed his fist onto the glass coffee table before him with tremendous force. The once resilient and durable glass shattered instantly under his iron fist, sending shards scattering across the floor and leaving several cuts on his hands and face. This scene only fueled Onik's fury further. As he unleashed a torrent of profanities, he overturned everything around him. The two gang members stationed outside the door, hearing the commotion and the sounds of destruction, instinctively recoiled, cautiously retreating and softly closing the door behind them. One of them, adorned with an earring, nervously remarked, "How terrifying. I wonder when the boss's anger will subside." The other, clad in a leather jacket, sighed despondently, "Who knows? Let us just hope we don't become collateral damage." At that moment, the leather-clad member sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that smell?" The other member, upon hearing this, also took a whiff, shaking his head in confusion. "I don't know, but it's rather pleasant. Could it be that woman's perfume?" "Nonsense," the leather-clad member retorted. "There are no women in this house besides us. However, No sooner had he spoken than a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble against the wall, fainting. The other member, startled by this turn of events, rushed to assist his companion, only to succumb to the effects of the hallucinogens in the air, collapsing alongside him. After a while, it became evident that both individuals had truly lost consciousness. A figure adorned with an exquisite jester mask swiftly flung open a side window and deftly vaulted inside. Brandishing a sharp dagger, he swiftly slashed across their throats and plunged the blade into the hearts of both individuals. Ailin unexpectedly glanced at the peculiar hallucinogen nestled within the pocket of his jacket. This substance proved to be unexpectedly effective. Employing the same tactic, he gently sprayed the remaining half bottle of the hallucinogen through the crack of the door into the room occupied by the giant ogre, Anik. Ailin then retrieved his grandfather's Beretta pistol from his waist, chambered around, and patiently awaited the unfolding events. The hallucinogen, originating from an unknown world, demonstrated remarkable efficacy. Before long, the once rampaging giant ogre Anik fell silent amidst the chaos of the room. After a brief period of waiting, Ailin cautiously opened the door a crack, through which he clearly beheld the formidable Anik, stronger than a grizzly bear, sprawled on the sofa like a defeated dog. Atop his head, the paper crane seeking the lost rested quietly, its presence unknown until now. This individual, was he truly the leader of the water ghost gang, Anik? Activating his spiritual sight, Ailin confirmed that Anik was ensconced in a serene, green slumber. Exhaling a deep breath, Ailin lingered for a moment longer, allowing the scent of the hallucinogen to dissipate before he stepped into the room. Upon entering, the first action Ailin took was to advance swiftly, his dagger piercing through Anik's chest, delivering a fatal blow to his heart. Not a single sound escaped Anik's lips as he succumbed to death. Within mere minutes, the leader of the water ghost gang and his two subordinates had met their silent demise at Ailin's hands. With a sigh of relief, Ailin finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders after confirming Anik's death. Prior to infiltrating this building, he had used his spiritual sight to ascertain that, apart from Anik, there were only two subordinates awaiting orders within this small edifice situated in Hell's Kitchen. With the demise of these three, Ailin momentarily found himself devoid of any enemies to be wary of within these walls. Chapter 19. Gwen's arrival. To be honest, Ailin found this infiltration surprisingly smooth. The giant ogre Anik, the leader of the water ghost gang, proved to be far easier to deal with than Ailin had anticipated. He encountered no significant resistance. They were rendered unconscious and subsequently met their end without ever grasping the identity of their assailant. Of course, Ailin's ability to resolve the situation with such ease, including the demise of Anik and his two associates, was largely attributable to that unexpectedly potent hallucinogenic spray. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, Ailin reflected with a sense of melancholy. It seemed that taking a life was far easier than he had imagined, and humanity, too, appeared more fragile than he had ever considered. Regrettably, the remaining leader of the water ghost gang was not present. Otherwise, all matters could have been resolved in one fell swoop. This act of murder did not elicit any discomfort from Ailin, nor did it awaken any perverse excitement within him. Instead, he felt an unremarkable indifference, as if he fundamentally believed that taking a life was not a significant affair. Shaking his head to dispel these somewhat erratic thoughts, Ailin, gloved and prepared, began to rummage through the house. In his recent endeavor against the giant Oni and his companions, he had refrained from using firearms, thus ensuring that no substantial commotion ensued. Consequently, Ailin had ample time to tidy up the scene. After more than half an hour of meticulous cleanup, Ailin, laden with a heavy backpack, skillfully evaded the pitifully scarce surveillance cameras on Hell's Kitchen streets and departed swiftly. Mere minutes after Ailin's departure, a simple trap was triggered. The house where Oni resided erupted into flames as the gas valve Ailin had opened ignited. With a resounding explosion, the inferno ruthlessly consumed everything within those walls. By the time the fire brigade arrived to extinguish the flames, the structure had been reduced to a charred ruin, with only 3 nearly carbonized corpses bearing witness to the event. At that moment, Ailin had already returned to Chinatown. In the privacy of his room, he emptied the spoils from his backpack, meticulously counting the bounty from this operation. The first sight that met Ailin's eyes was a stack of neatly bundled American dollars, over 100 bundles, accompanied by some loose change acquired from the corpses. Altogether, Ailin's wealth surged by an astonishing sum of $130,852. Furthermore, before him lay 15 gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram, alongside scattered jewelry. These treasures were retrieved from the safe within that house. Although Ailin was somewhat uncertain of the current federal gold prices, he estimated that the gold bars and jewelry could be worth $1 million or $2 million. Indeed, this wave of violence and arson had catapulted Ailin's wealth by $2 to $3 million. It truly resonated with the old adage, Killing and arson lead to golden belts, while repairing bridges and roads leaves no remains. Shaking his head, Ailin concealed all the gold and jewelry, along with the majority of the cash, in a hidden compartment beneath his bed, leaving only a modest sum for emergencies. Next, Ailin took a shower, then transported the discarded clothing to the basement of his old house, where he incinerated them thoroughly. After completing these tasks, Ailin lay back on his bed and drifted off to sleep. As he slept, after much effort, Coulson had finally constructed a soundproof chamber, and with great care, he placed the forbidden object within. He had just completed the task report after an arduous night of writing when one of his agents knocked on the door to his office, bearing news of the tragic demise of the Ghost Gang's leader, Onyx, in a fire. A death by fire? This seemed rather too coincidental. Due to the nature of the forbidden object, Onyx and his associates, who operated behind the scenes at the Morningstar bar, had long been on Coulson's radar. Thus, news of Onyx's death reached him almost instantaneously. The agent who delivered the message shrugged and remarked, "Onyx certainly did not perish so simply in a fire." I inquired with the police department, and according to the coroner, Onyx and his cohort had likely died before the blaze, for the condition of the bodies would not align with those who perished in flames. Many eyes were on the Ghost Gang, and I suspect it could be that rival factions orchestrated his murder, disguising it as an accident. Is that so? Coulson nodded. Has the New York Police Department uncovered who was behind this? The agent shook his head. By the time the fire was extinguished, Onyx and his companions were utterly unrecognizable, leaving no traces for us to follow. Furthermore, the nearby surveillance cameras captured no suspicious individuals. I suspect the perpetrator is a seasoned criminal, otherwise their methods wouldn't be so adept. A seasoned criminal? Coulson pondered, shaking his head. Beyond the machinations of the gangs, could it not also be a case of someone silencing witnesses? Coulson had dispatched inquiries and found that no one had seen that vintage record player at the Morningstar bar prior to this incident. The forbidden object could hardly have manifested there without reason. Moreover, for reasons unknown, when he heard of Onyx's death, the face of the young Asian boy who claimed to be a fortune teller flashed in his mind. The following morning, Ailin awoke early and took a taxi to Midtown High School, which he attended. Since his mother's passing, he had become somewhat reclusive, often solitary, and had few friends at school. Having missed several days, his absence had barely caused a ripple. However, this also worked to Ailin's advantage. Upon arriving, he encountered the academic dean, who inquired about Ailin's well-being. Ailin surmised that Pepper Potts had used his ill health as an excuse to request his absence from school, so he offered a light-hearted chuckle to deflect the concern. After sitting in class for several minutes without the teacher's arrival, Ailin was surprised to see a familiar face. Gwen Stacy, with her golden hair and striking beauty, entered the classroom, quickly capturing the attention of a significant portion of the students with her sweet smile. She surveyed the classroom before her gaze swiftly settled upon Ailin. Chapter 20. The invitation. Upon seeing Ailin, Gwen Stacy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly approached her. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. "Hello, I'm Gwen. May I borrow a few moments of your time, Ailin?" "Of course." Ailin shrugged casually. "In fact, very few at Mid-City High are unfamiliar with you." With that, Ailin rose and left the classroom alongside Gwen. Behind them, a chorus of cheers and murmurs erupted among their classmates. Gwen was undeniably the goddess of Mid-City High, and her every action captivated the attention of the student body. Some more inquisitive girls huddled together, discussing the nature of Ailin and Gwen's relationship, listening to the chatter around her. Several members of the school's basketball team glared resentfully at the retreating figures of Gwen and Ailin, their thoughts inscrutable. Once outside the classroom, a silence enveloped Ailin and Gwen, neither willing to break it. It was only when they reached a secluded corner that Gwen took the initiative to shatter the silence, saying, "Thank you for that day." Ailin, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Honestly, as long as you don't hold it against me, I'm fine." In the past, the two had been alone together, and given the circumstances where both had been drugged, nearly everything that could occur between them had transpired, save for the final act. This was the reason for the awkward atmosphere just moments prior. As Ailin finished speaking, Gwen seemed to recall something, and a noticeable flush crept across her ears. A delicate pink that appeared quite alluring. "How could that be?" she said, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "You ultimately held back, didn't you? If it were someone else, I imagine." Coughing softly upon noticing a teacher approaching, Ailin quickly interrupted Gwen's train of thought. If Gwen continued, it would lead to embarrassment for both, regardless of Ailin's comfort. With Ailin's interruption, Gwen fell silent until the female teacher passed by. Changing the subject, Gwen continued, "By the way, that call to the police that day was made by you, right?" "Yes," Ailin nodded, acknowledging it without hesitation. "We were both drugged, and you were somewhat disoriented, so I had to run out myself and then call for help. I knew that if I brought you with me, neither of us would escape." As an intelligent and capable young woman, Gwen discerned the guilt hidden within Aileen's words and interjected, "Moreover, my father said that it was the items you barricaded behind the door that bought them time to neutralize those criminals." Ailin chuckled softly at this revelation, but chose to remain silent. No wonder so many at Zhongqing High School admire Gwen. Her beauty is matched only by her academic excellence and high emotional intelligence. Who could possibly prefer anyone else? At that moment, Gwen seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, by the way, my mother wishes to express her gratitude for saving me by inviting you to dinner at our home tomorrow evening. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Ailin, taken aback, glanced at Gwen in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had admired her, and now he was being invited to her home for dinner? Was this akin to a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law? Shaking his head, Ailin thought it unnecessary, as he felt he hadn't truly done much to warrant such an invitation. However, before Ailin could voice his thoughts, Gwen pressed a finger gently against his lips. "You cannot refuse. I have already promised my mother. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you?" As he felt the warmth of her fingertip, Ailin instinctively licked his lips. Gwen appeared startled, retracting her finger as if shocked. A flush of crimson blooming on her fair cheeks. Just then, the school bell rang, its chime echoing throughout the hall. "I've written my address on this card. If you do not come tomorrow, you will regret it," she said in a flurry, shoving a card with her address into Eileen's hand before hurriedly exiting, leaving no room for him to decline. Sighing as she disappeared from sight, Ailin lamented, "Well, there's no point in looking now. If I don't get to class, my teacher will deduct my credits." At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Ailin recognized the voice of the academic director he had encountered at the school gate. A smile danced across the director's plump face, his eyes glimmering with a hint of nostalgia, as if the earlier scene had stirred fond memories within him. Feeling slightly awkward about the apparent misunderstanding, Ailin offered a shy smile to the director and dashed back to his classroom. Upon arrival, he found his math teacher waiting inside. Fortunately, the teacher did not reprimand him. He merely nodded and gestured for Ailin to return to his seat. Once seated, an Asian classmate to Eileen's left, a chubby boy, nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Ailin, you're quite inconsiderate for not telling me when you became acquainted with the goddess Gwen." Ailin turned to regard this fortunate-looking, round-faced boy. His name was Wang Daogu, which translates to Doug Wong in English. Like Ailin, he hailed from New York's Chinatown, and being fellow Asians, they shared a rapport among the few classmates with whom Ailin could converse comfortably. However, the chubby boy was rather loquacious, and Ailin dared not engage in lengthy discourse with him. Thus, he remarked, "You are overthinking it. I took a leave of absence a few days ago, did I not? Gwen, being a student assistant, merely approached me today to inquire about my well-being and to offer assistance if needed." Ailin did not lower his voice excessively. His words, while directed at the chubby boy, were also intended for the other students who had pricked up their ears. After all, he wished to avoid having rumors and gossip about him and Gwen circulating throughout the campus the following day. Ailin had come to school to acquire specialized knowledge, and he did not want trivial matters to squander his time. Chapter 21. Daily school life. People invariably enjoy hearing what they wish to hear, a truth that transcends age. Indeed, upon Eileen's utterance, the expressions of the nearby eavesdropping students transformed into relief, as if to say, "Oh, so that is the case." Compared to the earlier rumors surrounding Ailin and Gwen, they were more inclined to accept the explanation he provided. The chubby boy, Doug Wong, however, curled his lip and deliberately said in Chinese, "Are you pulling our leg? If it were truly just that, would you two need to speak privately?" Both of them hailed from a lineage of serious Chinese heritage, and from a young age, they had been taught by their elders to converse in Chinese, thus utilizing it for discussions deemed inconvenient in the school setting. Chinese is notoriously difficult to master, and apart from those of Chinese descent, few at Zhongqing High School are proficient in the language. Communicating in Chinese alleviated the concern of being overheard. Ailin rolled his eyes and retorted softly, "The facts are as they are, believe it or not." The chubby boy, incited by Eileen's words, inadvertently raised his voice. Just as he was about to continue his discourse, he caught the stern gaze of the mathematics teacher. Although the teacher was elderly and generally amiable, he was no pushover. Such noise in his classroom was an affront to his authority. Under the weight of the teacher's glare, Doug wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Even the other students in the classroom dared not provoke the irate mathematics teacher, promptly quieting down. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Seeing the entire classroom subdued under his authority, the mathematics teacher nodded in satisfaction. He cleared his throat and informed the students, all nearing graduation, that to better gauge their grasp of knowledge, the school would be organizing a mock examination next week, with the mathematics portion scheduled for Wednesday morning. He did not wish his class to be the one with the lowest performance, so in the upcoming lessons, he would thoroughly review the material previously taught, hoping that everyone would pay close attention. No sooner had the mathematics teacher finished speaking than the classroom erupted once more. The scholars, with anticipation etched upon their faces, exhibited not the slightest trace of anxiety. In stark contrast, the underachievers appeared utterly despondent, their expressions heavy with lamentation. Upon hearing this, Ailin found it increasingly difficult to maintain the smile that had graced his visage moments before. What a predicament! On the very first day back at school, I am informed that an examination awaits. Is it even feasible to continue with my studies under such circumstances? Although I have assimilated some memories of my original self, they remain incomplete. Moreover, my predecessor was not an academic prodigy. During examinations, he merely managed to secure a position in the lower middle tier of the class. Now, with my grasp of those memories still tenuous, how could I possibly excel in this impending test? The mathematics teacher at the podium showed no consideration for Ailin's feelings. Without consulting any textbooks, he seized a piece of chalk and began to fervently elucidate various formulas he had previously taught, aiding the students in swiftly recalling essential knowledge. Through the teacher's explanations, Ailin's mind was flooded with memories from both of his lives, rapidly facilitating the integration of mathematical concepts. Even the knowledge points his original self had forgotten or failed to master were being absorbed at an astonishing rate. After consuming the potion from the divination specialist, Ailin's memory and learning capabilities had already been enhanced to an extraordinary level. Although the previous method of visualizing the cosmic mind did not yield the same terrifying enhancement as the potion, it nonetheless elevated his mental fortitude and memory by a significant degree. Presently, Ailin's cognitive agility and capacity for learning could only be described as formidable. He voraciously absorbed all the knowledge he had yet to master, firmly embedding it in his mind for practical application. Being a prestigious high school in New York, and indeed one of the finest in the entire Federation, the educators at Midtown High School are renowned for their exceptional teaching standards. Within the span of a single class, Ailin felt an unmistakable enhancement in his mathematical abilities. While this improvement was partly attributable to his integration of knowledge from two lives, it was equally a result of the teacher's guidance. Following the mathematics lesson, subjects such as physics and chemistry took their turns, significantly advancing Ailin's grasp of knowledge. Though he was still unable to compare himself to the academic elites within his class and grade, he was certainly no longer at the bottom of the academic hierarchy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ailin retrieved his textbooks from the school locker, preparing to attend a preparatory course for university, commonly referred to as a course. Through these courses, students can earn college credits in advance, though the school does not impose any strict requirements. Participation is entirely voluntary. However, achieving noteworthy results in these courses is essential for those aspiring to enroll in top-tier universities within the Federation. Generally, courses in regular high schools are categorized into 3 levels of difficulty. Illiterate level, courses that, upon completion, yield no benefit beyond obtaining a high school diploma. Ordinary level, courses that potentially lead to acceptance into second or third-tier universities. Moreover, the most challenging courses require the selection of at least 5 subjects, with an average score of 5 being essential for a hopeful application to prestigious universities. In the Federation, the journey to university commences the moment one steps into higher education. As a member of the elite Zhongqing High School, Ailin is no exception. However, with a clear plan, Ailin intends to select a few additional advanced placement courses alongside those originally chosen. For most, the prospect of studying several new advanced placement courses within a single semester and achieving a score of 5 on the examinations is daunting, yet Ailin feels that, given her current memory and learning abilities, it should not pose too great a challenge. Just as she retrieved her textbooks from the locker and prepared to leave, Ailin unexpectedly encountered Gwen, who was cradling several books in her arms. Ailin, Gwen, what brings you here? I'm off to my advanced placement class, Gwen replied, lifting her textbooks. She then glanced at the book Ailin was holding and inquired, you too? Ailin looked at her own textbook and realized that, coincidentally, they were both holding calculus books. What a coincidence. I didn't expect we would both choose this subject. Gwen rolled her eyes playfully and remarked, calculus is a required course for university. It's hardly surprising that many students opt for it. Ailin smiled and replied, that's true. However, I didn't realize we were in the same classroom for the afternoon calculus lecture. Gwen expressed her surprise. Ailin chuckled silently, as only Gwen had noticed. After all, the original Ailin was somewhat invisible in school. As for Ailin, during each advanced placement class, she had discreetly observed Gwen, though Gwen had never noticed. Her earlier astonishment stemmed merely from a momentary lapse in recollection. For Ailin, the naive crush of her previous self had yet to truly begin before it was already over. The memories associated with that infatuation were ones Ailin had no desire to revisit. Shall we go together? Gwen asked, raising her textbook in invitation. The previous moment of intimacy evidently granted Ailin a unique status in Gwen's eyes, prompting her to seek a deeper understanding of Ailin. Ailin shrugged and replied, Then let us go together. I also have something I wish to discuss with you. Gwen turned to face Ailin and smiled. As long as you're not going to tell me you can't make it tomorrow evening. Of course, if you do, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. With a playful wink, Gwen added a touch of lightheartedness. Oh. The advanced placement calculus in the Federation proved less daunting than Ailin had initially anticipated. Its difficulty resembled that of the calculus she had studied in her previous life at university. In a classroom, revisiting old knowledge while acquiring new insights. Ailin found herself making remarkable progress in her understanding of calculus, reminiscent of her previous life. What struck Ailin even more was her classmate Gwen, who appeared somewhat disdainful of the university's preparatory calculus course, deeming it overly simplistic. Throughout the lesson, Gwen devoted a significant portion of her time to delving into intricate mathematical papers. Had the school bell not rung, Ailin suspected that Gwen would have remained engrossed in her studies until dusk. After placing her calculus textbook in her locker, Ailin retrieved her backpack and locked the cabinet. Preparing to depart. Observing Ailin take out her bag, Gwen inquired with surprise, "Aren't you joining any clubs?" Given that the following day marked the weekend. Most clubs typically convened for activities after school on Friday afternoons. Ailin shrugged, replying, "I did join one previously, but I need to head home early today." Gwen nodded in understanding and smiled, saying, "I see. Then I won't walk you out. Our chemistry lab group has an event." "All right," Ailin acknowledged, and then added, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Gwen, before Ailin reached the school gate, a chubby hand suddenly wrapped around her neck from behind. "Gotcha, Ailin. I knew there was something going on between you and the goddess Gwen. You can't deny it now. I've caught you red-handed." The pudgy hand belonged to Doug Wong, affectionately nicknamed Big Dog, a moniker derived from the phonetic similarity to his name. After forcefully prying Doug's hand from around her neck, Ailin snapped, "What nonsense. I was in the same preparatory calculus class with Gwen this afternoon. You know that." Rubbing her sore neck, she added, "And you, Big Dog, seriously need to lose some weight. Keep this up, and you won't even see your neck anymore." Doug's face turned a shade of green. His earlier intrigue about the gossip between Ailin and Gwen forgotten. He glared at Ailin and said, "I've told you before, you can call me by my nickname. But never imply that I'm fat. I've explained this countless times. It's not fat, it's muscle. Go on, feel my biceps. They're hard and solid." Ailin glanced at Doug's flabby, pale arms and rolled her eyes, leaving him to ponder his own physique. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Doug protested. But before he could further argue, Ailin shrugged her backpack onto her shoulder and strode towards the school gate. Upon witnessing this, the plump boy immediately quickened his pace, gritting his teeth to keep up. In an effort to avoid being entangled by him, Ailin hastened his steps. The chubby boy, trailing behind, was drenched in sweat, yet failed to catch up, left only to watch as Ailin hailed a taxi and departed. Panting heavily, the boy, exhausted from his pursuit, was taken aback as he observed Aileen's luxurious choice of transport. A taxi? How extravagant. Has Ailin struck it rich? Such extravagance. In the past, unless he was attending a club activity, Ailin would typically take the bus home after school alongside him. After all, the fare from school to Chinatown was no trifling matter. For them, spending that money on a taxi was far less appealing than saving it for a video game or upgrading to a better controller. Upon alighting from the taxi and opening the front door, Ailin indeed found Pepper Potts, clad in her professional attire, seated on his sofa. Before her lay an enormous pizza box, accompanied by a tempting serving of fried chicken and 2 cups of beverages. He had hurried home after school because Pepper had informed him in advance that she would be visiting today. "Little Ailin is back. I brought you the Supreme Pizza combo from Crown Pizza along with your favorite fried chicken. Oh, and cola too." As Ailin stepped through the doorway, he noticed the worry etched on Pepper's face, which she promptly masked with a cheerful demeanor, inviting him to sit down while she began to unpack the pizza and fried chicken. Crown Pizza is a renowned establishment in New York, perpetually bustling with patrons eager to savor its offerings. Acquiring a pizza from this place is no simple feat as the pizza box was opened. A rich aroma wafted towards Ailin, emanating from the Supreme Pizza, which eclipsed the scent of the fried chicken nearby. Ailin refrained from indulging in the fragrant pizza or the golden, crispy fried chicken, opting instead to take a sip from the drink beside him. "Ah, cola. Aunt Pepper. You truly know me. I prefer cola over the juice in the Supreme Pizza combo." At his words, Pepper smiled gently. "I actually find the freshly squeezed juice from Crown Pizza quite delightful. You might consider trying a different flavor." "Huh, that is something you don't understand about the joy of cola, Aunt Pepper." Pepper shook her head playfully. "All right, enough banter. The pizza and fried chicken are hot. Let us eat while they're still warm, or the chill in the air will set in." Saying this, she selected the pizza with the most toppings from the box and handed it to Ailin. "Thank you, Aunt Pepper." Ailin accepted the pizza from her hand and began to devour it eagerly. Since that occasion of contemplating the cosmic mind, Ailin's appetite has significantly increased. He eats more and grows hungry more swiftly. It is uncertain whether that meditation drained him, prompting his body to replenish lost nutrients, or if he simply requires more sustenance to fulfill his current energy expenditures. After a meal, Pepper consumed merely a slice of pizza and a glass of juice, while Ailin devoured the remainder of the pizza and fried chicken. This voracious display startled Pepper, who momentarily feared something might be amiss with Eileen's health. "Do not worry, Aunt Pepper," Ailin reassured her. "I have been training my physical endurance lately, which has led to an increased appetite." "Training your endurance?" she inquired. "Well, the last time I was so easily kidnapped was indeed linked to my lack of physical strength. Had I been stronger, capturing me would not have been so effortless, even if I could not overpower those ruffians. Since escaping, I have been diligently working on my fitness, which has naturally led to a greater appetite." Understanding dawned on Pepper as she listened to Eileen's explanation, and she felt a slight sense of relief. It was acceptable for him to eat more, provided it was not due to any health issues. Furthermore, as a young man, a robust physique was certainly advantageous. After dinner, Ailin and Pepper began to engage in light conversation. "By the way, when I arrived this afternoon, I overheard Director George on the phone mentioning that the leader of the Water Ghost Gang met with misfortune last night, and even the last remaining bigwig was arrested for murder. You can finally rest easy without fear." Ailin paused momentarily, surprised to learn that the notorious figure known as Watergrass had been apprehended by the New York Police Department. No wonder he had failed to locate that individual after dismantling the Water Ghost Gang. Ailin was confident that anyone daring enough to target the daughter of a police chief would soon face dire consequences. Given that he had risen to the rank of second-in-command in a gang, Ailin found it hard to believe there was no incriminating evidence against him. Once he was in the clutches of the New York Police Department, escape would be impossible. Ailin believed the officers and prison guards would ensure the water ghost received fitting treatment. With this thought, Ailin chuckled. This truly is a case of evil begetting evil. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Pepper responded with a smile. Indeed, you deserve a restful night. Otherwise, you may lack the energy for your visit to Gwen's house tomorrow evening. "Ah, Aunt Pepper, how did you know?" Pepper laughed and explained. "I am acquainted with Gwen's mother, Helen. In addition to inviting you, she extended an invitation to me as well. However, due to recent events at Stark Industries, I am unable to attend, so you, my little rascal, must go alone. But perhaps it is for the best. Who knows? You might even win the heart of a lovely lady." "Now I see." After automatically dismissing the teasing remarks from Pepper, Ailin recalled the troubled expression on her face when he first entered. "Has something happened at Stark Industries?" he inquired. "Aunt Pepper, were you worried about this matter?" Pepper paused for a moment, taken aback, and then replied with a hint of resignation. "You have seen it for yourself." "Of course. Well, to be honest, Tony has gone missing, and Stark Industries has descended into chaos. Even the military has been sending personnel to inquire. As Tony's personal assistant, I am responsible for managing these affairs, and on top of that, I have to deal with reporters who are clamoring for information. It has been overwhelming these past few days. Perhaps feeling the need to vent after holding in her worries for too long, or perhaps genuinely seeing Ailin as a nephew. Pepper confided in him about the troubles she had faced recently. Of course, besides the company matters, Eilin's own situation was also a source of concern for her. However, she had no intention of mentioning that in front of Ailin. "Tony? Are you referring to the renowned billionaire, Tony Stark? When did he go missing?" Ailin asked. "Huh? You don't know?" Pepper responded, surprised. "The news has been abuzz with this story for days." Ailin shrugged. "Aunt Pepper, you know I haven't been following the news because of that incident." "Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Ailin. I completely forgot." After expressing her guilt, Pepper pulled Ailin close and embraced him tightly. After a while, with Eilin's comforting presence, she remarked, "Interestingly, Tony's disappearance coincided with the day you were kidnapped." "Huh? The same day?" Unbeknownst to Pepper, her words stirred a profound tumult within Ailin. As a chosen one of the Marvel Universe, Tony's disappearance marked the beginning of extraordinary events, heralding significant changes in the world. Coincidentally, Ailin had just arrived in this world on the day Tony vanished. Was it mere chance, or was there an undisclosed connection? Suppressing his shock and confusion, Ailin replied, "Really? What a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Pepper rolled her eyes, exasperated. "I have been preoccupied with the concerns of both of you these past few days. Now that your situation is resolved, there is still no news from Tony." As she spoke, an unmistakable worry clouded her gaze. "Don't worry, Aunt Pepper. Tony Stark is a world-renowned genius scientist. He will surely be all right," Ailin reassured her. "However, the military has discovered several wrecked military vehicles and the bodies of soldiers at the site where Tony went missing. They suspect that Tony and his team may have fallen victim to a terrorist attack." Pepper's voice trembled, as if she feared to contemplate the worst possible outcome. Seeing this, Ailin had no choice but to alter her approach. "Aunt Pepper, perhaps you might consider a different perspective. If Tony Stark were truly in peril, The terrorist organization responsible would undoubtedly have emerged to boast about their heinous act. The absence of any such declaration from a terrorist group claiming to have assassinated the illustrious Tony Stark could, in fact, serve as a testament to his safety. Chapter 24. Farewell. Coulson, assuming the fate of the world remained unaltered, Ailin recalled that Tony was likely in a cave, wielding a mighty hammer. The conditions may have been arduous, but at least his life was not in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Pepper managed a strained smile, replying, "Let us hope so." Noticing the dimness in Pepper's eyes, Ailin sighed inwardly. "Very well, for Aunt Pepper's sake, I shall lend you a hand." Having made her decision, Ailin turned to Pepper and said, "If you truly wish to locate your boss, Tony Stark, I may be of assistance." Initially taken aback, Pepper soon smiled and affectionately ruffled Eileen's hair, saying, "Your intentions are commendable, little Ailin, but how to find Tony is a matter for the police and military." Clearly, Pepper did not believe that Ailin could offer any real help. After all, if the colossal Stark Industries and the federal military had failed to locate Tony Stark despite their extensive efforts, what could a high school dropout like Ailin possibly contribute? "Aunt Pepper, you do not believe in me," Ailin thought, not oblivious to Pepper's patronizing tone. Pepper smiled faintly, and although she did not voice her thoughts, her meaning was unmistakable. "I believe in that." At that moment, a gentle, magnetic voice suddenly pierced the air around them. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Pepper immediately sprang to her feet, positioning Ailin protectively behind her, and warily addressed the middle-aged man who had intruded upon their home. "Sir, this is private property. Please leave." Confronted by Pepper's vigilant demeanor, who had already pulled out her phone in preparation to call for help, the recently entered Coulson swiftly retrieved his credentials from his coat pocket with one hand while raising the other, which held a briefcase, as a gesture of peace. He quickly explained, "Hey, ma'am, do not be alarmed. My name is Phil Coulson, and I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Ailin can vouch for me. Though Pepper had never heard of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, she understood the term agent, maintaining a 2-meter distance. She scrutinized Coulson's credentials before glancing at Ailin with an inquiring look. Indeed, he was an agent from that agency with an impressively long name. Ailin first nodded at Pepper, confirming Coulson's identity, then turned with an impassive expression to address him. "However, I do not recall extending an invitation for you to enter my home. Are you, Mr. Coulson, intending to trespass, or do agents of your agency possess privileges that supersede federal law?" "Do not misunderstand," Coulson immediately clarified upon hearing her words. "The door was unlocked when I entered, and I heard you conversing inside." Pausing momentarily, he shifted his tone. "All right, I apologize. It was my oversight, and I should have knocked first. However, considering I have come bearing gifts of monetary value, I hope you will overlook this transgression." With that, he raised his left hand, showcasing the bulging briefcase. "Ah, monetary gifts? What is this about?" Pepper inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Ailin, however, quickly grasped the situation and expressed her surprise. "Could it be that the remuneration from that last incident has finally arrived? Your agency works rather swiftly, does it not?" "It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Coulson corrected her with a hint of exasperation, then added proudly, "Our department is known for its efficiency, unlike some cumbersome organizations that are prone to delays." As he unzipped the briefcase, neatly stacked bundles of greenbacks were revealed. Eilin's eyes brightened at the sight of the cash. "Given that you traveled such a distance to deliver this money, I shall refrain from holding it against you this time. However, should you intrude without notice again, I would be compelled to seek legal counsel against your department." With that, Ailin took the briefcase from Coulson's hands, claiming both the money and the case itself. Coulson, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled. "That briefcase is mine personally. After you remove the money and tax documentation, might I kindly request its return?" Rolling her eyes, Ailin extracted $100,000 along with a tax document bearing her name, then tossed the briefcase aside. With a natural motion, Coulson zipped it up and stowed it away. At that moment, Pepper gazed at the stack of cash on the table, her expression turning anxious. "Ailin, shouldn't you explain to me how you came into possession of such a large sum of money?" Seeing the $10,000 laid out before them, Pepper felt both concern and fear. $100,000 was no trifling amount, even after years of labor in the workplace. Accumulating such a sum would take her over a month. Ailin, still a child without even a high school diploma, why would the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics grant him such a fortune at once? Pepper feared hearing unsettling news from Ailin. Pepper turned to herself, reflecting on her involvement with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Agents are a group of individuals who dance on the edge of a knife, living life on the precipice. She did not wish for her best friend's only son to become such a person. Upon seeing Pepper's displeased and solemn expression, Ailin immediately clarified. "Aunt Pepper, it's not what you think. I possess certain unique abilities. During a mission with Coulson and the others, I happened to assist them. And this is their reward to me. I mentioned earlier that I could help you find your boss, didn't I? This is also connected to my abilities. At that moment, Coulson chimed in. Indeed, Sir Ailin does possess extraordinary talents, and I can attest to that. That's why I was so eager to rush in when I heard he could locate Tony Stark. Howard Stark, Tony's father, was one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Due to this connection, combined with Tony's innate brilliance, he has always been a focal point of interest for the department. Chapter 25, Coulson. We are professionals at saving lives. In fact, after Tony Stark went missing, the department has been searching for his whereabouts as well. Unfortunately, they have yet to uncover any leads on Tony. Therefore, upon hearing Ailin mention he could find Tony Stark, Coulson couldn't contain his excitement and burst through the door. As Ailin and Coulson spoke, Pepper began to hesitate. Could it be that Ailin truly possessed some ability unknown to her that could assist in locating Tony Stark? If it were only Eilin's claim, she would dismiss it as mere self-comforting. However, hearing it echoed by an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense compelled her to reconsider the validity of Eilin's words. After a moment's hesitation, her concern for Tony outweighed her doubts, prompting Pepper to inquire, "Little Ailin, do you really have a way to find Tony?" Ailin nodded. "I possess a mysterious artifact that can indeed locate Tony Stark, but it is quite precious." Before Ailin could finish, Coulson interjected. "If you truly have something that can find Tony Stark, our department can offer you a generous reward, just as we did this time." Ailin glanced at Coulson and replied, "That artifact is consumable. Its value far exceeds a mere $100,000. How about 200,000? Coulson ventured cautiously. Ailin rolled his eyes in response, ignoring him entirely. Upon hearing this, Pepper remarked, "If it concerns money, I do have some savings." Ailin, interrupting her, replied, "What would I need your money for, Aunt Pepper? You have aided me countless times. Surely, I can assist you in return? Besides, if Tony has indeed been abducted by a terrorist organization, once I locate him, it would be tantamount to saving his life. A life-saving favor from a billionaire like him would surely not go unrewarded." Pepper laughed heartily at this, affirming, "Tony Stark dislikes being indebted to others. If Ailin truly manages to find him and rescue him from the clutches of a terrorist organization, his arrogant disposition would compel him to reward you handsomely. Otherwise, he would feel utterly uncomfortable." Ailin shrugged. "Exactly. However, while my device can lead me to Tony Stark, it has its limitations. If he has indeed been kidnapped, we will need assistance to extract him. Aunt Pepper, isn't Tony well connected with the military? Perhaps you could reach out to them to see if they could dispatch someone." Coulson, who had been listening, quickly interjected, "If the opportunity to rescue Tony Stark presents itself, I cannot allow the credit to be handed to the military without our involvement. I assure you, my one-eyed superior would not take kindly to such a slight." Clearing his throat, Coulson continued, "There's no need for all that hassle. If Ailin can ascertain Tony Stark's location, our strategic homeland intervention, enforcement and logistics division can immediately deploy our most elite agents for his rescue. Trust me, when it comes to saving lives, we agents are far more adept than those who specialize in combat." A confident glow illuminated Coulson's face as he spoke of his expertise, instilling a sense of trust in those around him. Ailin, seeing this, shrugged again. "Very well, I can leave the rescue of Tony Stark to you. However, in this case, Coulson, you will owe me another favor." Coulson, perplexed, responded, "Why should I owe you a favor for having the Homeland Division assist in rescuing Tony Stark?" Ailin retorted, "Do not feign ignorance. If we successfully rescue Tony Stark, it will be a monumental achievement for both the military and your division. Allowing you to reap such accolades without a personal debt to me would be unjust, wouldn't it? Perhaps, with this accomplishment, you might even find yourself with a promotion." Coulson, raising his hands in surrender, conceded, all right, you make a valid point. If we do find Tony Stark, I shall acknowledge that I owe you a favor." After listening to Coulson's assurance, Ailin nodded and said, "Please wait a moment," before dashing up to the third floor. He returned from his bedroom with a single-use missing person origami crane. Several minutes later, Ailin descended to the first floor, holding a glass jar containing a pink origami crane. As he entered, the gaze of both Coulson and Pepper was immediately drawn to the object cradled in Eilin's arms. Coulson quickly noticed the pink crane flapping its wings and repeatedly colliding with the glass jar. "Is this the object you mentioned?" Pepper inquired skeptically, eyeing the jar in Eilin's hands. "No," Ailin replied, shaking his head. "The crane inside this jar is the artifact I referred to. I have just divined Tony Stark's location through divination and inscribed his information onto this crane. This origami crane will guide you to Tony Stark. Rest assured, as long as no one disrupts the enchantment I have placed upon it, this crane will not cease its flight until Tony Stark is found. Should we follow the direction indicated by the crane to locate Tony Stark?" Coulson interjected, Indeed, Ailin affirmed, casting a glance at Coulson. However, it would be best to wait until you arrive in Afghanistan before following the Crane's guidance to find Tony Stark. Upon hearing the word Afghanistan, Coulson's eyes brightened, and he immediately pressed, "Is Tony Stark still in Afghanistan?" "According to my divination results, he is indeed in Afghanistan. The Crane will lead you to his exact location." "Very well. I shall request the deployment of our finest agents to rescue Tony Stark," Coulson declared as he stepped closer to Ailin, his hands instinctively reaching for the jar containing the Crane. However, before Coulson's hands could touch the jar, Pepper snatched it away. "As Tony Stark's personal assistant, if this object can lead us to him, I shall take responsibility for it. I will accompany you to Afghanistan," Pepper stated after taking the jar from Ailin. This left Coulson's outstretched hands suspended in midair. After a brief pause, he sighed. "Miss Potts, Afghanistan is not New York. It is chaotic and perilous." Pepper retorted, "Can't you ensure my safety? If you cannot protect me, I have reason to doubt your capability to rescue Tony." "Certainly not." Without rushing to defend himself, Coulson frowned immediately upon hearing that Pepper wanted to accompany him to Afghanistan. "Aunt Pepper, perhaps it would be wiser for you to remain in New York and await updates." Matters of rescue are best left to professionals like Coulson. He was not exaggerating. At this juncture, Afghanistan had become synonymous with chaos. Various armed factions roamed freely, leaving the inhabitants with scant security. Ailin was unwilling to see Pepper in any peril, so he urged her to reconsider. However, Pepper evidently held a different view. She shook her head and remarked, "I am unfamiliar with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I do not know their capabilities. But if they cannot safeguard even me, I would rather seek assistance from the military, whose strength is well recognized." "Then let us involve the military," Ailin replied, reluctant to witness Pepper take unnecessary risks. Should Pepper insist, he would not hesitate to relinquish this opportunity to the armed forces, forfeiting the favor he owed Coulson. Observing the imminent loss of a valuable opportunity, Coulson interjected urgently, "No, our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics can ensure Ms. Pepper's safety. We have collaborated with you, Ailin, and are well aware of your unique capabilities, which is why we trust you and are dispatching elite agents to rescue Tony Stark. As for the military, do you truly believe they would accept your so-called divination and the paper crane that Ms. Pepper holds? Even if they did, if the personnel dispatched are unsuitable, it would only place Tony Stark in further jeopardy. Our department, however, operates differently." Coulson's reasoning was both clear and logical, and his analysis led Pepper to abandon her initial plan of seeking military intervention for Tony's rescue. Taking a step back, she conceded, "All right, I will not contact the military. But I must go to Afghanistan. Rest assured, I will only guide the way and will not hinder your efforts." Ultimately, unable to sway Pepper, Ailin and Coulson resigned themselves to her insistence on accompanying them. Once confirmed, Coulson promptly dialed a certain director of a clandestine agency. After succinctly outlining the situation, he requested additional personnel from Nick Fury. "Director, I am uncertain of the strength of the terrorist organization that has kidnapped Tony Stark, so I would like to request more manpower for this operation." On the other end of the line, Nick Fury did not immediately acquiesce to Coulson's request, but instead inquired, "Coulson, do you genuinely believe that high school student is some sort of diviner? Can what he provides truly lead us to Tony Stark?" "Coulson, Director, I trust my judgment. The incident at the Morningstar bar shattered my worldview and made me realize that the world may not be as straightforward as it seems. Moreover, even if we do not locate Tony Stark this time, the most we would lose is a bit of time. However, if we successfully rescue Tony Stark, the rewards would be far more significant." The line fell into silence for a considerable time, as if Nick Fury was contemplating or weighing the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, his voice resonated once more through the phone. "In that case, I approve of your mission. As for personnel, I will allocate 5 tactical teams to assist you and will deploy Hawkeye and War Machine to collaborate on this operation." Upon hearing the names Hawkeye and War Machine, Coulson's eyes sparkled with excitement. These two were the elite agents of SHIELD. With their cooperation, Coulson felt a greater confidence in the success of this rescue mission. "Thank you, Director. I will not betray your trust." After expressing his gratitude, Coulson hung up the phone and drove with Pepper Potts towards the nearest base of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, where a helicopter was already prepared for a direct flight to Afghanistan. As for Hawkeye and War Machine, they would rendezvous with them en route. Sighing inwardly after Coulson and Pepper departed, Ailin felt a twinge of unrest. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed that a portion of the fortune teller potion within him had been digested, likely because more people had begun to believe in the role he was playing as a fortune teller. Yet, the thought that he could not persuade Pepper to change her mind left him feeling frustrated. Even the digestion of the fortune teller potion could not lift his spirits. What Ailin did not realize was that Pepper's insistence on safeguarding the lost person's paper crane and accompanying Coulson and the others to Afghanistan stemmed not only from her concern for Tony Stark's safety, but also from a desire to protect Ailin. Having clawed her way up to become Tony Stark's personal assistant, managing much of Stark Industries, Pepper had witnessed too much darkness. Thus, she had little faith in agents like Coulson. She feared that their curiosity about the secrets of the paper crane might lead them to research it, potentially undermining the mystical bond Ailin had established with it. Should that occur, not only would they fail to locate Tony, but they might also turn against Ailin, questioning the crane's efficacy and falsely accusing him. Chapter 27. The regretful loyalty Hall as Tony Stark's personal assistant and Ailin's aunt. Pepper felt it was her duty to protect Ailin from Coulson and his associates, striving to eliminate the possibility of such unfortunate events. Her concerns were far from unfounded. The world harbored far too many disheartening individuals and circumstances. Though Coulson's character is generally trustworthy, it is always prudent to remain vigilant about what lies ahead. On this particular Friday night, an unexpected commotion erupted. After Pepper and Coulson departed, a new wave of guests arrived at Aaron's residence. Among them was an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in a traditional Tang suit, his silver hair meticulously groomed, who was escorted by a throng of admirers to the exterior of Aaron's three-story house. The crowd was so large that it obstructed the road in front of Aaron's home. Such a spectacle quickly caught the attention of Aaron's neighbors, who began to whisper and speculate about whether Aaron had encountered some significant trouble that warranted the visit from so many members of the loyal and righteous hall. With the uproar outside, Aaron could not remain oblivious. Before entering a meditative state, he slipped on a garment, descended the staircase, and opened the front door. Upon seeing the seemingly unfriendly members of the loyal and righteous hall, he squinted and inquired, "I did not expect the esteemed Uncle Chi to pay a personal visit. May I ask what brings you here?" Uncle Chi surveyed the onlookers who occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction and replied nonchalantly, "What? Am I not welcome? Please invite me in. This is hardly a suitable place for conversation. On the contrary, I am delighted by your presence. How could I not welcome you?" As he spoke, Aaron stepped aside, gesturing for Uncle Chi to enter. Pleased with Aaron's demeanor, Uncle Chi's icy expression softened slightly. He then turned to the large entourage behind him and instructed, "Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, you two come inside with me. The rest of you stay outside for now." "Yes, Uncle Chi." Nodding in acknowledgement, Uncle Chi, along with two extraordinarily burly men brimming with muscles, followed him into the three-story building. After guiding Uncle Chi to a sofa, Aaron retrieved a jar of aged tea left by his grandfather and prepared a pot for him, before the tea had even steeped. Uncle Chi's nose twitched at the rich aroma. Such a robust tea fragrance. Could this be the cherished collection of that old fellow from the Lin family? While aged tea may not carry great monetary value, both Uncle Chi and Aaron's grandfather had a particular fondness for its distinct flavor. The invigorating scent seemed to lift Uncle Chi's spirits significantly. However, pleasant as the atmosphere was, certain matters needed to be addressed. Yuan Li and his associates met their untimely demise on the territory of the Water Ghost Gang, and while the authorities claim it was due to a gas leak, I remain skeptical. Previously, our people from the Loyal and Righteous Hall observed you conversing with those who had cordoned off the Morningstar Bar, and their leader even sought you out this afternoon. Lin family lad, tell me how exactly Yuan Li and his companions perished. Were they harmed by the minions of the Water Ghost Gang? I cannot allow my young man to perish under such obscure circumstances. After listening to Uncle Chi's words, Ailin shook his head and said, "Uncle Yuan and the others did not succumb to a gas leak, nor were they killed by the Water Ghost Gang. In fact, more members of the gang met their demise." After a brief pause, Ailin continued, "Uncle Yuan and his companions fell victim to a forbidden item left behind by a demon." A forbidden item left by a demon? Before Uncle Chi could respond, the two men beside him, known as Xiao Yang and Xiao Li, could not contain themselves. "Who are you trying to fool? There is no such thing as a demon in this world. Did Uncle Yuan and the others perish due to a demon's cursed artifact? How could that possibly be?" Ailin chose to disregard the two brawny men lacking intellect. He turned to Uncle Chi and asked, "Do you not believe it either, Uncle Chi?" Uncle Chi did not answer Ailin's question. His gaze seemed to drift, lost in some recollection, rendering him momentarily silent. Seeing this, Yang and Li exchanged puzzled glances and softly called out, "Uncle Chi?" Their calls appeared to rouse Uncle Chi from his reverie. After a moment of silence, he spoke as if coming to a realization, murmuring to himself, "No wonder, despite our inquiries, the politicians maintain that ridiculous explanation of a gas leak. They even refused to show us Yuan Li's body, claiming fear of gas contamination. So that's it." Upon finishing, Uncle Chi cast a profound glance at Ailin and slightly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information. Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, let us depart." After addressing the two muscular men behind him, Uncle Chi turned to leave, neglecting even to sip the aged tea Ailin had prepared. Is he truly leaving just like that? Yang and Li's eyes sparkled with confusion, yet the authority Uncle Chi had established over the years compelled them to follow. Uncle Chi, wait. However, just as the three were about to reach the door, Ailin called out to stop them. Upon hearing the call, Uncle Chi furrowed his brow and slowly turned to face Ailin, his expression filled with curiosity as to why Ailin had detained him. Since you are here, why not take back the $100,000 as well? Ailin gestured towards the bag containing the sum he had prepared. $100,000? Uncle Chi's thoughts shifted as he quickly recalled his earlier promise to protect Ailin in exchange for that amount. Yet, seeing the money now filled him with regret and guilt. Accepting this deal had led to the deaths of over 30 loyal members of the Brotherhood at the hands of the Water Ghost Gang. $100,000. 30 lives. This transaction could be deemed a loss of monumental proportions. Without further ado, the compensation that the loyal and righteous society is set to provide to their families is already a sum exceeding $100,000 by several folds. If only time could be reversed, my uncle would undoubtedly have refused that business of $100,000. Sighing deeply, he shook his head, somewhat disheartened, and waved his hand, instructing the young Li beside him. Li, please collect that $100,000. We shall use it to purchase a more dignified urn for Yuan Li and his companions, allowing them to depart with some semblance of respect. Chapter 28. Whispers of the Demon. Although the $100,000 at that moment appeared exceedingly distasteful to my uncle, he would not outright reject such an opportunity for gain. After all, in the world of the underworld, turning away money that presents itself is unheard of. Upon his command, the burly man beside him acknowledged with a nod and swiftly strode to the table, effortlessly lifting the bag containing the $100,000 into his grasp. He then returned with purposeful strides to stand behind my uncle, accompanying him as they exited the three-story building of the Ailin family. With a resounding thud, the door of the Ailin household was slammed shut. The muscular man known as Xiao Yang hurried to my uncle's side, opening the car door for him and assisting him into the vehicle. Once inside, as the door clicked shut, young Li, still clutching the money, could not restrain his curiosity. Uncle, why did we leave so hastily? Surely, $100,000 cannot suffice to understand this matter? Does that not render Yuan Li and the others' demise exceedingly trivial? Moreover, that fellow spouts nothing but nonsense. How could Yuan Li and the others have perished due to forbidden artifacts left by a demon? Surely, demons do not exist in this world. Before young Li could finish, my uncle, who had closed his eyes as if in contemplation, murmured softly, "Do they truly not exist?" The muscular man, Xiao Li, slowly raised a questioning brow. What do you mean? Is it possible that there are indeed demons in this world? My uncle did not allow Xiao Li to continue his speculations, nor did he keep him in suspense. Instead, he reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. In my youth, during the peak of the loyal and righteous society, we once considered expanding beyond New York to establish Chinatowns in other states. I was dispatched to Texas, you see. There, we encountered a demon, a true demon. Swords, and even firearms proved utterly ineffective against such a creature. Out of the 70 or so of us sent, we were decimated by that singular demon, leaving only 3 survivors, myself included. Had it not been for the appearance of the legendary Ghost Rider from Texas, who vanquished that demon with his hellish flames, it is likely that even we 3 would not have survived. Since that incident, we have deemed Texas a forbidden zone, and no one has dared to tread upon that land again. Inside the vehicle, Yang, Li, and the driver stared wide-eyed, utterly astounded by the tale. Is there truly such a thing as demons in this world? Were it not for the esteemed words of their respected Uncle Chi, Yang and Li, 2 formidable men, would hardly dare to believe in the veracity of such claims. Upon hearing this, the man named Yang suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that our recent acquisition of $100,000 from that young man's house is somehow connected to this? Casting a glance at Yang, Uncle Chi expressed his astonishment before nodding in agreement. That young man is certainly not as simple as he appears. If even the police are in the dark, what makes him privy to such knowledge? Moreover, how did he manage to repeatedly enter the sealed-off Morningstar bar? Who knows what secrets he harbors? Until we ascertain his true nature, we must refrain from rash actions. Furthermore, he has revealed to us the true cause of Yuan Li's demise, and we, the Loyalty Hall, owe him a debt of gratitude. With that, Uncle Chi closed his eyes once more, descending into profound contemplation. Within the Loyalty Hall, none understood the terror of demons better than he. Thus, when Ailin claimed that Yuan Li and his companions fell victim to a cursed artifact left by demons, Uncle Chi believed her wholeheartedly. Why would such an object exist within the territory of the Water Ghost Gang? Did they perhaps have ties to the Infernal? Initially, Uncle Chi had contemplated taking advantage of the Water Ghost Gang's disarray to absorb some of their assets and mitigate the losses of the Loyalty Hall. Yet, who could have foreseen that the Water Ghost Gang would be entangled with such lethal remnants of demonic legacy? What if there were similar horrors concealed within their ranks? Uncle Chi was determined that he would not allow the loyalty hall, which he had painstakingly safeguarded, to face a cataclysm akin to that of the Water Ghost Gang, wrought by the remnants of his own past. Never mind, our lives are paramount. We shall steer clear of the murky waters of the Water Ghost Gang. Meanwhile, after Uncle Chi and the others departed, Ailin approached the window, gazing at the receding silhouettes of their convoy, letting out a long sigh. Yuan Li, a bachelor, had once been married, but his wife could no longer endure the constant anxiety stemming from his profession and divorced him after a few years. Even their daughter was awarded to the mother by the court, which evidently did not believe that a father with ties to the underworld could provide a happy childhood. Following their divorce, Yuan Li's ex-wife did not remarry but took on the responsibility of raising their daughter alone. In the Federation, it is no easy task for a woman to rear a child single-handedly. Had it not been for the monthly child support payments from Uncle Yuan, their lives would have likely become untenable. Now, with Uncle Yuan's passing, what fate awaits them in the days to come? I recall that his ex-wife and daughter also resided in Chinatown. Perhaps I shall find some time to visit them. Had it not been for his own benefit, Uncle Yuan would never have ventured to that accursed Morningstar bar. Had he not gone to the Morningstar bar, he would not have met his demise. Setting aside the tenuous familial connection between the parties involved, Ailin could not disregard the daughter left behind by Uncle Yuan. As the city lights began to twinkle, the evening's descent marked the conclusion of today's meditative practice. Ailin, feeling the slight numbness in his lower body from prolonged sitting, gently massaged it before reaching for the teacup placed nearby, savoring a sip of water. This time, Ailin was not engaged in the profound cosmic brain meditation, but rather employing a divinatory technique derived from the potion of a fortune teller to adjust and familiarize himself with his mental state. Although this method lacked the potency and profundity of the cosmic brain meditation, it effectively alleviated mental fatigue, sharpened focus, and modestly enhanced Ailin's attention and memory in a short span of time. After quenching his thirst, Ailin reclined against the headboard, casually picking up a book he had purchased earlier that day on the subject of divination. He opened it on his lap, illuminated by the reading lamp at the headboard, and began to peruse it attentively. Chapter 29. The Art of Divination. The art of divination encompasses a myriad of methods. To this day, countless forms of divination have evolved. In the East, there are methods such as coin divination, physiognomy, natal chart divination, and turtle shell divination. In the West, one finds coffee grounds divination, pinnacle divination, sacred triangle divination, tarot divination, grand cross divination, and mirror divination. Furthermore, dream divination and astrological divination are universally practiced in both Eastern and Western traditions. However, despite the plethora of divinatory methods, they can generally be categorized into several major types. The first type involves using tools such as tarot cards, pendulums, or hexagrams to connect with the spiritual essence of the current, thereby communicating with the unseen forces of fate to gain insights. The diviner then interprets these insights to derive conclusions. This category of divination is the most abundant and diverse, even encompassing tea leaf and dream divination. The second type is based on calculation and deduction. Once the diviner has gathered sufficient objective information, they utilize mathematical reasoning and interpretation to arrive at corresponding results. Notable examples include the ancient Eastern turtle shell diagrams and Western astrology, which can extrapolate information from nature to predict potential future occurrences, such as disasters. The third type relies on the influence of a third-party force beyond the diviner and the current. This includes phenomena such as spirit games involving the summoning of spirits, and even some divine revelations found in ancient legends. However, for most ordinary individuals, seeking direct answers from these unknown and mysterious entities is unlikely to yield success. Moreover, should the entity contacted harbor malicious intent, it could lead to catastrophic tragedies, as mere contact with such entities may inflict irreversible harm and pollution upon a person. Of course, as a true practitioner of the mystical art of divination, Ailin possesses the discernment to identify these malevolent methods, acquiring more intricate divinations at a minimal cost. Often, by merely observing the superficial spiritual vision, the thickness, brightness, and color of the aura, Ailin can assess another's health and emotional state, aiding his own divination. As Ailin's prowess continues to grow, he may even discern finer details, such as predicting the lifespan of others and uncovering deeper mysteries. In fact, some high-ranking entities can, in their most potent state of spiritual vision, perceive any object or event across time and space, encompassing both the past and the future. However, despite Ailin's consumption of potions that have granted him extraordinary powers as a diviner, his tenure in this role has been brief. He has yet to master the myriad skills of a diviner, nor has he fully assimilated the esoteric knowledge inherent to the field. He understands the phenomena, but lacks comprehension of their underlying principles. This unfamiliarity may hinder Ailin's future ascension. Consequently, whenever he finds a moment of respite, Ailin diligently studies various relevant topics, seeking to expedite his mastery and understanding of the diviner's potions. After studying for over 3 hours, Ailin set aside his book and rubbed his weary, strained eyes. He then turned off the reading lamp, lay down on his bed, and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Although meditation aids Ailin in rapidly alleviating mental fatigue, at this stage, it cannot substitute for sleep. The night passed in silence. When Ailin awakened once more, the light filtering through the sheer curtains of his bedroom was still dim. A glance at the alarm clock on his bedside revealed it was only 5 o'clock. Merely 2 hours since he had lain down to rest. Yet, this brief 2-hour slumber had left Ailin feeling exceptionally invigorated, his face aglow with vitality. It must be said that the effects of deep sleep are indeed remarkable. His prior contemplation of the cosmic brain technique, while not entirely successful, had yielded numerous benefits. Alongside significantly enhancing his mental acuity and mastery over physical strength, it also endowed Ailin with the ability to achieve deep sleep through focused concentration and quiet reflection. Research has long indicated that 1 hour of deep sleep is far more restorative than 7 or 8 hours of light sleep. Thus, 2 hours of profound slumber could rival the quality of sleep that an ordinary person might achieve over the course of a continuous 10-hour rest. The time saved by sleeping 6 or 7 hours less each day is considerable, providing Ailin ample opportunity to study and engage in various pursuits. Beyond this singular advantage, the long-term practice of entering deep sleep can also unlock the latent potential of the human brain, significantly enhancing memory retention and invigorating one's spirit. Over time, this could lead to improved physical health and longevity. In just a few days, Ailin became enamored with the meditative practice of contemplating the cosmic mind, along with the delightful perks it offered. After a simple morning routine, Ailin descended to the kitchen on the 2nd floor. Do not inquire why Ailin's kitchen is situated upstairs. Strictly speaking, the ground floor of her home once served as a storefront. When her grandparents were alive, it functioned as a grocery shop. However, after their passing, Ailin's mother, overwhelmed by the demands of life, chose to close the shop and transform the space into a living room, preferring not to have outsiders intrude upon their home. Entering the kitchen, Ailin first rinsed a pot of rice, adding water and a few drops of fragrant oil to set aside. She then retrieved scallions and pork from the refrigerator. The scallions were chopped into segments and placed in a small bowl for later use. The marinated lean pork, salted overnight, was sliced into strips and then diced into small cubes. After preparing the pork, she boiled a pot of water, adding the pork to blanch it before combining it with the rice and century eggs in a rice cooker. After more than half an hour, she added some chopped scallions to the pot, completing a delicious congee of century egg and lean pork. Once the rice cooker was set, Ailin changed into her workout attire and headed out for a run. Upon her return, drenched in sweat after 30 minutes, she immediately slipped into the bathroom for a refreshing shower before changing into new clothes and returning to the kitchen. There, she took a dozen eggs, placing them directly into a pot of water to boil. Once the eggs were cooked, she retrieved a jar of crisp and delectable pickled vegetables from the refrigerator, setting them on the dining table. After completing these tasks, she finally opened the rice cooker, adding the chopped scallions, monosodium glutamate, and salt, stirring it well before ladling a generous bowl of steaming century egg and lean pork congee. In the aftermath of devouring a large bowl of the hot congee, Ailin's stomach felt insatiable, prompting her to return to the rice cooker for another helping, along with a few boiled eggs from another pot. She resumed her meal at the dining table, consuming voraciously. After this indulgence, with her belly round and full, Ailin found herself burping incessantly. Following such a feast, she felt as though her stomach had expanded several sizes, the abundant food nearly reaching her throat. At times, she worried that if she wasn't careful, she might inadvertently expel the food with her burps. Alas, this way of eating is unsustainable. It is imperative that I devise a method to prepare the nutritious meals and supplements outlined in the nutritionist's handbook sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I fear that I might overstretch my stomach to the point of rupture. Previously, one had acquired over $1 million US from the Water Ghost Gang. With these funds, the intention was to establish a rudimentary laboratory to experiment with the nutritional meals and supplements outlined in the nutritionist's handbook. Subsequently, a few laboratory mice would be procured to ascertain the suitability of the recipes for human consumption in this world. The cost of constructing a laboratory capable of accurately formulating nutritional agents is not insignificant, and the process of setting it up presents its own challenges, particularly in sourcing the high-precision instruments, of which Ailin currently has no knowledge of where to procure. These concerns are enough to induce a headache for Ailin. However, in the Federation, as long as one possesses wealth, such problems become trivial. It remains uncertain whether the funds acquired from the Water Ghost gang would suffice for such extravagant endeavors. Initially, it was believed that after robbing the Water Ghost gang, one would emerge as a minor affluent individual, yet it is surprising that only a few days later, financial worries have resurfaced. After enduring an uncomfortable sensation in her stomach for over an hour while seated at the kitchen table, poring over the nutritionist's handbook and making several trips to the restroom, Ailin finally felt some relief. Once she felt a bit better, she donned a down jacket, retrieved $50,000 from upstairs, slipped on her shoes, and set out. Upon exiting, she hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the address of Uncle Yuan's ex-wife that she had learned during her morning jog. After a winding journey of several minutes, Ailin arrived at a dilapidated 7-story apartment building, its walls peeling and worn, despite its rundown appearance. The building's proximity across the street from the Chinatown police station lent it a semblance of safety. The relatively low rental prices, combined with decent security, rendered this Chinese apartment attractive to numerous tenants, earning it a notable reputation even within the broader Chinatown community. Uncle Yuan's ex-wife resides in this building with her daughter. After paying the fare and tip, Ailin entered the lobby of the apartment. An elderly Chinese man, tasked with overseeing the lobby, was engrossed in an illustrated novel titled Jean May, occasionally casting critical glances at the illustrations, completely oblivious to Ailin's arrival, unwilling even to spare a glance in her direction. Ailin, unfazed by the old man, ascended the stairs with purpose, quickly making her way to the 3rd floor of the apartment, room 304. According to the information gathered earlier that morning, with her index finger, Ailin lightly tapped on the door. After a brief pause, the light through the peephole dimmed, indicating that someone was indeed peering at her from behind the door. Upon witnessing this, Ailin revealed a gentle smile and addressed the door. "Aunt Feng, are you home?" During Yuan Li's wedding, Ailin's grandparents were still alive, and they had taken Ailin along to attend the ceremony. Ailin had met Yuan Li several times before, but as he was quite young at the time, his impression of Yuan Li's wife, Feng Qingwu, was rather faint. Perhaps it was Ailin's youthful and handsome appearance, or perhaps his warm greeting, that alleviated some of the wariness from the figure behind the door. After a moment of hesitation, the figure behind room 304 spoke. "Who are you?" I am Ailin. Aunt Feng, I attended your wedding with Uncle Yuan alongside my grandparents. Have you forgotten?" Ailin hesitated for a moment, but it seemed the other party was recalling this somewhat familiar name. After a brief silence of several seconds, the realization dawned upon her. "I remember now. You are old Lin's grandson. My, how you've grown. If you hadn't retained your charming looks from childhood, I might have almost failed to recognize you." Recognizing Ailin likely prompted Feng Qingwu to open the door, revealing a woman in her 30s with delicate features, who regarded Ailin with surprise. "I was only 10 back then. Now I am about to graduate from high school. Naturally, I've changed quite a bit since childhood," Ailin explained with a smile. "Don't just stand there at the door. Come in and have a seat," said the beautiful woman as she opened the door wider. "All right." After retrieving a clean pair of slippers, she handed them to Ailin and led him to the sofa in the room. "So, little Ailin, would you like something to drink? Coffee or juice?" "No need for drinks." "Aunt Feng, do you have any hot water?" "A cup of hot water will suffice." "How fortuitous. I just boiled a pot of hot water and was about to have some myself. I'll pour you a cup, but to be honest, hot water is much more comforting in this weather." Saying this, she took out a cup and poured hot water for Ailin before sitting down opposite him. "Little Ailin, what brings you here to visit your Aunt Feng today? Are you in need of money? If so, I have a little to spare. You can take some for now." As she spoke, Feng Qingwu retrieved her wallet from her bag. Besides a few small coins, she offered Ailin the larger bills she had. Feng Qingwu was somewhat aware of Ailin's situation. She knew that this handsome young man before her had lost his grandparents a few years prior and had subsequently lost his mother in a car accident. What had once been a stable family was suddenly shattered, leaving Ailin as an orphan. This unexpected visit likely indicated that he was facing difficulties and had come seeking assistance. Chapter 31. Few can find a peaceful resolution in the underworld. It was precisely this thought that prompted Feng Qingwu to willingly offer her savings to Ailin. When a young person is in need of financial assistance, it is often difficult for them to ask for help. By taking the initiative, she could spare Ailin the embarrassment of having to ask for money later. Everyone experiences hardships at some point. Although Feng Qingwu's savings were modest, she never hesitated to lend a hand when she had the means to do so, as she held a thick stack of dollars in her hand. Morin's gaze was imbued with complexity. This bundle of bills, amounting to at least $1,000, was certainly not a trivial sum for her to part with. Yet, she was willing to lend this money to someone with whom she had only a fleeting acquaintance, who might be in need. Even without her ability to sense emotions, Ailin could feel the kindness radiating from Feng Qingwu. Noticing that Ailin hesitated to accept the money, Feng Qingwu assumed he was simply shy. She stepped forward and placed the bills into Ailin's hands, offering a gentle smile as she said, Take it, little Ailin, don't be shy. I recently found a well-paying job, so I can afford to help out a bit. Ailin shook his head at the stack of bills forcibly placed in his hands and set it down on the coffee table before him. Aunt Phone, I did not come to borrow money, and I am not in need of it, he replied. To be honest, while Ailin had aspirations to build a laboratory and faced a significant funding gap, his financial situation was undoubtedly more stable than that of Feng Qingwu. This was evident from her living conditions. Although her apartment was tidy and clean, much of the furniture showed signs of wear and tear, appearing quite aged. Perhaps the only relatively new items in the apartment were the toys for children, stored in cardboard boxes. Upon hearing Ailin's words, Feng Qingwu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with a hint of embarrassment, an awkward response to her misunderstanding. Is that so? My apologies, little Ailin, I misjudged the situation. After awkwardly explaining herself, she inquired, what brings you here today then? Faced with the embarrassed smile of Feng Qingwu and recalling the kindness she had just shown him, Ailin found it difficult to speak. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked in a hoarse voice, Aunt Feng, are you aware that Uncle Yuan has encountered trouble? Uncle Yuan? You mean Yuan Li? What has happened this time? Did someone break his hands or legs? Perhaps he has been arrested by the police? At this point, the previously gentle Feng Qingwu displayed a surge of agitation in her demeanor. I have long advised him to avoid the gang life, to seek a stable job with me and support our family instead. But he refuses to listen. It may sound amusing, but had he been willing to heed my counsel, we would not have reached the brink of divorce. Now that calamity has struck, he suddenly remembers me. Yet, when he obstinately refused to part ways with the loyal and righteous Hall, he never considered my feelings. Although Feng Qingwu vocally berates Uncle Yuan, Ailin can still perceive the unease in her heart, along with a hint of concern for him. Aunt Feng, has Uncle Yuan passed away? Passed away? Aunt Feng, who had been incessantly scolding Yuan Li, was taken aback by this revelation. Her eyes seemed to lose focus, and she stood there, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she asked with a trembling voice, are you saying Yuan Li is dead? Ailin nodded. You must have heard about the recent massive gas leak incident in the dock area, right? Feng Qingwu nodded, still in a daze. The SHIELD had fabricated the gas leak as a pretext to disperse the crowd surrounding the Morning Star bar, and the event had stirred quite a commotion. Not to mention, over 100 individuals lost their lives directly due to the incident at the bar. A few days ago, this matter had been the talk of the town. Had it not been for the SHIELD and federal government's efforts to suppress the news, it would have dominated the front pages of newspapers throughout New York. Nevertheless, even now, the repercussions of the incident remained significant. Evidently, Aunt Feng had heard whispers of it. She looked up at Ailin and hoarsely inquired, are you saying Yuan Li was there at that time? Ailin affirmed, indeed. Not long ago, I was kidnapped by the water ghost gang in the dock area. After a fortunate escape, the seventh uncle from the loyal and righteous Hall sent Uncle Yuan, along with over 30 men, to confront the water ghost gang on my behalf. Who could have anticipated they would encounter that gas leak? Ailin refrained from disclosing the matters concerning the forbidden items, opting instead to stick with the government's narrative. Some truths are better left unspoken, especially for the uninitiated. If it weren't for my predicament, Uncle Yuan would still be alive. As she spoke, Ailin retrieved $50,000 from her backpack, placing it alongside a note with her phone number on the coffee table before her. This money is a token of my heartfelt sentiments. I hope you will accept it. Furthermore, here is my number. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to call me, and I shall endeavor to assist you. Feng Qingwu, however, paid little heed to Ailin's promise. In truth, upon hearing of Uncle Yuan's demise, she had been lost in a daze, scarcely acknowledging the $50,000 on the table. After a considerable pause, she glanced at the money and shook her head, saying, Yuan Li's death is not your fault. The people from the loyal and righteous Hall must have accepted your payment to intervene on your behalf. Due to her connection with Yuan Li, Feng Qingwu possessed a far deeper understanding of the loyal and righteous Hall's moral standing than Ailin did. The Loyal Unity Society is not easily swayed. Since Uncle Qi is willing to allow Yuan Li to bring over 30 individuals to support Ailin, it is evident that Ailin has made considerable sacrifices. Without sufficient incentives, even if Yuan Li desired to assist Ailin, Uncle Qi would never consent. It is a matter of monetary exchange. How could Feng Qingwu possibly place the blame for Yuan Li's demise solely on Ailin? Throughout history, how many individuals involved in the underworld have met a peaceful end? Even if Yuan Li were to survive this encounter at the dock area, he would ultimately meet his fate elsewhere. I had discerned this long ago. Otherwise, I would not have persistently urged him to withdraw from the Loyal Unity Society. Regrettably, he did not heed my counsel. Furthermore, I have long since divorced Yuan Li, so his death bears no consequence for me. This money, Xiao Ailin, You should take back. I cannot accept it. Chapter 32. Gwen's home as she spoke. Feng Qingwu reached for the money on the coffee table to hand it to Ailin. However, before she could grasp it, the $50,000 was pressed back onto the table by Ailin. Observing Feng Qingwu's reddened eyes, yet her steadfast refusal to accept her own money, Ailin spoke solemnly. Aunt Feng, you must accept this money. Even though you have divorced Uncle Yuan, Xiao is still his only child. You may not consider your own future, but surely you must contemplate the future of Xiao. She is still young, and should she desire a quality education, there are numerous expenses involved. Although the Federation advocates for joyful education, those who truly excel often begin their elite training at a young age. Aunt Feng, you wouldn't wish for Xiao to become one of those struggling at the bottom of society, would you? The hearts of parents are universally compassionate. Just as Ailin said, while Feng Qingwu may disregard her own interests, as a mother, she will undoubtedly prioritize her daughter's future. Feng Qingwu is acutely aware of the harsh realities faced by those at the lower echelons of the Federation, and thus, she is even more reluctant for her daughter to follow the same path she once treaded. In the Federation, nurturing a true societal elite demands considerable resources. When Yuan Li was alive, Feng Qingwu had a fallback option. If necessary, she could have relied on Yuan Li to contribute some funds for her daughter's education. After all, Xiao is also Yuan Li's daughter, and it would be only natural for him to provide financial support in this regard. But now that Yuan Li has passed, Feng Qingwu is confronted with a harsh reality. Can she truly earn enough to cultivate Xiao future? The Federation is an exceedingly pragmatic nation. Lacking funds makes every step arduous, not to mention the challenge of fostering Xiao development. Feng Qingwu may sacrifice her own needs, but she does not wish to deprive her daughter. With this thought in mind, her resolve to return the $50,000 to Ailin diminished significantly. As Ailin pointed out, she requires this money. $50,000 is no trivial amount. However, if she economizes and combines it with her own earnings, it might just suffice for Xiao educational expenses. Sensing the resistance in her hand beginning to wane, Ailin seized the moment and remarked, "You are somewhat aware of my situation, Aunt Feng. Though my mother has passed away, she left me a considerable inheritance. $5,000 is of little significance to me, so please keep it for now, Aunt Feng. It would bring me some comfort." After a lengthy discourse, Ailin finally managed to persuade Feng Qingwu. Without affording her a chance to reconsider, Ailin hastily opened the door and took her leave. With a soft thud, the door to room 304 was closed behind her. Inside, Feng Qingwu stared at the $5,000 on the coffee table, lost in thought for quite some time, before she could stifle her voice and began to weep softly. As Ailin stepped out of the Chinese apartment, her ears perked up at the faint sound of weeping overhead. Her keen senses recognized it as Aunt Feng's voice. She glanced back at the building, particularly at a room on the third floor, and sighed inwardly. This visit to the orphan of Uncle Yuan had indeed taken Ailin by surprise. Aunt Feng, Uncle Yuan's ex-wife, was kind-hearted, and Ailin could discern that she still harbored feelings for him. Her decision to divorce may have been a misguided attempt to compel Uncle Yuan to withdraw from the loyal and righteous hall, but ultimately, she had failed. No, Uncle Yuan could not have overlooked this. Why then did he consent to the divorce? Was it to sever ties with Aunt Feng and her daughter in order to protect them? Ailin shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the complex relationship between Uncle Yuan and Aunt Feng. Through this encounter, Ailin realized that although Aunt Feng possessed a gentle demeanor, she was quite resolute and stubborn at heart. Otherwise, the $5,000 would not have been so hard to part with. Given Aunt Feng's character, she would not accept money unless in dire circumstances. How then could Ailin assist them further? Wait. She recalled that members of Uncle Yuan's gang typically purchased substantial life insurance policies. It seemed the insurance company had not intervened following Uncle Yuan's incident. Otherwise, Aunt Feng would not be unaware of his demise. Ailin decided to investigate the matter further. If Uncle Yuan had indeed purchased insurance, she could potentially secure a compensation for Aunt Feng. Surely, she would not refuse such a payout. As Ailin contemplated these matters, she returned to Chinatown. Upon her arrival, she visited a bookstore to acquire several texts on hypnosis before returning to her three-story residence on the outskirts of Chinatown. Shortly after arriving home, Ailin's phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number, and after a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Ailin heard Gwen's voice. "Is this Ailin?" "This is Gwen Stacy." "Ah, Gwen, is there something you wish to discuss at this hour?" Ailin inquired, filled with curiosity. "Nothing of great importance. Merely a gentle reminder not to forget our dinner at my home this evening. My mother has prepared a sumptuous array of delicacies, eagerly awaiting your arrival. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions that we should be mindful of?" "I have no such restrictions. Your mother may create whatever she desires." "Is that so? In that case, my mother will be quite pleased." Remember, do arrive before 6 o'clock. Understood, I shan't forget. After ending the call, Ailin shook her head in resignation. Oh dear, I almost forgot about dinner at Gwen's. I hope there won't be any unforeseen complications. Ever since her arrival in this new world, Ailin realized she had scarcely paused for breath. Each day had been a whirlwind of activity. After a moment of reflection, Ailin placed the 10 books on hypnosis she had recently purchased in her bedroom and commenced yet another session of study. Time sped by, and soon evening descended. At around 5:30, Ailin successfully located Gwen's upscale apartment building, guided by the note Gwen had provided. Gwen's residence was nestled within a luxurious high-rise in the city center, boasting commendable security. As Ailin, not being a resident, entered the building, she was promptly halted by the security guard. It was only when Gwen appeared, having received Eilin's call, that she was able to escort Ailin past the guard. Chapter 33. The first meeting with George inside the elevator. After pressing the button for the top floor, Gwen turned to Ailin, her eyes sparkling with mischief, a faint smile playing upon her lips, seemingly amused by the earlier encounter. Ailin rolled her eyes in response. What is so amusing? Gwen quickly suppressed her smile and replied, Oh, nothing. By the way, what do you have in your hands? Handing over the gift box she held, Ailin said, A bottle of fine white wine, a cherished collection from my grandfather, an offering for this visit. Upon hearing this, Gwen returned the box to Ailin and said earnestly, There is no need for such formality. Trust me, if you bring that bottle into my home, Helen will give me a death glare. Ailin shrugged, That is no concern of mine. Good evening, Mrs. Helen. Good evening, Ailin. Helen Stacy, who opened the door, warmly welcomed Ailin, saying, Come in, please. After expressing her gratitude, Ailin followed Gwen into the house. Dinner will take about 20 more minutes. Gwen, please entertain Ailin in the meantime. With a brief greeting exchanged, Helen Stacy hurried back into the kitchen to finalize the evening's feast. All right, Mother. By the way, Ailin brought a bottle of wine for Father. Where should we place it? The wine should go in the wine cabinet. I presume you know where the key is, Gwen? Of course, Gwen replied. Uncertain of where to find the key, Gwen opened the wine cabinet and secured the white wine Ailin had brought inside before hastily leading Ailin upstairs. Once they entered Gwen's bedroom and closed the door, she whispered, This is the first time I've seen someone bring wine, and Helen isn't angry. Well, I feel quite honored, though I doubt that bottle will ever see the light of day again, Ailin mused. Recalling the layer of dust he noticed when Gwen opened the cabinet, Gwen beamed at his words. Of course, unless it's a significant holiday. My mother never allows my father to drink. You know, he is a police officer and often faces unexpected situations. Being called out on duty in the middle of the night. That is indeed a wise decision. Gwen, brimming with pride, remarked. This prudent choice has undoubtedly saved my father countless times. Several minutes later, George Stacy, having received a message from his wife Helen, set aside his unfinished tasks and drove home. Is that boy here? He inquired. Yes, he is in the room chatting with Gwen. Upon hearing this, George's brows furrowed in concern as he asked, Just the two of them? Helen, noticing her husband's expression, quickly replied, You stay here and assist me. Don't go upstairs and create chaos. George, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, A young man and a young woman alone together? Are you truly comfortable with that? What are you thinking? If anything were to happen between them, it would have already occurred. There would be no need to wait until today. At Helen's words, George fell silent. The last time they rescued Gwen, it became evident to George that she had been kidnapped and, alongside that boy, had been administered a potent hallucinogen, confined within a room. In such circumstances, the boy managed to suppress his physical instincts and the effects of the drug, escaping through a window to call for help while also setting up a contingency plan in the room. Even George had to concede that the boy was indeed quite remarkable. If it weren't for this, Helen would not have invited him over for dinner. It's worth noting that after Gwen was rescued, she spent over 6 hours in the hospital to counteract the effects of the strong hallucinogen before regaining her clarity. Yet, Ailin had accomplished this solely through his willpower. In truth, what George was unaware of was that when Ailin first arrived, the effects of the hallucinogen had been significantly diluted, making it far less potent than he had imagined. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like Ailin have withstood the effects of such a powerful drug and escaped? Upon noticing that George was receptive to her words, Helen remarked with a smile, If you wish for that little rascal to emerge from Gwen's room sooner, do assist me in hastening the dinner preparations. Mr. George quietly ascended to the second floor, pausing outside Gwen's room for quite a while. After not hearing any chaotic sounds from within, he cautiously descended back to the first floor. Helen, observing this, rolled her eyes and urged, Come on, lend a hand. Reluctantly glancing at the second floor, George turned and pushed open the kitchen door, joining Helen in their bustling endeavor. Although George was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, he worked surprisingly efficiently alongside Helen. A few minutes later, while Gwen was engaging in light conversation with Ailin, She heard Helen's call from the dining room. "Gwen, dinner is ready." Responding to the call, Gwen said to Ailin, "Let us head downstairs." Ailin nodded in agreement and followed Gwen down to the first floor. In the dining room, aside from Helen and Gwen's 3 younger brothers, there was a middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in a white shirt, his brown hair slightly disheveled. Though he appeared somewhat worn, one could still discern the handsome visage of George from his youth. Upon entering the dining room, Gwen introduced Ailin to her father. "Ailin, this is my dad, George Stacy." "Dad, this is Ailin." "Hello, Mr. George," Ailin greeted. George nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Ailin. "Greetings, Ailin. Thank you for being here. Please, take a seat. I must express my gratitude for your role in saving Gwen. Here is my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." As he spoke, George handed Ailin a business card inscribed with his contact information. Although he was somewhat perplexed by the nature of the experiences shared between Ailin and Gwen, George felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Ailin. Had it not been for Aileen's restraint that day, his daughter might have faced an unimaginable fate. Ailin offered a wry smile. At that moment, "I was merely looking out for myself," George replied. "At least Gwen was saved, was she not? Now, you two should cease your chatter. It is time to eat." At that moment, Mrs. Helen interjected, interrupting their conversation and passing a serving plate to Ailin. "Ailin, here you go." "Thank you, ma'am," Ailin said, accepting the plate with a smile. Generally, Ailin was quite polite. "No need for formalities," Helen replied. "Just call me Helen. There's no need for such distance between us." Just as George was grateful to Ailin, Helen equally appreciated Eileen's efforts in rescuing Gwen. As a woman, Helen understood the profound impact such an incident could have on Gwen's well-being should the worst have transpired. Indeed, today's main course features lemon sea base, and I hope you find it to your liking. Helen then proceeded to introduce the dish she had prepared for Ailin. Ailin gazed at the sea base on his plate, marveling at the fact that lemon sea base is arguably one of the most renowned dishes within the Marvel Universe. To think that after less than a week of being transported here, he would be fortunate enough to savor this delicacy. Surely, Spider-Man himself has not enjoyed such a privilege. However, speaking of Spider-Man, during his days at school, Ailin had made inquiries and was astounded to discover that no one seemed to know of a certain Peter Parker. Could it be that in this world, with the presence of Tony Stark, the Peter Parker who should have attended Midtown High and been a classmate of Gwen has transformed into the loquacious Spider-Man of the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Ahem. Observing Helen's favorable demeanor towards Ailin, George, seated across from him, let out a slight cough, tinged with jealousy. "By the way, who is Ms. Pepperpotts to you? If it were not for her exerting pressure on the city government, our investigation into the Ghost Gang would not have progressed so smoothly." Gwen, sitting beside Ailin, inquired. "Pepperpotts? Is she the one currently serving as the assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries?" George nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, she is the private assistant to Tony Stark." Ms. Pepperpotts, as a representative of Stark Industries, one of the largest industrial conglomerates in the nation, George had a fair understanding of the organization, which made him acutely aware of Pepper's significant status within Stark Industries. After all, a substantial portion of the equipment and weaponry for the New York Police Department is generously sponsored by Stark Industries. It was precisely this knowledge that led George to wonder how Ailin had established a connection with that esteemed lady. Ailin smiled and replied to George, "Aunt Pepper is my mother's closest friend. After my mother passed away, she took great care of me, which is why she intervened when I found myself in trouble." "Ah, I see," George nodded in response. At that moment, Mrs. Helen, who had been distributing the plates and food, suddenly interjected. "In fact, after Eileen's mother passed, Pepper once considered adopting him. Had she not been declined, she would have been his guardian by now." Although Helen and Pepper were not particularly close, they could still be considered friends. After Gwen's incident, Helen, having learned of Eileen's connection to Pepper, made it a point to inquire about him. From Pepper, Helen had gleaned quite a bit of information regarding Ailin. There's that connection as well," George exclaimed in surprise. Ailin nodded. "Aunt Pepper has always looked after me. In many ways, although Pepper is not my legal guardian, she has been like one to me. Without her watching over me after my mother's death, I can hardly imagine what I would have become." Subsequently, George posed a few additional inquiries, to which Ailin graciously responded. As their conversation unfolded, George's understanding of Ailin deepened, and his demeanor towards her grew increasingly amiable. Meanwhile, Ailin was not idle. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the lemon base proved to be exceptionally delectable. Helen had selected the base freshly delivered from the port, ensuring its peak freshness. The fragrant lemon not only counteracted the fish's inherent odor, but also enhanced its freshness significantly. Coupled with a distinctive sauce, this dish surpassed Eileen's expectations in terms of flavor. No wonder Helen chose to serve this dish as the main course for Ailin. In addition to the lemon base, Helen had also prepared an array of side dishes and fruits for dessert. A sumptuous dinner left Ailin nodding in approval, continuously praising Helen's culinary skills, which kept a smile on Helen's face throughout the evening. Indeed, Helen possessed remarkable culinary talents. It was hard to fathom how George managed to win the heart of such a stunning woman, adept in both the kitchen and the parlor. As the lavish dinner concluded, Ailin decided it was time to take her leave, for the hour was growing late, and she certainly did not wish to impose upon the Gwens for an overnight stay. In the living room, Ailin addressed George and Helen, who were tidying up the kitchen. "Mr. George, Mrs. Helen, thank you for your kind invitation. The lemon base was exquisite. I must take my leave now." Helen replied with a smile, "You are welcome to visit again whenever you have the time." She then turned to Gwen, saying, "Gwen, please see Ailin off." "All right, Mom." Gwen nodded to George and Helen before preparing to escort Ailin out. At that moment, George, who had been seated on the sofa, rose and said, "Allow me to accompany her. The safety situation in New York has been somewhat precarious lately. I shall drive Ailin home directly. It will be safer that way. Gwen, you stay here and help your mother with the kitchen." After washing his hands, George donned his coat, retrieved the car keys, and led Ailin towards the door. Gwen, observing this, pouted slightly but ultimately acquiesced to George's authority. She cast an apologetic glance at Ailin before dutifully heading to the kitchen to assist Helen in tidying up. Once the door was closed, George escorted Ailin down to the underground garage. He pressed the car key, and moments later, the garage echoed with 2 beeps. "Mr. George, it's rather late. I can take a taxi back. There's no need for you to drive me," Ailin insisted. George waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You saved my daughter. It is only fitting that I see you home. Moreover, I was not exaggerating. There have indeed been numerous unsettling incidents in New York lately, including several individuals who have mysteriously disappeared after taking taxis at night. Therefore, you should not hesitate. Please, get in the car." As George gently tapped the door of his beloved car, Ailin paused momentarily, but eventually complied and entered the vehicle. Once seated and fastened her seatbelt, George presented a small box to Ailin. "Mr. George, what is this?" she inquired. George replied, "This is a gift for you, as a token of gratitude for saving Gwen. It is not something extravagant, but I hope you will accept it." Chapter 35. The blood-red parking lot. Noticing Ailin's hesitation, George promptly opened the small box. Inside lay merely a black card, devoid of any other items. It was a membership card for the Tom Club, where the instructors were all retired Special Forces soldiers, offering the most professional marksmanship training. Recently, New York has been rather chaotic. Acquiring additional skills will enable you to better protect yourself, he added, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Ailin, oblivious to the worry reflected in George's gaze, found herself captivated by the card before her. Professional marksmanship training, she mused. Was this not precisely what she urgently required? Ailin was not lacking in firearms. Whether it be the handgun her grandfather left her or the several weapons she had confiscated from the Onick family, she had ample means to arm herself. However, transforming these firearms into effective self-defense tools was a different matter altogether, especially since Ailin had never undergone formal training. Her shooting ability, sufficient to hit a target 5 meters away, was commendable but not enough. Moreover, finding a discreet location in the heart of New York City to practice shooting would prove to be quite a challenge. As a novice in the early stages of the divination sequence, combat proficiency had always been a weakness in her repertoire. Should Ailin acquire sufficient shooting skills, paired with an appropriate firearm, her chances of survival would significantly increase. In this context, the membership card to the Tom Club that George had gifted her was indeed fortuitous. Reflecting on this, Ailin accepted the card from George, stating, "To be honest, ever since the kidnapping incident, I have felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. So I shall not refuse this membership card to the Tom Club." George smiled at her response, having anticipated this very sentiment when he decided to provide her with the card. "If you visit the Tom Club, you can seek out old Jerry, a coach there. He was once an exceptional marksman in the military. Had it not been for a leg injury sustained from a grenade during an operation, he would likely be a commissioned officer by now." Ailin nodded in acknowledgement. "Old Jerry, you say? I will remember that." She surmised that the individual referred to as Old Jerry must be the finest marksman within the Tom Club. George's willingness to share this information was clearly a gesture of appreciation for her earlier heroism in saving his daughter. After Ailin accepted the membership card from Tom's Club, George ignited the engine and skillfully maneuvered the car out of its parking space, heading towards the exit of the underground garage. Suddenly, a spherical object crashed onto the windshield of George's beloved vehicle just a few meters out. Instantly, a dark crimson liquid splattered forth, staining a significant portion of the windshield. Inside the car, both Ailin and George widened their eyes in shock. At that moment, George instinctively slammed on the brakes. The screeching of the tires echoed throughout the underground garage, creating a cacophony of sound. However, neither George nor Ailin paid any heed to the jarring echoes. Their attention was entirely captured by the shocking event. In the passenger seat, Ailin, her expression grave, uttered, "Was that a human head?" Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Ailin was certain of what she had seen. The dark red liquid splattered on George's windshield was unmistakably mixed with brain matter. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, easily detectable even through the car window, a nauseating odor that turned her stomach. George, seated in the driver's seat, remained silent. If Ailin recognized the gruesome sight, surely a seasoned detective like George, who had spent years in the homicide unit, would not be oblivious to it. Yet, rather than immediately exiting the vehicle to investigate, he swiftly shifted gears and pressed down on the accelerator with a roar. The Chevrolet's engine roared to life as it rapidly reversed several meters. At a corner, George sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a 90-degree turn. It was then that he glimpsed the severed head still rolling on the floor of the garage, blood dripping from it. Seeing the grisly sight made George's heart sink. A murder had occurred. As the precinct captain of the New York Police Department, George was no stranger to such incidents. Yet he genuinely wished for this one to be an illusion. This parking lot was the exclusive garage beneath his residential complex. If a murder had taken place here, his family living in the building would be facing an unknown threat. With this thought, George unfastened his seatbelt, drew his firearm, and turned to Ailin, saying, "I will step out to assess the situation. You should call the police and remain in the car." In the darkness of the garage, fraught with unseen dangers, staying in the vehicle was, in fact, the safer option. Nevertheless, as a police officer, he felt compelled to investigate. Just as George was about to open the car door, Ailin pressed his hand down and cautioned, "Mr. George, for your safety, it would be wise not to exit the vehicle right now." While speaking, Ailin slightly raised her gaze. Fixated on a specific point ahead, her eyes unwavering, not even glancing at George from the corner of her eye. "What's wrong?" George furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. He did not believe that Ailin was preventing him from disembarking out of fear of death or a lack of security. Rather, this only intensified George's confusion regarding Ailin's statement. Following Ailin's gaze, George turned his head and looked up, only to freeze in disbelief the next moment. His pupils constricted suddenly, filled with incredulity and a hint of indescribable terror. Despite having witnessed countless bloody scenes, George found it impossible to articulate his feelings at that moment. In the direction Ailin was staring, there hung a monstrous red spider, composed of countless blood and flesh. The dark crimson blood seemed almost congealed on the spider's body, forming a viscous, blood-colored shroud, as if the glaring scarlet liquid still coursed within, on the verge of dripping down. Even more unsettling for George was the revelation that the upper half of this sanguine spider was, in fact, human. A naked female human torso crowned with a bizarrely alluring female head. At that moment, the head's bloodshot eyes glowed with malice and brutality. Even from dozens of meters away, George felt a chilling dread wash over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 36. The chase. The head that had crashed onto George's car roof seemed to be a product of this spider, for its lower half bore two massive spider legs, which were stringing together a headless corpse. It appeared we had interrupted this lady's meal, and she did not seem pleased. Upon activating her spiritual sight, Ailin could perceive the anger and resentment radiating from the human-faced spider, had it not been for the unfinished meal in its grasp. Ailin surmised that the creature would have charged at them, brandishing its blood-stained limbs to rend them asunder. "What an infernal lady! This is a flesh-eating monster," Ailin muttered. Recovering slightly, George whispered an expletive. "Damn it! Where on earth did this monstrosity come from? How did it end up here? If this is the result of that laboratory conducting inhumane experiments, I swear I will execute those heartless bastards." It was evident that George perceived the human-faced spider as a creation of some laboratory, believing it to be an escapee from that facility. However, Ailin did not share this belief. Possessing spiritual sight, she distinctly sensed an aura of familiar corruption and distortion emanating from the creature. It bore a resemblance to the essence she felt while consuming her potion, yet it was far more malevolent and depraved. The corruptions of an evil god? Goodness! How could such a thing exist in the Marvel Universe? Could it be that this world has also drawn the attention of those accursed outer gods? As Aaron scolded inwardly, he suddenly halted. It appeared that the Marvel Universe itself was capable of conjuring forth malevolent deities. Indeed, there seemed to be an abundance of such dark entities. For instance, Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, was akin to an outer god. Those who venerated Dormammu, the sinister acolytes, appeared to transform into grotesque, half-human, half-demonic figures. Who could say whether they were tainted by the corruption of these malevolent beings? Although Aaron's thoughts were somewhat disjointed, the imminent danger prompted him to focus. Soon, his attention was drawn once more to the grotesque visage of a spider with a human face, suspended from the ceiling of the underground garage. After a slight inhalation, Ailin addressed George, saying, "Mr. George, we ought to summon reinforcements post-haste. I have a foreboding sense that this creature is beyond our capabilities to confront. Moreover, if this monstrosity is indeed a product of some laboratory, who knows what kind of viruses it might be harboring?" At the mention of a virus, George's anxiety escalated. At that moment, Helen and Gwen were situated in their home above the garage. If that human-faced spider bore any contagion, would his family be at risk of infection? Nevertheless, decades of experience in law enforcement had taught George the futility of panic. Drawing upon his resolute spirit, he steadied himself and softly replied, "My vehicle is equipped with an onboard alarm system. When I reversed earlier, I inadvertently pressed the alert button, so the precinct has already received my distress signal. In truth, even if you hadn't called, the police would have dispatched personnel. However, I believe it prudent to make another call." Ailin could not help but roll his eyes at this revelation. So, the earlier suggestion to contact the authorities was merely a pretext to remain in the car. Was it out of concern for his safety, or a fear of his interference? Despite his internal frustrations, Ailin swiftly dialed 911 on his phone. Fortunately, after a few rings, the call was answered. Before the operator could speak, George Stacy quickly interjected, "This is George Stacy, Deputy Chief of the 13th Precinct. Badge number: I've encountered a creature suspected to have escaped from a bioweapons laboratory in the underground parking lot at 114 7th Avenue in Queens. We require heavy-duty support from the precinct. Please be advised that this creature may carry an unknown virus. I hope the responding units will be equipped with protective gear and prepared for any necessary precautions." Upon hearing George Stacy's badge number and identity, the 911 operator immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. After swiftly verifying his credentials, they promptly contacted the precinct's Special Operations Unit. The request for assistance was approved, and they urged Chief Stacy to ensure adequate safety measures while awaiting reinforcements. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed that George's plea for help had provoked the creature lurking above. Before the officer on the other end of the line could respond, the grotesque creature violently discarded the corpse it had been dragging and charged toward Ailin and the others. The humanoid spider, utilizing the numerous pillars and pipes within the underground garage, moved with astonishing speed. Its 8 elongated legs creating fleeting shadows as it nimbly maneuvered between the walls and ceiling, approaching Ailin's vehicle at a pace far beyond their expectations. The creature's legs effortlessly pierced through walls and concrete columns, sending shivers down Ailin's spine. The sharpness of those limbs rendered George's Chevrolet as fragile as parchment in comparison. Those razor-like appendages could easily puncture the Chevrolet's metal exterior, threatening to impale Ailin and the others. "Run." George swiftly assessed the disparity in power between them and the creature. He tossed his handgun toward Ailin, grasped the steering wheel with both hands, and slammed the accelerator, causing the Chevrolet to lurch forward, spewing white smoke in its wake. With the roar of the engine, the Chevrolet shot out like a bolt from a bow. Naturally, George aimed to steer the vehicle away from the humanoid spider. He had no intention of pitting his beloved car against such a monstrous foe. Though George's underground garage was relatively spacious, it could not compare to the vastness of the surface roads. The confined space severely limited the Chevrolet's performance and speed, preventing it from fully unleashing the power of its engine. In contrast, the pursuing humanoid spider thrived in the cramped environment, closing the distance between them with alarming rapidity. Had it not been for George's exceptional driving skills, which included skillful drifts within the garage, they would likely have been caught long ago. After several deceptive maneuvers, the spider's fury intensified. With an enraged screech, it surged forward yet again. At yet another corner, as George executed a drift, one of the spider's legs, swift as lightning, lunged forward and pierced through the roof of the Chevrolet. Chapter 37. The Tides of Fate. Be careful. Ailin, ever vigilant through the rearview mirror, noticed the relentless pursuit of the humanoid spider and suddenly yanked on George, who was driving. In the next instant, a dark crimson, razor-sharp leg tore through the Chevrolet's metal roof, narrowly grazing George's left shoulder and embedding itself into the seat cushion behind him. Had Ailin not intervened in time, that monstrous claw would have likely eviscerated George. On the brink of life and death, George, who narrowly escaped the clutches of the underworld, felt no time for fear. He slammed his right foot down, flooring the accelerator. The engine roared to life, propelling the Chevrolet forward with immense force, while the leg of the human-faced spider, still embedded in the seat cushion, was yanked along by the overwhelming mechanical power. The spider's body, only slightly smaller than the Chevrolet, was dragged violently across the ground, leaving a crimson trail akin to a net laden with cargo. In mere seconds, the spider's form was stripped of flesh against the unforgiving concrete, and one of its legs grotesquely twisted after colliding with a cement pillar in the underground garage. The garage, though not large, reverberated with the deafening roar of the speeding Chevrolet, which soon reached the end of the path. George, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, executed a sharp turn, flinging the human-faced spider out of the vehicle. With a resounding crash, it collided with several parked cars around the corner. The air was suddenly filled with the shrill sound of alarms blaring as the struck vehicles began to honk in distress. "Now's our chance. Let us get out of here," Ailin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the spider, seemingly injured and momentarily incapacitated. Given George's driving skills, he needed only a few seconds to shake off the creature and escape the underground garage. Once outside, evading the spider would become significantly easier, and they would no longer have to confront this perilous adversary. Ailin's reasoning was sound. Most people would likely make the same decision in such circumstances. However, seated beside her, George, firmly grasping the steering wheel, held a different perspective. His expression was grave as he stated, "No, if we go out now, that monster will undoubtedly follow us out of the garage. The police reinforcements have yet to arrive, and if that creature escapes, countless lives could be lost. We must contain it here." Foolishness. Ailin nearly erupted in anger upon hearing George's words. Had it not been for his grip on the steering wheel, she might have struck him. Is this really the time for heroics? Before Ailin could voice her frustration, George continued softly, "The spider's climbing ability is formidable, and with Gwen and the others at home, I cannot risk losing them." If George's previous statement stemmed from his duties as a police officer, this declaration revealed the true reason behind his reluctance to flee. Deeply devoted to his family, George would rather sacrifice himself than allow harm to befall them. Is it truly for his family? Although this reasoning still vexed Ailin, it was more palatable than the previous statement. "Rest assured, this is my responsibility. I will not allow you to share this peril with me. We are nearing the exit of the underground garage. I will pause the car momentarily, and you should seize this opportunity to escape." Upon hearing this, Ailin's expression softened slightly. However, before Ailin could respond, George continued, "If I should perish here, please convey a message to Helen and Gwen. I love them." At this, Ailin's countenance shifted dramatically. It seemed George was genuinely prepared for death, willing to use his life to detain the monstrous human-faced spider. Just as Ailin was about to speak, a voice, both ethereal and vivid, suddenly resonated in Ailin's mind once more. Ding! Detecting that the designated fate character is about to meet an untimely demise, fluctuations in the river of fate are occurring. To stabilize this fate fluctuation, partial fate points can be acquired. It is advised that the host eliminate the aberrant human-faced spider to restore balance. Note: the nascent human-faced spider's flesh and blood mutation is incomplete. Its head and heart remain its vulnerabilities. However, after consuming substantial flesh and blood, the spider will gradually relocate its weaknesses. The fate character is on the verge of an early demise? Is this referring to George Stacy? His premature death could indeed provoke certain ripples in fate. After a moment of surprise, Ailin recalled that in The Amazing Spider-Man, George Stacy perished during the climactic battle between Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man. It seemed that George Stacy's intervention allowed Spider-Man to seize the opportunity to defeat Dr. Lizard. Furthermore, he was the father of Gwen Stacy, and his death would profoundly affect Spider-Man. In a sense, it would not be an exaggeration to consider George Stacy a pivotal supporting character in that narrative. Could this be what is meant by a fate character? After a brief hesitation, Ailin felt the protrusion in his pocket and, with determination, turned to George and said, "You should convey this message to them yourself. Surely, you would not want Gwen to lose her father." George looked at Ailin in astonishment, seemingly surprised that this Asian boy would make such a choice. Over time, true character reveals itself in adversity. Ailin's actions significantly elevated George's regard for him. Yet, this only intensified George's desire to keep Ailin from taking risks alongside him. "Child, you are very brave, but the creature behind us cannot be faced with mere courage. Staying behind will not change anything. It will only lead to your demise." "Is that so?" Ailin retorted, pulling out the protruding object from his pocket. "Simple bravery may indeed be insufficient against that monster, but what if we add this?" As George caught a glimpse of the object in Ailin's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. A flicker of confusion and surprise crossed his face. Yet it was predominantly astonishment that prevailed. For what lay in Ailin's grasp was none other than a specially designed high-explosive grenade. Chapter 38, The Battle of Carnage. The eggshell high-explosive grenade, a unique custom product from Stark Industries, was no larger than a chicken egg. Yet its explosive power was quintuple that of an ordinary grenade of the same size. With such an item in their possession, could they possibly contend with that monstrous creature? George fixed a serious gaze upon the object Ailin held and inquired gravely, "How did you come to possess such a dangerous item?" Ailin shrugged in response. "You are aware of Pepper Potts' association with Stark Industries. After being kidnapped once, I took the liberty of procuring some special products from Stark Industries through her channels to ensure my safety. Is that so surprising? Does your family truly require a high-explosive grenade for self-defense?" A grenade is not akin to a mere handgun. Such a devastating weapon is, without a doubt, a regulated item even in the gun-toting land of the free. To possess a high-explosive grenade privately is against the law. George found it hard to believe that Pepper would permit her nephew to acquire such an item for personal protection. However, it was evident that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. At least for now, this grenade would serve as a vital trump card in their confrontation with the human-faced spider. With that thought, George cast a deep glance at Ailin and swiftly stated, "There is a Remington shotgun beneath the back seat of my car. Retrieve it." Upon hearing George's words, Eilin's eyes brightened. The Remington shotgun was renowned for its formidable power. A single shot could create a gaping hole. Even against the human-faced spider, this lethal weapon would serve as a significant deterrent. With this in mind, Ailin promptly unbuckled her seatbelt, crawled out from the front passenger seat, and, following George's instructions, opened the concealed compartment in the back seat. From it, she extracted a fully loaded Remington shotgun along with a box of corresponding ammunition. Just as George and Ailin prepared their strategies for a counterattack, piercing screams suddenly echoed throughout the underground parking lot. "Not good, others are coming." Ailin raised her head and glimpsed two girls standing at the stairway exit of the garage, their horrified screams resonating as they beheld the blood-drenched human-faced spider. However, in the next moment, their cries ceased abruptly. The human-faced spider, dragged along by George's car, was now brimming with rage. Upon spotting the two frightened beings, its sharp limbs swung forward with a blinding speed. Uft, uft, accompanied by two crisp, explosive sounds. Two sharp appendages pierced through the mouths of two young girls, subsequently penetrating their skulls. Ailin barely had time to discern their features before they were dispatched by the monstrous human-faced spider, succumbing beneath its arachnid legs. "Damn it," George cursed as he caught sight of this horrific scene in the rearview mirror, then violently jerked the steering wheel. Leaving behind a trail of smoking tire marks on the ground, he executed a drift to pivot the car's direction and accelerated with all his might towards the grotesque creature. In the face of the approaching Chevrolet, the human-faced spider, having just claimed the lives of two young girls and solidified its status as the ultimate predator, seemed to perceive the oncoming vehicle as a challenge. It reared up, brandishing its claws, and shrieked at the Chevrolet barreling towards it. The next moment, with a thunderous crash, the charging Chevrolet collided head-on with the monstrous spider, which still bore the remains of its victims on its limbs. The impact was tremendous. Driven by overwhelming inertia, the Chevrolet crashed against the spider's massive body, colliding violently with an off-road vehicle positioned behind it. The flickering flames, the twisted and deformed front of the car, and the dark crimson blood splattered from the spider bore testament to the ferocity of the collision. Had George and Ailin not leapt from the vehicle in time, the violent crash and the sharp appendages that had impaled the Chevrolet would have surely claimed their lives. "Hand me the grenade, and quickly take cover." After hastily exiting the car, sustaining several scrapes and bruises, George, disregarding his bleeding wounds, dashed to Eilin's side, snatched the grenade from her. And as the human-faced spider found itself trapped between the Chevrolet and the off-roader, he pulled the pin and hurled the explosive towards the creature. Almost simultaneously with the grenade's release, both he and Ailin dove behind the sturdy support columns scattered throughout the underground garage. Boom! With a deafening roar, a powerful shockwave shattered the glass of hundreds of nearby vehicles. The ensuing inferno illuminated the garage in a fiery glow. Amidst the raging flames, the human-faced spider, having withstood the explosion and the barrage of shrapnel, emitted a chilling wail of agony. Hearing that sound, Ailin, who was crouched behind a stone pillar with her Remington shotgun, felt a tremor in her heart. It had survived? This creature's tenacity was astonishing. No, it could not be allowed to live. In the next moment, a fierce determination ignited within Eilin's eyes. She forcefully disengaged the safety on her weighty shotgun and charged forward. Emerging from the stone pillar, Ailin was confronted with a grotesque sight. A significant portion of the body had been obliterated, with several limbs shattered, leaving only a single severed appendage thrashing amidst the inferno, resembling a distorted human-faced spider. No, at this moment, it could scarcely be referred to as a human-faced spider, for it had long since lost all semblance of humanity. Its upper body, stark and mangled, alongside a female visage, was rendered unrecognizable by the explosive force of a grenade. It sizzled and oozed beneath the relentless flames, devoid of any human characteristics. After confirming the creature's location, Ailin brandished her Remington shotgun and charged toward the raging fire, aiming at the contorted figure engulfed in flames, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous roar of the Remington echoed throughout the underground garage, creating a cacophony of reverberations. It was not until Ailin had emptied the chamber, enduring the searing heat emanating from the blaze, that the echoes began to subside. Chapter 39. Eyes hidden in darkness under the relentless barrage of bullets from the Remington, the anguished cries within the flames gradually ceased. The twisted silhouette, once writhing in agony, fell silent. That should suffice, child. The creature is likely dead, George remarked, limping toward Ailin, his body marred with numerous abrasions. However, he refrained from approaching too closely or offering any gestures of comfort, such as a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As a seasoned officer, George had witnessed countless novices in law enforcement experience emotional turmoil after their first act of lethal force, becoming exceedingly sensitive. Any sudden proximity or touch could provoke an instinctive reaction, even to the point of firing their weapon. Such incidents were far too common, with the federal records reflecting numerous occurrences annually. If trained officers could exhibit such stress responses, one could only imagine the reactions of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, slaying such a creature was infinitely more traumatic than taking a human life. Uncertain of Ailin's mental state, George exercised caution and maintained his distance until she had finished discharging every round from the Remington. Only then did he speak softly. Ding. Host has slain the aberrant human-face spider, stabilizing the fate fluctuations and earning 300 fate points. Is it truly dead? Ailin reflected on the message resonating in her mind. With confirmation at the level of fate that the creature before her was indeed lifeless, she finally exhaled in relief. Yet, considering the lives of George and the others, the worth of those fate points seemed rather trivial. Previously, I earned 1,000 fate points by serenading beneath the moonlight. Yet now I find myself struggling to accumulate a mere 300 fate points. The disparity is indeed quite substantial. Of course, during my last encounter with the moonlight, had I not benefited from the auspices of the seeped, the endeavor would have proven equally perilous, if not more so. The forbidden substance of moonlight claimed the lives of over 100 individuals under its control, whereas this time, only a handful fell victim to the man-faced spider. In light of this comparison, the allocation of 300 fate points does possess a semblance of justification. However, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple task, while the reverse proves challenging. Having indulged in a feast of over 1,000 fate points, I find myself regarding these 300 points with a sense of dissatisfaction, perceiving the scales of destiny as somewhat stingy this time. The blaze ignited by the car explosion extinguished shortly after consuming all flammable materials within the vehicle. Only the scattered embers remained to flicker in the encroaching darkness. As the flames subsided, the underground garage swiftly succumbed to gloom, its overhead lights having been damaged during the explosive shockwave. Yet, the remnants of the flickering flames prevented the garage from being completely enveloped in darkness. After a brief period of discomfort, my eyes adjusted to the obscurity, revealing the cement floor of the garage, now coated with a viscous, black, unknown liquid. As my gaze traveled forward, it gradually ascended, and I discerned George's charred Chevrolet frame, besmirched with this repugnant, sticky substance. The location where the man-faced spider had once stood was now littered with a few hardened legs, along with shattered, charred flesh and the black goo. Additionally, 2 unfortunate corpses, singed beyond recognition, lay amidst the remnants. What is that? Amidst the dim flicker of the flames, I suddenly caught sight of a glimmer beside the man-faced spider's remains. A silvery thread swaying gently in the flickering orange flames, impervious to their heat. An extraordinary find. The moment I laid eyes upon this thread, I sensed its exceptional nature. Just then, from the entrance of the underground garage, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and commotion echoed. Quick, let us investigate the source of that explosion. Captain, I thought I heard someone scream just before the explosion. Do you think? Shut your crow's mouth. If anything truly happened, we'll all be in trouble. A towering Caucasian man, his countenance grim, barked at a group of security personnel nearby. Maintaining security in such an upscale residential community is no simple task. Should any incident occur during his shift, not only would their current positions be jeopardized, but it could also adversely affect their future job prospects. Regardless of whether it pertains to him or his subordinates, this is not favorable news. It is precisely for this reason that upon hearing the resounding commotion from the underground garage, he hastily armed himself and rushed with his team. Before even descending into the depths of the garage, 3 security guards promptly activated their flashlights, illuminating the now pitch-black cavern. Observing the beams slicing through the dark expanse, George furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems the building's security has come to investigate the disturbance. Let us proceed to ascertain the situation." No sooner had he spoken than George turned, limping toward the source of the light. Uncertain of whether the creature that had mysteriously escaped from the laboratory bore any unknown viruses or infectious capabilities, George was reluctant to allow too many individuals into the garage, in order to avoid any unintended exposure to potential pathogens. As the police chief, he was acutely aware of the chaos that could ensue should such a creature be revealed to the public, along with the consequent troubles that would follow. Thus, Before reinforcements from the precinct arrived, he felt compelled to secure the scene and prevent any further incidents. At that moment, as George turned, Ailin stealthily approached, deftly sweeping up a silver thread and pocketing it. After securing the thread, Ailin pivoted and trailed behind George as they made their exit. However, unbeknownst to both George and Ailin, as they turned away, a vengeful gaze from the shadows fixated upon their retreating figures, lingering until they joined the security guards before vanishing into the inky depths of the underground garage. A few minutes later, the wailing of police sirens echoed through several blocks. Responding to George's distress call, the New York Police Department dispatched dozens of patrol cars, a contingent of SWAT officers, and over 100 armed officers to provide assistance. The streets outside the underground parking facility became congested with dark, imposing vehicles, including ambulances. Chapter 40. The sudden interruption of S.H.I.E.L.D. inside one of the ambulances, Mrs. Helen anxiously observed George, who was undergoing wound debridement and disinfection, and inquired of the doctor, "Doctor, is he all right?" George waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "Do not worry. It is merely some bruises and scrapes. I must check on that young man to see if he is unharmed. It is but a minor injury. It will not claim his life." Yet, it was Eileen's condition that weighed more heavily on George's mind. With this thought, he attempted to rise and assess Eileen's situation. "Stay still." Before George could get up, the doctor attending to him forcefully pushed him back down, exasperated by his fidgeting, until George's wounds were thoroughly cleaned and bandaged. It was noted, on the surface, there are indeed merely abrasions and contusions. However, considering the patient jumped from a speeding vehicle, there remains the possibility of concealed injuries that may have gone unnoticed. I recommend that the patient accompany us back to the hospital for a comprehensive examination to ensure safety. "All right, doctor, I assure you he will comply with your instructions." After casting a fierce glare at George, Helen added, "Rest assured, Gwen is with Ailin. His condition appears significantly better than yours." Helen's assertion held truth. In reality, Eileen's injuries were far less severe than George's. After a thorough examination, the doctor merely cleaned Eileen's wounds on his hands and forehead, applying a bandage before concluding. Once Eileen's wounds were tended to, Gwen, standing nearby, draped a blanket over him and then embraced him tenderly. "Thank you, Ailin. If it weren't for you, my father might have." Gwen refrained from completing her sentence. Yet the redness of her eyes and the quiver in her voice betrayed her lingering fear. Upon hearing the resounding crash from the underground garage, both Gwen and Helen in the kitchen instinctively recalled George and Ailin descending moments earlier. Exchanging a glance, they hastily set down their dishes and rushed up the staircase from the top floor to the underground garage. Due to the explosion, the building's elevator experienced some malfunctions. As they reached the underground garage, Helen and Gwen were met with the sight of a headless corpse discarded by the spider-like creature. Fortunately, George and the security personnel quickly located the pair after hearing their screams. Upon reuniting with George, Gwen and the others witnessed the grim scene in the garage, including the monster's remains. With her wits about her, Gwen swiftly pieced together the rough sequence of events from George's fragmented accounts. She also learned from George that it was solely due to Ailin that they managed to survive the encounter with the creature. In truth, it was Eileen's high-explosive grenade that played a pivotal role, yet George refrained from elaborating in the presence of others, as possessing such a device is illegal. Although George is a principled individual and undoubtedly a commendable officer, he clearly did not wish to see Ailin, who had saved his daughter and himself, imprisoned over this minor incident. As for the grenade, George had already resolved to help Ailin keep it concealed. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ailin gently patted Gwen's back and said, "Actually, I should be thanking Mr. George. After all, it was he who dealt with that monster. I merely assisted him a little. Moreover, had it not been for his kind gesture to take me back, we would not have encountered that creature." Gwen, nestled in Ailin's embrace, shook her head and said, "No, if it weren't for Dad wanting to send you, you wouldn't have had to go to the underground parking lot, nor would you have encountered that monster. However, if my father wishes to drive tomorrow, he will certainly descend to the basement. I shudder to think what might transpire if you were to encounter that creature alone." Gwen's words were indeed poignant. This was a matter for which I owed her gratitude. At that moment, George, having tended to his wounds, hobbled toward Ailin, disregarding Mrs. Helen's predatory gaze. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes fell upon Eilin's arms encircling Gwen. In an instant, George's previously amiable expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. Glaring at Ailin as if to convey, "That is quite enough. How long do you intend to hold my daughter?" Clearing his throat, Ailin awkwardly released Gwen and shifted the conversation. "Mr. George, it seems I cannot return home now, can I?" After casting a disapproving glance at his daughter, whose cheeks flushed after being pushed away by Ailin, George replied tersely, "Of course not. Until we ascertain that the creature does not harbor a contagious virus, we cannot go anywhere. After all, no one can be certain whether that monster, having escaped from some laboratory, possesses a dreadful virus capable of transmission. Moreover, you will need to sit with me to take a statement. As he spoke, George subtly gestured to Ailin, indicating he wished to speak with him privately. Very well. Ailin responded, somewhat resigned, but approached him nonetheless. Leading Ailin to an unoccupied police car, George leaned in and whispered, "Hey, kid, listen. I don't care how you acquired that grenade, but possessing such a dangerous item is illegal. This time, I will cover for you and claim the grenade is mine. But there must not be a next time." As he concluded, George's gaze turned sharp and unyielding. Under the weight of George's penetrating stare, Ailin could only respond, "I understand. Mr. George, that is good to hear." Due to the numerous officers milling about, George could not elaborate further, only using his eyes to impart another warning to Ailin. Shortly after George's admonition, several modified armored vehicles suddenly breached the police barricade surrounding the New York precinct. Then, Grant Ward, who had previously crossed paths with Ailin, approached with an armed tactical team, presenting a document before Chief George Stacy. "Chief Stacy, I am Grant Ward. Due to the nature of this special case, we will be taking over operations here." George Stacy's countenance darkened as he regarded Grant Ward and his entourage, responding coldly, "I have not received any notification to hand this matter over to you." Grant Ward flashed a slight smile, exuding confidence as he replied, "You will receive it shortly." Before George could finish his words, an officer approached him, holding a phone and jogging slightly, announcing, "Deputy Chief Stacy, it's a call from the chief." Chapter 41. Encounter of Li Gui and Li Kui. It is well known that George Stacy is merely the deputy chief of the 13th precinct in New York, beneath whom lies the chief. At this moment, the call was from the chief of the 13th precinct, Dale Penn Jones, who also happened to be George Stacy's former superior. Observing the phone in the officer's hand, George's expression fluctuated for a time before he finally accepted the call. "Chief," before George could utter a word, an elderly voice interrupted him from the other end of the line. "Listen, George, you should hand this case over to them. I am aware of your intentions and understand your current emotions, yet this matter involves an unknown creature that exceeds our jurisdiction. It is not within our purview, and there are already voices from above on this matter. Even if you wish to contest it, you will find it futile against them." George, reluctant, replied, "Chief, this is New York. We are in New York, where events occur. What is there that we cannot oversee? As the federal economic hub, their authority within their own territory was considerable, and they were not easily intimidated, even by such enforcement agencies. The strength of these entities lay in their vast jurisdiction. Yet when it came to actual enforcement power, they were not necessarily superior to local police departments. This very understanding imbued George with a resolute courage. Hearing George's words, Chief Dale responded wearily, "George, you must recognize that an array of unusual cases have emerged lately, garnering heightened attention from federal authorities. Following your elimination of a creature, I have received calls from over 5 department heads, including Homeland Security, and this number continues to grow. They all desire the remains of the creature you dispatched. Consequently, we cannot retain ownership of this case. Furthermore, our department lacks a research division. Keeping the creature's remains serves no purpose. I will be retiring in 6 months, George, and I wish to avoid complications at this juncture." At this point, Chief Dale paused before continuing, "George, you are my protege and the chosen successor of the 13th precinct. Trust me, relinquish this case to them. I would not lead you astray." As he concluded, George fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Grant Ward, standing opposite him, wore a smirk that reached new heights. Just as he intended to instruct his subordinates to take over the scene, several marked vehicles suddenly entered the area. What is going on? More of those vehicles? Have those individuals called for reinforcements? Upon seeing the cars, George's already grim expression darkened further. However, when he looked up, he was astonished to find that Grant Ward's face bore no sign of delight. Instead, it had taken on a more dismal appearance. George even perceived a hint of embarrassment on the face of that insufferable fellow. What could this mean? Soon, a group of individuals emerged from one of the vehicles. Among them, a somewhat portly man stepped out, arms wide open, and approached George with a grin. "Hey George, long time no see." Upon seeing this overly familiar rotund figure, George furrowed his brow and replied, "Joaquin?" The plump man, known to George as a seasoned agent with whom he had previously collaborated, detected the change in George's demeanor. With a feigned look of hurt, Joaquin exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, don't look at me like that. I haven't wronged you." George cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "You may not have offended me, but someone among your group has." With that, he shot a chilling look at Grant Ward and his companions across the way. Being an agent, Joaquin was adept at reading the room and quickly grasped George's underlying message. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Grant Ward's group and asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Grant Ward responded coolly, "We are a covert operations unit." Joaquin scoffed, "Nonsense. I am the operations chief of the New York branch. All actions in New York require my approval. How could I be unaware of a covert operations unit of which I have no knowledge? With that, Joaquin gestured to those behind him, instructing, "You all, go check these people's credentials. I suspect they are impersonating us." "Yes, Chief," came the reply, seeing several individuals approach. Grant Ward's facade of calm finally crumbled. Gritting his teeth, he approached Joaquin, saying, "Chief Joaquin, may I have a word?" Minutes later, under Joaquin's firm demeanor and after Grant Ward's futile attempts to call for backup, he was forced to leave the scene, the group of imposters trailing behind him. A case of the imposter meeting the true agent. While Grant Ward's group had previously operated under a false pretense, the annual funding from SHIELD had allowed them to turn a blind eye. However, once their mission faced a dispute or conflict, they would not be lenient with SHIELD. After successfully sending Grant Ward's group packing, Joaquin turned to George with a smile. "Hey, buddy, since I've helped you by driving those blokes away, promise me you won't let those imposters affect our camaraderie, all right? Come on, aren't you also here to snatch this case from me?" George rolled his eyes. Joaquin shrugged, exclaiming, "Well, I have no choice. Our director specifically ordered me to eliminate that monster you're dealing with. However, I can assure you that, as long as it doesn't involve anything classified, I'll unconditionally share subsequent intelligence with you." Upon hearing Joaquin's assurance, George's expression softened considerably. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. At least Joku's demeanor was far more agreeable than that of the earlier overbearing Grant Ward. Reflecting on the hasty retreat of the group, George inquired, "Who exactly were those individuals? They acted under your banner, yet you let them walk away so easily. When did you become so accommodating?" Joku's expression darkened as he considered that, had he not arrived in time, the case painstakingly secured by their director would have been usurped by those scoundrels from SHIELD. "I'm afraid, George, I cannot disclose their origins. However, I will report this matter to the director and ensure he addresses the issue with them." "You can't say anything?" George looked at Jokuin in surprise. Chapter 42, Reflection. Jokuin nodded, recognizing the involvement of a covert department. "My apologies, George." "Very well." With Jokuin's insistence, George found himself lacking recourse. As a police officer, he was well aware of the federal confidentiality regulations. Ultimately, with no other options, George relinquished control of the scene. "Thank you, George. If you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out. You have my number." As the operations supervisor for the New York division, Jokuin clearly wished to maintain amicable relations with George, the promising precinct chief. After expressing his gratitude, Jokuin took charge of the scene with his team. "Everyone, conduct a thorough search of the area once more to ensure nothing has been overlooked. Report any intelligence immediately." The forensics team promptly began analyzing the creature's behavioral patterns, seeking to uncover its origins. "Biological analysis team, I need you to examine the creature's blood and tissue to ascertain if it carries any infectious viruses. I must know this at once, understood?" Under Jokuin's urgent commands, the personnel commenced their tasks with precision. Meanwhile, a disheveled Grant Ward reluctantly dialed Nick Fury's number once more. "Director, I'm afraid I've messed up." Fury, calm on the other end, replied, "A momentary setback is inconsequential. Trust me, Grant, that entity will ultimately be in our possession. It is the authority granted to us by the International Security Council. In the aftermath of World War II, to address various strange and supernatural occurrences, the International Security Council established the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support." Although Grant Ward had been hastily sent back, Nick Fury, backed by the council, remained unperturbed and patient. If necessary, they could simply procure the information from that side. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support was not lacking in resources. If it came to that, he could also seek assistance from Pierce. The actions were indeed swift. Not long after Ailin completed her statement in the vehicle, personnel from the Department of Biological Information obtained several reports from the grotesque remnants of the human-faced spider. Holding the reports in his hands, the corpulent Joaquin approached George and the others, announcing, "I bring good news. Although the creature's remains are rather repulsive, they do not carry any infectious viruses." George exhaled with relief upon hearing this, declaring, "That is the finest news I've heard all evening." Ailin, upon hearing this, looked up and inquired, "In that case, Mr. Stacy, may I return home?" George turned to Joaquin for guidance. Given that the case had now been transferred, Aileen's immediate departure required consideration. Joaquin nodded in response. "The statement is complete. As long as you feel well, you are free to leave at any time. However, I personally recommend that you visit a hospital for a checkup, just to ensure you haven't sustained any injuries. Rest assured, we will cover the costs of the examination." He then turned to George and added, "You too, my friend." George was indifferent but graciously accepted Joaquin's offer. No need for an examination. I merely have a few scrapes. Shaking the adhesive bandage on his hand, Ailin smiled and remarked, honestly, I would prefer a warm shower and a good night's sleep to undergoing various hospital tests. Very well. Should you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to reach out using this number, Joaquin said, contemplating for a moment whether to offer Ailin the card due to her proximity to George or the fact that she had encountered the human-faced spider. After a brief pause, he handed Ailin a business card. Thank you, sir. At this moment, George interjected, Joaquin, could you arrange a car to take Ailin home? It's rather difficult to catch a cab at this hour. He glanced at his watch, which indicated 1 o'clock in the morning. Of course, Joaquin replied, calling over an agent to drive Ailin home. Ailin, seeing this, graciously accepted George's kindness, expressing her gratitude to both George and Joaquin. Thank you. George waved his hand dismissively, saying, get home safely. Half an hour later, Ailin smiled and waved farewell to the agent who had escorted her to her doorstep. Once she entered her house, the agent departed swiftly. However, as soon as Ailin closed the door, her expression darkened. She removed her coat and walked to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at her bandaged forehead, looking somewhat disheveled. She then slapped herself sharply. Why didn't you consult your cards before leaving? You ought to be a diviner. Before she stepped out, Ailin had never anticipated that her outing would thrust her into such a perilous situation. Nor did she possess the awareness to consult her cards beforehand. Since that harrowing experience of being kidnapped, Ailin has been plagued by a profound sense of insecurity. Often carrying a grenade that resembles an egg, she found herself in a precarious position tonight. Not only was she unable to confront the face spider, but her personal safety was also in jeopardy. Although she had recently become a diviner and had acquired some rudimentary skills, she had never consciously applied them to her daily life, revealing a cognitive barrier. It was only during this crisis that Ailin reflected upon her situation and recognized this shortcoming. She realized that she was still too weak, and that before venturing out in the future, she ought to consult her divination to ascertain any potential fortunes or misfortunes. There were also certain beliefs she needed to transform expeditiously. With a wry smile, she turned on the faucet, splashed her face with water, and steeled herself for the challenges ahead. Although encountering the face spider was perilous, she had at least earned 300 fate points. Ailin had no intention of saving them. Tonight's ordeal had starkly illuminated her own frailty. She needed to arm herself swiftly and cultivate her strength. With this thought in mind, she closed her eyes. In a moment of disorientation, Ailin sensed her soul transcend a thin veil and re-enter the realm of the scales of fate. Having frequented this space multiple times, her curiosity had waned. She immediately summoned the fate compass and initiated a triple draw. In an instant, her recently acquired 300 fate points were depleted, invested into the lottery endeavor. The next moment, the colossal phantom of the fate compass flickered before her once more. Chapter 43, The Grievous Thread of Affection. Chapter 42 was slightly modified after its release last night. Those who read it before 12:15 a.m. may notice subtle differences and might wish to revisit it. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 consecutive chimes, the fate compass transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating in an instant. Before Ailin, 2 blue and 1 white orbs of light materialized. Did I actually hit the jackpot? Ailin was taken aback to see that her triple draw yielded 2 blue light orbs and 1 white orb. What extraordinary luck. Could it be that I possess some hidden affinity for fortune? Ailin's mood brightened significantly upon seeing the 2 blue orbs, dispelling any lingering gloom. It was worth risking her life to confront that monster for these 300 fate points. With this in mind, she plunged her hand into the white orb. The number of light orbs acquired from this lottery is limited. It would be prudent to reserve the blue light orb for the grand finale. With a decisive snap, as Ailin crushed the white light orb in his grasp, a grenade materialized before him, a grenade identical to the one he had drawn previously. Ailin mused to himself that he was destined to disregard George's warning. After all, it was impossible to forsake such a useful item, especially since it was a reward from the fateful compass. He could hardly be blamed, could he? As he instinctively tucked the grenade into his pocket, Ailin suddenly halted. A quick change swept across his face as he withdrew a small bundle of thread from his pocket, a delicate skein of silvery thread. This thread was none other than the fire-resistant silver thread he had discovered on the corpse of the arachnid. How could this thread possibly find its way into his pocket? It is essential to note that Ailin had entered this realm of fate only after his spirit had separated from his body. Although he appeared the same as he did in the outside world, even wearing the very clothes he donned there, everything was illusory. The garments he wore were merely a manifestation of his subconscious after entering this realm. They were not the same as those he wore externally. Ailin had previously attempted countless times to bring anything other than items extracted through the fateful compass into this peculiar space, to no avail. Yet now, that silver thread. which should have remained in the outside world, had inexplicably accompanied him into this realm. This revelation left Ailin astounded. Could it be that this silvery thread was an extraordinary artifact, thus enabling its entry into this fateful space? Curiosity piqued, Ailin instinctively grasped the silvery thread. At that moment, the ethereal image of the compass hovering over the river of fate suddenly emitted a beam of white light, illuminating the thread in his hand. Ding! In the next instant, a message regarding the silvery thread materialized in Ailin's mind. Ding! Identification complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extraordinary item, resentful love thread. Resentful love thread. A thread born from the hatred left behind by a girl who was betrayed by her beloved, transformed into a monster in life. Her lingering resentment crystallized into this thread upon her death. Note, the affection of a lovesick maiden is one of the most exquisite treasures in this world. But when the facade of beauty shatters and boundless love descends into the abyss, this thread of affection transforms into the most terrifying blade in existence. Characteristic 1. Upon infusing spiritual essence, the thread of resentment and desire transforms into the sharpest spear, capable of piercing through all armor in existence, subsequently transmuting the purest affection into a potent poison that devours the flesh and erodes the soul of the beloved. Characteristic 2. This thread of resentment grows stronger by consuming flesh and soul. The more it devours, the mightier it becomes. Characteristic 3. To the unfaithful, demise awaits. Each day, the thread involuntarily absorbs a drop of the host's blood. Should it detect the scent of betrayal, it injects the accumulated resentment into the host's being. Evaluation. Before donning this, one ought to reflect on whether they are indeed unfaithful. Such power. Upon discerning the unwavering message from the scales of fate, Ailin's eyes widened in astonishment. Infused with spiritual essence, the thread of resentment and desire can become the sharpest spear, cutting through all defenses, transforming the most beautiful love into a poison that consumes the body and erodes the soul. Were it not for the brevity of this thread, its piercing attributes could render it an exceptionally formidable artifact, especially considering its capacity for growth. Nonetheless, this negative aspect may diminish its perceived value in the eyes of some, who may even regard it with disdain. The constant fear of backlash while wielding it is not something every individual can endure. However, for Ailin, such concerns were non-existent. Thus, without hesitation, he infused a fragment of spiritual essence into the thread. Once infused, Ailin commanded the thread with unparalleled finesse, manipulating it with both gentleness and force, creating countless forms. What a remarkable treasure! After a brief period of experimentation, Ailin transformed the thread into a silk ring, adorning his pinky finger. With this completed, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 azure orbs before him. While the thread of resentment was an unexpected delight for Ailin, he was keenly aware that it was the 2 blue orbs procured from the lottery that constituted the true prize of this endeavor. With this thought in mind, Ailin reached out and shattered the slightly lighter azure orb. Clink! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the initial potion of the assassin path. Assassin. An initial potion of the assassin path? Gazing at the potion in his hand, a classic saying from a great emperor involuntarily surfaced in Ailin's mind. The taste of a sorceress is quite delightful. Upon recalling this phrase, Ailin's body shuddered involuntarily, a chill coursing through him, causing every hair to stand on end. How unfortunate, to draw such a trinket. Has the unexpected joy of the thread depleted my fortune? Cursing inwardly, Ailin furrowed his brow and silently tucked the potion into his pocket. Chapter 44. The Despondent Gaze and an Unexpected Encounter. Undoubtedly, while the assassin pathway presents an indescribable pitfall for many men during the advanced sequence 7, it stands as one of the most formidable potion sequences in the initial stages, particularly in combat. Ailin felt that a single assassin could easily overpower 10 diviners. Such a valuable asset, even if not personally utilized, is worth retaining. If it is not for his own use, surely Ailin could bestow it upon another. Moreover, who decrees that assassin potions must solely be for male consumption? Could they not be effective for women as well? Thus, the dread of gender transformation would be alleviated. Ailin was also curious whether a man transformed into a sorceress would indeed be as alluring as described by the emperor. Ahem, merely curiosity. After securing the assassin potion, Ailin crushed another blue luminescent orb with his other hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the mind sorcery, Despondent Gaze. Despondent Gaze. Utilizing one's gaze as a medium, it compels the opponent to undergo a mental will assessment. Effect: anyone who makes eye contact with you will partake in an intermediate mental will assessment. If successful, the opponent remains unaffected. If unsuccessful, they will succumb to confusion and fear, with severe cases leading to unconsciousness. Each assessment, regardless of success or failure, will consume a portion of your stamina and energy. Note: in certain realms, this mind sorcery is also known by another name, revered by countless as Dragon's Majesty. Evaluation: this is a rare growth-type mind sorcery. The stronger your mental fortitude, the greater the pressure exerted on your opponent. Additionally, you can enhance this sorcery by upgrading its core. Upon shattering the blue orb, the runic seed of the mind sorcery surged into the depths of Ailin's soul like a stream of light. Mind sorcery? Has a skill been unlocked? After a thorough examination of the despondent gaze, Ailin's eyes radiated an enthralling brilliance. This sorcery directly targets the mind. Should the mental will assessment fail, regardless of the opponent's physical prowess, they will tremble in fear and, if necessary, lose consciousness. For those foes lacking in willpower, this mind sorcery, combined with Ailin's increasingly potent mental strength, becomes an unparalleled weapon in battle. Furthermore, beyond combat, the despondent gaze can be applied in numerous aspects of daily life. In an instant, Ailin's mind was abuzz with thoughts surrounding this mind sorcery. This time, he lingered in the realm of destiny for an extended duration. Only as his spiritual energy neared depletion did he reluctantly exit the fate space and return to reality. The vial of assassin potion remained in the realm of destiny. Left behind and not brought into the tangible world, Ailin would certainly not utilize the assassin's elixir himself, nor did he have any intention of administering it to others in the near future. Firstly, there was a lack of suitable candidates for its use. Secondly, without possessing adequate self-defense capabilities, recklessly brandishing such a substance akin to a super soldier serum could invite unfathomable dangers. Thirdly, Ailin harbored little confidence in the dilapidated abode he currently resided in. This dwelling, which could barely deter even the most mundane of thieves, would be virtually inconsequential against the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., having already exposed himself to their scrutiny. He could only speculate whether they might take the opportunity to investigate his aging home in his absence. Should they discover the assassin's elixir, who could predict whether it might be pilfered? For these reasons, Ailin decided to securely store the elixir within the confines of the fate space. Upon returning to reality, Ailin felt considerably uplifted. He indulged in a soothing bath and subsequently prepared himself a meal in the kitchen. After finishing his repast, he retreated to his bedroom to commence his meditation for the day. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the effects of today's meditation seemed markedly enhanced compared to previous sessions. Ailin even sensed an elevation in his mental acuity and spiritual essence. Could this be an unanticipated benefit derived from the mind spell known as Despairing Gaze? Upon reflecting on the differences between today's meditation and those of yesteryear, Ailin swiftly attributed this transformation to the Despairing Gaze. During his meditation, he felt the mystical seed of Despairing Gaze swirling deep within his soul, seemingly siphoning some unknown essence from the void. To his surprise, this was indeed a fortuitous advantage. With a light chuckle, Ailin reopened his eyes to find that the sky outside the window had begun to blush with the first light of dawn. Morning had arrived. Due to the unforeseen events of the previous day, Ailin returned home close to 2 in the morning. By the time he finished his late-night snack and began meditating, it was already past 3. Thus, he concluded his meditation just as daybreak illuminated the world. Approaching the window, he gazed at the streets outside, which were gradually coming to life, filled with the enticing aromas of traditional Chinese breakfasts such as steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and savory pancakes. Ailin's appetite was piqued by the thought of these culinary delights, which were difficult to find outside of Chinatown in New York. Donning a comfortable set of athletic wear, he took some change and ventured downstairs to procure a selection of breakfast items. He then made his way to a nearby park, where he began to jog while savoring his meal. Despite having acquired numerous items to bolster his abilities the previous day, Ailin remained committed to his running regimen. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to relish the subtle exhilaration that accompanied a gentle sweat. However, today, after only a brief run, Ailin noticed an additional figure in the park he had chosen for his morning jog, a figure that seemed to stand out more than usual. It was a graceful silhouette with flowing red waves of hair. Just the sight of that form-fitting attire accentuating her exquisite curves had undoubtedly captured the attention of many, causing a stir among the numerous men in the park, some of whom were even elderly gentlemen with snow-white hair out for a leisurely stroll. Initially, Ailin did not pay much heed to this enchanting presence. Even when he occasionally caught a glimpse of her captivating outline, he merely admired her beauty before diverting his gaze. However, when this alluring figure lapped around him, passing by close enough for Ailin to discern her stunningly delicate features, his demeanor shifted instantly, and he became acutely alert. Yet, he quickly reined in his vigilant scrutiny, for this striking figure was no ordinary person. She was Natasha Romanoff, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Black Widow. Chapter 45. Natasha's existential doubts. What could possibly bring her here? Had she come to seek him out? If she were an ordinary individual, Ailin might have considered this unexpected encounter a mere coincidence or an accident. However, given that the subject in question was a top-tier operative like Natasha, Ailin could hardly assume that the situation was as straightforward as it appeared. With a flicker of uncertainty, he continued his jog in the park for another half hour. To Ailin's surprise, Natasha did not approach him before he departed, much less engage him in conversation. Unbeknownst to Ailin, Natasha, donned with her headphones, was equally perplexed. Their brief interaction, though fleeting, had allowed her to keenly observe the fleeting glimmer of astonishment and wariness in Ailin's eyes. This was certainly not the reaction one would expect from a teenager encountering a strikingly beautiful woman. It was precisely that expression that led Natasha to reconsider her initial plan to draw closer to Ailin through their mutual interest in running. Had I misjudged the situation? With a lingering sense of doubt, Ailin, after leaving the park, retrieved a quarter from his pocket, a remnant from his breakfast purchase. He intended to use the coin for divination, to discern whether Natasha had indeed come with the intention of approaching him. Among various methods of divination, coin tossing is renowned for its convenience and speed. However, this very simplicity means it can only provide a general direction regarding the matter at hand, heads for affirmation and tails for negation. Yet for Ailin, who merely sought to ascertain Natasha's intentions, this was sufficient. After infusing the coin with a hint of intent, he cast it into the air, entrusting the outcome to the unseen forces of fate. As Ailin gazed at the spinning coin suspended in midair, intending to reach out and grasp it to decipher the answer she sought, a delicate hand adorned with vibrant red nail polish, rendering the palm more fair and tender, preempted her. With a cheerful smile, Natasha stepped over Ailin from behind, extending her open palm to present the coin that had landed perfectly in her grasp. Your coin. Ailin cast a glance at the heads-up coin in Natasha's palm and sighed inwardly. Heads up, indeed. There's no need for speculation. This woman is undoubtedly here for me. Thank you. Ailin politely expressed her gratitude as she retrieved her coin from Natasha's hand, then stood silently observing Natasha. Noticing Ailin's unwavering gaze, Natasha's expression flickered with slight displeasure. Such scrutiny of a lady is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Ailin met Natasha's eyes and replied coolly, I am waiting. Waiting for what? Natasha inquired. For you to speak. Taken aback by Ailin's words, Natasha's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her exquisite features, paired with the athletic contours of her outfit, lent her an air of youthful vitality. What a unique approach to flirting. No, Ailin shook his head. I merely wish to conserve my words, Miss Natasha, or should I say Agent Natasha? At the mention of her name, Natasha's pupils constricted sharply. You know me? Ailin noncommittally responded, in a manner of speaking. I inadvertently glimpsed an image of your demise during a divination, which revealed certain details about you. Intrigued, Natasha inquired, what was the image of my death like? Her eager demeanor suggested a curiosity about the manner of her own demise. Yet, Ailin discerned no trace of the ordinary person's fear of death in her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Ailin replied, it was a profoundly moving scene. You sacrificed yourself to save countless others. Is that so? Natasha shrugged, laughing lightly. I never imagined I would die so heroically. Ailin chuckled in response. What I foresaw is merely one of many potential futures. It is not necessarily destined to occur. After all, fate is ever-changing, and even the most powerful seer cannot guarantee that their visions reflect the true future. In light of that, I am presently more curious about your purpose, Miss Natasha. Natasha replied, oh really? Aren't you a seer? Why not divine it? Ailin lifted the coin in his hand, stating, in fact, I have already conducted a divination. Regrettably, fate did not disclose your intentions. Natasha regarded the coin in Ailin's hand, recalling his earlier act of tossing it, her brows slightly furrowing. Was he just performing a divination? Believing her earlier action of taking that coin had disrupted Ailin's reading, Natasha apologized. I'm sorry, did I interfere with your divination? Though Natasha remained skeptical about Ailin's so-called divination, she could not deny that Ailin possessed some unique abilities. Otherwise, their director would not have taken the time amidst his busy schedule to facilitate her interaction with Ailin. However, who could have foreseen that upon their first meeting, Ailin would unambiguously reveal his true nature, rendering Natasha's original plans utterly futile. Ailin smiled and chose not to respond to her inquiry. Natasha, witnessing his silence, felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. Initially, when she received this assignment, Natasha believed that with her charm and skills, approaching a teenage boy would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet, Ailin's demeanor was far beyond her expectations. Reluctantly, Natasha found herself compelled to readjust her strategy and alter her approach to Ailin. I am here merely to express S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gratitude for your assistance in locating Tony Stark. Have you already found him? A flicker of surprise crossed Ailin's face. One could not deny the remarkable efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. In such a short span, they had traversed half the globe to locate Tony Stark, seemingly rescuing him from a group of terrorists. Otherwise, Natasha would not have spoken so casually. I appreciate your gratitude. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After offering Natasha a slight nod, Ailin turned, seemingly intent on departing. Natasha was left momentarily stunned, her disbelief evident as he pivoted away. She began to question her allure. Had her charm faltered? Chapter 46. Another opportunity observing Ailin as he turned and began to walk away. Natasha pondered whether her attire might have been the issue. Why else would Ailin so brazenly disregard a woman of her caliber? However, upon glancing around at the multitude of men nearby, their fervent gazes seemingly wishing to strip her bare and draw her into their embrace, Natasha dismissed her doubts about her appeal. Clearly, it was not her fault. Perhaps his coldness stemmed from having prior knowledge of her identity, leading him to remain wary of her status as an agent? Contemplating this, Natasha furrowed her brow and gently tapped her Bluetooth earpiece. In a hushed tone, she reported, "The plan has failed. The target seems to have discovered my identity through some channel and is exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. Should I adopt a different approach to reach him?" Shortly thereafter, a deep voice emanated from the earpiece. "No longer. Since he has uncovered your identity as an agent, it is best for you to return. Tony Stark seems to have invented something remarkable in Afghanistan. I have arranged an interview for you tomorrow morning, allowing you to reacquaint yourself with your new virtual identity." Natasha raised an eyebrow at this. "It appears my holiday has been dashed once again. The urgency of the mission necessitates the postponement of your vacation as well." "Very well." Reluctantly, Natasha had no choice but to acquiesce to Nick Fury's relentless arrangements. Meanwhile, back at the old house, Ailin noticed that Natasha had not followed him and felt a mix of surprise and relief. It seemed that despite being on SHIELD's radar, he was not under particularly intense scrutiny. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Ailin tossed his changed clothes into the washing machine. He then approached his desk and retrieved the New York Times that had been slipped into his mailbox that morning. Spreading it across his tabletop, prominently featured in this edition was a striking announcement regarding Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, who was gravely ill and nearing the end of his days, accompanied by a photograph of him bedridden. This news dominated a significant portion of the New York Times, recounting not only Norman Osborn's illustrious past, but also mentioning the hereditary affliction that plagued the Osborn family, as if lamenting the cruel hand of fate that would see such a brilliant scientist and entrepreneur face an untimely demise, while also hinting at mockery. Sitting at his desk, Ailin drummed his fingers lightly, creating a soft tapping sound. Upon discovering this newspaper that morning, Ailin perceived it as an opportunity, a chance for rapid wealth. Since becoming aware of his potential financial issues, he had been vigilant for any lucrative prospects. The impending return of Tony Stark, rescued by SHIELD, represented one such opportunity. Similarly, the imminent mortality of Norman Osborn, due to the hereditary illness, appeared to Ailin as another chance. Though Oscorp's market value fell short of Stark Industries, it still represented a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, in the realm of biomedical fields, Oscorp's standing was not inferior to Stark Industries' position in the arms sector. Undoubtedly, a chairman of such a vast conglomerate would not lack for financial resources. If Ailin could provide something that could save Osborn's life, the latter would undoubtedly be generous with his wealth. Yet could he truly save him? Ailin pondered deeply as he gazed at the universal antidote in his hand. Is the hereditary disease of the Osborn family considered a virus? After a moment of silence, Ailin once again retrieved the coin he had infused with spirituality. He began to divine whether the universal antidote could serve as a remedy for the Osborn family's hereditary affliction. In order to ensure the accuracy of the divination, Ailin had infused the coin with an abundance of spiritual energy, causing its ordinary surface to shimmer with a resplendent glow. With a snap, he flipped his right hand, and when Ailin beheld the 25-cent coin face up on the back of his left hand, a flicker of peculiarity danced in his eyes. Could it truly be effective? Upon witnessing the definitive result of his divination, Ailin realized he had perhaps underestimated the potency of the universal antidote, since it had the potential to alleviate the hereditary ailment of the Osborn family. He resolved to seize this opportunity. With this thought in mind, Ailin opened his nearby computer and began to search for the address of the Norman Osborn estate. The location of the Norman Osborn manor was hardly a secret. After uncovering the relevant information online, Ailin placed the universal antidote into his backpack and hailed a taxi. Departing from Chinatown, the Norman Osborn estate, situated in the affluent enclave of Long Island, occupied a substantial area. After an hour's ride in the taxi, Ailin arrived at the entrance of the sprawling estate located in the southeastern corner of Long Island. A massive iron gate barred his entrance, guarded by two tall, vigilant security personnel. In conjunction with the patrolling guards within the estate, they provided formidable security, effectively preventing ordinary individuals from trespassing. Ailin was not taken aback by this. He had anticipated such measures upon viewing various photographs of the estate online. However, he was well prepared. After disembarking from the taxi, Ailin strode directly towards the grand entrance of the Osborne estate. Upon noticing him, one of the guards swiftly approached. "Sir, may I ask?" Before the guard could finish, Ailin subtly activated his despairing gaze. The two guards, under Ailin's penetrating gaze, instantly froze, their bodies stiffening as if confronted by a terrifying apparition. They trembled violently, their consciousness spiraling into chaos. Had Ailin unleashed the full power of the despairing gaze, the guards would have already collapsed at his feet. After what felt like an eternity, they finally regained their senses. Upon awakening, the guards regarded Ailin with eyes filled with trepidation. Chapter 47. Norman Osborn opened the door. "I have an appointment with Norman Osborn. Please take me to see him." As she spoke, Ailin subtly employed a hint of hypnosis from the technique of the Great Hand Seal, transforming her voice into an alluring melody through a unique vibrational frequency. This enchanting sound compelled listeners to draw near and place their trust in her. Coupled with the previously instilled mental shock of her gloomy gaze, the two security guards before Ailin rapidly succumbed to her influence, subconsciously accepting her words as truth. After a brief moment of confusion crossed their eyes, one of the guards retrieved a key card from his pocket, unlocking the grand entrance of the estate and guiding Ailin into the Osborne manor. "Good sir, Mr. Osborne is currently resting in his chamber. I shall lead you there." Ailin nodded and followed the guard into the estate. Upon opening the iron gate, they were met with a striking fountain featuring an angelic statue at the entrance. A notable feature of the manor. Though the Osborne estate was expansive, everything was meticulously maintained, exuding an air of orderliness. The number of personnel within the estate was sparse. Under the guidance of the gatekeeper, Ailin traversed the grounds, encountering only a solitary gardener tending to the landscape. Upon entering the castle-like grand residence, a middle-aged butler, clad in a suit and white gloves, approached with a furrowed brow. "Javen, I distinctly recall stating that the estate was not receiving visitors today. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you may find yourself seeking new employment come tomorrow." In response to the butler's inquiry, the guard who had escorted Ailin quickly interjected. "Butler Brian, this esteemed gentleman has an appointment with Mr. Osborne, which is why I brought him in." Butler Brian frowned at this revelation. "An appointment with the master? How was I not informed?" Just as Brian turned to scrutinize Ailin, his gaze was abruptly ensnared by a pair of icy eyes. "Now you understand." Once more employing the gloomy gaze, Ailin swiftly shattered Butler Brian's mental defenses. She then repeated her hypnotic technique upon him. Brian's mind proved to be considerably more resilient than that of the two guards. To enhance the efficacy of her hypnosis, Ailin not only utilized the special frequency of her voice, but also extended her hands, forming an intricate hand seal before the butler. The rapidly shifting seal produced a flurry of afterimages, resembling a cascade of stars, disorienting to the ordinary observer, inducing a sense of vertigo with a mere glance. Under this onslaught, Butler Brian's previously steadfast mind began to falter. A few minutes later, Ailin found herself standing before a wooden door. The butler, Brian, deliberately paused before the door, stating to Ailin, "It will be quite dark inside. Sir, your eyes may require some time to adjust." As Ailin nodded, the butler, Brian, opened the door to the bedroom. Just as Brian had described, the room was enveloped in an unusual darkness, with sunlight filtering through heavy curtains, casting only a faint glow within. At the center of this vast, empty chamber stood a luxurious wooden bed, draped with sumptuous curtains, beside which lay an array of high-tech instruments. The sound of the door creaking open seemed to disturb the figure resting upon the bed, provoking a feeble cough from him. Observing this, Brian promptly approached, drew back the translucent curtain, and assisted the figure in sitting up, then respectfully inquired, "Sir, would you like me to summon a doctor?" After another bout of coughing, the figure appeared to recover slightly, waving his hand dismissively. "No need," he replied, lifting his gaze to Ailin, who stood at the threshold of the bedroom. With a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, "Wow, who might you be? To have Brian bring you here without informing me. You must be quite an extraordinary individual. Heh, I'm not dead yet, and you all seem so eager. Pray tell, what brings you here? On whose behalf do you come?" Ailin did not respond immediately, instead glancing at Brian. Noticing this, Norman Osborn on the bed waved his hand, prompting the butler to discreetly withdraw. As the bedroom door closed, it took with it the room's only sources of light, plunging the already dim space into further obscurity. However, Norman Osborn seemed to prefer the enveloping darkness, as the absence of light visibly eased the tension in his expression. "You appear to have a sensitivity to light, Mr. Osborn," Ailin observed. "Indeed," Norman replied, raising his trembling afflicted right hand with a touch of irony. I now resemble the mythical vampire, fearing the sun. Is it not amusing? I have provided countless individuals the chance to live under its rays, yet I have become this. He gestured with his hand, as if to convey something profound, but ultimately let his arm fall limply. Ailin remarked, a hereditary disease of the Osborne family? I have heard of it, an exceedingly rare genetic condition, for which, even today, the medical field has yet to find a definitive cure. In fact, my purpose for coming here is precisely this. Is that so? Norman Osborne inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Ailin, evidently intrigued. Let me clarify, I am not one of those seeking to exploit the Osborne Group's influence. I cannot disclose on whose behalf I represent. I have come solely to propose a transaction, a deal that could alter your fate and save your life. With that, Ailin retrieved a vial of universal antidote from her backpack and placed it upon one of the instruments beside the bed. The universal elixir, a precious magical potion crafted by a master alchemist from an extraordinary realm, possesses the remarkable ability to cure the vast majority of ailments afflicting this world, including the hereditary diseases of the Osborne family. Universal elixir? A magical potion? Norman Osborne scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the vial of universal antidote resting upon the table. How utterly ludicrous. Has no one informed you that such a genuine universal remedy does not exist in this world? If you wish to assert that this concoction can cure our family's hereditary afflictions, you would be wiser to adopt a more credible claim. Chapter 48. A frantic notion, is that so? Ailin chuckled softly. I have already stated that this is a magical potion. While it is true that in the realm of ordinary mortals no such universal remedy exists, it does not imply that the mysterious world lacks a panacea capable of addressing all ills. With that, Ailin activated Despairing Gaze, intending to allow Norman Osborne to personally experience the astonishing aspects of the mystical realm. The concentrated pressure of his will manifested as a tangible force, nearly crushing Norman Osborne's feeble mental resolve, striking deep into the recesses of his soul. To Eilin's astonishment, Norman Osborne's mental fortitude was unexpectedly frail, even weaker than that of the two security guards he had previously encountered. It resembled an ordinary person, gravely ill and drained of vitality, whose fragile psyche could shatter with the slightest touch. The mental sorcery of Despairing Gaze encountered no significant resistance, swiftly dismantling Norman's psychological defenses and sowing the seeds of fear deep within his soul. In the next moment, Ailin retracted Despairing Gaze, gazing at the now unconscious Norman Osborne with a slight furrow of his brow, followed by a sigh of relief. It appeared that the Norman Osborne before him was indeed the weakest version of the ordinary man from the extraordinary Spider-Man narrative. Otherwise, had this Norman Osborne possessed any semblance of the malevolent Green Goblin, Eilin's Despairing Gaze could not have so easily incapacitated him. Nevertheless, Norman Osborne's vulnerability seemed to present a fortuitous opportunity for Ailin. Initially, Ailin intended to utilize Despairing Gaze to demonstrate the existence of the mystical realm and the authenticity of the universal antidote to Norman Osborne, subsequently negotiating a transaction to secure sufficient funds from him. However, this display of weakness from Norman Osborne ignited a far more audacious notion within Ailin. Given Norman's fragile mental state, could he not seize the opportunity to hypnotically control Norman Osborne, thereby assuming dominion over the entire Osborne conglomerate and compelling this vast enterprise to serve his own interests? Indeed, at present, Eilin's mental prowess is not sufficiently formidable to effect a permanent and profound alteration in an individual's mindset. Even with the utilization of techniques from the Despairing Gaze and the mind's Great Seal, he can only induce a fleeting state of hypnosis. Given the passage of time or a significant external stimulus, the subject may easily break free from Eilin's influence. This limitation is precisely why Ailin initially intended to engage in merely a transaction with Norman Osborne. After all, the Green Goblin is a well-known antagonist even within the Marvel Universe, and Ailin lacks the confidence to hypnotize such a formidable villain. Should his attempt fail, it might provoke the Green Goblin's hostility, thus backfiring spectacularly. However, the current fragility of Norman Osborne's mental fortitude has provided Ailin with ample opportunities for manipulation. Seizing the moment, Ailin approached Norman Osborne's bedside. Through the arcane techniques documented in the mind's Great Seal, he concentrated a fragment of his own spiritual essence into a seed, which he then implanted deep within Osborne's psyche, sowing a seed of trust in his mind. Subsequently, through the continuous infusion of soothing melodies, he deepened the impression he left on Norman Osborne, solidifying the hypnotic mark. After more than 5 hours had elapsed, Ailin emerged from the Osborne estate, his backpack now containing a notarized document for the transfer of shares. This document elevated Eilin's status from a modestly wealthy Asian boy to the third largest shareholder of the Osborne Group, holding 5% of its shares. Despite the recent turmoil caused by Norman Osborn's deteriorating health, which had led to a significant drop in the value of the company's stock, the Osborn Group remains a colossal entity valued at over $200 billion. Therefore, Ailin's 5% stake translates to a worth of at least $10 billion. This contract can be said to have birthed a billionaire. Ailin's visit to the Osborn estate has undeniably yielded substantial rewards. Yet, this was merely the surface-level gain. The clandestine rewards were even more enticing to Ailin. Meanwhile, after Ailin's departure, Norman Osborn, who had ingested the universal antidote, gazed at the vanishing blemishes on his skin and the visibly revitalizing vigor of his body, trembling with excitement. Beside him, his butler Brian observed with incredulity. Were it not for the persistent pain in his swollen thigh, a stark reminder that he was not merely dreaming, Brian might have doubted whether he was truly awake. Minutes passed in astonishment. Dressed in a new attire, Norman Osborn felt an invigorating wave wash over him as he stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling mirror in his room. A genuine smile spread across his face, and he mused, how wonderful it is to be alive. Behind him, his loyal butler Brian stood quietly, his eyes brimming with delight. For Brian, the recovery of Norman Osborn was an unequivocal blessing, ensuring his continued employment in the affluent Osborn estate. After a prolonged silence, Norman turned towards Brian and instructed, "Please have Felicia notify all board members of the Osborn Group that I will convene a board meeting at the Osborn Group headquarters tomorrow. Attendance is mandatory." "Certainly, sir," Brian replied. Having witnessed Norman's return to health after serving him for over 20 years, Brian quickly grasped his master's intentions. Following the leakage of news regarding Norman's serious illness, the stock prices of the Osborn Group had trembled amidst external chaos, while internal currents began to swirl ominously. Previously, Norman had been too consumed by the torment of a hereditary illness to address these matters. But now, everything had changed. With newfound vigor, Brian slightly bowed and promptly exited the room. In the reflection of the mirror, a fleeting glimmer of cruelty and malice flickered in Norman's eyes as Brian departed. It was time to purge some rats. Chapter 49. Farewell. Little fatty Ailin hailed a taxi from Long Island, returning to Chinatown but not heading directly home. Instead, he shouldered his bag and ventured towards the main thoroughfare of Chinatown, where the largest supermarkets and shops awaited. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend still being in progress, Ailin decided to purchase a safe to secure the equity contract he carried, valued at over $100 billion. He felt it would be a disservice to such a priceless document not to safeguard it properly. Chuckling to himself, Ailin made his way to the intersection of Chinatown's Main Street. The area was expansive, radiating from this central intersection into distinct sections known informally among the local Chinese residents as Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street. Ailin's three-story residence sat on the western edge of Lower Street. Before Ailin could reach the main road, a chubby hand stealthily struck from behind, delivering a firm slap to his backside. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as the pudgy hand made contact with his well-formed rear, prompting a startled cry from Ailin. "Ah, pervert." After a cacophony of high-decibel screams erupted, a resounding slap was delivered to the chubby face of Doug Wong by the woman in the leather skirt, who had just been struck on her rear. Before Doug Wong could clutch his reddened cheek to offer an explanation, the irate woman stormed off. Consequently, the onlookers directed their scornful gazes towards the portly Doug Wong, their expressions mirroring the disdain one might reserve for a despicable scoundrel. However, alongside this contempt, several men harbored a subtle, almost imperceptible envy and admiration for Doug Wong's audacity, wishing they could have experienced the thrill of that slap. A few elderly gentlemen even found themselves wishing they could take his place. Though merely a fleeting glimpse, they etched into memory the woman's exquisite features and voluptuous figure, which left them salivating in secret. Ugh, what a lecherous creep, how revolting. Shao AI, let us steer clear of that odious fat man. I certainly do not wish to be touched by him, a young woman in the crowd remarked, as she and her companions hastily distanced themselves from Doug Wong, who was now the target of their disdain. Even a few middle-aged women, their figures having succumbed to the passage of time, displayed a hint of alarm, fearful of being taken advantage of by the corpulent man. Amidst the disparaging glances from the crowd, Doug Wong, covering one side of his face, lamented, "I am not a lecher. I did not intend to slap your backside." Not far from him, a sidestepping Ailin, having narrowly avoided the unwanted advance, observed the commotion with a smile, arms crossed. Doug Wong, dejected and staring at the ground, seemed to be stung by Ailin's unabashed mockery. When he finally lifted his gaze, he was met with her beaming face. Instantly, his cheeks flushed crimson at an alarming rate. "Ah, my illustrious reputation. I shall have my revenge," he exclaimed, charging at Ailin with the fervor of a madman, his pudgy hands reaching for her neck. Ailin effortlessly dodged his grasp once more, rolling her eyes before continuing on her way. Yet, The humiliated Doug Wong was undeterred, resolutely pursuing her again. After a brisk walk of several meters, Ailin glanced back at the panting Doug Wong and said, "All right, that's enough. Cease your charade." "Charade? I am not pretending. Woe is me. If my father learns of this, he will surely wield a frying pan to smite me." Doug Wong lamented with a woeful expression. Though Chinatown is not particularly vast, it is not small either. Sometimes a sensational piece of gossip can traverse from one end to the other within mere hours. If my irritable father were to discover that I had been smacking girls' behinds in the street and was branded a lecher, tarnishing our family's reputation, I could only imagine the reckoning I would face upon returning home. Was the sensation pleasant? Just as I, the chubby boy, was lost in my troubled thoughts, Ailin's voice suddenly resonated beside me. Instinctively, I recalled that fleeting moment and blurted out, "It was quite bouncy." "Serves you right," Ailin retorted with a cold chuckle before turning away and resuming her stride. Meanwhile, I, Doug Wong, the unwittingly embarrassed chubby boy, felt my face flush a deep crimson, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. After a considerable time, as the fiery heat on my cheeks began to subside, I inched closer to Ailin and inquired, "Ailin, I see you are carrying a bag. What are your intentions? It has been ages since I last saw you shopping." The very reason I had dared to sneak up on Ailin earlier was the long absence of her presence in the shopping scene. Upon spotting her amidst the crowd, I had intended to playfully surprise her, only to misfire and end up smacking the backside of a woman in a leather skirt instead. Not only had I been struck in return, but my reputation had also been irrevocably damaged, transforming me from a beloved figure into a despised lecher, which left my tender heart deeply wounded. I merely ventured out to purchase a safe. "A safe? If you need one, you should consult me. My uncle sells safes. If you truly wish, I can take you there and ensure you receive the best discount," I assured her, thumping my chest confidently. Upon hearing this, Ailin's eyes sparkled with interest. Your uncle sells safes? Then lead the way." Ailin was not particularly enticed by the discount I offered. Rather, the assurance of quality from a familiar source was what attracted her. I continued, "I can take you to see them, but what do you need a safe for? Let me be clear, the safes sold by my uncle are pricier, and even with a discount, you will only receive the cost price. If you end up wasting your time because of this, do not blame me. Enough chatter, lead on." Under my guidance, Ailin and I swiftly arrived at an upscale furniture store located in Chinatown. My uncle's safe shop was nestled within this very complex. Once inside, I expertly navigated the way to the second floor, and after a series of twists and turns, we arrived at an understated yet luxurious safe shop. Before we entered, I hollered, Uncle, stop napping. It's time to attend to customers." I heard you. Quit shouting. Your incessant noise has nearly deafened me." Soon, a disgruntled voice reverberated within the shop, and then Ailin beheld a figure of considerable girth, significantly larger than the chubby boy, slowly rising from behind the cash register. Gazing upon the hefty man, who must have weighed at least 300 pounds, Ailin's eyes darted between him and the chubby boy. Indeed, one could not deny the familial resemblance. The genetics were unmistakable. After enduring a reprimand from his uncle, the chubby boy remained unfazed and cheerfully remarked, "Uncle, this is my best friend from school. He wishes to purchase a safe. Could you recommend one?" Within the confines of the shop, the chubby boy's uncle, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh, turned to glance at Ailin. Upon seeing Ailin's youthful appearance, the large man expressed a hint of exasperation, saying, "At your age, a safe is hardly necessary, is it? If you merely seek a place to conceal some magazines or sports DVDs, I could offer you a small, outdated safe that I no longer need. Although its model is somewhat antiquated, I assure you, your parents would struggle to open it." Before Ailin could respond, the chubby boy interjected, "Magazines? Ailin, do you possess such treasures?" Ailin rolled his eyes in annoyance, retorting, "What are you thinking? Do you believe I need to secretly stash those magazines in the school locker like you? I am the only one at home. Why would I need to hide those?" Without allowing the chubby boy to react in frustration, Ailin continued, "The purpose of this safe is to safeguard against theft. Recently, a group of thieves almost broke into my house, and I figured it prudent to acquire a safe to protect my valuables from being stolen." At the mention of the thieves, a flicker of disdain crossed the uncle's face as he remarked, "If that is the case, then indeed, you should invest in a safe. Trust me, those dim-witted thieves, as dark as coal, would find themselves utterly confounded by a high-quality safe. Their limited intellect would leave them at a loss on how to open it." After the uncle's sardonic comment about the thieves, he proceeded to discuss various economical yet high-value safes with Ailin, following a brief consultation on the dimensions and placement of the safe. Although labeled as economical, the premium models were far from inexpensive. The least expensive option exceeded $2,000. After weighing the features, Ailin ultimately chose a medium-sized, alloy safe, substantial in appearance, intended for placement in the basement. Additionally, he purchased a mini safe, comparable in size to the hidden compartment beneath his bed, hoping to see if he could integrate it into that space. The total cost for both safes amounted to over $10,000, a price reduced to $6,000 only due to the uncle's leniency, for without such a concession, Ailin would have been hard-pressed to acquire these two safes. The two safes are quite substantial in weight. The larger one required the other party to come and take precise measurements before calling in professional workers to install and reinforce it for genuine use. Fortunately, the delivery was the responsibility of the other party, and these services fell within their after-sales support, sparing Ailin any inconvenience. Ailin's uncle, surprisingly efficient despite his rotund figure, immediately summoned workers from the warehouse to bring out two brand new safes after Ailin signed the check, instructing the crew to transport the several-ton safes to Ailin's home for installation. He even offered Ailin a ride back. Upon returning home, Ailin directed the crew as they maneuvered the safes into the basement for installation and reinforcement. Meanwhile, he carried the smaller safe towards his bedroom on the third floor. As he ascended the stairs, an inexplicable sense of gloom suddenly descended upon him, filling him with an indescribable weight of despondency and darkness. What could be the matter? Sensing something amiss, he halted and surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Ailin activated his spiritual sight. The moment his vision expanded, changes unfolded before him. From the half-open door of his bedroom, a stream of murky energy seeped out, dark and foreboding, as if it threatened to engulf the entire house in an ominous shroud. Simultaneously, a faint, putrid odor began to permeate the air, infiltrating Ailin's nostrils. With a calm demeanor, he set down the heavy safe, drew the gun concealed at his waist with his right hand, and instinctively reached for the hand grenade nestled in his pocket with his left. Cautiously approaching the bedroom, he continued to observe his surroundings through his spiritual sight. As he arrived at the threshold of his bedroom, Ailin's eyes narrowed, and a palpable tension coursed through him. Through the crack of the door, a shocking scene within the room came into view. The sole window of the bedroom had its curtains drawn, casting a dim light across the space. What should have been a clean and orderly room was now marred by an array of specimens nailed to the walls. Wooden frames, meticulously affixed to the surface, contained various spiders of differing shapes, sizes, and colors. Hundreds of spiders had been preserved as specimens, each one secured with silver nails, collectively forming a grotesque image of an upside-down spider on Ailin's bedroom wall. Though neatly arranged, the specimens emitted a foul odor, indicating that the preservation process had been somewhat hasty and rough. It appeared that the individual responsible for adorning Ailin's wall had rushed to complete this unsettling task. Even when those spiders were pinned within the specimen box, they were still somewhat alive, unaware of the duration of their struggles before finally succumbing to death. Now, they lie in complete silence, their dim and desiccated compound eyes eerily gazing upon this inverted world. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Depths of Night. December enveloped Chinatown in a frigid embrace. The once boisterous streets lay in an unusual stillness. Nestled at the southern tip of Manhattan, New York's Chinatown sprawls across more than 40 streets, predominantly inhabited by individuals of Chinese descent. At this moment, on the periphery of Chinatown, stood an old three-story building with a red brick façade. A solitary figure peered through a gap in the curtains, observing the somewhat desolate street outside. The architectural style of Chinatown is a blend of Eastern and Western influences, featuring both intricately eaved structures and closely knit square residential buildings. The streets here are narrow, flanked by buildings adorned with a chaotic array of Chinese banners, creating an atmosphere of confinement. A yellow taxi, its engine purring softly, passed by below the window. The ghastly white headlights cast a slender beam of light through the curtain gap, etching a fleeting glow upon the ceiling before fading as the vehicle receded into the distance. With the roar of the engine fading away, Ailin exhaled in relief and returned to his bed. Within the bedroom, a hazy beam of moonlight filtered through the curtain's seam, casting a cold light onto the floor, serving as the sole source of illumination in the room. Ailin lay on the bed with his hands clasped behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Just a day prior, Ailin had been engrossed in his benefactor's side project, laboring tirelessly at the screen, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. Upon regaining consciousness, everything had transformed. He found himself inexplicably in another body on the other side of the ocean, even appearing significantly younger. After several minutes of shock, doubt, and disbelief, Ailin began to accept this new reality. He had no choice but to embrace it, otherwise, the alternative might lead him to a life of incarceration. For Ailin, who had just crossed over, was not alone. Beside him lay a captivating beauty, a figure of charm and grace. Do not misunderstand, she was not his girlfriend. It was Gwen Stacy. The one who had curled up next to him in bed was none other than the academic prodigy from Midtown, Gwen Stacy. Even with her tousled golden hair obscuring part of her face, Her youthful and vibrant features were unmistakable to both Ailin and the original body he inhabited. Stimulated by the presence of a familiar figure, a torrent of memories and information surged through his mind, swiftly merging with his consciousness. These were the recollections of another Ailin, sharing his name, who had lived in this world for over a decade. The information was incomplete, and much of it was vague. Yet it was sufficient for him to form a preliminary understanding of his circumstances. Hence, he was acutely aware that Gwen Stacy was not merely his girlfriend. In fact, they could hardly be considered familiar strangers. Their only commonality appeared to be their shared affiliation with the elite Midtown school. However, while Gwen Stacy shone resplendently as the top student and most admired beauty of the school, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking in athletic prowess and achieving average academic results, whose only notable feature was his handsome appearance, which failed to attract any significant attention in a crowd. Naturally, as a paragon of both beauty and intellect, Gwen Stacy was the object of admiration for many boys at Midtown, including the former Ailin. Under normal circumstances, their paths would never cross, let alone lead to anything more. Yet, a mere few hours prior, they had found themselves lying together on the same bed in a small inn. More troubling was the fact that both had been administered a potent aphrodisiac, igniting a fervent desire within them. Had it only been this, Ailin might have been able to rise to the occasion. But when his gaze fell upon the old video recorder emanating a faint red glow in the corner of the room, the fiery urge within him was doused as if doused with a bucket of cold water. A trap, or rather, a conspiracy. Amidst the intense palpitations in his chest, Ailin struggled to suppress his overwhelming desire and forcefully extricated himself from the dazed Gwen's grasp. Pressing his ear to the door, he discerned the raucous banter of three individuals just outside. "Henry, why does the boss insist we kidnap someone to deal with that girl? Such a tempting beauty should not be wasted on outsiders. If I could have my way, it would be worth dying for," one of them boasted. "Fool, if you don't want to spend the latter half of your life picking up soap in prison, keep your lower instincts in check. That woman's father is the precinct chief of the New York Police Department. If it weren't for the big shot backing the boss, he wouldn't dare provoke him," another warned. "Exactly, bud. Don't go looking for trouble. If the boss gets angry, we won't be able to save you," the third cautioned. All right, I was just making a remark. No need to take it so seriously," Henry replied dismissively. "Just be aware. That guy in there owns a 3-story building in Chinatown. The boss has always wanted to expand business into Chinatown. If we can get a hold of this guy, it might just present an opportunity for us," another one remarked. The casual conversation outside the door sent a chill down Ailin's spine, confirming his suspicions. After dressing, he stealthily approached the window, peering through the curtain's gap. Calculating the height of the building, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The room in which he found himself was situated on the 2nd floor, overlooking a desolate alleyway cluttered with refuse. Should he leap from the window, the prospect of sustaining fatal injuries would be the least of his concerns. Just as Ailin swung open the window, contemplating an escape, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Gwen Stacy's enchanting visage. If he were to abandon the scene, what fate would befall Gwen? Once the group outside discovered his flight, there was no telling what they might do to her. Gritting his teeth, Ailin cautiously secured the door with a bolt and barricaded it with a nearby cabinet. With this dual layer of protection in place, even if the individuals outside sensed something amiss and attempted to enter, they would be met with a delay. Having completed his preparations, Ailin resolutely climbed out of the window and sought a nearby public telephone booth to alert the New York Police Department. As for the disoriented Gwen, escaping together was beyond his capabilities. A careless misstep could lead to both of them falling victim to their assailants. Fortunately, Gwen Stacy's father served as the police chief, and her abduction swiftly garnered significant attention from the NYPD. Chapter 2. Crisis. Shortly after Ailin made the call, a fleet of police cars screeched to a halt, encircling the motel where he had awakened. Following a brief yet intense exchange of gunfire, 2 bodies were carried out from the establishment, while Gwen Stacy was promptly rescued and transported to the hospital. Although Gwen had been saved, Ailin, concealed nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. 2 bodies. The authorities had only retrieved 2 corpses, with no sign of a third individual, despite having heard 3 voices outside earlier. The implication was clear: one of them had evaded capture during the police operation. Ailin was oblivious to the identity of the escapee, but he understood the gravity of his predicament. Regardless of whether those individuals had entered the room before the police arrived, the mere fact that only Gwen Stacy had been rescued from within would lead the group to deduce that he had already fled prior to the police's incursion into the motel. Given the precision of the police raid, it was likely that they would hold him accountable for their escape. In this dire situation, Ailin saw only 2 paths before him. One was to approach the NYPD as a victim seeking protection. Considering he had made the call that saved Gwen Stacy, he believed her father, George Stacy, would not begrudge him assistance. Yet, Was that truly a safe course of action? Previously, during a casual conversation with those who had bound him, he learned that Gwen Stacy had been kidnapped due to the discontent of an enemy of George Stacy. Could he truly safeguard himself? Moreover, the precise tracking of George's daughter raised doubts in Aaron's mind regarding the high-profile individuals mentioned by those men, potentially implicating a member of the New York Police Department. If this were indeed the case, seeking assistance from the police would be akin to walking into a trap. No, he could not entrust his safety to others. Having just traversed into this world, filled with vigilance and a profound sense of insecurity, Aaron instinctively dismissed this avenue. Relying on the mercy of others was not what he desired. Thus, he would have to devise a solution to this predicament himself. However, before doing so, he needed to return home. With this thought in mind, Aaron turned towards Chinatown, where he had resided for over a decade. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, stepping into the antiquated 3-story apartment left to him by his mother. As he pushed the door open, he immediately spotted Pepper Potts, draped in a blanket, seated on the living room sofa, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing the door open, Pepper turned to see Aaron standing in the doorway. The moment their eyes met, the tension in her brow eased by 70%, only to tighten again by 30%. She removed the blanket from her shoulders, stood, and fixed her gaze on Aaron, saying, "It is not a good habit to stay out all night. Can you tell Aunt Pepper where you were last night?" Aaron was momentarily taken aback by Pepper's presence, and it appeared she had been waiting there all night. However, fragments of memories swiftly resurfaced, reminding him of who she was. Pepper Potts, the personal assistant to Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries. She had once been a partner in Aaron's mother, Carolyn's company, and was also her closest friend. During Carolyn's lifetime, she had often invited Pepper to stay in this building, even providing her with a key. Following Carolyn's tragic death in a car accident, Aaron had felt as though his soul had been lost, wandering aimlessly. It was Pepper who assisted in managing Carolyn's funeral and the subsequent estate. Without her, the inheritance left behind would have been consumed by a cadre of opportunists. Given their nature, it would have been a miracle for those vultures to leave this 3-story building to Aaron, let alone any inheritance. Furthermore, as an orphan, Aaron's ability to attend Midtown High, one of New York's top schools, was largely due to Pepper's significant support. Reflecting on Pepper's relationship with his predecessor, Aaron's eyes brightened. It seemed there might be another path available to him. Without concealment, Ailin recounted everything that transpired today in vivid detail to Pepper Potts. Upon hearing Ailin's narrative, Pepper's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, she had presumed that Ailin had merely succumbed to the whims of adolescence, perhaps indulging in nightlife with unsavory companions or spending the night out with a girl. Such matters Pepper would typically address with little more than a cautionary word about safety and the potential for chaos, for she too had known youth. However, Ailin's experiences from the previous night proved far more riveting than she had anticipated: abduction, organized crime, law enforcement, and even death, elements that could easily weave together into a gripping coming-of-age drama. Quickly recognizing the underlying dangers, Pepper Potts firmly grasped Ailin's shoulders and said with utmost seriousness, "Leave this matter to me. I will handle it. For the next few days, you should not return home. Stay with me instead." Ailin shook her head in response. "Aunt Pepper, I am already immensely grateful for your assistance, but I cannot return with you." Pepper resided in a predominantly Caucasian middle-class neighborhood, where the safety was certainly better than that of Chinatown, yet still limited. If Ailin were to move in with her, her security would not be significantly enhanced, and it could even jeopardize Pepper. This was not a scenario Ailin wished to create. Misinterpreting Ailin's reluctance as a desire to remain in her own home, Pepper placed her hands on Ailin's shoulders, adopting a serious tone to weigh the pros and cons. "If what you say is true, then those who kidnapped you have likely had their sights set on you for some time. Until this is resolved, it is not safe for you to stay here alone. Ailin, trust me, you only need to stay at Aunt Pepper's for a few days, and once everything is settled, I will return you home." Before Pepper could finish, Ailin interjected, "I understand, Aunt Pepper, and I do not wish to burden you. I will find a place to hide for the next few days. Chinatown is vast and quite exclusive. Those outsiders will find it challenging to locate me here. Do not worry, Aunt Pepper, I will take care of myself." Moreover, the NYPD is not to be underestimated. Those individuals who kidnapped the police chief's daughter may soon find themselves in dire straits and may not even think of me. Upon finishing, Ailin offered Pepper a gentle smile. "Of course, I will need you to make a call to my school, requesting a leave of absence." Chapter 3. The turning point. Convincing Pepper Potts proved to be no small feat. Nevertheless, Ailin ultimately succeeded. Of course, during the interim until the trouble was fully resolved, Ailin was required to ensure she made a phone call to Pepper morning and night to confirm her safety. This was not a challenge for Ailin, though first, she needed to purchase a new phone at a nearby mall, for her original device had vanished when she was knocked unconscious and abducted. It remains uncertain whether the funds were embezzled by that group or carelessly discarded into some refuse bin. After personally seeing Pepper off, Ailin turned to head home, subsequently securing the downstairs security door with a lock. Although Chinatown lacks the chaotic nature of Hell's Kitchen, its nighttime safety is hardly commendable. Previously, Ailin had been struck on the head while traversing an alley, a glaring example of the dangers that lurked. To make matters worse, he now had a potential adversary to contend with. Following Pepper Potts' departure, Ailin did not take a moment's respite, swiftly returning to his room to retrieve several sets of everyday clothes. He then moved aside his bedroom bed and lifted the carpet, unearthing a well-prepared tool to pry up a slightly loose floor tile. Beneath the tile lay the lifetime savings of his mother, as well as his maternal grandparents. A bank card and 3 rolls of substantial US dollars were concealed there. Ailin's mother, a formidable Chinese woman, tragically passed away in a car accident a year ago. With the assistance of Pepper Potts, the post-tax inheritance amounting to several $100,000, along with a 3-story building on the outskirts of Chinatown, ensured Ailin's economic stability, allowing him to continue his studies with relative ease. As for his father, he was virtually non-existent. According to Ailin's mother, she had resorted to a sperm bank to avoid pressure from her parents regarding marriage, opting for artificial insemination to raise Ailin as a single mother. This decision had reportedly caused considerable distress to Ailin's grandparents, nearly severing ties with their daughter. It was only after Ailin's birth that their relationship gradually improved. Throughout his childhood, Ailin primarily lived with his grandparents while his mother worked to provide for the family. At the age of 10, Ailin lost his grandfather to illness, and his grandmother, overwhelmed by sorrow, soon followed suit. It is worth noting that the 3-story building in Chinatown was initially an inheritance from his grandparents. After changing hands twice, by the time it reached Ailin, it incurred a hefty inheritance tax that significantly depleted his mother's finances. Nevertheless, even after such a reduction, Ailin's wealth still surpassed that of a considerable portion of the populace in this nation. In addition to the $300,000 in bank reserves, Ailin had an additional $30,000 in cash, along with some spare change. Moreover, their family's 3-story building, which could serve as a commercial property, potentially contributed to the gang's interest in Ailin. An unfortunate truth: innocence can attract envy. After extracting the 3 rolls of substantial US dollars and the bank card from beneath the tile, Ailin stuffed them into his backpack, alongside the clothing. He then restored the floor and bed to their original positions. Once all was in order, Ailin closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, before retrieving a key from the drawer in his bedroom. Ailin hurriedly descended the staircase, clutching a key in her hand, unlocking the door to the somewhat antiquated basement of the 3-story building, perhaps due to years of neglect and the aging of its components. She found herself kicking the wooden door several times with considerable force before it finally yielded to her efforts. The sheer force of her actions caused the calendar hanging on the wall, featuring passages from the New Testament, to tumble down. As she waved away the dust that had fallen and the murky air that surged forth from the basement, Ailin pressed a few buttons on the wall nearby. In the next moment, when the lights flickered to life, the once pitch-black basement was illuminated as if it were day. The glaring, incandescent bulbs were almost blinding, a testament to the efforts her grandfather had made to ensure the space was well lit, driven by her grandmother's fear of darkness. The outcome, it appeared, was quite commendable. Once the air in the basement had circulated, rendering it less oppressive, Ailin cautiously descended the creaking wooden stairs. At the entrance of the basement, she reached into a hidden compartment beneath the second drawer of the first row and retrieved a handgun wrapped in oiled cloth. It was a Beretta pistol, gleaming with a silver sheen and well-maintained, a cherished relic left behind by her grandfather. This Beretta Model 92 had safeguarded the Lin family for 3 generations, warding off numerous intruders and thieves. Ailin had grown up listening to tales of this very firearm. Following her grandfather's passing, her grandmother, Kelly, had secured the gun in the basement to prevent Ailin from tampering with it. Nevertheless, every year on the anniversaries of her grandparents' deaths, Kelly would take it out for meticulous care. As Ailin caressed the weapon, still slick with gun oil, an indescribable thrill coursed through her. This was her first encounter with a firearm, and gripping it instilled within her a profound sense of security. After securing both a knife and the gun, Ailin did not linger at home, but swiftly made her way to a Chinese inn several blocks away, renting a room. Reflecting on the day's events since her arrival in this new world, Ailin felt a sense of nostalgia. The experiences she had encountered thus far were far more exhilarating than anything from her previous life. As she turned over in bed, Ailin meticulously organized the memories of her past life in her mind. Although many details had faded due to the natural mechanisms of forgetfulness, she still managed to extract a wealth of valuable information. Her consciousness sifted through the memories as if watching a film, yet as her mental energy waned, an inexplicable fatigue began to envelop her body. This growing weariness clouded her awareness, causing her thoughts to descend into chaos, edging her closer to slumber. At that moment, Ailin suddenly sensed that the air around her had thickened and become eerily stagnant. Following this, as the whispers of madness, strange yet alluring, echoed in Ailin's ears. It felt as though a multitude surrounded him, murmuring secrets unknown. Despite his utmost concentration, he could not decipher their words, and the whispers only served to intensify the ache in his mind. Just as he was about to groan in pain, the cacophony of voices receded like a tide, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Not only the surroundings, but Ailin felt his very soul become unmoored, as if it had crossed an invisible threshold into an unknown realm. When Ailin opened his eyes again, a thick mist enveloped his vision. Chapter 4. The Scales of Destiny. Where am I? The bizarre scene before him tightened Ailin's nerves. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he floated at the edge of an endless silver river. The mist obscuring his sight was nothing but the vapor rising from the surface of this shimmering water. The fog flowed like quicksilver. In front of him stood a colossal silver scale, a phantom that loomed like an ancient rock, quietly absorbing the white mist that hovered above the river. Driven by curiosity, Ailin reached out with his right hand, half in wonder and half in exploration, attempting to touch the spectral scale before him. The moment his fingers brushed against it, an enigmatic message emanated from the scale. Through the essence of this message, Ailin began to comprehend the nature of this immense balance. The Scales of Destiny, a treasure birthed from the river of fate. Having been tainted for unknown reasons by some otherworldly presence, it had drifted into the world Ailin had just departed. Guided by fate, it had serendipitously encountered Ailin and, at the moment of his untimely demise, had rescued him, transporting him to this realm. So, I had already met my end before this traversal. In that case, this entity brought me to this world as a means of salvation. Yet, why did it have to be this perilous Marvel universe? Could it not have led me to a safer domain? Ailin's complaints elicited no response from the silver scale before him, which remained as unyielding as a true inanimate object. However, having received a fragment of the scale's message, Ailin sensed it was far from a mere lifeless entity. The Scales of Destiny represented its exterior form, while its abilities could manifest in a manner most comprehensible to its host. So, for a programmer, what is the most easily understood concept? Undoubtedly, it is a system. With a thought, he initiated the connection. Before Ailin, the white mist suddenly accelerated its flow, coalescing to form a simple panel before him. Name: Ailin. Fate Compass. 100 fate points can spin the fate compass once. Fate Manifestation. The ability to manifest anything that has existed within the river of fate unlocked. Talent: Capricious Fate. Fate is unpredictable and ever-changing. As the host of the Scales of Destiny, no one can seize your fate or predict your future. Skills: Driving, Beginner. English, Grade 11. History, Grade 11. Mathematics, Grade 11. Chemistry, Grade 11. Antique Appreciation, Basic. Programming, Advanced. Strength Evaluation, Novice. Fate Points, 100. Gift of Fate. Well, as a proponent of quality education, Zhongqing High School maintains a commendable standard, renowned for its mass production of elite students. This stands in stark contrast to those public schools that advocate for a joy-based education, infamous for churning out mediocrity. Despite the continuous blows from the loss of several family members, the original Ailin has preserved a commendable level of academic prowess across various subjects. As for the advanced programming skill, it must be a valuable legacy from Ailin's previous life, given that his world had progressed to the year 2023. And as a seasoned programmer, his understanding of programming is not surprising in this era, where it is regarded as an advanced skill. Upon reviewing his skills, Ailin also noted the novice strength evaluation. While this assessment did not surprise him, it deepened his sense of urgency to enhance his abilities. With this thought, Ailin turned his gaze to the only available option on the panel, the Fate Compass. Spinning the Fate Compass costs 100 fate points. Whether this price is high or low remains uncertain, yet he still possesses the opportunity to spin the Fate Compass once. Who knows if the 100 fate points marked as a gift of fate are merely a beginner's package left by the Scales of Destiny. Without hesitation, Ailin directly accessed the Fate Compass interface and chose to spin it. There were no extravagant visuals, only a colossal shadow of the Fate Compass flashing before Ailin. He barely caught a glimpse of what the Fate Compass looked like before it rapidly spun to a halt, the pointer resting on a particular selection. In the next moment, the shadow of the Fate Compass transformed into shimmering particles and dissipated, revealing a soft blue orb of light before Ailin. Ah, a reward. Gazing at the soft blue orb floating before him, Ailin felt a jolt of excitement and reached into the orb, grasping the object enveloped within. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Diviner's Potion. In Ailin's hands lay a vial containing a viscous, deep blue liquid. Upon accessing the detailed description of the Diviner's Elixir, Ailin was immediately presented with comprehensive information about this potion. Diviner's Elixir. Born from a world tainted by an outer god, it possesses a unique sequence power system. Potion grade, sequence 9. Effects. Consumption of this elixir will result in a slight enhancement of various physical attributes, as well as the acquisition of a mysterious aptitude known as the Diviner's Gift, allowing for the efficient learning, mastery, and utilization of mystic divination abilities, along with a certain level of protection against the perils of divination. Additionally, through various ritualistic magics, one can perform a degree of spirit summoning. Notes: the world polluted by outer gods has birthed power systems that inherently exhibit traits of madness and distortion. The use of this elixir will, to some extent, corrode the user's sanity. Those with unstable minds should exercise caution. Should the potion not be fully digested, the user faces a risk of losing control, potentially devolving into a monstrous state. Gazing at the Diviner's Elixir in his grasp, Ailin's expression was tinged with complexity. He had perused the works of the enigmatic master of the octopus maiden multiple times in the past, often exclaiming in admiration and even fantasizing about what it would be like to possess some of those powers. Yet, when such a situation unfolded before him, he found himself struggling to accept it. The power systems of the mysterious world were notoriously unkind to travelers from other realms. The higher the sequence, the closer one approached madness. Even attaining divinity could not liberate one from this insanity, as maintaining sanity required specific anchor points. This characteristic, entwined with madness, was certainly not what Ailin desired. Chapter 5. Consuming the elixir, all the fate points bestowed by the scales of destiny had been expended on a lottery, leaving Ailin devoid of any remaining fate points for a second draw. If he were to relinquish this Diviner's Elixir, he could only wonder how long it would be before he encountered another opportunity to engage with extraordinary powers. In this world predominantly governed by ordinary individuals, acquiring such extraordinary abilities was no simple feat. Furthermore, even if he were to succeed, the majority of superhuman powers in the Marvel Universe had limitations that paled in comparison to the sequence potion power system. Without a certain degree of strength, could he truly survive in this perilous world until that day arrived? Moreover, even if he were to accumulate another 100 fate points, would he genuinely be able to draw something truly satisfying? Reflecting on the initial message he had received regarding the pollution of the scales of destiny by a certain entity, Ailin harbored grave doubts that anything he might obtain from the fate compass would surpass the value of the Diviner's Elixir in his possession. With the scales of destiny tainted, who could ascertain whether the outcomes drawn would be influenced by that corruption? Additionally, time was not a luxury he could afford to waste on indecision. Even now, a myriad of troubles awaits him outside. With this thought, Ailin's gaze upon the vial in his hand grew resolute. At that moment, he suddenly felt his body becoming increasingly heavy, as if the surroundings were fading away. His vision briefly darkened before returning to clarity. In a moment of disorientation, Ailin found himself back in the inn he rented. If it were not for the deep blue potion still clutched in his hand, he might have doubted that everything just experienced was merely a dream. Phew, it seems not all is lost. At least I am not devoid of a golden finger. With a soft chuckle at his own expense, Ailin tilted his head back and poured the Diviner potion into his mouth. A cool, smooth sensation swiftly filled his mouth, sliding down his throat and into his stomach. The viscous blue liquid seemed to sprout slender, delicate tendrils, the cold and stimulation penetrating every cell of Ailin's being. Under the potion's influence, Ailin involuntarily convulsed. His vision began to blur, and it felt as though his soul was ascending to a higher dimension, as everything around him rapidly twisted and transformed, becoming abstract. Even his thoughts began to drift, though a sliver of remaining clarity held onto his consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, he perceived his surroundings. Strange, indescribable figures swirled around him, seemingly attempting to ensnare him, to draw him into their ranks for eternity. No, I cannot be ensnared by them. In a sudden moment of clarity, Ailin's consciousness sank, swiftly merging with his body. Boom. In an instant, the abstract scene returned to normalcy, and the figures surrounding Ailin dissipated. The room's ambience was restored, yet Ailin was far from recovering from the potion's transformation. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, creating the sensation of being on the verge of explosion, while his vision was filled with countless afterimages. These phantoms whispered incessantly in his ears, yet Ailin could never quite discern their words. A sharp pain pricked his forehead, and an overwhelming urge to vent, to destroy, surged within him. Furrowing his brow, he shook his head repeatedly. After some time, he finally overcame the dreadful sensation. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Ailin realized he was drenched, as if he had been submerged in water, his entire being soaked in perspiration. What a wretched experience. With a wry smile, he found little discomfort in his predicament. Rather, a flicker of exhilaration ignited within him. Upon consuming the potion from the seer, Ailin experienced not merely suffering, but was truly bestowed with extraordinary power and a fragment of enigmatic, supernatural knowledge. According to that knowledge, he was to meditate, learn to harness his own strength, and ultimately master it. The first step was to regulate his breathing. Ailin deepened his inhalations, slowing the rhythm accordingly. With each slow, melodious breath, he gradually emptied his mind. Simultaneously, he envisioned a grand, sacred balance scale in his mind, directing all his focus and thoughts onto it, thereby eliminating the chaos of distractions. Meditation necessitates the conjuring of objects that do not exist in this world, imagined from thin air. Only through this can one transcend the self, uniting with the cosmos to gain insights and revelations into the truth, acquiring knowledge that can only be comprehended by oneself. After a night of meditation and practice, benefiting from the potion of the seer, Ailin was able to restrain the power that emanated from the potion and had barely grasped the ability of clairvoyance. As for the various abilities related to divination, Ailin still required further study and practice to master them. At present, he could hardly interpret even the simplest of dream omens effectively. Nevertheless, none of this could subdue the exhilaration within Ailin's heart, for from this day forth, he too was a member of the extraordinary. Upon becoming extraordinary, Ailin's sense of urgency was somewhat assuaged. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door of his room. The moment he heard the knocking, Ailin's pupils contracted, and instinctively, his right hand reached beneath his pillow to grasp the beretta. Compared to the yet to fully realized potency of the seer's potion, the intimidation and assistance provided by the firearm was considerably greater. This inexpensive Chinese and offered no wake-up service, and the proprietor would not kindly provide such a service. Grasping the handgun, Ailin cautiously descended from the bed like a cat, picked up his backpack, and stealthily moved toward the window. The location and room of this inn were meticulously chosen by Ailin. Should any trouble arise, he could swiftly escape through the window outside his room. At that moment, however, it seemed the person knocking at the door had heard the commotion within and called out, "Lin, it's your Uncle Yuan. If you're awake, come and open the door. Last night we saw 3 black men sneaking into Chinatown, prying open your front door, seemingly intending to do something nefarious. However, we from the loyal and righteous hall apprehended them. After a lengthy interrogation, they confessed they were here to trouble you. You'd best come and take a look." Hearing the words from outside the door, Ailin, who was about to leap from the window, momentarily froze. Uncle Yuan, the loyal and righteous hall. In Ailin's recollection, he indeed recognized an individual he referred to as Uncle Yuan, a distant relative of his grandfather. Years ago, this person had clandestinely traversed from the mainland to New York, reportedly with the assistance of Ailin's grandfather, who facilitated various arrangements to help him settle. During the initial period, he even took refuge in Ailin's grandfather's home until he secured employment and moved out. This shared connection fostered a cordial relationship between the two families. In Ailin's childhood, during festive occasions, Uncle Yuan would bring gifts to visit his grandfather. However, Ailin's mother seemed to harbor a disliking for Uncle Yuan's connections with gangs and was particularly averse to Ailin's interactions with him. Following the passing of his grandparents, the bond between the families rapidly diminished. Nevertheless, every year during the Spring Festival, Uncle Yuan would still arrive with a plethora of gifts. Upon reflecting on memories of Uncle Yuan, Ailin hesitated briefly. Approaching the door obscured by a wardrobe, he peered through the peephole and observed a solitary figure in the desolate corridor outside, a burly man with a buzz cut and a square jaw, bearing a scar at the corner of his eye. Tentatively, Ailin called out, "Uncle Yuan? What nonsense, who else could it be? Can't you even recognize my voice?" Came the irritable response from the man outside. After confirming through his spiritual vision that only Uncle Yuan stood there, devoid of any malicious intent, Ailin moved aside the wardrobe blocking the door. Upon hearing the commotion inside, Uncle Yuan's face betrayed a flicker of peculiarity. After a moment, Ailin finally opened the door to the inn, greeting Uncle Yuan with a bright smile. How could that be? Uncle Yuan, unfazed by Ailin's insincere remarks, instead glanced at the set of cabinets beside the door and nodded appreciatively. "Hey, not bad. You've made some progress since before." Without further ado, Uncle Yuan strode into Ailin's rented room and settled into a chair, inquiring, "What trouble have you stirred with those water ghost gang members? Their influence primarily resides around the docks. Logically, you should not have provoked them." Ailin sighed. "It wasn't me who provoked them. They targeted me." Uncle Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Do tell. They seem to have set their sights on the house my grandfather left me and the money my mother bequeathed. They knocked me unconscious and administered drugs, intending to film compromising footage to coerce me into submission. However, I managed to escape. I reported the incident to the police, who stormed the location where I was held captive, rescuing another girl they had abducted. It appears they even engaged in a shootout, resulting in the death of 2 of their members. The three individuals you mentioned may have been sent to retaliate against me. To be honest, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have even known the name Water Ghost Gang until now. Although Ailin did not sense any ill will from Uncle Yuan, he selectively shared only a fraction of what he deemed appropriate to disclose. Regarding the matter involving the precinct chief of the New York Police Department and a certain influential figure, Ailin did not even broach the subject. Even Gwen's identity was portrayed by Ailin as that of an innocent victim. After all, Uncle Yuan was not a universally recognized good person like Pepper Potts, and, strictly speaking, it had been quite some time since their last interaction. For Ailin at present, it was prudent to exercise caution. Had they set their sights on the house left behind by Uncle Lin? Recently, it seemed that the Water Ghost Gang was expanding their territory. Could it be that they had their eyes on Chinatown? After hearing Ailin's words, Uncle Yuan appeared to be lost in thought, his brow furrowing deeply, even tugging at the scar at the corner of his eye, which made him appear even more menacing. After pondering for a few seconds, Uncle Yuan rose and said, "Wait a moment. You will accompany me to meet Uncle Chi. When we arrive, you shall recount to him what you have shared with me. But place particular emphasis on their interest in your property. Chinatown is our territory as Chinese people, and whether it be our loyal and righteous society or other factions, we will not allow outsiders to encroach upon Chinatown." Upon hearing this, Ailin's eyes lit up. Uncle Yuan's intent was clear. He wished to redirect the issue of trouble caused by those three members of the Water Ghost Gang towards the matter of their encroachment on Chinatown. If someone stirred trouble on their own turf, the loyal and righteous society and other factions might not intervene, but if someone targeted their territory, the members of the loyal and righteous society would undoubtedly take action. Once the loyal and righteous society intervened, regardless of the outcome, Ailin would be far safer than he was now. With this in mind, Ailin solemnly replied to Uncle Yuan, "I understand what I must do. Thank you, Uncle Yuan." Seeing Ailin's resolve, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Uncle Yuan's eyes, though he feigned indifference, dismissing it as a trivial matter. "Very well, let us go. Uncle Chi is elderly and should not be kept waiting. Since the immigration of the Chinese community in New York, they have consistently faced unfair treatment, enduring capital oppression and racial discrimination, and even bullying from certain gangs. The lives of the Chinese people during that period were fraught with hardship. In this context, a Chinese gang known as the Hongmen emerged, bridging the impoverished populace with the affluent class, all while negotiating with the government and contending with the exploitation of the capitalist class, sometimes resorting to armed resistance when necessary. At the height of its power, 9 out of 10 Chinese individuals were members of this organization. However, as the adage goes, where there are many people, there are many thoughts. Once the peak passed, the Hongmen began to decline, fracturing into numerous smaller Chinese gangs, with the loyal and righteous society being one of them. To this day, although the loyal and righteous society may not be the most powerful among Chinese gangs, it is among the oldest in terms of legacy. Under Uncle Yuan's leadership, Ailin arrived at the hall belonging to the loyal and righteous society. After navigating through the main hall, they entered a room on the left side. Ailin beheld 3 African men bound together by hemp ropes. Their faces bore signs of bruising, and blood lingered at the corners of their mouths. A clear testament to the warm hospitality extended by the friends of the loyal and righteous hall. Flanking the room stood a row of stern-faced youths, while at the head of the chamber, an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Tang suit sat with his meticulously groomed silver hair. This was the venerable 7th uncle, who had been brought forth. Upon setting down his teacup, the elder nodded to Uncle Yuan and then turned his gaze upon Ailin, saying, "Now, speak. How did this little rascal offend the Water Ghost Gang to warrant their sending 3 men to brazenly invade our loyal and righteous hall at such an hour? Armed no less. This is no trivial matter." Chapter 7. A warning. "This is not my doing," Ailin replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Following Uncle Yuan's guidance, he recounted the events with due discretion. Indeed, upon hearing his account, the 7th uncle's anger flared. What audacity! His frail hand, resembling an eagle's talon, slammed down upon the table with a resounding crack, shattering the mahogany surface into splinters. The sudden noise startled Ailin, who gaped in disbelief at the seemingly frail elder, unable to fathom how such a gaunt figure could wield such destructive force. Not only Ailin, but the others in the room were equally taken aback, rendered mute and trembling like quail. Ultimately, it was Uncle Yuan who broke the silence. "Calm yourself, 7th uncle. Those outside have long coveted Chinatown. Their fixation is not a recent development, so why let your anger endanger your health? The legacy left by our ancestors shall not be usurped by outsiders." The 7th uncle retorted sharply, "I am not dead yet." With that, his gaze sharpened, piercing like an eagle's, as he fixed his sight upon the 3 bound men in the center of the room, as if he aimed to execute them with his stare alone. "Yuanli, dispose of these 3 and then deliver a warning to the Water Ghost Gang. Inform them that Chinatown is our territory. Understood, Yuan Li replied, rallying a few men to carry the gagged, battered individuals away. Once they had departed, the seventh uncle's fury subsided somewhat. He turned his attention back to Ailin, saying, in light of Yuan Li's intervention, our loyal and righteous hall may take on this burden for you. However, since this situation arose from your actions, you must also contribute. As a figure of authority within the faction, the intentions of Yuan Li and Ailin were transparent to him. Yet, as Yuan Li had articulated, Chinatown was indeed a sanctuary for the loyal and righteous hall and other Chinese gangs. They would not tolerate any encroachment from outsiders. And the seventh uncle was merely inclined to grant Yuan Li, an elder of the gang, a modicum of respect. Certainly, respect could be afforded. But Ailin too had to make a gesture in this matter, as a member of the gang. The Loyalty Hall has never engaged in losing ventures. Upon hearing this, Ailin felt no surprise. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and the Loyalty Hall is no charitable institution. Ailin, adopting a serious demeanor, said, please guide me. Uncle Chi. Excellent. I appreciate your astuteness, Uncle Chi replied, seemingly impressed by Ailin's attitude. I shall present you with two options. The first is to join our Loyalty Hall. If you become one of us, the hall will stand by you, and no one will dare to speak ill of you. However, if you prefer not to associate with the hall, there is a second option. You may pay a sum of $100,000 for peace. This amount will suffice to ensure that our young men will stand up for you. After Yuan Li warned the Water Ghost Gang today, you should enjoy some tranquility. Provided you remain in Chinatown. Rest assured, the Loyalty Hall will guarantee your safety. With that, Uncle Chi fell silent, allowing Ailin to make his choice. He then picked up a cup of fragrant tea presented by a subordinate and began to savor it slowly. Ailin, of course, had no intention of joining the Loyalty Hall. From what he understood, while the hall's strength was not formidable, the hierarchy and seniority within it were quite pronounced. Even if he were to delve into the underworld, Ailin would not opt for the Loyalty Hall. Therefore, he decisively stated, I choose the second option. Choosing the second option, are we? Understood. Prepare the $100,000 within 3 days, and I will send someone to collect it, Uncle Chi responded. Ailin's choice elicited a sense of regret from Uncle Chi. Yet it did not come as a surprise. However, it diminished his interest in continuing the conversation with Ailin. After offering a brief explanation, he dismissed Ailin. Upon exiting the Loyalty Hall, Ailin felt considerably lighter in spirit. Although the hefty sum of $100,000 had significantly diminished his wealth, causing him some distress, he valued his safety far more than material possessions. Shortly after leaving the hall, Yuan Shu, who had exchanged contact information with Ailin, called him. Lin, just return and await my good news. Once I go over and warn them in the name of the Loyalty Hall, those cowardly bullies from the Water Ghost Gang will think twice before bothering you. Rest assured, haha. Before he could finish, a series of piercing cries and pleas for mercy erupted from the other end of the line. You bunch of cowards, shut up, came a reprimand from Yuan Shu, who then added, all right, I have matters to attend to, so I must end the conversation here. Without waiting for Ailin's response, Yuan Shu hung up the phone. What a delightful surprise. Ailin murmured to himself with a smile as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. Initially, after dismissing the idea of seeking help from the police, he had braced himself for a hellish beginning. Yet, he had not anticipated the series of unexpected developments that unfolded in his favor. Whether it was the previous involvement of Pepper Potts or the current intervention of the Loyalty Hall, all of it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for Ailin. Upon exiting the loyal and righteous hall, Ailin did not depart immediately. Instead, she sought out a nearby rice noodle shop, savoring her breakfast while also sending a message of reassurance to Pepper Potts. After a brief interval, the grand doors of the loyal and righteous hall swung open once more. Ailin spotted Yuan Li, accompanied by over 30 individuals, hastily departing in 5 vans. Without hesitation, she summoned a taxi to follow them. Initially, the taxi driver was reluctant, disinclined to accept what appeared to be a troublesome fare. However, upon Ailin producing $500 in cash, he instantly assured her that he would not lose track of the vehicle. After more than half an hour, at the entrance of a bar near the dock area, Ailin observed the vans from the loyal and righteous hall come to a halt. Subsequently, the group of over 30 individuals surged towards a bar named Morningstar. Morningstar? Could this establishment be the stronghold of the Water Ghost Gang? After noting the name and location of the bar, Ailin instructed the driver to head back. For a diviner, conflict is never solely confined to direct confrontation. Upon returning to Chinatown, Ailin's first act was to don a simple disguise before relocating to an anonymous inn. The incident earlier that morning, when the loyal and righteous hall had sought her out, remained vividly etched in her memory. While the loyal and righteous hall held dominion over Chinatown, this experience instilled within Ailin a sense of unease. If they could easily track her down, what of the Water Ghost Gang? Chapter 8. Trouble afoot. As evening descended upon the dock area, it prepared to bid farewell to the day's clamor. Even some shops began to display signs of closing. Nevertheless, certain locales remained ablaze with vibrant lights. After work, dock workers, having labored throughout the day, would often return home in small groups. Others, after a long day, would invite a few friends to unwind at a bar. In such circumstances, numerous budget-friendly bars emerged alongside the docks. Among them, the Morning Star Bar, under the control of the Water Ghost Gang, stood out. Many dock workers were aware that this bar was under gang control, yet as long as the drink prices remained low, they were unconcerned with the rest. Moreover, these gang-controlled establishments possessed a certain advantage. Disturbances were infrequent. On ordinary days, two burly men clad in gray-black coats, their waistbands bulging, would openly stand at the bar's entrance, intimidating any potential onlookers. Strangely, today there seemed to be no one guarding the door. A few regulars at the Morning Star Bar, upon arriving at the entrance, exchanged puzzled murmurs before pushing the door open and stepping inside. As the door swung wide, the scene within the bar caused their pupils to constrict involuntarily, and a collective shiver ran through them. Amidst the melodious strains of music, the patrons in the bar appeared to have succumbed to a deep slumber, sprawled across the hall, their chests devoid of any rise or fall. The kaleidoscopic lights danced upon their faces, flickering ominously, evoking a chilling sense of dread that washed over them, accompanied by an inexplicable weight pressing upon their very beings. Several newcomers to the bar shifted uncomfortably, twisting their necks and shoulders. Instinctively, they retreated a few steps, only to realize that their companions mirrored their actions. What was happening? A shiver ran through the hearts of the regulars. In the next moment, a faint murmur reached their ears, an unfamiliar cadence, incomprehensible in meaning, yet igniting a primal agitation that sent chills down their spines. This haunting sound compelled them to scream, to unleash their fury upon those around them. Indeed, that was precisely what they did. Minutes later, the Morning Star Bar fell silent once more, leaving only the ceaseless, ethereal music resonating within its walls. Observant souls would notice that amidst the original throng, 3 new figures had emerged. The slightly ajar entrance of the bar loomed like the gaping maw of hell, mercilessly devouring all life that dared to cross its threshold. Initially, no one was aware of the events unfolding within the Morning Star Bar. It wasn't until a call was made to the authorities that the New York police took notice. Meanwhile, when Yuan Li and his group failed to return, and their phones went unanswered, the ever-vigilant Uncle Chi became acutely aware that something was amiss. By the time he sent someone to inquire at the Morning Star Bar, the establishment, along with a surrounding radius of 50 feet, had been cordoned off by a multitude of police officers, complete with caution tape. What could be the matter? The 5 Chinese youths dispatched by the Loyal Unity Hall stood in stunned silence, gazing at the throng of over 100 New York police officers and the extensive perimeter established around the bar. Had there been a confrontation between Yuan and the Water Ghost Gang? Or had their raucous activities attracted the attention of law enforcement, leading to their arrest? It was plausible. Yuan and his band had brought along 30 daring brothers from their hall, a number too formidable for the Water Ghost Gang to contend with. Surely, the police had intervened before they could escape. Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, go find out what is happening in the vicinity. I will call Uncle Chi and ask him to contact the police to clarify the situation. If Yuan and the others have indeed been detained, we must secure legal representation to facilitate their release. Thus, the events at the Morning Star Bar unfolded. No one informed Ailin immediately. It was only the following day when someone from the Loyalty Hall called that Ailin learned of Uncle Yuan's predicament. Upon hastily arriving at the Loyalty Hall, Ailin noticed a significant reduction in personnel. Those remaining appeared to be in a state of disarray. As Ailin turned into the establishment, an inexplicable wave of gloom washed over him, a sensation of oppression and despair that he could not articulate. What was happening? Sensing a profound disturbance within himself, Ailin halted and surveyed his surroundings. However, nothing peculiar caught his eye. After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his jaw and activated his spiritual vision. Instantly, his perception shifted, revealing the auras of the disciples within the Loyalty Hall. Before he could assess their healthy hues, he was drawn to the dense, somber emotions they exuded. The shades of sorrow, grief, and oppression coalesced into a palpable darkness. What was occurring? With a heavy heart, Ailin encountered Uncle Chi once more. Yet, compared to a day prior, the elder appeared visibly haggard. Even his meticulously combed silver hair seemed somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Ailin, Uncle Chi lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Did something happen to Yuan Li and the others? Ailin inquired. What transpired? The Morning Star Bar affiliated with the Water Ghost Gang has encountered issues. Since yesterday, none who entered have emerged, and even several officers from the police department have gone missing within. The area has now been cordoned off, and through inquiries I made, it appears they have faced something strange. Ailin's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of something strange. What could that possibly mean? The Marvel Universe hardly entertains the notion of the bizarre, does it? Observing Eileen's reaction, Uncle Chi's expression turned to one of disappointment. The troubles surrounding the water ghost gang stemmed from Ailin, and Uncle Chi had initially assumed Ailin would possess greater insight. It seemed he had overestimated him. After a moment of silence, Ailin asked, "Are Uncle Yuan and the others still alive?" Uncle Chi shook his head and replied, "I do not know. According to individuals from the police department, it seems that over 100 people are trapped in the main hall of the Morningstar Bar. Yet no one can ascertain whether they are alive or deceased. As for more specific details, you will need to investigate for yourself, for I have no further information. Moreover, it appears the case concerning the Morningstar Bar has been transferred." Understood. Chapter 9. The bizarre Morningstar Bar. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chi, Ailin summoned a taxi and directed it toward the street where the Morningstar Bar was located. Upon reaching the vicinity of the bar around noon, the sky was clear and bright, the sun shining brilliantly. However, as Ailin entered the street housing the Morningstar Bar, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. As Ailin arrived near the Morningstar Bar, a sharply dressed Coulson, with a receding hairline, accompanied by Grant Ward, approached the entrance of the establishment. "Is this the problematic bar?" Grant mused, surveying the venue with a hint of skepticism. "It doesn't appear particularly extraordinary." "Do not be complacent, Grant. The NYPD has already suffered casualties inside," Coulson cautioned, as he donned the specialized protective gear handed to him by a staff member. Grant, emulating Coulson, equipped himself with the same protective attire, arming himself thoroughly. Once clad, the two followed a tactical team into the bar. As the tactical team pushed open the bar's grand door, melodious music surged forth. Inside, the hall of the Morningstar Bar was filled with hundreds of individuals, seemingly entranced in slumber, lying motionless. Observing this, Coulson signaled discreetly. Moments later, the tactical team's leader led his men into the bar. Noticing no immediate anomalies, a flicker of doubt crossed Coulson's expression. Meanwhile, outside, Grant, tasked with overseeing the situation, found himself unknowingly stepping forward, entranced by the enchanting music. Trailing behind the tactical team into the bar, Grant, Coulson, managing the situation from outside, swiftly seized his walkie-talkie and barked a command. The sharp reprimand jolted Grant back to reality. Realizing he had unconsciously approached the bar's entrance and was about to step inside, a cold sweat broke out on his back. "Retreat." Coulson's voice echoed in his earpiece once more. Without hesitation, Grant quickly stepped back, halting when he was 5 or 6 meters from the entrance. He exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting uncertainly towards the club, where the bright lights and soothing music created an inviting atmosphere. Yet, to Grant, it appeared to be a terrifying den of iniquity. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Grant recognized the bar's peculiar nature. As a trained operative, he was baffled at having deviated from his mission. Unknowingly drawn to enter the establishment with the tactical team, Coulson approached him swiftly, inquiring, "What just transpired? Why did you follow them inside?" With a troubled expression, Grant recounted, "Sir, upon hearing the music from within the bar, my will was compromised, as if I had been hypnotized, and I unwittingly followed them inside. If it weren't for your commanding shout awakening me, I fear." Grant reflected on his earlier state, realizing how perilously close he had come to abandoning his mission. A wave of indescribable dread surged within him. The mere act of hearing a sound had led him directly into a state of hypnosis. Such a terrifying form of suggestion it was. Not to mention the perils he might encounter upon entering this eerie establishment. What if, during this hypnotic state, he inadvertently revealed the identity of Hydra? The consequences would not only befall him, but also condemn his family to a tragic fate. The mere thought sent a shiver down Grant Ward's spine, making him regard the seemingly inconspicuous bar with heightened caution. Music? Hypnosis? Coulson's eyes glinted with intrigue at the mention. Could it be that the bizarre occurrences within the Morningstar Bar were instigated by the music within? Were the patrons of the bar ensnared by its melodies, thus rendering them oblivious to the outside world? Just then, an unsettling transformation unfolded within the Morningstar Bar. The individuals sprawled across the bar's floor suddenly contorted their necks, some even rotating them a full 180 degrees, assuming a grotesque posture as they gazed towards the door, fixating their stare upon Coulson. Then, in unison, they smiled. Under the unyielding gaze of these lifeless beings, their pupils mere white voids, Coulson felt an involuntary chill race down his spine. The sinister curve of their lips only intensified the cold sweat that drenched his back. Without hesitation, he began to retreat. And it was only after moving 10 meters back that he finally halted. What on earth was this? Coulson had undertaken countless missions and possessed an exceptional understanding of the human form. Thus, he was acutely aware that a living person could never twist their neck in such a manner. If they were not alive, then what exactly were these creatures? Rapid breaths escaped Coulson's lips as he struggled to regain his composure. At that moment, Grant Ward approached, his expression grave, and informed Coulson, "Sir, The tactical team has lost contact. Coulson immediately turned his head, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the Morningstar bar. Through the narrow crevice of the door, he caught sight of their tactical team, now seemingly integrated into the very fabric of the bar, all turning their heads with an eerie intensity directed towards them. This situation had escalated dramatically, as Coulson and his companions were gripped by fear at the sight before them. Ailin, standing among the crowd outside the cordon, received an ominous message from the scales of fate. Ding! A fate anomaly not belonging to this world has been detected. The forbidden object, moonlight, is currently disrupting the fate lines of this realm. It is predicted that upon securing this forbidden object, a substantial accumulation of fate points will be attainable, and the ability to manifest fate will be unlocked. Strongly advised to contain this forbidden object. The scales of fate have captured a method to contain the forbidden object known as moonlight from the river of destiny. Method 1. Those who are transcendent beings, possessing divinity beyond that of demigods, can temporarily disregard the properties of moonlight and forcibly contain the forbidden object. Method 2. One may utilize the unique attributes of the silent treasure box to negate the characteristics of moonlight, thereby enabling the containment of the forbidden object. Method 3. Under the moonlight, if one sings a melody in the presence of the forbidden object, achieving the accomplishment of making moonlight remember them with each note, it becomes possible to temporarily contain the forbidden object. Of course, it is essential that the song sung is not too discordant. Chapter 10. First encounter. Listening to the prompts echoing in his mind, a flurry of questions arose in Aileen's thoughts. Was this method of containment serious? To possess the strength described in Method 1 would render him invulnerable to the threats of the gangsters, forcing him into a life of hiding. As for the silent treasure box mentioned in Method 2, he had never even heard of it, let alone use it to trap the forbidden object, moonlight. Method 3 seemed somewhat plausible, yet given the current circumstances at the Morningstar bar, Ailin surmised that he would not even reach the forbidden object before it was all over for him. Moreover, the area surrounding the Morningstar bar was now besieged by a multitude of police officers, leaving him with no opportunity to enter. Wait. The individual issuing commands was none other than Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. With such a prominent hairline, he was unmistakable. Could it be that the happenings at the Morningstar bar had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D.? If so, his chances of containing the sealed object within the bar were further diminished. No. Ailin shook his head. If he took a risk, perhaps there was still a chance. The forbidden object was not an inherent part of this world, and the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were likely grappling with how to handle the situation as well. With this thought in mind, Ailin took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and he made his way through the throngs of onlookers. He pushed toward the police officer stationed at the edge of the cordon, maintaining order amidst the chaos. As Ailin squeezed through, causing a stir among the crowd, a young officer in his 20s immediately shouted, "Crime scene. No pushing. Everyone, step back. Hey you. Yes you. Didn't you hear? Step back." Forcing his way to the side of the officer, Ailin implored, "Officer, could you please call Agent Coulson for me? The one with the walkie-talkie and the prominent hairline." The young officer, initially ready to reprimand Ailin, furrowed his brow upon hearing Ailin accurately name Coulson. Could this individual be acquainted with Agent Coulson? After a moment's hesitation, the young officer replied, "I can call the agent for you, but I cannot guarantee he will see you. Thank you. And while you're at it, please mention to Coulson that I possess crucial information regarding the troubling situation inside the bar." As Ailin spoke, he gestured towards the Morningstar bar. "The troublesome intel within that bar? If what you say holds true, I believe the officer would be quite eager to meet you." Indeed, upon realizing that Ailin did not appear to be lying, the young officer hurriedly made his way to Coulson. In no time, he reached Coulson's side and pointed out Ailin among the crowd, relaying some information. He was aware of the troublesome intel regarding this bar. Hearing this, Coulson glanced at the Asian boy in the crowd and instructed the officer, "Bring him over." Grant Ward, standing beside Coulson, skeptically remarked, "Does that kid truly possess the information we seek?" Coulson smiled, replying, "Meeting him won't cost us much time. It's far better than risking lives to gather intel. Perhaps he genuinely knows something." Before long, Ailin was brought before Coulson by the young officer. Instead of immediately inquiring about the situation at the Morningstar bar, Coulson asked, "What is your name?" "I am Ailin." "Very well, Ailin. Pray tell, how did you come to know my name? I do not recall being acquainted with you." As he spoke, Coulson scrutinized Ailin, observing his subtle expressions. "Indeed, at present you do not know me, but in the future, you certainly will. As you can see, I am a diviner, and your name was revealed to me through my craft." "A diviner?" Coulson's mind was flooded with questions. Grant Ward, arms crossed, wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it." Even Coulson appeared somewhat exasperated. "Very well, my divining young friend. I have no desire to engage in a game of divination with you at this moment. If you truly possess knowledge regarding that peculiar bar, do share it. If not, you are free to leave. I trust you do not wish to face charges of obstructing justice from the NYPD? Ailin was undeterred by Coulson's veiled threat. He earnestly nodded, saying, "Of course, I am aware that if I do not possess substantial information, I would be courting trouble. However, every successful divination comes at a significant cost." And so, with that, Ailin extended his right hand and rubbed his index finger, making a universally recognized gesture. At this, Grant Ward's expression shifted from disdain to a darker shade. In this day and age, a fraud has managed to deceive the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Truly, it is akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking to prolong his life. Grant clenched his fist and raised an eyebrow at Ailin. "Hey kid, has anyone ever told you that you possess quite the audacity?" Before Grant could finish, Ailin interjected, $100,000. For that sum, I can share the information I have divined. $100,000 is not a loss for you, at the very least. The pension of any federal soldier far exceeds this amount. I come with genuine intentions this time. While $100,000 may seem insignificant to the wealthy, it is certainly not a trifling sum. Most families in the Federation cannot amass such savings. To Cole's perspective, Aaron's demands appeared as audacious as a lion's roar. However, as Aaron mentioned, from a certain standpoint, this indeed seems quite advantageous, as the pension of any federal soldier is several times greater than this. If Aaron's information genuinely proves beneficial to their mission, then $100,000 may be justifiable. Nonetheless, negotiations must be pursued. Cole does not wish to be viewed as a gullible fool. $100,000 is no small amount. Before Cole could finish his thought, Aaron interjected, stating, "Destiny does not offer discounts. Thus, divination is non-negotiable. If Director Cole finds it too expensive, I shall take my leave." Cole responded, "Very well. I hope the information you provide justifies this price. Otherwise, the repercussions of offending a law enforcement agency will be consequences you would not wish to comprehend." At that moment, Grant Ward brandished his assault rifle, sneering, "Cole, you are far too lenient. If erroneous information from him leads to casualties among our personnel, he will face imprisonment." Chapter 11. Cole's favor. In light of Grant Ward's evident threat, Aaron merely smiled and replied, "By the way, I neglected to mention that the $100,000 is net, after tax." Cole and Grant Ward exchanged glances, aware that the Federal Bureau of Taxation, known for its notorious severity, would deduct at least $20,000 in taxes. Aaron's remark inadvertently raised the costs for S.H.I.E.L.D. Grant Ward. His expression darkening, was about to retort when Cole swiftly intervened. The more they discussed, the more Cole feared that this seemingly gentle yet shrewd young man might increase his price. "You have my word. Now please share what you know." "Of course," Aaron shrugged. "As far as I am aware, the current state of the Morningstar bar is a result of a forbidden object. Once that forbidden object is sealed, the bar will revert to its original condition." "A forbidden object? What is that?" Cole inquired, puzzled. Before pressing further, "What exactly is this forbidden object? What is its function? And how do we seal it?" A forbidden object is a taboo left behind by demons in this world. Each forbidden object possesses unique capabilities. The forbidden object's power within the Morningstar bar is related to sound. It can hypnotize, contaminate, and control living beings within a certain range through sound. You must locate the source of the music within the bar to find it. Taboos left by demons in this world? Why have I never heard of this before? Although there was a measure of skepticism in their hearts, the additional information relayed by Ailin resonated with their previous conjectures. The earlier incident involving Grant Ward nearly falling under hypnotic control had led Coulson and Grant to suspect that the peculiarities of the Morningstar bar were intertwined with the strange melodies emanating from it. Now, it appeared that their suspicions were corroborated by Ailin. With this thought in mind, both Coulson and Grant nodded in agreement. The fact that Ailin could articulate this notion indicated that he was not merely a charlatan. For the time being, his words could be deemed credible. After providing his explanation, Ailin solemnly advised, "Regarding the seal, for such a forbidden object, I recommend mobilizing a bomber to repeatedly bombard the Morningstar bar, thoroughly obliterating the sealed artifact through physical means. This is the swiftest, safest, and most effective method." The forbidden object, described as moonlight in the context of the Scales of Fate, was not particularly formidable. Ailin was uncertain whether such a level of forbidden object could be destroyed by artillery fire. However, if it were indeed feasible, this approach would undoubtedly open a new avenue of thought for him. Yet, he was well aware that Coulson would never resort to such a method. As expected, before Ailin could finish, Coulson interjected, "Impossible. This is not the chaotic Middle East, but rather New York, the most developed city in the Federation. I can assure you that if we were to deploy bombers to cleanse the area in New York over such a matter, We would be torn apart by outraged politicians and the public by nightfall. Ailin shrugged in response. So, are we left with no choice but to wait? Wait. For what? Ailin continued. We must await the appearance of the moon. The moonlight is crucial to sealing that forbidden object. However, before that, it would be prudent for you to cordon off this area, dispersing the onlookers to prevent anyone from approaching. The more individuals that enter, the stronger the power of that forbidden entity within the bar becomes. Coulson furrowed his brow, contemplating. The more people that enter, the greater the power of that thing? I understand. I will do my utmost to disperse the surrounding crowd. But why must we wait for the moon to rise? Cannot we act now? With that, Coulson glanced up at the overcast New York sky. It was barely past noon. Waiting for the moon to appear would take much of the day. Were they to simply bide their time until then? As dusk approached, the lights began to twinkle, and the moon rose on the horizon. By this time, the Morning Star bar had been enveloped by S-H-I-E-L-D, with a massive curtain, effectively containing the situation and preventing any panic from ensuing. This measure also facilitated S-H-I-E-L-D's forthcoming operations at the bar. Even the crowds in the surrounding buildings had been cleared out by Coulson under the pretext of a gas leak. And at this moment, Coulson sat inside a meticulously equipped RV parked in front of the Morning Star bar, with a freshly printed stack of documents before him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the name Ailin prominently displayed atop the pile, accompanied by a photograph previously taken by Ailin. Over a considerable duration, Coulson had not only cleared the surrounding crowd, but had also delved deeply into Ailin's background. However, the information at hand depicted Ailin merely as an inconspicuous high school student, a stark contrast to the persona he had exhibited before Coulson today. Furthermore, the documents indicated that Ailin had recently clashed with the notorious water ghost gang associated with the bar. Just days prior, for reasons unknown, the gang had abducted him and the daughter of the precinct chief in New York, but it appeared that an unforeseen turn of events had allowed him to escape. Consequently, the New York Police Department, alongside the city government, with pepper pots exerting pressure, had been pursuing the water ghost gang due to the antics of these two young individuals. It was evident that Ailin did not come for revenge against the gang. Wait, why had the water ghost gang targeted him? Could it be that the disturbances at the Morning Star bar were linked to Ailin? If so, the incident at the bar would warrant an entirely different interpretation. With this thought, Coulson closed the documents and exited the RV. It was time to confront the young man named Ailin once more. Meanwhile, after purchasing an array of items in Chinatown and satisfying his appetite with a hamburger and fries, Ailin returned to the front of the Morning Star bar. Upon their encounter, Coulson inquired, "What shall we do next?" In half an hour, at midnight, the forbidden object within the bar would be at its most potent yet vulnerable state. It would be the opportune moment to retrieve and seal it. Coulson asked, "How do we seal it?" Ailin shrugged nonchalantly. "That is your concern." Clearly, sealing a dangerous forbidden object was not part of our prior agreement. Before Coulson's expression darkened, Ailin quickly added, "However, I can assist you in sealing it on a personal basis, but this would leave you indebted to me." Coulson pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Chapter 12. Successful Containment. With that settled, let us commence. Containing the forbidden object named Moonlight was indeed Ailin's initial objective. Moreover, gaining a favor from Coulson was an unexpected bonus. Of course, this also served as Ailin's legitimate pretext for the containment of the forbidden object. Minutes later, a tactical team equipped with advanced soundproofing technology, led by Grant Ward, stormed into the bar. Upon storming into the bar, several combatants promptly aimed their large net launchers at the throng of over 100 patrons in the hall and unleashed their projectiles. The remaining individuals were not idle. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their submachine guns at anything within the bar that might emit music. The forbidden objects, unlike ordinary items, were not easily damaged. Even the gunfire could not directly harm them. This was, in fact, a method taught to them by Ailin, a straightforward way to identify forbidden objects. Outside the Morning Star bar, as the intense sounds of gunfire echoed from within, Ailin reflected on his fortune. Thankfully, he had the S-H-I-E-L-D organization to pave the way for him. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he could not fathom how long it might take to successfully contain the forbidden object known as Moonlight. After a series of gunshots, Grant Ward led two fully armed soldiers, who provided cover for a comrade cradling a vintage record player, as they swiftly retreated outside the bar. Behind them surged a chaotic tide of people attempting to escape the establishment. Upon exiting, Grant Ward signaled to Coulson, who promptly pressed a remote switch in his hand. In the next moment, several massive iron cages crashed down against the doors and windows of the Morning Star bar. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron cages, tinged with a hint of crimson, not only crushed several individuals attempting to flee, but also barricaded the entrance, halting the onrush of the crowd. Witnessing the success of the preset trap, Grant Ward raised a middle finger towards the throng behind him. A bunch of fools. While he cursed under his breath, his mood soured. Despite being fully armed and temporarily insulated from the auditory chaos, within mere minutes of bursting into the bar, 5 out of an 8-member elite tactical team had already succumbed to the bizarre surroundings. Observing the irrational mob that relentlessly charged at the tactical team, Coulson, standing not far from the bar, wore a grim expression and inquired, "After sealing the forbidden object you mentioned, will these individuals be able to recover?" Ailin, glancing at the members of the Loyalist Hall amidst the crowd, shook his head somberly. "I do not know." To be frank, he too wished that once Moonlight, the forbidden object, was sealed, those under its control could return to their original selves, especially since Uncle Yuan was among them. However, as this was Ailin's first encounter with forbidden objects, he was uncertain whether these individuals would ultimately be restored. Noticing Coulson's troubled expression, Ailin pointed to the soundproofing equipment nearby and quickly advised, "I suggest you wear these. Otherwise, if you fall under the influence of the forbidden object, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, Ailin disregarded Coulson and swiftly donned the multi-layered soundproof gear that Coulson had prepared. However, when Ailin donned his gear, he discovered that Coulson had already armed himself, fully equipped. This sly individual communicated through sign language. Grant Ward and others swiftly positioned the vintage record player at Ailin's designated spot. Everything was set. The next step depended solely on him. Under the watchful gaze of Coulson and the others, Ailin took a deep breath. He quickly arranged 3 windproof candles around the record player, forming a triangle. Subsequently, he placed petals of tulips, lilacs, and lavender at each corner. After completing the preliminary concealment, Ailin faced the forbidden object, Moonlight, and began to sing. "If I were Ailin, my voice would be quite pleasant." After finishing the song, the forbidden object, Moonlight, abruptly ceased playing with a soft click, as if it had succumbed to Ailin's melody. Simultaneously, a wondrous sensation enveloped Ailin's mind, affirming that he had successfully contained the object this time. Concurrently, the scales of fate in his mind trembled violently, smoothing out a vortex within the river of destiny, allowing him to inhale the ripples stirred by it. Ding! Host successfully contained the forbidden object, Moonlight, stabilizing the anomaly of fate, and gained 1,000 fate points. Ding! The manifestation of fate has been successfully unlocked. Upon hearing that voice resonate within his mind, Ailin finally felt a sense of relief. Phew, he had succeeded at last. Only then did Ailin release his tense demeanor and glance around. Coulson and the others remained solemnly guarding his vicinity. Fortunately, they were equipped with soundproof devices. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward situation. Meanwhile, the crowd, once under the control of the forbidden object Moonlight, fell silent the moment Ailin successfully contained it. Stripped of the mysterious power's influence, they all collapsed to the ground. Observing this scene, Grant Ward's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What just happened? Could that cursed seal truly have succeeded?" Not only Grant Ward, but even Coulson swiftly turned to Ailin. As agents, both had harbored certain doubts regarding Ailin's identity as a diviner and his assertions. Yet now, the evidence lay before them. Should Ailin indeed possess divinatory abilities, his value would immediately escalate, transforming him into a unique talent endowed with extraordinary capabilities. At this moment, Coulson even contemplated recruiting him into the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. However, prior to that, Coulson needed to thoroughly ascertain Ailin's origins. Meanwhile, as a Hydra infiltrator, Grant Ward also found himself intrigued by Ailin. If possible, he wouldn't mind recommending a unique talent to the Hydra. However, everything remains to be seen. Coulson and Grant Ward's thoughts were beyond Ailin's comprehension. It was only after witnessing the crowd, controlled by the Moonlight, collapse that he truly sighed in relief. Chapter 13. The Lottery Revisited. Casting a discreet glance over the fallen crowd, Ailin removed the items from his head, restoring his hearing. Observing this, Coulson and his fellow SHIELD agents similarly took off their soundproof gear. Indeed, this felt considerably more comfortable. With a signature smile, Coulson pointed at the vintage record player behind Ailin and inquired, "Does this signify the success of the sealing?" Ailin glanced back at the record player and nodded. "For now, we can consider it a success. However, my abilities are limited, and I cannot ascertain how long it will hold. If you wish to prevent any issues, it would be prudent to construct a completely soundproof space for its containment." A completely soundproof space? Understood, Coulson acknowledged. Though he then glanced with a pained expression at the dozens of individuals sprawled across the floor of the bar and asked, "What about those people?" Ailin shrugged. "I'm not a doctor. There's little I can do. If you wish to save them, perhaps consider transporting them to a hospital." Before Ailin could finish, a soldier in combat attire approached Coulson and whispered, "Sir, the individuals in the bar, including the team that rushed in earlier, They have no heartbeat. At these words, Ailin, Coulson, and the others stiffened. Are they all dead? Ailin sighed inwardly. This implies that Uncle Yuan has also perished. He held a certain regard for the middle-aged man who had sought to assist him. Moreover, the crisis that befell the man was, in large part, a consequence of Ailin's own actions. It could be said that his collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. in this perilous venture was significantly motivated by a desire to save him. Yet, unexpectedly, he had ultimately failed to do so. After a moment of silence, Coulson personally went to check on the condition of those within the bar. Upon inspection, he discovered that these individuals, who had been fiercely battling alongside their team just moments before, not only lacked a heartbeat, but their bodies had grown unnaturally cold and rigid. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the scene, Coulson would have believed someone if they claimed these individuals had been dead for several days. Is this the forbidden object? Its mere appearance has resulted in the loss of over 100 lives. Had they not acted swiftly, the death toll could have been far greater. Truly, this is a devilish forbidden object. For the first time, Coulson felt a profound understanding of the term forbidden object. As Ailin followed closely behind Coulson, she murmured softly, "A monumental shift not seen in a millennium is imminent. The gears of fate have begun to turn slowly, and all that history has obscured shall be revealed once more." Although her voice was faint, Coulson's keen senses captured her words. Just as Coulson was about to inquire further, Ailin preemptively remarked, "So many lives have been lost this time. It appears you have your hands full, my lord. The sealing of this forbidden object has drained me considerably. I must return to rest." With that, Ailin, her face weary, turned and departed without waiting for Coulson's response. Coulson, who had intended to ask her something, instead turned to gaze at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about and ultimately abandoned his pursuit of her. As Ailin had stated, over 100 souls had perished. Moving forward, he would be occupied with task reports, and on top of that, there was a particularly perilous forbidden object that required his attention. After more than an hour, Ailin finally managed to secure a ride and relocated to another lodging. Upon inspecting her room and finding no anomalies, she took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. In a moment of disorientation, Ailin found herself once more in the realm of the scales of fate. Upon encountering the scales, she quickly summoned her familiar fate panel. Name, Ailin. Fate compass. 100 fate points available for one spin of the fate wheel. Fate manifestation, capable of materializing anything that has existed within the river of fate unlocked. Talent, capricious fate. Skills, driving beginner. English, 11th grade. History, 11th grade. Mathematics, 11th grade. Chemistry, 11th grade. Antique appreciation, novice. Programming, advanced. Power system, sequence 9, diviner. Strength evaluation, a novice possessing a grasp of some introductory knowledge of the esoteric. Fate points, 1,000. Perhaps due to the consumption of the diviner's potion, which elevated her status, the fate panel now displayed an additional category for the power system, and her strength evaluation had shifted from newbie to novice. Ailin chose to bypass that detail for the moment. Her gaze swiftly fell upon the fate points. 1,000 fate points were far more plentiful than the 100 fate points the scales of fate had initially bestowed upon her as a novice. Setting aside other considerations, Ailin could spin the fate compass 10 times. Moreover, the ability to manifest fate had also been unlocked. However, upon a brief exploration of this new capability, Ailin's expression darkened as she disregarded it. The reason was simple. This function was exorbitantly priced. For instance, merely manifesting a Desert Eagle handgun would cost Ailin a staggering 100 fate points. In the realm of divination, the next phase of the Seer series, the Potion Jester, demands a staggering 2,000 points of fate. For Ailin, the current lottery function of the fate compass proves far more advantageous than the tangible manifestations of fate. Rather than hoarding his fate points for a later exchange, Ailin, having only recently consumed the Seer's potion, which he has yet to fully digest, finds his urgency for the Jester's potion rather minimal. It seems far more prudent to engage in a tenfold draw at this moment. With this thought, Ailin concentrated and once again set the fate compass into motion. In an instant, the colossal phantom of the compass flickered before him. With a crisp sound, the needle of the fate compass settled upon a specific area, dissipating into luminous particles, revealing a cluster of white light before Ailin. After the fate compass yielded its bounty, Ailin did not immediately examine the luminous orb to ascertain his winnings. Instead, he continued to draw 9 more times, depleting his fate points entirely before pausing. When the phantom of the fate compass faded once more, 10 luminous orbs of varying colors, a purple, a blue, 2 greens, and 6 whites, floated before him. The significance of these colors, whether they indicated the level of the prizes within the fate compass or their rarity, filled Ailin with a mix of curiosity and excitement. With a surge of anticipation, Ailin plunged his hand into the purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the meditation technique of the cosmic mind. The cosmic mind meditation technique. What could this possibly entail? Could it be something from a world of sorcery? Filled with expectation, Ailin shattered the orb in his hand. A radiant purple light enveloped him, and his consciousness seemed to transcend into another realm of inheritance. In the center of this ethereal space stood a serene middle-aged man, emanating tranquility. He appeared as a mentor imparting wisdom to his student, and with deliberate articulation, he began. I shall now teach you the most advanced cosmic mind meditation technique in the universe. Eschewing superfluous words, he proceeded directly to the instruction. The middle-aged man assumed a stable seated position, one hand raised in a serene gesture, palm open and radiant, while the other hung naturally by his side, caressing the void. Upon witnessing this posture, Ailin felt an immediate calm wash over him. All fears dissipated, and the myriad terrors and errant thoughts could no longer disturb his mind. Clarity dawned within him. Subsequently, the hand gestures transformed, blossoming like a lotus, sometimes forming fists, at other times forming seals, and at yet others coalescing into intricate rings. An ever-changing display of profound complexity. Above my head lies the meditative image of the cosmic mind, a contemplation that can amplify your mental prowess, fortify your will, purify your spirit, and lead you to the profound wisdom of existence. Accompanying this meditative imagery is the great seal of the mind, a gesture that harnesses your spiritual energy, integrates your bodily cells, and deeply excavates the inherent potential of the human body. As the middle-aged man spoke, I raised my gaze and beheld the vast expanse of the night sky above him. This celestial tapestry, adorned with countless stars, seemed to harbor trillions of celestial bodies, coalescing into an infinite nebula. From a distance, this nebula astonishingly took the shape of a brain. Trillions of stars formed a river of light, intertwining with numerous others to create a magnificent nebula, reminiscent of a brain's intricate structure. The pathways between the stars mirrored the convolutions of cerebral folds, each twinkling star akin to a neuron in perpetual activity. This is the meditative pattern of the cosmic mind. While I was awestruck by this grand vision, the middle-aged man continued his teachings, repeatedly demonstrating the essence of the cosmic mind meditation. The brain embodies will embodies thought embodies spirit, and spirit embodies the soul. Meditating on the cosmic mind, your brain becomes the cosmic mind itself. The man incessantly performed various enigmatic hand seals and transformations before me, each intricate change imprinting itself upon the depths of my soul. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I perceived the cosmos surrounding the brain nebula, enveloped in boundless darkness. Should the cosmic mind abruptly cease its shimmering, darkness and terror would inevitably ensue. In that moment, an epiphany struck me. My brain seemed to embody the cosmic mind, each star representing my brain cells, perpetually in motion. Should they cease, my very essence would vanish, plunging into eternal darkness. As I grasped this profound truth, the void before me shattered, and I found myself once again in the realm of balance. Upon returning, I realized the meditation of the cosmic mind had been indelibly etched into the depths of my consciousness, each posture and pattern engraved as if by a chisel. The vastness of the cosmic mind nebula, far exceeding that of the Milky Way, shimmered vividly in my mind. A fleeting thought left me dizzy, a sharp pang in my head. Aware of this, I promptly ceased my recollection. Though my complexion was exceedingly pale, the smile upon my face was impossible to conceal. The cosmic mind meditation surpassed the rudimentary techniques of divination potions by immeasurable degrees. It appeared to be one of the most advanced meditative practices from a grand sci-fi realm, and the accompanying Great Seal of the Mind stood as one of the finest hypnotic techniques available. As long as Ailin masters the cosmic brain meditation technique and combines it with the Great Hand Seal of the Mind, he can swiftly ascend to become the foremost hypnotist in this world. Naturally, beyond the rapid enhancement of his mental prowess and hypnotic abilities, the formidable strength of his will not only augments Ailin's intellect, but also enables him to intricately control his own body and unlock latent human potential. More importantly, this meditation practice purifies the mind and cleanses it of various distractions, a crucial aspect for Ailin, who, after consuming the sequence potions, faces the looming threat of madness. This is undeniably the source of Ailin's uncontainable excitement. After taking a moment to compose himself, Ailin turned his attention to the remaining 9 luminous orbs, proceeding to explore them in order of merit. He once again plunged his hand into the light of a pale blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the clown potion from the sequence potions. Ailin exclaimed, what a stroke of luck. I was contemplating whether to save those 1,000 fate points for a later time, hoping to accumulate another 1,000, and then utilize the newly unlocked fate manifestation feature to conjure a vial of the clown potion. To my surprise, I drew the clown potion in this first round of 10 consecutive draws. My fortune is truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged 100 fate points for a prize worth 2,000 fate points, a tremendous gain indeed. Thankfully, he had not foolishly hoarded another 1,000 fate points for the manifestation of the clown potion, or he would have suffered a significant loss. Having consecutively drawn the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, Ailin's spirits soared. With the previous 2 prizes being extraordinary, he wondered if the remaining 8 orbs would also yield treasures of equal worth. Filled with anticipation, Ailin decided to burst all the remaining 2 green and 6 white orbs in one go, claiming all the rewards from the fate scale draw. With a series of popping sounds, as he simultaneously shattered all the lottery orbs, the prizes drawn from the fate compass appeared before Ailin's eyes. Apart from the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, the remaining 2 green orbs yielded the following items. Chapter 15. Meditation. Aside from the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, the 2 remaining green orbs produced a pink origami crane and a dozen dark green potions. Seeking person origami crane. Simply inform it of the individual you wish to find, and the crane will guide you to that person. Note: the pink origami crane embodies a yearning to flutter its wings and soar towards a beloved. Restriction: this item cannot affect the deceased. Do not expect a girl-folded crane to traverse heaven or hell to meet the departed. The remaining uses: 3. Universal antidote, capable of neutralizing all ordinary toxins, as well as most extraordinary toxins. Note: this antidote, crafted by a master alchemist, contains a power akin to the very essence of rules. A single vial guarantees recovery. Quantity: 12 vials. The 6 white orbs yielded items of considerably lesser significance. Among them were a crystal-clear orb, a manual titled Nutritionist Pairing Handbook, a sharp dagger, an exquisite clown mask, a hand grenade, and a vial of hallucinogens. In comparison to the previous 4 rewards, these 6 items appeared rather mundane. Aside from the aptly named Nutritionist Pairing Handbook, the rest bore no titles at all. Through careful observation of the 10 prizes drawn this time, Ailin formed a general impression of the item tiers produced by the fate compass. Firstly, the lowest tier, with the highest quantity, consisted of items derived from the white orbs. Essentially, these were ordinary objects devoid of special functions or extraordinary powers. Items such as the crystal orb, dagger, clown mask, and hand grenade could easily be purchased within the Federation. Typically, drawing such items for a cost of 100 fate points would be considered a loss. Above the white orbs were the green orbs, which yielded more valuable items. The likes of the Seeker Paper Crane and the Antidote were treasures imbued with extraordinary power, the kind that money could not procure. Acquiring these items for 100 fate points was invariably profitable, though the green orbs' offerings were not always immediately usable. Surpassing the white and green orbs were the blue orbs. Fundamentally, blue orbs were undoubtedly rarer than their green counterparts. If green orbs generally provided extraordinary items with limitations or usage restrictions, blue orbs contained wondrous items that could bestow extraordinary powers upon the user. For instance, the potions Ailin had drawn twice. Beyond the white, green, and blue orbs lay the purple orbs, which were exceedingly rare. For example, the potions from the blue orbs came with significant risks, potentially driving the user to madness or transforming them into a monstrous aberration. In contrast, the items from the purple orbs could bestow extraordinary powers with far lesser hazards. Moreover, such powers could be inherited, granting others the potential to possess extraordinary abilities as well. Of course, Ailin possessed scant information regarding these items drawn from the fate compass. For now, he could only make provisional summaries and conjectures. Within the realm of balance, Ailin gazed upon the array of items before him, his eyes flickering as his thoughts wandered ceaselessly. At present, I have yet to fully absorb the diviner's potion, and the Joker's potion is temporarily unnecessary, so I shall store it in the balance space to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. However, I can retrieve a vial of the universal antidote to carry with me, as a precaution against potential poisoning. The paper crane for locating individuals is also of no use at the moment, so it will remain in the balance space. The crystal ball and the nutritionist's handbook are currently superfluous. Nevertheless, these ordinary items can be safely stored at home once this perilous situation has been resolved. The dagger, the Joker's mask, the grenade, and the hallucinogenic spray, however, can be taken for self-defense. With this thought in mind, Ailin grasped the dagger, the Joker's mask, the grenade, and the hallucinogenic spray, and with a mere thought, the surroundings shattered into fragments. Ailin felt as though he were plummeting from a great height, rapidly descending. In an instant, Ailin found himself back at the inn where he was staying. Compared to before, he now possessed the dagger, the mask, the grenade, the hallucinogenic spray, and a vial of the universal antidote, among other items. Upon regaining his consciousness and sight, Ailin noticed that this time, He awakened from the balanced space much more swiftly than the last. Was this due to my consumption of the diviner's potion, which has significantly strengthened my mental fortitude? Ailin pondered uncertainly. After noting this, he stowed the items in his backpack. Once everything was secured, Ailin surveyed his surroundings once more, finding no cause for concern before returning to his bed. Once settled, Ailin assumed the meditative posture of the cosmic mind, sitting cross-legged on the bed, visualizing the cosmic mind meditation diagram while employing the great hand seal of the mind, initiating his meditation on the cosmic mind, following the memory imprinted directly upon his soul. Ailin's hands instinctively formed various hand seals. As his fingers interlinked, the hand seals resonated with his heart. The moment he began to meditate on the brain composed of countless celestial bodies, Ailin's concentration intensified immensely. It felt as though every neuron in his brain flickered to life, thoughts racing at an accelerated pace. If his brain were likened to a computer, where previously it executed dozens or hundreds of calculations per second, now Ailin's mind operated at a rate of at least 1,000 calculations per second, with the speed of thought tenfold that of before. His hand seals, in conjunction with the meditation, continually engaged the cosmic mind's meditative practices. As Ailin progressed in the cosmic mind meditation, his mental strength visibly increased at a gradual pace. This enhancement did not merely clarify his thoughts, it also accelerated the processing speed of his mind. Suddenly, before Ailin could complete a full cycle of the cosmic mind meditation, he found himself overcome by dizziness, and a warm current surged from his nostrils. He hastily ceased his hand seals and, upon glancing at his palm, found it smeared with bright red blood. Chapter 16. Incoming Call. Nosebleed. Could this be a consequence of the cosmic brain meditation, where the rapid flickering of thoughts has overwhelmed his mind? This phenomenon, commonly referred to as mental overexertion, is not entirely surprising. One may strain their intellect to such an extent that it leads to premature aging, as the ancients wisely noted that excessive wisdom could be harmful, and excessive intelligence may lead to an untimely demise. In modern times, there are accounts of scientists who, in their fervent pursuit of solutions, have succumbed to the perils of overthinking, resulting in fatal outcomes. Ailin's current predicament is indeed a manifestation of mental overexertion, inflicting harm upon himself. It appears that while the cosmic brain meditation is effective, it comes at a considerable cost. Presently, he is unable to complete even a single round of visualization practice, making it impractical to utilize further. Just as he finished wiping away the blood, Ailin's stomach let out a loud growl. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of hunger swiftly engulfed his mind. He felt ravenous, as if he had been starved for 3 days and could devour an entire cow in a single sitting. What was happening? Why was he so famished? Before returning, he had purchased a loaf of bread as a late-night snack. Could it be that the recent meditation had drained his physical resources excessively? With this thought lingering, Ailin, feeling desperate with hunger, hastily retrieved several bills from his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, grabbed his room key, and made his way downstairs. In this Chinatown inn, there were numerous eateries, snack shops, and fast food establishments nearby, some even open around the clock. Fortune smiled upon Ailin. Shortly after descending, he spotted a 24-hour hamburger joint along the roadside. Entering the establishment, under the astonished gaze of the staff, Ailin devoured 3 Big Mac meals before finally leaving the fast food restaurant, clutching his stomach and letting out a satisfied belch. Here in the Federation, the portions of hamburger meals are quite generous. A single Big Mac meal, excluding the drink, weighs nearly 2 to 3 pounds. Typically, even a robust adult man might struggle to finish 1 Big Mac meal. Yet, Ailin had consumed 3 of them in one sitting. After such a feast, he felt as though his stomach might burst from the sheer volume of food ingested, 7 to 8 pounds in total. However, the alarming reality was that despite his stomach being painfully full, the gnawing hunger remained ever present. Even after consuming such a substantial amount, it merely alleviated his hunger slightly. I cannot eat any more, otherwise, I might truly burst. Shaking his head, Ailin suppressed his hunger and made his way back towards the inn. The toll of a single cosmic brain visualization far exceeds the normal energy expenditure of the human body. In this scenario, the normal pace of eating appears to be insufficient to keep up with the rate of nutritional depletion. If this continues, I fear that after only a few meditative sessions, Ailin's body may succumb to the strain of meditation. A solution must be devised. Relying solely on the body's natural digestive processes to obtain nutrients is far too sluggish. It is imperative to find a way for the body to absorb more nourishment. Ailin is not inclined to let his physical form deteriorate. Wait a moment. Did I not draw a nutritionist's handbook earlier? My current predicament is indeed one of nutritional deficiency. I wonder if it contains any knowledge on how to expedite nutrient absorption within the human body. Yes, once I return to the inn, I shall investigate. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Ailin quickened his pace, hastening back to the inn. After a brief bath, he settled under the inn's dim, rosy light and began to study the nutritionist's handbook that he had acquired through a stroke of fortune. Upon opening the book, Ailin was astonished to discover that it originated from a unique sci-fi realm. The nutritionists in this context are specialized professionals who design nutritional regimens for genetic warriors in that fantastical world, beyond mere dietary pairings. The tome also detailed the formulations of numerous nutritional elixirs, capable of aiding those formidable genetic warriors in swiftly recovering from their immense expenditures of energy. If the ingredients listed in this book are available in my world, Ailin mused, I might very well replicate some of those extraordinary nutritional potions. Indeed, what a stroke of serendipity. In high spirits, Ailin prepared to delve deeper into the nutritionist's handbook, but soon after commencing his study, he felt a slight throbbing in his head. Is this a residual effect of overextending my mental faculties while contemplating the cosmic intellect? Oh, I had become so exhilarated after perusing the handbook that I overlooked this discomfort. Well, I shall set it aside for now. Rather than immersing myself in the nutritionist's handbook, what I truly require at this moment is rest. Closing the book and placing it beneath his pillow, Ailin reclined on the inn's bed and soon fell into a profound slumber. His breathing was natural, and upon closer observation, one would notice that Ailin's stomach was rapidly breaking down the high-calorie food he had consumed, efficiently distributing the nutrients throughout his body. It seemed as though his cells were in a state of constant motion, each one reinforcing itself and brimming with vitality, while various endocrine secretions harmonized perfectly within Ailin's system. This is a bodily mechanism that spontaneously regulates internal secretions during high-quality deep sleep. Through repeated cycles of physiological renewal, Ailin's previously gaunt form began to fill out with vigor. As Ailin gradually awakened from his slumber, he realized it was already the following morning. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately felt an unparalleled surge of vitality. The after-effects of visualizing the cosmic mind had not only dissipated, but had also significantly enhanced his mental fortitude. Attentively listening, he could discern the rhythmic sounds of his own breath, heartbeat, and pulse. Thump, thump, thump. His vibrant heart beat robustly, a testament to his invigorated life force. Awakening from his slumber, Ailin felt remarkably rejuvenated. Could this be the effect of the cosmic mind meditation? The transformation was indeed conspicuous. Just a single session had induced such a profound change in his body. If this continued over time, Ailin could hardly fathom how formidable his physique would ultimately become. At that moment, his newly acquired phone began to ring. A call? Picking up the device and pressing the power button, Ailin was greeted by the cheerful voice of Pepper Potts. Little Ailin, are you awake? Chapter 17. The beginning of revenge. I'm awake, Aunt Pepper. That is wonderful. I have good news to share with you. On the other end of the line, Pepper's tone was notably upbeat. Even through the phone, Ailin could distinctly sense her elation. Good news? Has my situation been resolved? Ha ha ha, my clever little Ailin, you guessed correctly. After a brief pause, Pepper continued, the mastermind behind your abduction, along with your classmates, is a gang operating in the dock area. Over the past few days, through connections at Stark Industries, I reached out to a city councilor. Utilizing his influence within the city government, I have been exerting continuous pressure on that gang. Additionally, Chief George has been persistently troubling them, creating sufficient deterrence. This morning, they sent assurances that they will not trouble you any further. Although Ailin had entertained a similar notion upon leaving the Morning Star Bar the previous night, he was still taken aback by the swiftness of this call. The Morning Star Bar served as the stronghold for the Water Ghost Gang, with most of its members concentrated there. When the contamination from the forbidden substance, moonlight, erupted, a significant number of the gang members were present at the bar. Now, having suffered tremendous losses from the calamity, the weakened Water Ghost Gang found itself exposed to the scrutiny of rival gangs. Surrounded by predators, it became exceedingly difficult for the Water Ghost Gang to safeguard its remaining assets, let alone pose any threat to Ailin at this juncture. This indeed was splendid news. On the other end of the line, Pepper Potts let out a sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, well, now you can rest assured. The school also called to inquire about you. You can return to school tomorrow without worry. There is still more than half a semester left. And if you aspire to attend a good university, you simply cannot afford to waste any time. Goodness. Just as the affairs with the Water Ghost Gang seemed to settle, I am being urged to return to school? Shaking his head in resignation, Ailin reluctantly replied, all right, I understand, Aunt Pepper. I will go back to school tomorrow. Had it been before last night, Ailin might have considered abandoning his studies to hastily grow stronger. After all, this is a perilous Marvel universe. It is only through formidable strength that Ailin can ensure his survival in this world. However, after a brief glance at the nutritionist's pairing manual last night, Ailin felt compelled to attend school to systematically enhance his knowledge in botany and biology, to effectively concoct the super potions detailed in the nutritionist's pairing manual. Substantial theoretical knowledge is indispensable. Not to mention, the nomenclature for many flora and fauna differs between the two worlds. Ailin must invest considerable time and effort to reconcile the disparate botanical and biological classifications, and subsequently study the methods of creating the super potions outlined in the manual. On the other end of the call, Pepper Potts seemed to detect the hint of resignation in Ailin's tone, prompting her to smile subtly. After imparting some advice to Ailin, she promptly ended the call. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper's duties were far from light, with a multitude of tasks awaiting her attention daily. This was especially true given the recent upheaval at Stark Industries. The fact that Pepper could spare time to address Ailin's concerns amidst her busy schedule was already a testament to her dedication. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Ailin found himself lost in contemplation. The fact that the Water Ghost Gang, a notorious criminal organization, had been compelled to soften their stance indicated that the incident at the Morning Star bar had significantly impacted them. They were evidently struggling to manage their own affairs. Otherwise, they would not have hurriedly assured Pepper so early in the morning. Given their current vulnerability, might it be possible for him to eliminate the root of the problem? Just yesterday, while assisting SHIELD in resolving the Morning Star bar incident, Ailin had gleaned considerable intelligence regarding the Water Ghost Gang. Their leader, known as the Giant Demon, Onyx, had established the gang in the dock area through a combination of his formidable physique, sharp intellect, and a tenacious spirit. Remarkably, he had been absent from the Morning Star bar the previous night, narrowly escaping disaster. However, aside from him, 3 of the 4 prominent leaders of the Water Ghost Gang were present that evening at the Morning Star bar, overseeing their territory. Coupled with the minor leaders and underlings, the forbidden item Moonlight was unable to eliminate the Water Ghost Gang entirely. Now, apart from the formidable giant ghost Onyx and his brother-in-law, known as Watergrass, there were no other senior members remaining in the gang. Should he eliminate these 2 individuals, the Water Ghost Gang would face a leaderless predicament. At that point, upon recognizing the gang's vulnerability, the surrounding factions would rush in like sharks sensing blood, tearing the Water Ghost Gang apart and consuming it. Only then could Ailin consider his concerns resolved. With this thought, Ailin began to ponder. The Water Ghost Gang was significantly weakened. If giant ghost Onyx wished to defend his territory, he would have to send out the few remaining underlings to train and guard the area. Consequently, there would be few lackeys left by his side. This period undoubtedly presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Moreover, with the guidance of the 1,000 paper cranes for locating people, even if giant ghost Onyx were to hide, Ailin would not fear being unable to find him. Contemplating this, a fierce glint flickered in Ailin's eyes. In that case, let it be a conclusive end. Before nightfall, Ailin traversed the myriad alleys of Chinatown, acquiring various items he deemed necessary for the evening's endeavors. As darkness enveloped the city, after donning a disguise, Ailin quietly departed from his modest 3-story residence. He skillfully avoided the cameras at the street corners, following a narrow alley in Chinatown, guided by the 1,000 paper cranes in his possession, steadily and resolutely making his way toward the location of giant ghost Onyx. Chapter 18. The Night of Slaughter. Hell's Kitchen. The most debased and squalid area in all of New York, and even the entire Federation, was a hub of vice. At a glance, the alleys flanking the streets of Hell's Kitchen were strewn with debris, littered with carelessly discarded trash, resembling a landfill, reeking with foul odors. The sunken, cracked roads occasionally rolled empty liquor bottles or misshapen cans. The air was thick with the acrid stench of decaying food, mingled with an array of bizarre, yet undeniably unpleasant scents. The dismal environment, dilapidated streets, and chaotic law enforcement made even the New York patrol officers reluctant to linger here. Each forced patrol was conducted with little more than a cursory effort. Nonetheless, this chaotic lawlessness simultaneously served as a breeding ground for crime and depravity. The gangs in Hell's Kitchen reigned supreme, harboring countless criminals and scoundrels from New York who concealed their identities and sought refuge in this den of iniquity. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, there lies a dilapidated red brick building, adorned with graffiti, which serves as the lair of the formidable giant Onyx. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, Onyx is currently indulging in a stream of beer, guzzling it with a gruff demeanor. After downing a 500 milliliters bottle in one swift motion, his countenance darkened as he crushed the empty can into a crumpled mass. The remaining brown liquid trickled down his tattooed right arm, further enhancing the ominous aura that enveloped him in the dim light. Ever since he accepted a task from a powerful figure, Onyx has been plagued by a series of misfortunes, feeling as though he is engulfed in a storm of despair. Not only did the assignment go awry, depriving him of his desired acquisition, but he also lost several of his underlings, leading to an even greater turmoil. The New York Police Department and city officials have been relentless in their pursuit of him, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it is almost suffocating. To compound his woes, The very foundation of their water ghost gang, the Morning Star Bar, which had been in operation for years, has encountered a catastrophe. A supposed gas leak resulted in the demise of a significant portion of their members and leadership, inflicting severe damage upon the gang's strength. To make matters worse, as the de facto leader of the water ghosts, Anik is now burdened with the financial obligation of compensating the families of the deceased. If he fails to do so, the remaining members of his gang will inevitably fragment. What troubles Anik further is the predatory behavior of rival gangs, who seem to circle like sharks, eager to seize the opportunity presented by his gang's weakened state. When Anik, overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, sought assistance from the powerful figure behind the water ghosts, he was met with a barrage of scorn, berated for his incompetence and the chaos that ensued. Frustrated, Anik slammed his fist down onto the glass coffee table before him. With a resounding crash, the once sturdy and resilient table shattered under the force of his blow, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor and leaving several cuts on his hands and face. Cursing vehemently, Anik's rage escalated as he began to overturn everything in his vicinity. Outside the room, two of Anik's underlings, hearing the commotion and curses, instinctively recoiled, cautiously retreating and gently closing the door behind them. One of the younger gang members, adorned with earrings, whispered apprehensively, "This is terrifying. I wonder when our boss's fury will subside. Who knows? Let us hope we do not become collateral damage in his wrath." Another young man clad in a leather jacket sighed heavily. At that moment, he sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that scent?" The other young man, upon hearing this, also wrinkled his nose and shook his head, replying, "I don't know, but it's rather pleasant. Could it be that woman-esque perfume?" "Nonsense. This house has no women apart from us," the leather-clad man retorted. No sooner had he spoken than a dazed expression washed over his face, and he staggered against the wall, succumbing to a faint. The other young man, startled by the sight, leaped forward, fearing something had gone awry. Yet, as he rushed to assist his companion, he too collapsed, having inhaled a substantial amount of the hallucinogenic drug. After a while, confirming that both men had indeed lost consciousness, a figure adorned with an exquisite clown mask swiftly opened a window and climbed inside. Brandishing a sharp dagger, he swiftly slashed their throats and plunged a knife into each of their hearts. Ailin, glancing unexpectedly at the peculiar hallucinogen nestled within his jacket pocket, mused on its remarkable efficacy. Employing the same tactic, he gently sprayed the remaining half-bottle of the hallucinogen through the crack of the door into the room where the giant Anik resided. From his waist, Ailin retrieved his grandfather's Beretta pistol, chambered a bullet, and awaited patiently. The hallucinogen, of unknown origins, proved effective indeed. Before long, the colossal Anik, who had been rampaging through the room, fell silent. After a spell, Ailin opened the door slightly and peered through the gap, clearly observing the giant Anik, stronger than a grizzly bear, sprawled on the sofa like a dead dog. Meanwhile, his paper crane-seeking people had mysteriously settled atop Anik's head. "This fellow is the leader of the water ghost gang, Anik?" Activating his spirit sight, Ailin confirmed that Anik was in a state of peaceful slumber, tinted in green. Exhaling a breath of relief, Ailin waited a moment longer until the scent of the hallucinogen dissipated somewhat before stepping into the room. Upon entering, Ailin swiftly advanced, his dagger plunging through Anik's chest, piercing his heart directly. Not a single sound escaped Anik until death claimed him. In mere minutes, the leader of the water ghost gang and his two underlings had silently perished at Ailin's hands. With Anik's demise confirmed, Ailin finally exhaled in genuine relief. Prior to infiltrating the building, he had used his spirit sight to ascertain that, apart from Anik, only two subservient young men remained in this abode located in Hell's Kitchen. With the demise of these three individuals, the house was temporarily devoid of any adversaries that Ailin needed to be wary of. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Gwen. To be candid, Ailin found this infiltration to be unexpectedly smooth. The leader of the water ghost gang, the formidable Anik, proved to be easier to deal with than Ailin had anticipated. In fact, he encountered no significant resistance. They were inexplicably subdued and met their end at Ailin's hands, unaware of their assailant even in their final moments. Naturally, Ailin's ease in dispatching them, including the formidable Anik, was greatly aided by that unexpectedly potent hallucinogenic spray. Observing the three bodies lying in a pool of blood, Ailin reflected with a sense of melancholy. It seemed that taking a life was far simpler than he had imagined, and human beings were, indeed, more fragile than he had thought. Regrettably, the absence of the remaining head of the water ghost gang meant that he could not eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The act of killing did not induce any discomfort in Ailin. He felt no perverse exhilaration. Instead, there was a dispassionate acceptance, as though he fundamentally believed that taking a life was not a matter of great consequence. Shaking his head to dispel these somewhat deranged thoughts, Ailin donned his gloves and began to search the house. since he had dealt with Anik and his associates without firearms and had not caused a significant commotion. Ailin had ample time to clean up the scene. After more than half an hour, having eradicated any traces he had left behind, Ailin departed from Hell's Kitchen, carrying a heavy backpack while evading the scant surveillance cameras on the streets. A mere 10 minutes after Ailin's departure, a simple trap ignited the natural gas that Ailin had released in Anik's residence. With a tremendous explosion, roaring flames ruthlessly consumed everything within the house. By the time the fire brigade arrived to extinguish the blaze, the structure was already beyond recognition, with only 3 charred, nearly carbonized corpses remaining to tell the tale. At that moment, Ailin had long since returned to Chinatown. In his room, he emptied the contents of his backpack, meticulously counting the spoils of his endeavor. The first thing that caught Ailin's eye was a stack of neatly bundled American dollars, over 100 bundles, along with some loose change acquired from his grim task. This bounty had augmented Ailin's wealth by a staggering 308,852. Additionally, before him lay 15 gold bars, each weighing a kilogram, and a collection of assorted jewelry. All of these treasures had been retrieved from the safe within that house. Regarding the current gold prices in the Federation, Ailin was somewhat in the dark. However, with 15 gold bars weighing a kilogram each, along with various pieces of jewelry, Ailin estimated that his fortune could easily amount to $1 or $2 million. Indeed, following this wave of chaos and destruction, Ailin's wealth had surged by $2 to $3 million. It truly echoed the old adage, gold belts are won through bloodshed, while bridges and roads rise without corpses. Shaking his head, Ailin concealed all the gold and jewelry, along with the majority of his cash, in a hidden compartment beneath his bed, leaving only a modest sum of around $100,000 for emergencies. Afterward, he took a shower and transported the exchanged clothing to the basement of his old house, where he incinerated everything to ashes. Having completed these tasks, Ailin finally lay back down and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, as Ailin slept, Coulson, who had painstakingly constructed a soundproof chamber and carefully placed the forbidden object within, finally completed the task report after a long night of work. At that moment, an agent from Coulson's team knocked on his office door, delivering the news of the death of the Water Ghost Gang's leader, Anik, in a fire. Death by fire? That seems rather fortuitous, Coulson mused. Due to the nature of the forbidden object, Anik and his associates had long been on Coulson's radar as the clandestine owner of the Morning Star bar. Thus, news of Anik's demise reached Coulson almost instantly. The agent delivering the message shrugged and remarked, Anik certainly wouldn't have perished so simply in a fire. I had someone inquire with the police department, and the coroner stated that Anik and his crew must have died before the fire. Otherwise, the bodies would not have been in that condition. Numerous individuals were keenly eyeing the Water Ghost Gang's lucrative territory, and I suspect that perhaps someone from the gang orchestrated his murder, disguising it as an accident. Is that so? Coulson nodded. Has the New York Police Department determined who was responsible? The agent shook his head. By the time the fire was extinguished, Anik and his men were already beyond recognition. All leads were consumed by the flames, leaving no useful information behind. Moreover, nearby surveillance failed to capture any suspicious individuals. Thus, I suspect the perpetrator is a seasoned criminal, as the methods employed were too proficient. A seasoned criminal? Coulson pondered. Aside from the gang's actions, could it be that someone else was silencing them? Coulson had sent inquiries, and no one had seen that vintage record player at the Morning Star bar prior. The forbidden object could not have appeared there without reason. Furthermore, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing the news of Anik's death, the first image that flashed in his mind was that of the young Chinese boy who claimed to be a fortune teller. The next morning, Ailin awoke early, took a taxi, and headed to Midtown High School, where he was enrolled. After the death of his mother, the protagonist became somewhat reclusive, leading a solitary life and having few friends at school. His absence for several days went unnoticed, which, in a way, benefited Ailin. However, upon encountering the academic director at the school gate, the director, upon seeing Ailin, inquired about her well-being. Ailin surmised that Pepper Potts had used her own discomfort as an excuse to request leave from Midtown High, so she chuckled lightly and brushed it off. After sitting in the classroom for a few minutes without the teacher arriving, Ailin was surprised to see an unexpected visitor. Gwen Stacy, with her golden hair and strikingly beautiful features, quickly attracted the attention of many in the classroom. After surveying the room, she fixed her gaze on Ailin. Chapter 20. The invitation. Upon spotting Ailin, Gwen's eyes lit up as she approached him with quick steps, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hello, I'm Gwen. May I borrow a few minutes of your time, Ailin? Of course. Ailin shrugged, replying, in fact, not many at Midtown High are unfamiliar with you. With that, he stood and left the classroom alongside Gwen. Behind them, a chorus of cheers and whispers erupted among the students. Gwen was undoubtedly the goddess of Midtown High, and her every action garnered widespread attention. Some of the more gossip-prone girls quickly gathered to discuss the relationship between Ailin and Gwen, listening to the chatter around him. Several members of the school's basketball team glared at the departing figures of Gwen and Ailin, their thoughts unreadable. After exiting the classroom, a silence hung between Ailin and Gwen, with neither daring to break it. It was only when they reached a secluded corner that Gwen finally spoke, shattering the quiet. "Thank you for that day." Ailin, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Honestly, I'm just glad you don't hold it against me." Given the circumstances of their previous encounter, two individuals alone in a room, both under the influence of medication, it was inevitable that the atmosphere had become awkward between them. As Ailin finished speaking, Gwen seemed to recall something, and a visible blush spread across her ears, creating a delicate and alluring appearance. "How could that be?" she exclaimed, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "You ultimately held back, didn't you? If it were someone else, I'd wager." Catching sight of a teacher approaching, Ailin quickly cleared his throat, interrupting Gwen's words. If she continued, even if Ailin remained unperturbed, Gwen would undoubtedly be left mortified. Interrupted by Ailin, Gwen immediately fell silent until the female teacher passed by them. Gwen then shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, that call to the police the other day was made by you, right?" Ailin nodded, acknowledging the truth of it. "We were both drugged, and you were somewhat disoriented, so I had no choice but to escape on my own and then call for help. I knew that if I had brought you along, neither of us would have managed to flee." As an intelligent and accomplished student, Gwen detected the guilt hidden within Aileen's words and interjected, "Moreover, my father mentioned that it was those items you blocked the door with that bought them time to eliminate those assailants." Ailin chuckled softly at this, choosing not to respond. It was no wonder that so many at Mid-City High were fond of Gwen. With her beauty, academic excellence, and high emotional intelligence, who wouldn't be drawn to her? At that moment, as if struck by a thought, Gwen exclaimed, "Oh right. My mother wants to invite you to dinner at our house tomorrow night to thank you for saving me. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Ailin looked at Gwen in surprise. Just moments ago, she had seen Gwen in a vulnerable light, and now she was being invited for dinner? Was this akin to a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law? Ailin shook her head. "That's not necessary. I hardly did anything." However, before Ailin could finish her sentence, Gwen pressed a finger against Eileen's lips. "You cannot refuse, I promised my mother. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you?" Feeling the warmth of Gwen's fingertip, Ailin instinctively licked her lips. Gwen seemed electrified, swiftly retracting her finger, a rosy flush adorning her fair complexion. Just then, the school bell rang, echoing through the hallways. "I've written my address on this card. If you don't show up tomorrow, you'll regret it." Gwen hurriedly thrust a card with her address into Eileen's hands before dashing away, leaving no room for refusal. With a sigh, Ailin lamented, "Well, she's already gone, no point in lingering. If I don't get to class soon, my teacher will deduct my credits." Just as Ailin sighed, a voice resonated behind her. Turning around, she recognized the voice of the academic director she had encountered at the school gate. His plump face bore a smile, and his eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia, as if the earlier scene had stirred fond memories within him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the apparent misunderstanding, Ailin offered a slight smile before rushing back to her classroom. Upon returning to class, Ailin discovered that his mathematics teacher was already waiting in the classroom. However, the teacher did not make things difficult for Ailin. After a nod, he allowed Ailin to return to his seat. As soon as Ailin sat down, a plump Asian boy to his left nudged him with his elbow, turned slightly, and whispered, "Ailin, you're being rather inconsiderate. When did you get to know the goddess Gwen without telling me?" Upon hearing this, Ailin turned to glance at the round-faced boy beside him, who appeared quite fortunate. The boy's surname was Wong, and his given name was Doug, which in the federal nomenclature became Doug Wong. Like Ailin, he was born in New York's Chinatown, and being both of Asian descent, he was one of the few classmates Ailin could converse with. However, this chubby boy was excessively talkative, and Ailin was cautious about sharing too much with him. Thus, he replied, "You're overthinking it. I took a leave of absence a few days ago, and Gwen, being a student assistant, just came by today to check on me and see if I needed any help." Ailin did not lower his voice too much. While speaking to Doug, he was also addressing the other classmates who had perked up their ears to listen. After all, he did not want the various rumors and gossip about him and Gwen to circulate throughout the campus the next day. Ailin came to school to acquire professional knowledge. He had no intention of wasting his time on trivial matters. Chapter 21. School routine people are always inclined to hear what they wish to hear, a tendency that transcends age. Indeed, as soon as Ailin made his statement, the students nearby, who had been eavesdropping, visibly relaxed, their expressions revealing a sense of relief and realization. Compared to the previous rumors concerning Ailin and Gwen, they were more inclined to accept Eilin's current explanation. However, Doug Wong pouted and deliberately said in Chinese, "Are you kidding? If it were just that, would you two need to go out and talk privately?" Both of them hailed from families with 3 generations of proper Chinese heritage. Since childhood, they had been taught by their elders to speak Chinese, allowing them to communicate in a language that was sometimes more convenient in school. Chinese is notoriously difficult to learn, and aside from the Chinese, few at Central High School could master this language. Speaking in Chinese ensured that they were not easily overheard. Ailin rolled his eyes and replied softly, "That's the truth. Believe it or not." The exasperation in Ailin's voice caused Doug to unconsciously raise his volume. Just as he was about to continue, he met the stern gaze of the mathematics teacher. Although the teacher was older and had a gentle demeanor, he was not to be trifled with. Was he to be ignored amidst such noise in his classroom? Under the teacher's glare, Doug wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Even the other students in the classroom dared not provoke the enraged mathematics teacher, falling into a hushed silence. The atmosphere within the classroom became palpably still. Satisfied by the newfound quietude under his authority, the mathematics teacher nodded approvingly. Clearing his throat, he addressed the students, who were all nearing graduation, to inform them that the school would be organizing a mock examination the following week to better gauge their grasp of knowledge. The mathematics examination was scheduled for Wednesday morning. He expressed his desire for his class not to be the one with the lowest proficiency. Thus, in the subsequent lessons, he would thoroughly review the material previously taught, urging the students to pay close attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted once more. The high achievers wore expressions of eager anticipation, their faces devoid of any panic, while the underperformers appeared desolate, lamenting their fate. Upon hearing this, Ailin found it increasingly difficult to maintain her earlier smile. Goodness. On the very first day back at school, they announced an exam. Will I even be able to survive this semester? Although she had assimilated some of the original owner's memories, they were far from complete. Furthermore, the original owner was not a top student. She consistently hovered around the middle of the class in examinations. Now, faced with an exam and without fully grasping even the memories, how could she possibly perform well? The mathematics teacher on the podium showed no regard for Ailin's feelings. Without consulting any textbooks, he swiftly picked up a piece of chalk and began to elucidate one formula after another, aiding the students in quickly recalling essential knowledge. As the teacher explained, Ailin's mind was flooded with memories from both her lives, rapidly merging with the mathematical concepts. Even the knowledge points that the original owner had forgotten or never mastered were being absorbed by Ailin at an astonishing pace. After consuming the potion of the divination practitioner, Ailin's memory and learning abilities had been further enhanced, reaching an extraordinary level. Although the previous meditation technique, which visualized the brain of the universe, did not elevate her powers to the terrifying extent of the potion, it still boosted her mental acuity and memory by another half-tier. Now, Ailin's thoughts were sharp. Her memory and learning capabilities could only be described as extraordinary. She fervently absorbed all the knowledge she had not yet mastered, firmly imprinting it in her mind for her own use. As a prestigious elite high school in New York, and indeed throughout the entire Federation, the teachers at Zhongqing High School were of the highest caliber. In just one brief lesson, Ailin felt a noticeable enhancement in her mathematical abilities. While this was partly due to her integration of knowledge from 2 lives, it was also significantly influenced by the teacher's guidance. Following the mathematics class, physics and chemistry classes succeeded one another, substantially elevating Ailin's grasp of knowledge. Although he could not yet compare himself to the academic prodigies within his class and grade, he would certainly no longer be at the bottom. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ailin retrieved his books from his school locker, preparing to attend a preparatory course for university, commonly referred to as a pre-course. Through these courses, students have the opportunity to earn university credits ahead of time. Though the school does not impose any rigid requirements, it is entirely at the discretion of the students. However, for those aspiring to enroll in a prestigious federal university, achieving good grades in these courses is indispensable. Generally, at federal high schools, courses are categorized into 3 levels of difficulty. 1. Illiterate level, courses that, upon completion, serve no purpose beyond obtaining a high school diploma. 2. Ordinary level, courses that may lead to acceptance into 2nd or 3rd tier universities upon completion. 3. Highest difficulty level, students must select at least 5 courses and achieve an average score of 5 to have a chance at applying to top-tier universities. In the Federation, the journey to university begins the moment one enters high school. As a member of the prestigious Zhongqing High School, Ailin is no exception. Now, with his own plans in mind, he intends to select additional preparatory courses beyond those originally chosen. For most, taking several new preparatory courses in one semester and scoring 5 points in exams is arduous. However, Ailin feels that, given his current memory and learning abilities, it should not pose too much difficulty. Just as he retrieved his books and prepared to leave, Ailin unexpectedly encountered Gwen, who was cradling several books in her arms. Ailin. Yes, Gwen, what brings you here? I'm heading to a preparatory course, Gwen replied, lifting the textbook she held. She then glanced at the book in Eileen's hands and asked, "You too?" Ailin looked down at his textbook and noticed that, coincidentally, it was also a calculus book. What a coincidence. I didn't anticipate that we both chose this course. Gwen rolled her eyes playfully and remarked, "Calculus is a mandatory course for university. It's not surprising that more people select it." Ailin smiled and responded, "That's true. However, there is only one calculus lecture this afternoon. I didn't expect to find us in the same classroom. How did I not realize this before?" Gwen inquired curiously. Ailin smiled but remained silent. It was only Gwen who had not noticed that they were in the same class, as the original Ailin was merely inconspicuous at school. As for Ailin, during each preparatory course, he had been discreetly observing Gwen, though she had never noticed. His earlier surprise was merely a fleeting moment of forgetfulness about this fact. After all, in Eileen's view, the innocent crush of the original self had ended before it even truly began. He was too disinterested to even revisit the memories associated with that infatuation. "Shall we go together?" Gwen raised her textbook in invitation. The previous intimate moment evidently granted Ailin an extraordinary status in Gwen's heart, prompting an irresistible desire within her to know Ailin better. Ailin shrugged and replied, "Then let us proceed together. Coincidentally, I also have matters to discuss with you." Gwen turned to face Ailin, smiling as she said, "As long as you're not about to tell me you won't be able to make it tomorrow night. Of course, if you do say that, I shall selectively turn a deaf ear." With that, Gwen playfully winked at Ailin. Oh. The federal pre-calculus course proved to be less daunting than Ailin had anticipated. Its difficulty was comparable to that of the calculus she had studied in her previous life at university. The class, a blend of reviewing and discovering anew, allowed Ailin, who was recalling her past knowledge of calculus, to make remarkable strides in her understanding. Even more striking was the sight of Gwen, seated beside her, seemingly unimpressed with the pre-calculus curriculum's simplicity. Much of the class time was spent with her engrossed in advanced mathematical papers. Had the school bell not rung, Ailin surmised that Gwen could have continued her studies deep into the night. After placing her calculus textbook in her locker, Ailin retrieved her backpack, locked the locker door, and prepared to leave. Observing Ailin take out her backpack, Gwen inquired in surprise, "Aren't you joining any clubs?" Given that the following day marked the weekend. Friday afternoons were typically when most clubs gathered for activities. Ailin shrugged, "I did join one previously, but today I need to return home early." Gwen nodded, smiling, "I see. Then I want to accompany you. We have a chemistry lab group activity shortly." "All right," Ailin affirmed, then added, "See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." As Ailin bid farewell to Gwen, before she could reach the school gates, a chubby hand suddenly encircled her neck from behind. "Ailin, I told you there was something going on between you and the goddess Gwen. You insisted there was nothing, but now I have proof. Don't try to play innocent. I saw it with my own eyes." The pudgy hand belonged to Doug Wong, affectionately known as Big Dog. After forcefully prying the hand away from her neck, Ailin retorted, "What nonsense. I was merely in the same pre-calculus class as Gwen this afternoon. You know that." With a slight twist of her neck, which was still sore from Doug's grip, she added, "And you, Big Dog, really ought to lose some weight. If you don't, you'll soon lose sight of your own neck." The nickname Big Dog had stuck with Doug since it closely resembled the pronunciation of his name in English. As soon as Ailin finished speaking, the chubby boy's face turned an alarming shade of green, completely overshadowing his previous obsession with the gossip surrounding Ailin and Gwen. The chubby boy glared at Ailin fiercely, asserting, "I told you, you can call me by my nickname, but you absolutely cannot mention my weight. How many times must I reiterate that this is not fat? I am robust. Just feel my biceps, so hard and solid." Ailin, observing the chubby boy's flabby, pale biceps, rolled his eyes dismissively, leaving him to ponder his own physique. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" The chubby boy began to protest, but before he could finish, Ailin shrugged his backpack onto his shoulder and made his way toward the school gate. Noticing this, the chubby boy hastened to catch up, gritting his teeth in determination. To avoid further entanglement with him, Ailin quickened his pace. The chubby boy, trailing behind, was drenched in sweat but could not keep up. He could only watch from a distance as Ailin hailed a taxi and drove away. "Wow, a taxi. How extravagant. Has Ailin struck it rich?" he mused, taken aback. Typically, unless engaged in club activities, Ailin would return home via public transport after school, as taking a cab back to Chinatown was quite costly. For them, it was far more sensible to save that money for video games, or perhaps invest in a better gaming controller. Upon exiting the taxi and opening the front door, Ailin indeed found Pepper Potts, elegantly dressed in professional attire, seated on the sofa in his home. Before her lay a colossal pizza box, a tempting serving of fried chicken, and 2 cups of beverage. Ailin had rushed home today because Pepper had informed him in advance that she would be visiting. "Welcome back, little Ailin. I brought you the Supreme Pizza set from Crown Pizza, along with your favorite fried chicken. Oh, and I also got you some Coke, She greeted him with a smile, attempting to shake off the worry that had clouded her expression as she invited him to sit down and began to unpack the pizza and chicken. Crown Pizza is a renowned establishment in New York, perpetually bustling with patrons eager to savor its offerings, making it no easy feat to obtain a pizza from there. As the pizza box was opened, Ailin was immediately enveloped by an aromatic wave emanating from the supreme pizza, its fragrance far surpassing that of the fried chicken nearby. However, Ailin refrained from indulging in the tantalizing pizza or the golden, crispy fried chicken just yet. Instead, he reached for a drink and took a sip. "Ah, Coke. Pepper Andy. You truly know me well," choosing Coke over the juice included in the supreme pizza set. Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts smiled faintly. "In truth, I find the freshly squeezed juice from Crown Pizza to be quite delightful. Perhaps you might consider sampling a different flavor." Chapter 23. The Beginning of Fate. That is the joy of cola that you, Aunt Pepper, fail to comprehend. Pepper shook her head and remarked, "All right, no more jesting. The pizza and fried chicken are still warm. Let us indulge before the chill of this weather sets in." With that, she retrieved a pizza laden with meat from the box and handed it to Ailin. "Thank you, Aunt Pepper," Ailin replied without hesitation, taking the pizza from her hands and devouring it eagerly. Ever since that contemplation of the cosmic brain, Eilin's appetite had markedly increased. He consumed more and grew hungry more swiftly. It was uncertain whether the meditation had drained him excessively, prompting his body to compensate for the lost nutrients, or if he simply required more sustenance to satisfy his increased energy expenditure. By the end of the meal, Pepper had consumed merely a slice of pizza and a glass of juice, while the remainder of the pizza and the fried chicken had all vanished into Eilin's stomach. The sight of his voracious eating startled Pepper, leading her to wonder if Eileen's health was in jeopardy. "Aunt Pepper, do not fret. Recently, I have been training my physical endurance, which has resulted in a greater appetite," Ailin reassured her. "Training your endurance?" "Indeed. The last time I was so easily kidnapped was directly related to my lack of physical strength. Otherwise, even if I could not overpower those ruffians, it would not have been so simple for them to capture me. Since escaping, I have been diligently working on my physical conditioning, which has naturally led to an increase in my appetite." Understanding dawned on Pepper as she listened to Eilin's explanation, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It was acceptable for him to eat more if he was training rigorously, as long as his health was not compromised. Moreover, being a young man, it was beneficial for him to be physically robust. After finishing dinner, Ailin and Pepper began to engage in casual conversation. "By the way, when I arrived this afternoon, I overheard Director George on the phone saying that the leader of the Water Ghost Gang met with an unfortunate fate last night, and even the last remaining high-ranking member has been arrested for murder. You can finally rest easy without fear." Ailin paused momentarily upon hearing this revelation. So, the notorious figure known as Waterweeds had been apprehended by the New York Police Department. No wonder I could not locate that individual when my group confronted the Water Ghost Gang. Ailin was confident that after daring to harm the daughter of a police chief, the Water Ghost's days were numbered. Furthermore, considering his position as the second in command of a gang, Ailin doubted he lacked any incriminating evidence. Once he was in the hands of the New York Police Department, there would be no escape for him. Ailin trusted that the officers and prison guards would ensure that the Water Ghost was treated appropriately. With this thought, Ailin chuckled. This truly is a case of retribution. At last, I can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Pepper chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, you ought to have a restful slumber. Otherwise, you shall lack the vigor to visit Gwen's home tomorrow evening." "Ah, Aunt Pepper, how did you know?" Pepper responded with a smile. "I am acquainted with Gwen's mother, Helen. Besides inviting you, she also extended an invitation to me. However, due to recent troubles at Stark Industries, I find myself unable to attend. So you shall have to go on your own, my little rascal. Perhaps, in my absence, you might even win the heart of a fair maiden." Understanding the playful jibe, Ailin recalled the troubled expression Pepper had worn upon her arrival and inquired, "Has something happened at Stark Industries? Aunt Pepper, were you troubled by this matter?" Pepper paused momentarily, taken aback, before responding with resignation, "You have indeed seen through it." "Of course," Ailin replied. "Well, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. Tony has gone missing, and Stark Industries has descended into chaos. Even the military has been sending personnel to inquire. As Tony's personal assistant, I must handle these affairs, and on top of that, I am besieged by reporters. The sheer volume of issues I've faced these past few days has left me utterly overwhelmed." Perhaps it was the need to unburden herself or the genuine affection she felt for Ailin, whom she regarded as a nephew. But Pepper confided in him about her recent tribulations. Of course, aside from the company matters, Ailin's situation was also a source of concern for Pepper, though she had no intention of broaching that topic in front of him. "Tony? Are you referring to the illustrious billionaire, Tony Stark?" Ailin inquired. "When did he go missing?" Pepper responded, somewhat astonished by Ailin's question. "You do not know?" The news has been abuzz with reports of this for days now. Ailin shrugged. Aunt Pepper. You know I have not been following the news these past few days due to that incident. Oh my goodness. I apologize, Ailin. I completely overlooked that. With a hint of guilt, Pepper pulled Ailin close and embraced him tightly. After a considerable pause, she continued, comforted by his presence. As it happens, Tony's disappearance coincided with the day of your abduction. Really? Ailin replied, intrigued. On the same day. Unbeknownst to Pepper, her words stirred a tempest within Ailin's heart. As a chosen one within the Marvel Universe, Tony's disappearance marked the onset of extraordinary events and heralded significant changes in this world. The day Tony Stark vanished was the very day Ailin found himself transported to this realm. Was it mere coincidence, or was there an unfathomable connection at play? Suppressing his astonishment and confusion, Ailin responded, Is that so? How fortuitous. Fortuitous. Pepper rolled her eyes, exasperated. These past few days, I have been quite preoccupied with the affairs of both of you. Now that your concerns have been addressed, there remains no news from Tony. As she spoke, an unmistakable worry flickered in Pepper's eyes. Fear not, Aunt Pepper. Tony Stark is a world-renowned genius scientist. He shall surely be fine, Ailin reassured her. However, the military had discovered several wreckages of military vehicles and soldiers' bodies at the site of Tony's disappearance, leading them to speculate that Tony and his companions might have fallen victim to a terrorist attack. Pepper's voice trembled, as if she could scarcely bear to contemplate the worst possible outcome. Observing her distress, Ailin felt compelled to offer a different perspective. Aunt Pepper, consider this from another angle. Given Tony Stark's stature, if something truly dire had occurred, the terrorist organization responsible would have undoubtedly come forth to boast of their act. The absence of any such proclamation from a terrorist group claiming responsibility for the attack on the illustrious Tony Stark could very well indicate that he has not encountered any misfortune. Chapter 24. Farewell, Coulson. If fate had not taken an unexpected turn, Ailin believed that Tony should be in some cave, wielding a mighty hammer. The conditions may be harsh, yet at least his life was not in peril. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Pepper's face. Let us hope so. However, seeing the dimness in her eyes, Ailin sighed inwardly. Never mind. For Aunt Pepper's sake, I shall lend a helping hand. Having made his decision, Ailin turned to her and said, Aunt Pepper, if you genuinely wish to find your boss, Tony Stark, I believe I could be of assistance. Initially taken aback, Pepper then smiled and affectionately ruffled Eilin's hair, responding, Little Ailin, your intentions are commendable, but how to find Tony is a matter for the police and military. Clearly, Pepper did not harbor any belief that Ailin could contribute meaningfully to the situation. With Stark Industries and the federal military, two colossal entities, having searched tirelessly without success, what could a mere high school dropout possibly offer? Aunt Pepper, you don't believe in me, Ailin remarked, aware of the condescending tone in her voice. Pepper smiled subtly, her silence conveying a message that was all too clear. Well, I do believe in that. Just then, a soothing voice with a magnetic quality unexpectedly broke the tension. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Pepper immediately stood up, positioned Ailin behind her, and warily warned the middle-aged man who had entered unannounced, Sir, this is private property. Please leave. As Coulson entered, he was met with Pepper Potts' wary expression, her phone already in hand, poised to call for help. Swiftly retrieving his credentials from his coat pocket with one hand while raising the other, which clutched a briefcase, in a gesture of peace, he explained, Hey there, ma'am. Do not be alarmed. My name is Phil Coulson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Ailin can vouch for me. Though Pepper had never heard of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, she understood the term agent, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. She scrutinized Coulson's credentials before casting an inquisitive glance at Ailin. Indeed, he was an agent from that agency with an extensive name. Ailin nodded at Pepper, affirming Coulson's identity, then turned to Coulson with a stoic expression, stating, However, I do not recall extending an invitation for you to enter my home. Are you intending to trespass, Mr. Coulson? Or does your agency possess privileges that supersede federal law? Do not misunderstand, Coulson quickly clarified. The door was unlocked when I arrived, and I heard you conversing inside. He shifted his tone, admitting, Well, I apologize. It was my oversight, and I should have knocked first. However, considering I am here to deliver a monetary gift, perhaps you could overlook this transgression, Lord Ailin. With that, he gestured towards the bulging briefcase in his left hand. Monetary gift? What is this about? Pepper furrowed her brow in confusion. Ailin, having pieced together the situation, remarked in surprise, Is the payment for that last matter finally arriving? Your agency works rather swiftly, does it not? It is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Coulson corrected with a hint of pride. Our agency prides itself on efficiency, unlike some cumbersome organizations that tend to procrastinate. With that, he unzipped the briefcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of American dollars. Upon seeing the stack of green bills, Aaron's eyes brightened. Given that you traveled all this way to deliver money, I shall refrain from pursuing this incident further. However, should you ever enter unannounced again, I will not hesitate to involve legal counsel against your agency. With that, Aaron took the briefcase from Coulson's hands. As Aaron accepted both the money and the briefcase, Coulson managed a slightly awkward smile. That briefcase is mine. Once you retrieve the cash and tax documents, could you please return the briefcase to me? Rolling her eyes, Aaron extracted $100,000 and a tax document bearing her name from the briefcase before tossing it back. Upon receiving the briefcase tossed by Ailin, Coulson instinctively zipped it up and set it aside. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts glanced at the $100,000 on the table, her expression darkening. Ailin, shouldn't you explain to me how there came to be such a large sum of money? She inquired, a mixture of concern and fear etched across her face. $100,000 was no trifling amount. Even after years of toil in her career, saving such a sum would take her over a month. Ailin, a mere child who had yet to graduate from high school, had somehow received such a considerable sum from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Pepper was apprehensive about what unsettling news might emerge from Eilin's lips, or worse, that she might have unwittingly become involved with that very department. Agents, after all, were individuals who danced on the edge of peril, living life on the knife's edge. Pepper certainly did not wish for her dear friend's only son to become one of them. Noticing Pepper's troubled and serious demeanor, Ailin realized she had misunderstood and quickly clarified, Aunt Pepper, the truth is, I possess certain unique abilities. The last time Coulson and the others were on a mission, I happened to assist them, and this is their reward for my help. Didn't I mention that if you wanted to find your boss, I could assist? This is also related to my abilities. At that moment, Coulson interjected, Indeed, Ailin possesses extraordinary talents that surpass the ordinary. I can attest to that. When I heard he had a means to locate Tony Stark, I was compelled to rush in. Howard Stark, Tony's father, was one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Due to this connection, coupled with Tony's exceptional talents, he had always been a focal point of the department's interest. Chapter 25, Coulson, we are professionals in saving lives and truth. Following Tony Stark's disappearance, the department had been actively seeking his whereabouts. Unfortunately, they had yet to uncover any trace of him. Therefore, upon hearing Ailin mention he could locate Tony Stark, Coulson could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the room. As Ailin and Coulson spoke, Pepper found herself wavering in her skepticism. Could it be that Ailin truly possessed abilities unknown to her that could aid in locating Tony Stark? If it were merely Ailin's assertion, she might have dismissed it as self-reassurance. However, when a seasoned agent of the department echoed the same sentiment, she could not help but reconsider the veracity of Ailin's claims. After a moment of hesitation, Pepper's concern for Tony overshadowed her doubts as she asked Ailin, Little Ailin, do you truly possess a means to locate Tony? Ailin nodded in affirmation. I have a mysterious artifact that can indeed lead us to Tony Stark. However, this item is exceedingly precious. Before Ailin could finish her thought, Coulson interjected, If you genuinely have something that can find Tony Stark, our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics can offer you a substantial reward. Much like we did this time. Ailin cast a sidelong glance at Coulson, retorting, That artifact is consumable. Its worth cannot merely be quantified in hundreds of thousands of dollars. What about 200,000? Coulson inquired tentatively. Ailin rolled her eyes at his suggestion, disregarding him entirely. Pepper then chimed in, If it's a matter of money, I do have some savings. Ailin interrupted, What would I need your money for, Aunt Pepper? You've aided me countless times. I cannot extend my assistance just this once. Moreover, if Tony has indeed been abducted by a terrorist organization, finding him would effectively be saving his life. As a billionaire, he would surely not withhold financial gratitude. Of course not. Pepper smiled at her response. Tony Stark despises being indebted to anyone. If Ailin could truly find him and rescue him from the clutches of the terrorist organization, his proud nature would compel him to reward her handsomely. Otherwise, he would feel profoundly uncomfortable. Ailin shrugged, precisely. However, while my artifact can locate Tony Stark, it is limited to that. If he has been genuinely kidnapped, we will require additional assistance to effectuate his rescue. Aunt Pepper, doesn't Tony have a strong rapport with the military? I believe you should reach out to them to see if they can deploy someone. Upon hearing Ailin's suggestion, Coulson became anxious. If the credit for rescuing Tony Stark were to be carelessly handed over to the military, Coulson was certain that his one-eyed superior would metaphorically glare him to death with the single eye he had left. Ahem, no need for such complications. As long as you, Lady Ailin, can ascertain Tony Stark's location, our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics can promptly dispatch our most elite agents for his rescue. Trust me, when it comes to saving lives, our operatives are far more adept than those military personnel who excel in offensive operations. As he spoke about his area of expertise, Coulson's face radiated with confidence, making it exceedingly convincing. He was not mistaken. In the realm of rescue operations, specially trained agents indeed surpassed military personnel. Even Pepper, seated across from Ailin, nodded in agreement. Observing this, Ailin merely shrugged. Well, entrusting the rescue of Tony Stark to you is acceptable, but in that case, Coulson, you owe me a favor. Let us dispatch personnel from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to save Tony Stark. Why should I owe you a favor? Observing Coulson's perplexed expression, Ailin stated directly, do not feign ignorance. If we indeed rescue Tony Stark, it would be a monumental achievement for both the military and your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Allowing you to gain such a significant credit without any reciprocation would undoubtedly leave you indebted to me. Who knows, with this merit, Coulson, you might even secure a promotion and a raise. Upon hearing this, Coulson raised his hands in surrender, signaling Ailin to cease further discussion. All right, you have a point. If we truly locate Tony Stark, consider me indebted to you. After receiving Coulson's assurance, Ailin nodded and exclaimed, please wait a moment, before ascending to the third floor. Retrieving the once-used search crane from his bedroom, Ailin returned to the first floor with a glass jar containing a pink crane. As he descended, both Coulson and Pepper's attention was drawn to the object in Eilin's embrace. Coulson immediately noticed the pink crane, flapping its wings and repeatedly colliding with the glass jar. Is this the object you mentioned? Pepper inquired skeptically, gazing at the jar in Eilin's hands. No. Ailin shook his head. The pink crane inside the jar is the item I referred to. I have just divined Tony Stark's whereabouts and inscribed the information onto this crane. This crane will guide you to Tony Stark. Rest assured, as long as nobody disrupts the enchantment I have placed upon it. This crane will not cease its flight until we find Tony Stark. Should we follow the direction indicated by the crane to locate Tony Stark? Coulson interjected. Ailin glanced at him and affirmed, indeed. However, it would be best to pursue Tony Stark's location after you arrive in Afghanistan, following the crane's guidance. Upon hearing the word Afghanistan, Coulson's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired, Afghanistan? Is Tony Stark still there? According to my divination, he is indeed in Afghanistan. The crane will lead you to his exact location. Very well, I shall now request the deployment of our most elite agents to rescue Tony Stark. Chapter 26, The Digestion of the Potion. With that, Coulson took a step towards Ailin, his hands naturally reaching for the glass jar containing the crane. However, before Coulson's hands could touch the jar in Eilin's possession, the glass jar was swiftly taken away by Pepper, who stood beside Ailin. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, she declared, since this item may lead us to Tony, I shall keep it for now. I will accompany you to Afghanistan when the time comes. Upon witnessing this, Coulson's outstretched hands froze in midair. After a brief pause, he reluctantly replied, Miss Pepper, Afghanistan is not New York, it is chaotic and perilous. In response, Pepper retorted, are you not capable of ensuring my safety? If you cannot protect me, I have every reason to doubt your ability to rescue Tony. Coulson, who was eager to defend himself, was interrupted by Ailin, who frowned and said, Aunt Pepper, perhaps it would be best for you to remain in New York while we await news. Matters of rescue should be left to professionals like Coulson. Coulson was not exaggerating. Afghanistan was indeed synonymous with chaos at that time, plagued by various armed factions, leaving its inhabitants devoid of safety. Ailin was concerned for Pepper's well-being and felt compelled to persuade her. However, Pepper was evidently unconvinced. She shook her head and asserted, I am not familiar with the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, nor do I know their capabilities. But if you cannot even ensure my safety, I would prefer to seek assistance from the military, as their strength is well known. Then let us involve the military, Ailin replied, unwilling to see Pepper put in harm's way. If she insisted, he would not hesitate to relinquish this opportunity to the armed forces, even if it meant foregoing Coulson's favor. Seeing this opportunity slipping away, Coulson quickly interjected. No, the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics can guarantee Ms. Pepper's safety. Moreover, we have collaborated with Ailin and are well aware of his unique abilities. This is why we trust him and are dispatching elite agents to rescue Tony Stark. As for the military, are you certain they would believe in your so-called divination and the paper crane Ms. Pepper holds? Even if they did, sending unsuitable personnel would only place Tony Stark in greater peril, while our department is different. Coulson's reasoning was clear and logical, and his analysis made Pepper reconsider her initial intention of seeking military intervention. Taking a step back, she conceded, fine, I will not seek the military, but I must go to Afghanistan. Rest assured, I will only guide the way and not hinder your efforts. Ultimately, unable to persuade Pepper, Ailin and Coulson reluctantly acquiesced to her demands. Once the decision was made, Coulson promptly dialed the phone of a certain director, known for his sharp wit. After succinctly outlining the situation, Coulson requested, Director, I am uncertain about the number of operatives involved in the organization that has kidnapped Tony Stark. Therefore, I wish to request additional personnel for this operation. On the other end, Nick Fury did not immediately grant Coulson's request, instead posing a question. Coulson, do you genuinely believe that this high school student is a seer? Can the information he provided truly lead us to Tony Stark? Coulson replied earnestly, Director, I trust my judgment. The incident at the Morningstar bar shattered my worldview and made me realize that our reality is likely far more complex than it appears. Moreover, even if we fail to locate Tony Stark on this occasion, the most we would lose is a bit of time. However, should we succeed in rescuing him, the rewards would be significant. There was a lengthy silence on the line, as Fury seemed to contemplate the matter, weighing the pros and cons. After what felt like an eternity, his voice finally resonated through the receiver. Very well, I approve your mission. As for personnel, I will allocate 5 tactical teams to assist you, along with Hawkeye and War Machine to support your endeavor. Upon hearing these names, Coulson's eyes sparkled with hope. Both were elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With their assistance, he felt far more confident about the rescue operation. Thank you, Director. I shall not betray your trust. After expressing his gratitude, Coulson hung up the phone and drove towards the nearest base of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, accompanied by Pepper. A helicopter, ready for a direct flight to Afghanistan, awaited them. Hawkeye and War Machine would meet them en route. Meanwhile, after Coulson and Pepper departed, Ailin sighed inwardly. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed that a portion of the seer potion within him had been assimilated, indicating that more individuals were beginning to believe in the role he was playing. Yet, the thought that he could not sway Pepper's decision left him feeling agitated. Even the digestion of the seer potion could not lift his spirits. Unbeknownst to Ailin, Pepper's insistence on safeguarding the 1,000-paper crane and accompanying Coulson and the others to Afghanistan was not solely driven by concern for Tony Stark's safety, but also stemmed from a desire to protect Ailin. Having worked diligently to become Tony Stark's personal assistant and managing a significant portion of Stark Industries, Pepper had witnessed much darkness and thus harbored doubts about Coulson and the agents. She was apprehensive that Coulson and his associates might grow curious about the secret of the origami crane, taking it for study and thereby jeopardizing the enchantment that Ailin had placed upon it. Should that occur, not only would locating Tony become an insurmountable challenge, but these individuals might also turn the tables, questioning the crane's significance and potentially slandering Ailin. Chapter 27. The Regrets of the Loyal Hall as Tony Stark's personal assistant and Ailin's aunt. Pepper felt it imperative to shield Ailin from the scrutiny of Coulson and his entourage, thereby averting any such calamities. Pepper's concerns were by no means unwarranted. The world is rife with disheartening individuals and occurrences. While Coulson's character holds a degree of assurance, it is always prudent to remain vigilant against future uncertainties. On this Friday night, an unexpected clamor filled the air. After Pepper and Coulson departed, Ailin's home was soon besieged by a throng of guests. An elderly gentleman, impeccably groomed and clad in traditional attire, arrived at the entrance of Ailin's 3-story abode, surrounded by a multitude. This significant gathering swiftly captured the attention of Ailin's neighbors, who began to murmur and speculate whether Ailin had inadvertently invited trouble, drawing such a large contingent from the Loyal Hall. With such a commotion outside, Ailin could hardly remain oblivious. Not yet entered into meditation, he donned a garment and descended the staircase to open the front door. Upon doing so, Ailin surveyed the seemingly hostile members of the Loyal Hall and squinted, inquiring, I did not expect the esteemed 7th uncle to pay us a visit. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your presence? 7th uncle scanned the crowd, which was furtively observing them, and replied nonchalantly, What? Am I not welcome? Please, allow me to enter. This is hardly a fitting place for conversation. 7th uncle, it is a delight to have you here. How could I possibly not welcome you? Ailin responded, stepping aside to invite him in. Pleased with Ailin's demeanor, 7th uncle's previously stoic expression softened slightly as he turned to his entourage, saying, Xiao Yang, Xiao Li. You two accompany me inside. The rest shall remain outside for now. Understood, 7th uncle. Nodding, 7th uncle, along with 2 exceptionally robust men, entered the 3-story building. After guiding 7th uncle to the sofa, Ailin retrieved a jar of aged tea left by his grandfather and prepared a pot for him. As the tea brewed, 7th uncle's nose twitched in delight at the rich aroma. Such a potent fragrance. Could this be the treasured collection of that old fellow from the Lin family? Old Chin's tea may not be particularly valuable, yet the likes of Uncle Chi and Ailin's grandfather, these seasoned gentlemen, are inexplicably drawn to its robust flavor. The aroma of the tea envelopes Uncle Chi, lifting his spirits considerably. However, despite his elevated mood, certain matters demand inquiry. The untimely demise of Yuan Li and his associates on the territory of the Water Ghost Gang has been attributed to a gas leak by the authorities. Yet I remain unconvinced. Previously, members of our loyal and righteous society witnessed your interaction with those who had cordoned off the Morningstar bar, and even their leader sought you out in the afternoon. Lin family scion, elucidate the circumstances of Yuan Li's demise. Were they not victims of the Water Ghost Gang? I cannot allow my young men to perish under such ambiguous circumstances. Upon hearing Uncle Chi's words, Ailin shook his head and replied, Uncle Yuan and the others did not succumb to a gas leak, nor were they slain by the Water Ghost Gang. In fact, the casualties among the Water Ghost Gang were even greater. After a brief pause, Ailin continued, they fell victim to a cursed relic left behind by a demon. A cursed relic left by a demon? Uncle Chi had yet to respond when the two burly men beside him, known as Xiao Yang and Xiao Li, could no longer contain themselves. Who are you trying to fool? There is no such thing as a demon in this world. Yuan Li and his group were killed by a demon's cursed relic? How absurd. Ailin chose to disregard the two muscle-bound men, focusing instead on Uncle Chi. Do you not believe me, Uncle Chi? Uncle Chi did not answer Ailin's question. His gaze seemed to drift, lost in a memory, rendering him momentarily silent. The two strong men, Yang and Li, exchanged puzzled glances and softly called out, Uncle Chi? Their call appeared to rouse Uncle Chi from his reverie. After a moment of silence, he spoke as if coming to a realization. No wonder, despite our inquiries, the politicians insist on the gas leak story, even refusing to show us Yuan Li's bodies, citing fears of contamination. So that's it. With that, Uncle Chi cast a profound glance at Ailin and slightly cupped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you for the enlightenment. Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, let us depart. After calling to the two muscular men behind him, Uncle Chi turned and headed for the exit, neglecting even to sip the old Chin tea brewed by Ailin. Is this how it ends? Yang and Li's eyes sparkled with confusion. Yet the long-standing authority of Uncle Chi compelled them to follow. Uncle Chi, wait. Just as the three were nearing the door, Ailin called out to them. Upon hearing the shout, Uncle Chi furrowed his brow and slowly turned to face Ailin, his expression reflecting a puzzlement at Ailin's interruption. Since Uncle Seven has arrived, he might as well take back the $100,000. With that, Ailin pointed to the bag containing the $100,000 he had already packed. $100,000? Uncle Seven's thoughts raced back to the promise he made to protect Ailin involving that very sum. However, upon seeing the money now, a wave of regret and guilt washed over him. Accepting this deal had led to the deaths of over 30 loyal members of the Brotherhood at the hands of the Water Ghost Gang. $100,000 for 30 lives. It was a deal that could hardly be justified. Not to mention, the compensation that the Brotherhood would owe their families would far exceed that amount. If only time could be reversed, Uncle Seven would never have accepted this business. Sighing deeply, he shook his head, feeling disheartened. He waved his hand and said to the burly man beside him, Xiao Li, go and put away that $100,000. We will use it to buy better urns for Yuan Li and the others, so they can depart in dignity. Chapter 28. The rumors of the devil. Though the $100,000 was particularly distasteful to Uncle Seven at that moment, he would not refuse the money that had come to him. In the world of gangs, one does not turn away money offered at their doorstep. After giving his instructions, the muscular man beside him acknowledged and swiftly approached the table. He grabbed the bag containing the $100,000 and returned quickly to stand behind Uncle Seven as they departed from Ailin's three-story house. With a loud bang, the door of Ailin's house was shut behind them. The man known as Xiao Yang hurried to open the car door for Uncle Seven and assisted him into the vehicle. Once inside, as the door closed, Xiao Li, still holding the money, couldn't help but ask, Uncle Seven, why are we leaving so soon? $100,000 just to understand this matter? How can that be? Isn't that too cheap a price for Yuan Li and the others? Besides, that kid talks nonsense. Not a word of truth comes from him. How could Yuan Li and the others have been harmed by some forbidden object left by a devil? There are no such things as devils in this world. Before Xiao Li could finish, Uncle Seven, eyes closed as if in contemplation, murmured softly, Is there truly none? What? Xiao Li, the muscular man, slowly formed a question mark on his forehead. What do you mean? Could it be that devils actually exist in this world? Uncle Seven did not allow Xiao Li to continue guessing or leave him in suspense. Instead, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. In my youth, when the Brotherhood was at its peak, we planned to expand beyond New York and establish Chinatowns in other states. At that time, I was dispatched to Texas. Do you know? There, we encountered a demon, a true demon. Blades, and even firearms and ammunition, prove utterly ineffective against demons. The 70 or so of us initially dispatched were mercilessly slaughtered by that singular demon, leaving only 3 survivors, myself included. Had it not been for the fabled Ghost Rider of Texas, who appeared at the last moment and incinerated the demon with his blazing hellfire, it is likely that the 3 of us would not have survived either. Since that day, our Brotherhood of Loyalty has rendered Texas a forbidden zone. No one daring to tread upon that continent again. Yang and Li, two brawny men, along with the driver, listened with wide eyes, utterly astonished. Is it possible that demons truly exist in this world? Were it not for the words of our revered elder, they would scarcely believe such a tale. The man named Young suddenly had a flash of insight. Could our recent acquisition of $100,000 from that fellow be related to this? He cast a glance at the elder, who, after a moment of surprise, nodded and remarked, "That young man is certainly not as simple as he appears. If even the police are unaware of certain matters, what gives him the right to know? Moreover, why did he repeatedly enter the sealed Morningstar bar? Who knows what secrets he conceals? Until we ascertain his true nature, we must not act recklessly. Furthermore, he has revealed to us the true cause of Yuan Li and his companion's demise. Our brotherhood of loyalty owes him a debt." With that, the elder closed his eyes once more, slipping into deep contemplation. No one within the brotherhood understands the terror of demons better than he does. Thus, when Ailin stated that Yuan Li and the others perished due to a forbidden object left by a demon, the elder believed it wholeheartedly. Why would such an object exist within the territory of the Water Ghost Gang? Do they have some connection to demons? The elder had initially intended to seize some assets from the Water Ghost Gang while they were leaderless and weakened in order to recover the losses of the Brotherhood. However, who could have foreseen that the Water Ghost Gang had become entangled with such deadly remnants? Who knows what other horrors may lie hidden within their ranks? The elder certainly did not wish for the Brotherhood of Loyalty, which he had so diligently safeguarded, to suffer a catastrophic fate akin to that of the Water Ghost Gang. Perhaps it is best to prioritize our lives. We shall steer clear of the murky waters of the Water Ghost Gang, he concluded. Meanwhile, after the elder's departure, Ailin approached the window, gazing at the retreating convoy with a heavy sigh. Yuan Li was a bachelor. He had once been married, but after a few years, his wife could no longer endure the constant anxiety brought on by his line of work and chose to divorce him. Even their daughter was awarded to her in the court's ruling. Evidently, the court does not believe that a father with a gang background can provide a happy childhood for his child. After divorcing Yuan Li, his ex-wife did not remarry but instead took on the responsibility of raising their daughter alone. In the federal realm, it is no easy feat for a woman to single-handedly raise a daughter. Over the years, had it not been for Yuan Shu's monthly child support payments, their lives would have likely become untenable. Now, with Yuan Shu deceased, what shall become of their future? I recall that Yuan Shu's ex-wife and daughter seemed to reside in Chinatown. Perhaps I should find time to visit them, were it not for his own self-interest. Yuan Shu would never have ventured into that accursed Morningstar bar. Had he not gone there, he would not have met his demise. Setting aside their familial connection, it is simply inconceivable for Ailin to disregard the daughter left behind by Yuan Shu. As twilight descends, marking the end of today's meditative practice, Ailin stretches her somewhat numb lower body and lifts the teacup resting beside her, taking a sip. This time, Ailin is not engaged in the cosmic brain visualization meditation. Instead, she utilizes a meditation technique derived from the diviner's potion to adjust and familiarize herself with her mental state. Though this meditation method lacks the profundity and power of the cosmic brain technique, it effectively alleviates mental fatigue, sharpens focus, and enhances her attention and memory within a short span. After finishing her water, Ailin reclines against the headboard, casually picking up a book she had just purchased on divination. She spreads it across her lap and, under the glow of the reading lamp, begins to peruse its contents with keen interest. Chapter 29. The Art of Divination. The art of divination encompasses a vast array of methods. To this day, countless forms of divination have emerged. In the East, there are techniques such as the coin divination method, physiognomy, birth date divination, and turtle shell divination. In the West, one finds coffee grounds divination, the hexagram method, the sacred triangle method, tarot divination, the grand cross method, and mirror divination. Moreover, dream interpretation and astrological divination serve as universal methods across both Eastern and Western traditions. Despite the myriad types of divination, they can generally be categorized into several main categories. The first method involves utilizing tarot cards, pendulums, and various other means to communicate with the subject's inner spirit, seeking insights from the unseen forces of fate, which the diviner then interprets to derive the results. This category is the most numerous and diverse, encompassing even tea leaf and dream divination. The second method is based on calculation and deduction. After gathering sufficient objective information, the diviner employs calculations and deductions to interpret corresponding outcomes. Notable examples include the ancient Eastern turtle shell divination and Western astrology, capable of extrapolating information from nature and predicting potential future events, including disasters. The third method of divination involves the guidance of a third-party force beyond both the diviner and the inquirer. This includes practices such as the summoning of spirits in games like Ouija and the invocation of the pen spirit. Even in ancient legends, certain divine revelations can be categorized under this practice. However, For most ordinary individuals, seeking answers from these unknown and mysterious entities is likely to yield little success. Moreover, should they inadvertently connect with a malevolent presence, it could lead to unimaginable tragedies, as mere contact with such entities can inflict irreversible harm and pollution upon a person. Yet, as a true practitioner of the mystical art of divination, Ailin possesses the discernment to identify these malicious forces, enabling him to obtain more detailed insights at a lower cost. Often, by merely observing the superficial layers of spiritual vision, such as the thickness, brightness, and color of the aura, Ailin can assess the health and emotional state of others, thereby assisting his own divination. As Ailin's abilities continue to evolve, he may even uncover further details, such as discerning the longevity of a person's life along with other hidden truths. Some high-ranking entities are capable of perceiving any event in any location, encompassing both the past and the future through their most potent state of spiritual vision. Although Ailin has consumed potions that grant him extraordinary powers, his tenure as a diviner has been relatively brief. He has yet to master the various skills associated with divination, nor has he fully grasped the esoteric knowledge within this realm. He understands the phenomena superficially, but lacks deeper comprehension. This unfamiliarity poses a hindrance to Ailin's future advancement. Consequently, he dedicates his free time to studying various pertinent subjects, striving to assimilate and master the knowledge of the diviner's potions as swiftly as possible. After more than 3 hours of study, Ailin set aside the book, rubbing his weary and dry eyes. He then turned off the reading lamp and lay down, quickly drifting into slumber. Although meditation aids in swiftly alleviating mental fatigue, it cannot replace the necessity of sleep at this stage. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening, Ailin noticed the dim light filtering through the sheer curtains of his bedroom. Glancing at the alarm clock on his bedside table, he realized it was only 5 o'clock, a mere 2 hours since he had fallen asleep. Yet, these brief moments of slumber had rejuvenated him immensely, leaving him radiant with vitality. Indeed, the effects of deep sleep are remarkable. Although his attempt to visualize the cosmic brain had not been entirely successful, it had brought him considerable benefits. In addition to significantly enhancing his mental acuity and mastery over his physical strength, it had also bestowed upon Ailin the ability to enter profound sleep after a period of focused contemplation and quiet reflection. Research has long indicated that 1 hour of deep sleep is significantly more restorative than 7 or 8 hours of light sleep for the average individual. Remarkably, 2 hours of deep sleep can render one's sleep quality comparable to that of an ordinary person who has slumbered for over 10 hours. By sacrificing 6 or 7 hours of sleep each day, one can liberate ample time for learning and various pursuits. Beyond this singular advantage, the consistent attainment of deep sleep can also awaken latent cerebral potential, substantially enhancing memory and invigorating the spirit. Over time, this practice can even contribute to physical vitality and longevity. Within just a few days, Ailin developed a fondness for the cosmic brain meditation practice, which came with its own delightful perks. After a simple morning routine, Ailin descended to the kitchen on the 2nd floor. The reason for this unconventional layout is that the ground floor of Ailin's home was once a shop run by her grandparents. Following their passing, Ailin's mother, overwhelmed with responsibilities, chose to close the store and transform the space into a living room. Upon entering the kitchen, Ailin first rinsed a pot of rice, adding water and a few drops of fragrant oil for flavor. She then retrieved scallions and pork from the refrigerator, chopping the scallions into sections and slicing the marinated lean meat into thin strips before dicing it into cubes. After boiling the pork briefly, she combined it with the rice and century eggs in a rice cooker, setting it to steam for over half an hour. Just before completion, she added some scallions, resulting in a delightful pot of pork and century egg congee. Once the rice cooker was timed, Ailin donned her sportswear and stepped outside for a run. After half an hour of vigorous exercise, she returned, quickly indulging in a refreshing shower before changing into new clothes and heading back to the kitchen. There, she retrieved a dozen eggs, placing them in a pot of water to boil. Once cooked, she also brought out a jar of crisp and savory pickled vegetables, placing them on the dining table. After completing these tasks, she finally opened the rice cooker, adding chopped scallions, monosodium glutamate, and salt, stirring it thoroughly before serving herself a generous bowl of steaming pork and century egg congee. Chapter 30. The idea of building a laboratory. After heartily consuming a large bowl of the piping hot congee, Ailin's stomach seemed insatiable. She returned to the rice cooker for another substantial serving and, with a casual gesture, retrieved a few boiled eggs from a nearby pot. Returning to the dining table, he resumed his ravenous eating. After a frenzied feast, he managed to consume an entire pot of century egg and lean pork congee along with a dozen boiled eggs. With a distended belly, Ailin could not help but let out a series of satisfied belches. Following the meal, he felt as though his stomach had expanded several sizes. the copious food almost reaching his throat. At times, he genuinely worried that a careless belch might cause him to regurgitate the meal. Alas, this gluttony could not continue. It was imperative to devise a method to prepare the nutritious meals and supplements outlined in the nutritionist's handbook sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he feared he might burst his stomach. Hadn't he previously acquired over $1 million from the Water Ghost gang? He could use this fortune to establish a modest laboratory, experimenting to see if he could replicate the nutritious meals and supplements from the nutritionist's handbook. He would even procure some laboratory mice to test whether the items in that handbook were suitable for human consumption in this world. However, constructing a laboratory capable of producing genuine nutritional supplements was not a trivial expense. Additionally, setting up the laboratory posed a considerable challenge. Ailin was uncertain where to procure the high-precision instruments required. These issues were enough to give him a headache. Fortunately, in the Federation, as long as one had money, such problems could be surmounted. He wondered if the funds acquired from the Water Ghost gang would suffice for his extravagant plans. Initially, he had thought that after robbing the gang, he would be a minor tycoon, yet just a few days had passed, and he was already troubled by financial concerns again. Sitting on the kitchen chair with his somewhat uncomfortable belly, he spent over an hour poring over the nutritionist's handbook and making several trips to the restroom before he felt a bit better. Once he sensed a slight improvement, Ailin donned a down jacket, retrieved $50,000 from upstairs, and then slipped on his shoes, heading out the door. After exiting, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the address of Uncle Yuan's ex-wife that he had learned during his morning jog. After a winding journey of several minutes, Ailin arrived at a rather dilapidated 7-story apartment building, its walls partially peeling away. Although the apartment appeared run down, its proximity across the street from the Chinatown police substation ensured a relatively safe environment. The combination of affordable rent and decent security made this Chinese apartment building, despite its aging facilities and worn surroundings, appealing to numerous tenants, earning a notable reputation even within the entirety of Chinatown. Uncle Yuan's ex-wife resided here with her daughter. After settling the fare and tip, Ailin walked directly into the lobby of the apartment building. The elderly Chinese gentleman tasked with overseeing the apartment lobby was engrossed in an illustrated novel titled Jean May, occasionally casting a critical gaze upon the illustrations. Wholly indifferent to Eilin's arrival, he did not spare even a moment to glance up at her. In turn, Ailin paid him no mind and swiftly ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor of the Chinese apartment building, her footsteps echoing as she made her way to room 304. According to information she had gathered that morning, Ailin gently tapped on the door of this room. After a brief pause, the light behind the peephole dimmed, indicating that someone was peering through it. Ailin, recognizing the situation, donned a warm smile and called out, "Aunt Feng, are you home?" During Yuan Li's wedding, Eilin's grandparents were still alive, and they had taken Ailin along to the ceremony, where she had met Yuan Li several times. However, her memories of Yuan Li's wife, Feng Qingwu, were rather vague due to her young age at the time. Perhaps it was Eilin's youthful and handsome appearance, or her endearing greeting, that eased some of the apprehension from the figure behind the door. After a moment's hesitation, the voice from within inquired, "Who are you?" "Aunt Feng, it's me, Ailin. I attended your wedding with Uncle Yuan alongside my grandparents. Do you not remember?" Eilin's words seemed to spark a flicker of recognition, and after a few moments of contemplation, the voice responded, "I remember now, you are old Lin's grandson. My, how you've grown. If it weren't for your charming looks, I might not have recognized you." With the realization of Eilin's identity, Feng Qingwu opened the door, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Ailin. Standing before her was a striking young woman in her 30s, her features refined and elegant. "I was only 10 back then, and now I am about to graduate high school. Naturally, I have changed quite a bit since childhood," Ailin replied with a smile. "Don't just stand in the doorway. Come in and sit down," exclaimed the beautiful woman, ushering Ailin inside. "Certainly." After offering Ailin a pair of clean slippers, Feng Qingwu led her to the sofa in the room and asked, "Little Ailin, would you like something to drink? Coffee or juice?" "No need for drinks, Aunt Feng. Do you have hot water?" "A cup of hot water will suffice." "How fortuitous. I just boiled a kettle of hot water and was about to pour myself a cup. I'll get you one as well. To be honest, in this weather, hot water is indeed more comforting." As she spoke, Feng Qingwu retrieved a cup and poured hot water for Ailin before taking a seat opposite her. "Little Ailin, what brings you here to see Aunt Feng today? Are you in need of money? If so, Aunt Feng has a little to spare. You may take it for now." As she spoke, Feng Qingwu retrieved a wallet from her bag. Besides a few small coins, she extracted a substantial amount of U.S. dollars and extended it towards Ailin. Feng Qingwu was somewhat familiar with Eilin's circumstances. She knew that this handsome young man had become an orphan after the unfortunate passing of his grandparents a few years ago, followed by his mother's tragic car accident. What was once a harmonious family had been shattered, leaving Ailin to navigate the world alone. His sudden visit might indicate that he was facing difficulties in life, and had come seeking her assistance. Chapter 31. Few in the gang live to tell the tale. It was with this understanding that Feng Qingwu willingly offered her savings to Ailin. Young people often find it difficult to ask for loans, and by taking the initiative, she could spare Ailin the embarrassment of having to ask outright. Everyone experiences hardships at some point in their lives. Although Feng Qingwu's savings were limited, she never hesitated to lend a helping hand when she could. Observing the thickness of the stack of dollars in her hand, Ailin's gaze grew complex. The amount Feng Qingwu was offering, at least $1,000, was certainly not a sum she could afford to give lightly. Yet here she was, willing to lend it to someone she barely knew, who might be in need. Even without her clairvoyance, Ailin could sense the genuine kindness radiating from Feng Qingwu. When Ailin hesitated to take the money, Feng Qingwu assumed he was merely embarrassed. She stepped forward and pressed the cash into his hands, smiling gently. "Take it, little Ailin. Don't be shy. Aunt Feng has recently found a well-paying job, so I can certainly afford to lend a hand now and then." As he looked at the stack of cash that had been forcefully thrust into his hands, Ailin shook his head and placed the money on the coffee table before him. "Aunt Feng, I didn't come to borrow money, and I am not in need of it. To be honest, although Ailin had ambitions to build a laboratory and faced a significant financial gap, his economic situation was undoubtedly more prosperous than Feng Qingwu's. This was evident from her living conditions. Although the apartment was neat and tidy, much of the furniture showed signs of wear and tear, and some pieces even had missing parts, lending a distinctly aged appearance. Perhaps the only relatively new items in the apartment were the children's toys packed away in cardboard boxes. After hearing Ailin's response, Feng Qingwu was taken aback, a blush of embarrassment quickly suffusing her face as she realized her misunderstanding. "Is that so? My apologies, little Ailin. It seems I misjudged the situation." After awkwardly explaining herself, she inquired, "Then what brings you here this time?" Observing the awkward smile on Feng Qingwu's face and recalling the kindness she had just extended towards him, Ailin found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked in a hoarse voice, "Aunt Feng, are you aware that Uncle Yuan has encountered some trouble?" "Uncle Yuan? Are you referring to Yuan Li? What has happened to him now? Has he had his hands broken, or perhaps his legs? Or could it be that the police have apprehended him?" At this point, the previously gentle Aunt Feng's demeanor shifted, her emotions becoming agitated as she exclaimed, "I have long advised him to steer clear of gang affiliations, to seek a stable job alongside me to support our child. But he simply would not heed my counsel. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit. But had he listened to me, we might not have reached the point of divorce. Now that he is in trouble, he suddenly remembers me. When he stubbornly refused to leave that brotherhood, did he ever consider my feelings?" Despite her vocal criticisms of Uncle Yuan, Ailin could still sense the underlying anxiety and concern she harbored for him. "Aunt Feng, has Uncle Yuan passed away?" "Passed away?" Aunt Feng, who had been incessantly reproaching Yuan Li, abruptly halted, her gaze losing focus as she became momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she asked with a trembling voice, "Are you saying that Yuan Li is dead?" Ailin nodded. "You must have heard about the recent catastrophic gas leak in the dock area, right?" Aunt Feng nodded in a daze. The SHIELD agency had utilized the pretext of a gas leak to disperse the crowd surrounding the Morningstar bar, creating quite a commotion at the time. Moreover, over 100 individuals lost their lives directly due to the incident. Just a few days prior, the matter had been widely discussed, had it not been for the SHIELD agency and the federal government's efforts to suppress it. This news would have dominated the headlines across New York. Nevertheless, even now, the repercussions of that event were significant, and it was clear that Aunt Feng had heard some related information. She looked up at Ailin and asked hoarsely, "Are you saying that Yuan Li was there at that time?" Ailin nodded again. "Indeed. Recently, I was kidnapped by the water ghost gang in the dock area. And after managing to escape, Uncle Yuan was instructed by Uncle Chishu of the Brotherhood to take over 30 men to confront the water ghost gang on my behalf. Who could have anticipated that they would encounter the gas leak?" Regarding the matter of the forbidden items, Ailin refrained from sharing that with Feng Qingwu, opting instead to use the explanation provided by the government. Some truths are better left unspoken for the understanding of ordinary individuals. "If it weren't for me, Uncle Yuan would not have died." As he spoke, Ailin retrieved $50,000 from his backpack, along with a note containing his phone number, placing them on the coffee table before him. "This money is a token of my sincere intentions. I hope you, Aunt Feng, will accept it. Furthermore, this is my phone number. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call me, and I shall endeavor to find a solution for you." As for Ailin's promises, Feng Qingwu paid them no heed. In truth, ever since she learned of Uncle Yuan's demise, she had been in a daze, scarcely glancing at the $50,000 resting on the table. After a long pause, she cast a fleeting glance at the money and shook her head, saying, "Yuan Li's death is not your concern. The members of the loyal and righteous hall who stand up for you must have received compensation for their efforts." Due to her connection with Yuan Li, Feng Qingwu possessed far greater insight into the integrity of the loyal and righteous Hall than Ailin could fathom. The loyal and righteous Hall was not easily swayed, since seventh uncle allowed Yuan Li to lead over 30 men to support Ailin. It was evident that Ailin had paid a considerable price. Without sufficient profit, even if Yuan Li wished to assist Ailin, seventh uncle would never have consented. This was a matter of transactional obligation. How could Feng Qingwu place the blame for Yuan Li's death solely on Ailin? Throughout history, how many individuals involved in gangs have met a peaceful end? Even if Yuan Li had not perished in the dock area this time, he would eventually meet his fate elsewhere. This was a truth I had long comprehended, which is why I had persistently urged him to withdraw from the loyal and righteous Hall. Regrettably, he did not heed my advice. Moreover, I had divorced Yuan Li long ago. His death bears no relevance to me. This money, Ailin, you must take back. I cannot accept it. Chapter 32. Gwen's home. As she spoke, Feng Qingwu reached for the money on the coffee table to return it to Ailin. However, before she could grasp it, Ailin pressed the $50,000 back onto the table. Observing Feng Qingwu's reddened eyes, yet her steadfast refusal to keep the money, Ailin spoke sternly. Aunt Feng, you must accept this money. Even if you are divorced from Uncle Yuan, little Nuan Nuan is still his only child. While you may not consider your own future, surely you must think of Nuan Nuan's prospects. She is still so young, and if she aspires to receive a good education, there are numerous financial requirements to meet. Although the Federation advocates for joyful education, the truly distinguished elites are often those who have been groomed from a young age. Aunt Feng, you surely do not wish for Nuan Nuan to become one of the underprivileged, struggling within the confines of the Federation, do you? The hearts of parents are always filled with concern. Just as Ailin articulated, Feng Qingwu might dismiss her own needs, but as a mother, she would undoubtedly contemplate her daughter's future. Being part of the Federation's lower strata herself, Feng Qingwu was acutely aware of the hardships faced by those at the bottom of society, which fueled her desire to prevent her daughter from following the same path. In the Federation, cultivating a genuine social elite requires a substantial investment. While Yuan Li was alive, Feng Qingwu had an avenue of retreat, if necessary. She could request Yuan Li to contribute some funds for her daughter's education. After all, Nuan Nuan was also Yuan Li's daughter, and it was only natural for him to provide financial support in this regard. Yet now, with Yuan Li deceased, that option was no longer available. Feng Qingwu was compelled to confront a harsh reality. Could she truly earn enough to nurture her little girl? The Federation is a pragmatic nation where financial resources are paramount. Without them, progress is nearly impossible. Raising a child to succeed is a formidable challenge, and while Feng Qingwu might endure hardship for herself, she could never allow her daughter to suffer the same fate. Contemplating this, the thought of returning the $50,000 on the coffee table to Ailin diminished considerably. As Ailin had stated, she required that sum. $50,000 constituted a substantial fortune. Yet, if Feng Qingwu economized a bit and supplemented it with her own earnings, it might suffice to cover the expenses of raising her daughter. As she sensed the resistance in her hand beginning to wane, Ailin seized the moment, saying, Aunt Feng, you are somewhat aware of my circumstances. Although my mother has passed away, she left me a considerable inheritance. Thus, this $50,000 is of little consequence to me. Please keep it for now. It would also bring me some comfort. After much persuasion, Ailin finally managed to convince Feng Qingwu. Without affording her a chance to reconsider, Ailin hurriedly opened the door and took her leave. With a soft click, the door to room 304 was shut behind her. Inside, Feng Qingwu stared blankly at the $50,000 on the coffee table, lost in thought for a long while before suppressing her voice and beginning to weep softly. Just as Ailin stepped out of the Chinese apartment building, her ears perked up at the faint sound of sobbing above her. Keenly perceptive, she recognized it as Aunt Feng's voice. Glancing back at the building, particularly at a room on the third floor, she sighed inwardly. Her visit to the orphan child of Uncle Yuan had taken an unexpected turn. Aunt Feng, Uncle Yuan's ex-wife, was kind-hearted, and it was evident that she still harbored feelings for him. Her decision to divorce him may have been an attempt to compel him to withdraw from the brotherhood. Yet, ultimately, she had failed. No, Uncle Yuan could not have been oblivious to this. Why then did he agree to the divorce? Was it to sever ties with her and their daughter for their protection? Ailin shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the complexities of their relationship. Through this encounter, Ailin discerned that while Aunt Feng exuded gentleness, she possessed a strong will and tenacity. Otherwise, parting with the $50,000 would not have been so arduous. Given Aunt Feng's disposition, unless she found herself in dire straits, she would likely refuse any future offers of financial assistance. How then? Could Ailin continue to support her and her daughter? Wait, she recalled that members of Uncle Yuan's gang typically secured substantial life insurance policies. It seemed that the insurance company had not intervened following his incident, or else Aunt Feng would have been informed of Uncle Yuan's demise. Upon the appointed time, I shall investigate the matter. Should Uncle Yuan have purchased insurance, it would indeed be possible to secure a compensation claim for Aunt Phone. I am certain that Aunt Phone would not refuse such a compensation. As Ailin pondered these thoughts, she made her way back to Chinatown. Upon her return, she visited a bookstore and procured several volumes on the subject of hypnosis before returning to her three-story residence on the outskirts of Chinatown. Shortly after arriving home, Ailin's phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. As soon as she connected, the voice of Gwen reached her ears. Is this Ailin? It's Gwen Stacy. Ah, Gwen, what brings you to call me at this hour? Ailin inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Oh, nothing of great importance. Merely a reminder not to forget our dinner at my house this evening. My mother has prepared an abundance of sumptuous ingredients, eagerly awaiting your arrival to partake. By the way, may I ask if there are any dietary restrictions we should be mindful of? I have no restrictions. Mrs. Stacy can feel free to prepare whatever she wishes. Is that so? In that case, my mother will be delighted. Just remember to arrive before 6 o'clock. Understood, I shall not forget. After ending the call, Ailin shook her head in resignation. Nearly forgot about dinner at Gwen's. I do hope nothing unusual arises. Since her arrival in this new world, Ailin realized she had scarcely paused for breath. Each day had been remarkably busy. After reflecting on this, she placed the 10 newly acquired books on hypnosis in her bedroom and resumed her studies. Time flew by, and soon evening arrived. Around 5:30, Ailin successfully located Gwen's residence within a luxurious apartment building, guided by the note Gwen had provided. Gwen's home was situated in a high-end apartment in the heart of the city, boasting impressive security measures. As Ailin, not being a resident, stepped into the building, she was immediately halted by the security personnel. Only when Gwen descended in response to Ailin's call did she intervene and escort Ailin past the guard. Chapter 33. The first encounter with George in the elevator. After pressing the button for the top floor, Gwen gazed at Ailin, her eyes shimmering with mirth, the corners of her eyes crinkling in amusement at the earlier scene. Observing this, Ailin rolled her eyes. What is so amusing? Upon hearing Ailin's words, Gwen quickly composed her expression. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, what do you have in your hands? Handing over the gift box she was holding, Ailin replied. A bottle of fine white liquor, preserved by my grandfather, hailing from Huagua, as a token for this visit. Upon hearing this, Gwen promptly returned the gift box to Ailin and earnestly remarked, there is no need for such formality. Moreover, trust me, if you bring that bottle of wine back to my house, Helen will give me a death glare. Ailin shrugged, that's not my concern. Good evening, Mrs. Helen. Good evening. Ailin. Helen Stacy, who opened the door, warmly invited Ailin. Come in, please. After expressing his gratitude, Ailin followed Gwen into the house. Dinner will take about 20 more minutes. Gwen, please entertain Ailin for now. After greeting Ailin, Helen Stacy hurried back into the kitchen to prepare for the evening's feast. All right, Mom. By the way, Ailin brought a bottle of wine for Dad. Where should we put it? The wine can go in the wine cabinet. You know where the key is, right, Gwen? Of course. Not knowing where to find a key, Gwen opened the wine cabinet and locked Ailin's white wine inside before pulling Ailin upstairs. Once in her bedroom and closing the door, Gwen whispered, this is the first time I've seen someone bring wine, and Helen isn't upset. I feel truly privileged. But I sense that bottle of wine will never see the light of day again. Reflecting on the layer of dust she had glimpsed when Gwen opened the cabinet, Ailin remarked. Gwen's face lit up with a radiant smile. Of course, unless it's a significant holiday. Otherwise, my mother never allows my father to drink. You know, Dad's a police officer, and he often faces unexpected situations, being called out in the middle of the night. That is indeed a wise decision. Absolutely, Gwen replied proudly. This prudent choice has saved my father countless times. A few minutes later, George Stacy, having received a message from his wife Helen, set aside his unfinished tasks and drove home. Is that boy here? He asked, chatting with Gwen in her room. Upon hearing this, George's eyebrows shot up, and he said in a low voice, just the two of them? Helen, noticing her husband's expression, quickly interjected, you stay here and assist me. Don't go up there and cause trouble. George Stacy expressed his discontent, a young man and a young woman alone together. Are you really at ease with them being in a room? What are you implying? If anything were to happen between them, it would have already occurred. There was no need to wait until today. At Helen's words, George fell silent. The last time, after rescuing Gwen, he realized how serious the situation had been. When Gwen was kidnapped, she and that boy had been fed a potent hallucinogenic and confined in a room. In that circumstance, the young man had managed to suppress his bodily instincts and the effects of the drug, escape through the window to call for help, and even set up contingencies within the room. Even George Stacy had to admit that the boy was quite a man. Had it been otherwise, Helen would not have made a special invitation for the other party to dine. It is worth noting that Gwen, after her rescue, underwent more than 6 hours of treatment in the hospital to suppress the effects of the potent hallucinogen and regain her consciousness. In contrast, Ailin managed to achieve this solely through his own willpower. What George was unaware of was that when Ailin first traversed into this realm, the potency of the hallucinogen had already been significantly diluted. The effects that Ailin endured were not as formidable as he had imagined. Otherwise, how could an ordinary individual like Ailin have withstood the intense effects of the hallucinogen and escaped with his life? Observing that George had absorbed his words, Helen smiled and said, "If you wish for that little fellow to emerge from Gwen's room sooner, do assist me in hastening the dinner preparations." Mr. George tiptoed upstairs, arriving outside Gwen's room. After standing there for a while without hearing any chaotic sounds from within, he stealthily returned to the first floor. Helen, witnessing this, rolled her eyes and urged, "Come on, help me out." Reluctantly casting a glance at the second floor, George turned and pushed open the kitchen door, joining Helen in their endeavors. Although George was not particularly skilled in cooking, he worked remarkably well alongside Helen. A few minutes later, while Gwen was engaged in casual conversation with Ailin, she heard Helen's call from the dining room. "Gwen, dinner is ready." Gwen turned to Ailin and said, "Let's go downstairs." After Ailin acknowledged with a nod, he followed Gwen to the first floor. In the dining room, besides Helen and Gwen's 3 younger brothers, there was also a middle-aged Caucasian man in a white shirt with brown hair. Though he appeared somewhat haggard, one could still discern the handsome features of a younger George from his striking face. Upon entering the dining room, Gwen introduced them. "Ailin, this is my father, George Stacy." "Father, this is Ailin." "Hello, Mr. George." George nodded in response and addressed Ailin. "Hello, Ailin." "Thank you. Please take a seat. Speaking of which, I have yet to express my gratitude for rescuing Gwen. Here is my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." With that, George handed Ailin a card bearing his phone number. Despite being somewhat perplexed by the experiences shared between Ailin and Gwen, George sincerely appreciated Ailin. Had it not been for Eilin's restraint that day, jumping out the window to call for help and barricading the door with the cabinet, he could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited his beloved daughter. Ailin replied with a wry smile, "I was merely trying to save myself at that moment." George responded, "At least Gwen was saved because of your actions, was she not? Now, you two stop your chatter. It is time to eat." At that moment, Mrs. Helen interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two and handing a plate to Ailin. "Ailin, here you go." "Thank you, ma'am." Ailin replied with a smile as she accepted the plate from Helen. Generally speaking, Ailin was quite courteous. "No need for formalities," Helen remarked. "You may call me Helen. There is no need for such distance between us." Just as George expressed gratitude towards Ailin, Helen equally appreciated Ailin for saving Gwen. As a woman, Helen understood all too well the potential harm that could befall Gwen if such an unfortunate event were to occur. "By the way, today's main dish is lemon base. I hope you find it to your liking." With that, Helen introduced the dish she had prepared. Ailin gazed at the base on her plate. Goodness! Lemon base is arguably one of the most renowned dishes within the Marvel Universe. I can hardly believe that it's been less than a week since my arrival. And here I am enjoying this delicacy. Surely Spider-Man hasn't had such luck. Speaking of Spider-Man, during her days at school, Ailin made a point to inquire, only to discover that no one seemed to know of Peter Parker. Could it be that due to the presence of Tony Stark in this world, Peter Parker, who should have been a classmate of Gwen at Midtown High, has transformed into the loquacious Spider-Man of the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Cough, cough. Observing Helen's warm demeanor towards Ailin, George, seated opposite Ailin, let out a slightly envious cough. "By the way, what is your relation to Ms. Pepper Potts? If it were not for her pressure on the city government, our initial investigation into the Ghost Gang would likely not have proceeded so smoothly." Gwen, sitting beside Ailin, inquired. "Pepper Potts? Is she the one currently serving as the assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries?" George nodded. "Indeed, she is the personal assistant to Tony Stark, Ms. Pepper Potts. As the largest industrial conglomerate in the Federation, Stark Industries was well within George's knowledge. And it was precisely this understanding that made him aware of Pepper Potts' significant role within the company. After all, a considerable portion of the New York Police Department's equipment and weapons were generously sponsored by Stark Industries. George had a fair grasp of the major benefactor behind the police department, which made him curious about how Ailin had developed a connection with that lady. Ailin smiled and explained to George, "Aunt Pepper is my mother's closest friend. After my mother passed away, she took great care of me, which is why she stepped in after my incident." "I see." George nodded in understanding. Just then, after distributing the plates and food, Mrs. Helen suddenly spoke up. In fact, after Eilin's mother passed away, Pepper once wanted to adopt Ailin. Had she agreed, Pepper would now be his guardian. Although the relationship between Helen and Pepper is not particularly intimate, they can be considered friends. After Gwen's incident, Helen inquired about Eilin's connection with Pepper and took the initiative to learn more from her. Through Pepper, Helen gathered substantial information about Ailin. "Is there such a connection?" George remarked, surprised. Ailin nodded. "Aunt Pepper has always looked after me. In many ways, although Pepper is not Eileen's legal guardian, her role is nearly equivalent. Without Pepper's watchful eye, I cannot imagine what I would have become after my mother's passing. George proceeded to ask several other questions, to which Ailin responded candidly. As their conversation unfolded, George's understanding of Ailin deepened, and his demeanor towards her became increasingly relaxed. Meanwhile, Ailin kept her hands busy. The lemon base, though not visually appealing, was extraordinarily delicious. The base selected by Helen was freshly delivered from the port, ensuring its peak freshness. The fragrant lemon mitigated the fishy odor and enhanced the inherent freshness of the bass, elevated further by the distinctive sauce, making the dish surprisingly delightful. No wonder Helen chose this dish as the main course to entertain Ailin. In addition to the lemon base, Helen prepared various side dishes and fruits for dessert. The sumptuous dinner prompted Ailin to nod in approval repeatedly, showering compliments on Helen's culinary skills, which kept a smile on Helen's face throughout the meal. Indeed, Helen possessed remarkable cooking talents. One wonders how George managed to win over such a magnificent beauty, adept in both the dining room and the kitchen. As the lavish dinner concluded, Ailin prepared to take her leave, noting that it was getting late, and she certainly did not intend to spend the night at Gwen's home. In the living room, Ailin addressed George and Helen, who were tidying up the kitchen. "Mr. George, Mrs. Helen, thank you for your invitation. The lemon base was exquisite. I shall take my leave now." Helen responded with a smile. "You are welcome to visit again when you have time." She then glanced at Gwen and said, "Gwen, please see Ailin off." "All right, Mom." Gwen nodded at George and Helen before preparing to accompany Ailin out. At that moment, George, seated on the sofa, stood up and said, "Allow me to escort her. The security situation in New York has been somewhat chaotic lately. I will drive Ailin home. It will be safer that way. Gwen, stay behind and help your mother with the kitchen." After washing his hands, George donned his coat, retrieved his car keys, and led Ailin towards the door. Gwen, witnessing this, pouted slightly but ultimately yielded to George's authority. After casting a remorseful glance at Ailin, he obediently made his way to the kitchen to assist Helen in tidying up the aftermath. Once the door was closed, George led Ailin directly down to the underground garage. Retrieving the car keys, he pressed a button, and in the next moment, the garage echoed with two beeping sounds. "Mr. George, it's quite late. I can take a taxi back," Ailin said. George waved his hand dismissively. "You saved my daughter. It is only right that I offer you a ride. Besides, I was not exaggerating. There have been quite a few unsettling incidents in New York recently. Many individuals have gone missing after taking a taxi at night. So, you should not hesitate. Get in the car." With that, George patted the door of his beloved vehicle. "Is that so?" Ailin paused, but ultimately complied and got into the car. Once seated and buckled in, George presented Ailin with a small box. "Mr. George, what is this?" "This is a gift for you. As a token of gratitude for saving Gwen. It's not anything extravagant, but please accept it." Chapter 35. The Crimson Parking Lot. Noticing Eilin's hesitation, George opened the box. Inside was merely a black card, with nothing else. It was a membership card for Tom's Club, where the trainers are all retired special forces. There, you can acquire the most professional shooting training. Given the recent turmoil in New York, it would be prudent to learn a few more skills to better protect yourself. A flicker of concern flashed in George's eyes as he spoke the last sentence. Ailin did not perceive the worry in George's gaze. Instead, his eyes lit up as he regarded the card before him. The most professional shooting training. Wasn't this precisely what Ailin urgently needed? He possessed firearms. Whether it was the handgun left by his grandfather or the several he had seized from the Onyx residence, all of which could serve as weapons. However, swiftly transforming these firearms into effective means of self-defense was no simple task. After all, Ailin had never undergone professional training. His marksmanship, capable of hitting a target 5 meters away, was already commendable. Moreover, finding a discreet place in New York City for firearms training was no easy feat. In the early stages of the Diviner sequence, combat capability had always been a weakness. If Ailin could muster sufficient shooting skills, coupled with a suitable firearm, it would significantly enhance his chances of survival. In this context, the membership card for Tom's Club that George had bestowed upon him was utterly fitting. Reflecting on this, Ailin accepted the card from George and said, "To be honest, ever since the kidnapping incident, I have felt an overwhelming lack of security. So I will graciously accept this membership card for Tom's Club." George smiled at these words. He had taken this into consideration, which is why he specifically prepared a membership card for Ailin at the Tom Club. Should you visit the Tom Club, you may seek guidance from an old sharpshooter named Jerry, who once served in the military. Had it not been for a grenade injury that left him with a limp, he would likely have risen to the rank of officer by now. Ailin nodded at this information, recalling the name Old Jerry. She surmised that he must be the finest marksman at the Tom Club. George, revealing this information to her, evidently did so out of gratitude for her previous assistance in saving his daughter. After Ailin accepted the membership card, George ignited the engine and expertly maneuvered the car out of its parking space, heading towards the exit of the underground garage. Suddenly, as George's car traveled a mere dozen meters, a spherical object plummeted violently onto the windshield of his beloved vehicle. In an instant, a dark red liquid splattered forth, staining a significant portion of the glass. Both Ailin and George widened their eyes in shock. Almost simultaneously, George slammed on the brakes. The shrill screech of tires echoed throughout the underground garage. However, neither George nor Ailin paid any heed to the piercing sound of the echo. In the passenger seat, Ailin, her expression grave, exclaimed, "Was that a human head?" Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, she was certain she had not been mistaken. The dark red liquid that now adorned George's windshield was indeed a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air. Even through the car window, Ailin could detect it, a scent that was utterly nauseating. George, seated at the wheel, remained silent. If Ailin recognized what it was, how could George, a seasoned detective from the Major Crimes Unit, fail to do so? Yet, rather than exiting the car to investigate, he swiftly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life. The Chevrolet beneath him surged backward with a powerful growl, retreating several meters. At a corner, George sharply turned the steering wheel, bringing the car around at a 90-degree angle. It was then that he glimpsed the head, still rolling on the ground of the underground garage. Upon recognizing the bleeding head, George's heart sank. A homicide had occurred. As the precinct chief of the New York Police Department, he was well acquainted with the grim realities of murder. Yet, he sincerely wished that this particular event had never transpired. This parking lot was the exclusive area beneath his residential complex. A murder here posed an imminent threat to his own family residing in the building. Upon this realization, George unbuckled his seatbelt, withdrew his firearm, and addressed Ailin beside him. "I will step out to investigate. You should call the police and remain in the vehicle." Compared to the shadowy depths of the underground parking lot, fraught with hidden dangers, staying inside the car was, in truth, far safer. However, as a police officer, he felt compelled to ascertain the situation firsthand. Just as George was about to open the door, Ailin pressed his hand down, saying, "Mr. George, for your safety, it would be prudent not to exit the vehicle at this moment." While speaking to George, Ailin slightly lifted his gaze, fixated on a particular point ahead, utterly unmoving, not even casting a glance in George's direction. What? George's brow furrowed at his words. He did not believe that Ailin was discouraging him out of fear for his safety. Rather, this made George even more perplexed as to why Ailin would say such a thing. Following Ailin's gaze, George turned his head and looked up. In the next moment, the expression on George's face froze entirely. His pupils dilated in disbelief, mingled with an indescribable sense of dread. Even having witnessed countless gruesome scenes, George found it impossible to articulate his current feelings. In the direction of Ailin's gaze hung a colossal, grotesque red spider, composed of an amalgamation of blood and flesh. The deep crimson fluid had nearly congealed upon the spider's form, forming a viscous, sanguine coating, its glaring scarlet hue suggesting that the blood within still coursed and was on the verge of dripping down. What was even more harrowing for George to accept was that the upper half of this sanguinary arachnid bore the semblance of a human figure, a naked woman, her torso exposed, crowned with a bizarrely alluring female head. At that moment, the head's eyes glowed with a malevolent crimson light, brimming with malice and brutality. Even from several dozen meters away, George felt an icy chill run down his spine, as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Chapter 36. The chase. The head that had previously crashed onto George's car roof seemed to be the handiwork of this creature, for the enormous spider legs below were entangled with a headless corpse. "It appears we have interrupted this lady's meal. She does not look pleased," Ailin remarked, having activated his spiritual vision, revealing the spider's body rife with fury and resentment. Were it not for the half-consumed prey in its grasp, Ailin surmised that the creature would have already charged at them, brandishing its bloodied limbs to rend both him and George to bits. "By all that is holy, this is a man-eating monstrosity," Ailin exclaimed. Recovering slightly from his shock, George muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, where on earth did such a creature come from? How did it end up here? Do not let me discover which laboratory is conducting such inhumane human experiments, for if I do, I shall undoubtedly execute those heartless individuals." Clearly, in George's mind, this grotesque creature, with the body of a spider and the face of a human, is merely a product of some laboratory, believed to have escaped from its confines. However, Ailin does not share this belief, possessing the gift of clairvoyance. He perceives a familiar aura of decay and distortion emanating from the creature. This essence bears a striking resemblance to the sensations he experienced while consuming magical potions. Yet it is far more sinister and corrupt. Is this the corruption of an evil deity? Goodness, how could such a thing exist within the Marvel universe? Could it be that this world has also fallen prey to those wretched outer gods? As he chastised himself internally, Ailin suddenly paused. It seems that the Marvel Universe itself is capable of producing such malevolent entities. Indeed, there exists a plethora of dark deities, such as Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, a being akin to an outer god. Those who worship Dormammu appear to transform into grotesque, half-human, half-demonic figures. Who knows if they have suffered from the taint of an evil god? Though Ailin's thoughts wandered, he recognized the imminent danger and refocused his attention on the human-faced spider suspended in the dimly lit garage. Taking a deep breath, he addressed George. Mr. George, we should urgently call for reinforcements. I have a premonition that this creature is beyond our capacity to handle. Furthermore, if it truly is a product of some laboratory, who knows if it carries any viruses or similar threats? The mention of viruses heightened George's anxiety. At that moment, Helen and Gwen were in their home above the garage. And if this creature were indeed harboring a virus, could his family be at risk of infection? Nevertheless, decades of experience as a police officer had taught George that anxiety was futile. With unwavering resolve, he forced himself to maintain composure and softly replied, I have an onboard alarm system in my car. While reversing earlier, I pressed the alarm button, and the police station has already received my distress signal. In fact, even if you hadn't made the call, they would have dispatched officers. However, I believe it prudent to make another call. Upon hearing this, Ailin rolled his eyes in exasperation. So, the suggestion to call for help was merely to provide him with a reason to remain in the car. Was it concern for his safety or fear of him causing trouble? Despite his inner turmoil, Ailin swiftly dialed 911 on his phone. Beep, beep. Perhaps luck was on his side, for after a few rings, the call was answered. Without waiting for the voice on the other end to respond, George Stacy quickly introduced himself. I am George Stacy, the Deputy Chief of the 13th Precinct of the New York Police Department. My badge number is number. I have encountered a creature suspected of having escaped from a biochemical laboratory in the underground parking lot at 114 7th Avenue in Queens. I require the deployment of heavy firepower support. Please note, this creature may carry an unknown virus, and I hope the support team will be equipped with protective gear and be prepared for safety. Upon hearing George Stacy's identification and badge number, the operator on the 911 line immediately took the situation seriously, swiftly verifying his badge number before contacting the SWAT team. The request for assistance was promptly approved, and the operator advised Chief George to ensure safety while awaiting rescue. Unbeknownst to whether it was George's call for assistance that provoked the creature, the monster, resembling a human-faced spider, violently discarded the corpse entangled in its legs and charged towards Ailin and the others, utilizing the numerous pillars and pipes in the underground garage. Its 8 elongated legs moved with such swiftness that they left afterimages, deftly navigating between the walls and ceiling. It approached their vehicle with an alarming speed that far exceeded Ailin's expectations. As the creature effortlessly pierced through walls and concrete columns with its sharp legs, Ailin's face paled. In comparison, George's Chevrolet seemed as fragile as paper before such a formidable foe. The creature's razor-sharp appendages could easily puncture the Chevrolet's metal shell, threatening to impale Ailin and his companions. Run! George quickly assessed the disparity in strength and, tossing his handgun to Ailin, firmly grasped the steering wheel with both hands and slammed on the accelerator, propelling the Chevrolet forward in a cloud of smoke. With the roar of the engine, the Chevrolet shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Naturally, George aimed to steer the vehicle away from the human-faced spider. George had no intention of pitting his beloved car against such a monstrous creature. Though spacious, the underground garage had its limits. A parking structure could not compare to the extensive surface roads. The confined space restricted the Chevrolet's performance and speed, preventing it from fully harnessing the power of its engine. In stark contrast, the human-faced spider thrived in such a compact environment. Before long, the distance between the creature and Ailin's group diminished significantly. Had it not been for George's exceptional driving skills, which included deft drifts within the confines of the garage to evade the creature, they would likely have been caught much sooner. After several deceptive maneuvers, the spider grew increasingly enraged. With an angry shriek, its speed surged once more. At yet another turn in the road, just as George executed a drift, a single leg of the man-faced spider, striking like lightning, pierced through the roof of the Chevrolet. Chapter 37. The Fluctuation of Fate? Caution. Through the rearview mirror, constantly vigilant of the relentless pursuit of the man-faced spider, Ailin suddenly yanked George, who was at the wheel. Almost in the next instant, a dark red, razor-sharp leg tore through the metal roof of the Chevrolet, grazing George's left shoulder and embedding itself into the cushion behind him. Had Ailin not pulled George at the critical moment, that claw would have surely eviscerated him. On the brink of death, narrowly escaping the clutches of the underworld, George had no time for fear. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared to life, propelling the Chevrolet forward with tremendous force. While the spider's leg remained lodged in the seat, dragged along by the powerful mechanical momentum. The man-faced spider, not much smaller than the Chevrolet itself, was forcefully pulled along the ground, leaving behind a gruesome trail akin to a net laden with cargo. In mere seconds, the spider's body was scraped against the concrete, shedding a significant amount of flesh, and one leg twisted grotesquely after colliding with a concrete pillar in the underground garage. The garage, not particularly large in diameter, soon found the roaring Chevrolet reaching its end. With skillful maneuvering, George executed another graceful drift, flinging the pursuing man-faced spider away, which crashed into several parked cars at the corner with a resounding thud. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the garage, instantly accompanied by the blaring of alarms. The vehicles, having sustained heavy impacts, began to honk in distress. "Now's our chance, let us go," Ailin exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she noticed the man-faced spider seemed significantly injured and had yet to rise. With George's driving skills, given a mere 10 seconds, he could easily shake off the creature and exit the garage. Once they escaped the confines of the cramped underground space, it would be far more challenging for the spider to pursue them. At that point, they would no longer have to confront the perilous man-faced spider. Ailin's reasoning was sound. Most individuals would likely make a similar choice in such circumstances. However, the man in control of the steering wheel, seated beside Ailin, had a different perspective. His expression grave. He said, "No, we cannot leave now. If we do, that monster will undoubtedly follow us out of the underground garage. The reinforcements from the police department have yet to arrive, and if that creature escapes, countless lives will be at stake. We must contain it here." Fuming at George's words, Ailin nearly erupted in anger. Had it not been for the steering wheel still firmly in George's grasp, she would have gladly delivered a punch. Was this really the time for heroics? Before Ailin could voice her thoughts, George softly added, "The spider possesses remarkable climbing abilities, and Gwen and the others are at home. I cannot risk losing them." While George's previous statement stemmed from his duty as an officer, this subsequent remark revealed the true reason behind his reluctance to flee. Deeply devoted to his family, George would rather sacrifice himself than endanger them. For the sake of his family? Though this rationale still irritated Ailin, it was more palatable than the previous one. "Rest assured, this is my responsibility. I will not allow you to join me in this peril. The exit to the underground garage is just ahead. I will pause the car momentarily, and you can seize the opportunity to escape." Upon hearing this, Ailin's expression softened slightly. However, before she could respond, George continued, "If I perish here, please convey a message to Helen and Gwen. I love them." At this, Ailin's countenance shifted. It seemed George was genuinely prepared for death, willing to sacrifice himself to hold off the monstrous spider. Just as Ailin was about to speak, a voice, ethereal yet vivid, suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding! Detecting that a predetermined supporting character is on the verge of an untimely demise. Fluctuations in the river of fate have emerged. To stabilize this fate fluctuation, one may obtain partial fate points. It is advised that the host eliminate the aberrant human-faced spider to quell this fate disturbance. Note: the newly emerged human-faced spider has not fully developed its flesh and blood mutation. Its head and heart remain its vulnerabilities. However, after consuming significant amounts of flesh, the spider will gradually shift its weaknesses. A supporting character is about to meet an untimely end? Is this referring to George Stacy? His premature death could indeed trigger a ripple in fate. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ailin recalled that in the storyline of The Amazing Spider-Man, George Stacy perished during the final confrontation between Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man. It seemed that due to George Stacy's involvement, Spider-Man was able to seize the opportunity to defeat Dr. Lizard. Furthermore, he was Gwen Stacy's father, and his demise would profoundly affect Spider-Man. In a sense, it would not be an exaggeration to consider George Stacy an essential supporting character in that narrative. Could this be what they refer to as a supporting character in fate? After a moment's hesitation, Ailin felt the protrusion in her pocket and, gritting her teeth, resolved to take action. Turning to George, he remarked, "You should convey that sentiment to them yourself. Surely, you wouldn't wish for Gwen to lose her father." George, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Ailin, seemingly astonished that this Asian boy would make such a choice. Over time, true character reveals itself, and adversity brings forth genuine feelings. Ailin's display of courage significantly elevated George's regard for him. Yet, precisely for this reason, George was even more reluctant to involve Ailin in the perilous venture. "Child, you exhibit remarkable bravery. However, the creature trailing us cannot be confronted merely with valor. Remaining here will not alter the outcome. It will only lead to your demise." "Will it not?" Ailin promptly retrieved an object from his pocket, asserting, "Pure bravery alone may not suffice against that monster. But what if we incorporate this?" George's expression shifted dramatically upon catching sight of the item in Ailin's hand. A flicker of confusion and astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by exhilaration. For what Ailin held was none other than a specialized high-explosive grenade. Chapter 38. The Battle. The egg-shaped high-explosive grenade, a custom product from Stark Industries, was merely the size of an egg, yet possessed 5 times the power of a conventional grenade of the same size. With such an item in their possession, could they indeed confront that creature? Fixating on the object in Ailin's hand, George inquired gravely, "How did you come to possess such a dangerous item?" Ailin shrugged, replying, "Given Pepper Potts' association with Stark Industries, after being kidnapped once, it seemed reasonable to procure some of Stark's specialized products through her channels for my personal safety. Does your family truly require high-explosive grenades for self-defense? A grenade is not a mere handgun. Such a destructive weapon is strictly regulated, even in the gun-toting federal landscape of America. In other words, possessing a high-explosive grenade without authorization is illegal." George found it hard to believe that Pepper would permit her nephew to acquire such an item for protection. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for scrutiny. At present, that grenade would serve as a crucial asset in confronting the man-faced spider. Contemplating this, George cast a deep glance at Ailin and swiftly instructed, "Beneath the back seat of my car lies a Remington shotgun. Retrieve it." Upon hearing George's words, Ailin's eyes lit up. The Remington shotgun was notorious for its formidable power. One shot could create quite a hole, even in the face of the man-faced spider. Such a weapon would prove to be a significant deterrent. With this thought in mind, Ailin unfastened his seatbelt, crawled from the front passenger seat to the back, and, following George's guidance, opened the hidden compartment beneath the rear seat. From it, he extracted a fully loaded Remington shotgun along with a box of corresponding ammunition. As George and Ailin prepared various means to counterattack, piercing screams suddenly echoed through the underground parking lot. Alarmed, Ailin lifted her gaze and caught sight of 2 girls standing at the stairwell exit, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the blood-soaked visage of a monstrous creature. However, in the next moment, their cries were abruptly silenced. The creature, having just been dragged by George's vehicle, was now seething with rage. And upon spotting these 2 noisy morsels, it unleashed its deadly limbs with a swift, lethal motion. With a chilling sound, the creature's serrated appendages pierced through the girls' mouths, obliterating their heads. Ailin barely registered their features before they succumbed to the monstrous onslaught. "Damn it," George cursed as he glimpsed this horrific scene in the rearview mirror. Then sharply turned the steering wheel. With a screech of burning rubber, he executed a drift, pivoting the car and accelerating fiercely toward the beast. The creature, having just claimed its prey and affirming its status as the apex predator, seemed provoked by the roaring Chevrolet charging at it. It reared back, hissing menacingly at the oncoming vehicle. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the Chevrolet collided head-on with the monstrous entity, which still bore the remnants of its victims upon its limbs. The impact was tremendous, propelled by the sheer inertia of the speeding car, which slammed into the creature's massive body and collided with an SUV behind it. The resulting explosion of flames and the grotesque deformation of the car's front, along with the gouts of dark red blood splattering from the creature, attested to the ferocity of the crash. Had George and Ailin not leapt from the vehicle in time, the violent collision and the sharp appendages that pierced the Chevrolet's frame would surely have claimed their lives. "Hand me the grenade, and hide quickly," George shouted, his body bruised and bleeding from their hasty escape. Ignoring his wounds, he dashed to Ailin's side, snatched the grenade, and with the creature trapped between the Chevrolet and the SUV, he yanked the pin and hurled the explosive toward the distant beast. Almost simultaneously, he and Ailin dove behind the sturdy support columns scattered throughout the parking garage. With a thunderous roar, the grenade detonated, sending a shockwave that shattered the glass of countless vehicles nearby. The tumultuous flames illuminated the underground garage in a vivid crimson hue. Amidst the inferno, a grotesque creature, resembling a spider with a human face, let out a piercing wail as it endured the shockwave and shrapnel from a high-explosive grenade. Upon hearing this anguished cry, Ailin, who was crouched behind a stone pillar with a Remington shotgun in hand, felt a shiver run through him. This creature still lived? Its tenacity was astonishing. No, it must not survive. In the next moment, a fierce determination ignited in Ailin's eyes. He forcefully disengaged the safety on the Remington and charged forward, brandishing the hefty shotgun. As Ailin emerged from behind the pillar, he glimpsed the creature, its torso shattered and legs broken, with only one remaining limb flailing helplessly amidst the raging flames. No longer could this abomination be called a human-faced spider. It had lost all semblance of humanity. Its upper body, bare and grotesque, along with its female head, was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, sizzling and bubbling in the fire, devoid of any recognizable human form. Confirming the creature's position, Ailin sprinted toward the searing blaze, directing his weapon at the twisted figure within and pulling the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of the Remington echoed throughout the garage, reverberating in waves. It was not until Ailin, enduring the overwhelming heat of the flames, had emptied every shell from his shotgun that the echoes gradually subsided. Chapter 39. Eyes hidden in the shadows under the relentless barrage of bullets from the Remington, the creature's anguished cries had long ceased. The once writhing figure in the flames had fallen silent. "Enough, child, that monster must be dead." George, battered and limping from multiple abrasions, approached Ailin and remarked. However, he refrained from drawing too close or offering any gestures of comfort, such as a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As an experienced officer, he had witnessed too many rookies become overly sensitive after their first encounter with gun violence. In such moments, any sudden approach or touch could provoke a reflexive reaction, even leading to an accidental discharge of their weapon. Such instances were all too common, occurring annually within the federal ranks. If seasoned officers could exhibit such stress responses, one could only imagine the impact on an ordinary individual. Moreover, slaying a creature of this nature was far more harrowing than taking a human life. At this moment, George was unable to ascertain Ailin's mental state, thus he dared not approach Ailin too closely. It was precisely due to this apprehension that he did not speak until Ailin had finished tilting the bullets from the Remington. Ding! The host has slain the aberrant humanoid spider, stabilizing the fluctuations of fate, and has acquired 300 fate points. Is it dead? Reflecting on the information that echoed in his mind, Ailin truly sighed in relief only after confirming the demise of the humanoid spider on a fateful level. However, to be fair, the life of this aberrant humanoid spider, along with George and the others, was hardly worth the fate points. Previously, he had earned 1,000 fate points for singing a song under the moonlight, yet now, at the cost of his life, he had only garnered 300 fate points. The disparity was indeed substantial. Of course, last time he had contained the moonlight, if it were not for the advantageous circumstances provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. It would have been no easy feat, perhaps even more perilous than this encounter. Over 100 individuals had perished due to the forbidden object, the moonlight, while this time, only a few had fallen to the humanoid spider. In light of this comparison, it was not unreasonable for the reward to be merely 300 fate points. However, as the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Having feasted on a banquet of over 1,000 fate points, Ailin gazed at the 300 fate points and felt that the scales of fate were somewhat stingy this time. The fire ignited by the car explosion extinguished shortly after consuming all combustible materials within the vehicle. Only scattered embers flickered in the darkness. Once the flames subsided, the underground garage quickly fell into shadow. The overhead lights that should have illuminated the garage had been damaged in the previous explosion of the high-explosive grenade. However, the sporadic flickers of fire did not render the garage entirely pitch black. After an initial discomfort, Ailin's vision rapidly adjusted to the surrounding darkness. Then, he observed the concrete floor of the underground garage, now smeared with a thick, black, viscous liquid of unknown origin. As his gaze traveled forward and gradually ascended, Ailin discovered George's charred Chevrolet frame, which was coated in this repugnant, sticky black substance. The area where the humanoid spider had once been was now littered with a few hardened limbs, as well as shattered, charred flesh and black goo. Moreover, two unfortunate corpses, burned beyond recognition, lay entwined with the spider's legs. What is that? Amidst the dim flickering of flames, Ailin suddenly caught sight of a silvery glimmer beside the corpse of the humanoid spider. Turning his head, he discerned that it was a silver thread, swaying in the flames. Undeterred by the scorching orange fire that enveloped it, a fine item. Almost instantaneously upon sighting the thread, Ailin recognized its extraordinary nature. At that moment, from the distant entrance of the underground garage, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and clamorous voices erupted. "Quick, let us investigate the source of that explosion." The captain, his face pale, barked at several security personnel nearby. "Before the blast, I believe I heard someone scream." "Do you think? Shut your crow's mouth. If something has truly gone awry, none of us will be in good standing." A burly Caucasian man reprimanded the others. Working security in such a high-end apartment complex was no easy task. Should any security incident occur during his shift, their current employment would not only be jeopardized, but could also hinder future job prospects. This was unwelcome news for both him and his team. Thus, upon hearing the thunderous noise from the underground garage, he hastily armed himself and rallied his team. Before they could descend into the garage, 3 guards switched on their flashlights, casting beams into the now pitch-black space. Observing the sweeping lights, George furrowed his brow and said, "It seems the building's security has come to investigate the commotion. Let us go and see." With that, George turned and limped toward the source of the light. Uncertain of whether the creature that had escaped from the laboratory carried any unknown viruses or posed an infection risk, George was reluctant to allow too many individuals into the garage to prevent any inadvertent contact with potential contagions. As the police chief, He understood all too well the kind of public uproar that the revelation of such a creature could incite and the ensuing complications that would arise. Therefore, before backup from the precinct arrived, he was determined to secure the scene and avert any mishaps. In the moment George turned away, Ailin stealthily approached, deftly lifting the silver thread and pocketing it. After securing the thread, Ailin turned to follow George as they made their way out. However, neither George nor Ailin noticed that as they departed, a malevolent gaze lurked in the darkness, fixated on their retreating figures, only to vanish into the inky depths of the garage once they joined the other guards. Minutes later, the wailing sirens of police vehicles echoed for several blocks. Upon receiving George's distress call, the New York Police Department dispatched dozens of patrol cars, special forces, and over 100 armed officers to provide assistance. An overwhelming presence of police cars and ambulances filled the streets outside the underground parking facility. Chapter 40. The Sudden Interruption of S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside an ambulance, Mrs. Helen looked on anxiously at George, who was undergoing wound cleaning and disinfection. "Doctor, how is he? Is George going to be all right?" George waved his hand dismissively, reassuring, "Rest easy. It's merely some bruises and scrapes. I shall check on that lad to ensure he is unharmed. These trivial injuries are hardly life-threatening. However, it is the condition of Ailin that weighs more heavily on my mind." With this thought, George attempted to rise, intending to assess Ailin's situation. "Stay put." Before George could stand, the doctor attending to his wounds firmly pressed him back down with a hint of exasperation. Only after meticulously cleaning and bandaging George's injuries did the doctor remark, "On the surface, they appear to be mere abrasions and contusions. However, considering the patient jumped from a speeding vehicle, there may be concealed injuries yet undetected. I recommend that the patient accompany us to the hospital for a thorough examination, just to be prudent." "Very well, doctor. I assure you he will comply with your directives." After casting a fierce glare at George, Helen added, "Do not worry. Gwen is with Ailin, and his condition seems far more stable than yours." Helen spoke the truth. In fact, Ailin's injuries were considerably less severe than George's. After a thorough examination, the doctor merely cleansed Ailin's wounds on his hand and forehead, applying a bandage before concluding the treatment. Once Ailin's wounds were attended to, Gwen, standing nearby, draped a blanket over him and instinctively embraced him. "Thank you, Ailin. If it weren't for you, my father might have." Gwen's voice trailed off, the final words unspoken. Yet, the redness of her eyes and the quiver in her tone revealed her underlying fear. Upon hearing the thunderous crash from the underground garage, both Gwen and Helen in the kitchen instinctively recalled George and Ailin descending the stairs moments earlier. Exchanging a glance, they hastily set down their dishes and ascended the stairs in a rush to the underground garage. The explosion had caused some malfunction in the building's elevator. As they reached the garage, Helen and Gwen were met with the sight of a headless corpse discarded by a monstrous figure. Fortunately, George and the security personnel quickly located the source of their screams. Reuniting with George, Gwen and the others beheld the devastation of the garage and the creature's remains. With her keen intellect, Gwen swiftly pieced together the events that had unfolded in the garage from George's brief accounts. She also learned that it was largely due to Ailin that they had survived the encounter with the monster. In truth, it was Ailin's high-explosive grenade that had saved them. However, George refrained from elaborating in the presence of others, as Ailin's possession of such an explosive was, in fact, illegal. Despite being a man of integrity and a commendable police officer, George was clearly reluctant to jeopardize Ailin's future by involving him in legal troubles, especially considering he had saved both his daughter and himself. Regarding the grenade, George had already prepared to assist Ailin in concealing it. A bit awkwardly, Ailin patted Gwen on the back and said, "Actually, I should be thanking Mr. George. It was he who dealt with that creature. I merely assisted from the sidelines. Moreover, had it not been for his good intentions in escorting me back, I would not have encountered that monster." Gwen, nestled in Ailin's embrace, shook her head and replied, "No. Had it not been for Dad wanting to take you, you wouldn't have gone to the underground parking lot and wouldn't have encountered that creature. If my father plans to drive tomorrow, he will surely descend to the basement. I can hardly bear to imagine what might happen if he were to face that monster alone." Gwen was indeed correct. This situation warranted my gratitude towards you. At that moment, George, having tended to his wounds, limped toward Ailin, disregarding Mrs. Helen's predatory gaze. However, in the next instant, his attention shifted to Ailin's hands, which were holding Gwen. Instantly, George's previously amiable expression hardened, and he glared at Ailin, his gaze seemingly conveying, "That's enough. How long do you intend to hold my daughter?" Clearing his throat, Ailin awkwardly released Gwen and redirected the conversation. "Mr. George, it appears that I cannot return home. Can I?" After casting a glance at his daughter, who had turned slightly red from being pushed away by Ailin, George replied tersely, "Of course not. Until we ascertain that the creature does not carry any infectious viruses, we cannot go anywhere. After all, no one can be certain whether that creature, which escaped from some laboratory, harbors any dreadful virus or whether it could be contagious. Furthermore, you will need to sit down with me to take a statement." As he spoke, George subtly indicated to Ailin that he wished to speak with him privately. "All right," Ailin conceded, somewhat resigned, and approached George. Once they were beside an unoccupied police car, George leaned in and whispered to Ailin, "Hey, kid, listen. I don't care how you came by that grenade, but possessing such dangerous items is illegal. This time, I will cover for you, claiming the grenade is mine, but do not let it happen again." As he concluded, George's gaze turned sharp. Under the intensity of George's stare, Ailin had no choice but to respond, "I understand, Mr. George." "That's good to hear." Given the numerous officers milling about, George refrained from elaborating further, instead issuing another warning to Ailin through his eyes. Shortly after George concluded his admonition, several modified armored vehicles suddenly surged into the cordoned-off area surrounding the New York Police Department. Then, Grant Ward, who had met Ailin once, approached George Stacy with several fully armed combat teams, presenting a document before him. "Director Stacy, I am Grant Ward. Due to the involvement in a special case, we will be taking over from here." George Stacy's expression darkened upon seeing Grant Ward and his team. With a cold demeanor, he replied, "I have received no notification regarding the transfer of this matter to you." Grant Ward smiled subtly, exuding confidence as he stated, "You will receive it shortly." Before he could finish his sentence, an officer rushed forward, holding a mobile phone. "Deputy Director Stacy, it's a call from the chief." Chapter 41. Encounter of Li Gui and Li Kui. As is well known, George Stacy is merely the deputy director of the New York 13th Precinct, and there is, of course, a chief above him. The caller was none other than the chief of the New York 13th Precinct, Dale Penn Jones, who was also George Stacy's former superior. George's expression fluctuated between various emotions for a moment as he took the phone from the officer. "Chief," before George could speak, an elderly voice interrupted him from the other end of the line. "Listen, George, hand this case over to them. I understand your intentions and your current feelings, but this matter involves an unknown creature that exceeds our jurisdiction. It is beyond our purview, and higher authorities have already weighed in. Even if you wish to contest this, you cannot prevail against them." George, feeling somewhat discontented, responded, "Chief, this is New York. We are in New York. What is there that we cannot manage? As the federal economic center, the authority held in their own territory is substantial, and they do not shy away from even enforcement agencies. Their might lies in their extensive jurisdiction, yet when it comes to true enforcement power, they are not necessarily superior to local police departments." It is precisely for this reason that George possessed a courage that was not easily shaken. Hearing George's words, Chief Dale's voice grew weary. "George, you should be aware that various unusual cases have been emerging lately, drawing exceptional attention from federal authorities. Since the news of your slaying a creature reached me, over 5 department heads, including those from the Department of Homeland Security, have contacted me, and this number continues to rise. They all desire the corpse of that creature you killed. Thus, we cannot retain ownership of this case, and our precinct lacks a research department. Keeping the creature's body serves no purpose. With only 6 months left until my retirement, George, I do not wish to stir trouble at this time." After a brief pause, Chief Dale continued, "George, you are my protege, the one I chose as the heir to the 13th Precinct. Trust me, let them take this case. I will not lead you astray." Gradually, George fell into silence. Standing opposite him, Grant Ward wore a smile that reached new heights. Just as he intended to have his subordinates take over the scene, several cars emblazoned with insignias suddenly arrived. What was happening? Were these reinforcements summoned by those individuals across from him? The sight of the vehicles darkened George's already grim expression even further. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find that Grant Ward's face bore no trace of delight. Instead, it had taken on a more unpleasant demeanor. George even detected a hint of embarrassment flickering across that insufferable man's countenance. What on earth was going on? Before long, a group of individuals disembarked from the cars. Among them was a rather portly fellow, who, upon stepping out, opened his arms wide and approached George with a smile. "Hey George, long time no see." Observing the overly familiar rotund man, George furrowed his brow and replied, "Joaquin?" This plump individual was someone George recognized, a seasoned agent with whom he had collaborated on several occasions. Seeing George's expression, Joaquin feigned hurt and said, "Hey, buddy, don't look at me like that. I haven't offended you." George shot him a glance and coldly retorted, "You may not have wronged me, but someone among you has." With that, he cast a frosty glance at Grant Ward and his entourage. As a seasoned agent, Joaquin had honed his skills in reading the room and quickly grasped the underlying tension. He furrowed his brow and scrutinized the group accompanying Grant Ward. "Why haven't I seen you before?" he inquired. Grant Ward, upon hearing this, replied nonchalantly, "We are a covert operations unit." Joaquin scoffed, "Nonsense. I am the operations director of the New York division, and all actions in New York require my approval. How is it that I am unaware of a covert operations unit of which I have no knowledge?" After speaking, Joaquin gestured to the individuals behind him, instructing, "You all, go check these people's credentials. I suspect they are impersonating us." "Understood, Director." Upon witnessing Joaquin's subordinates advancing towards them, Grant Ward's facade of calm finally faltered. Gritting his teeth, he approached Joaquin and said, "Director Joaquin, may I have a word?" A few minutes later, after Joaquin's firm stance and Grant Ward's fruitless phone call for assistance, he was left with no choice but to retreat from the scene, accompanied by his masquerading agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. When a counterfeit encounters the genuine article, the pretense of authority may be tolerated, especially given the annual sponsorship S.H.I.E.L.D. provides them. However, when disputes and conflicts arise regarding their missions, they will not hesitate to challenge S.H.I.E.L.D. After driving away Grant Ward and his entourage in disgrace, Joaquin smiled at George and said, "Hey, buddy, on account of my expulsion of those rascals, promise me you won't let those imposters affect our friendship, all right?" George rolled his eyes and replied, "Come on, aren't you also here to snatch this case from me?" Joaquin shrugged his shoulders and, with a hint of resignation, said, "Well, there's nothing I can do. After all, it was our chief who specifically requested that you eliminate that creature. However, I can assure you that as long as it does not involve any secrecy, I will unconditionally share subsequent intelligence with you." Upon hearing Joaquin's assurance, George's expression brightened considerably. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. At the very least, Joaquin's demeanor was far more agreeable than that of the arrogant Grant Ward from earlier. Reflecting on the retreating figures of the earlier group, George inquired, "Who were those people? They acted under your banner, yet you let them go so easily. When did you become so accommodating?" Joaquin, contemplating the situation, felt a tinge of discomfort, realizing that had he not arrived in time, the case, which their chief had painstakingly secured, would have been snatched by those rogues from S.H.I.E.L.D. "I'm sorry, George, but I cannot disclose their origins. However, I will raise this matter with the chief and ensure he confronts those individuals." "You can't say either?" George looked at Joaquin in astonishment. Chapter 42, Reflection. Joaquin nodded. Acknowledging the involvement of a secret department, "I apologize, George." "All right then." With Joaquin's statement, George felt powerless. As a police officer, he was well aware of the federal confidentiality regulations. Ultimately, with no other option, George reluctantly allowed Joaquin to take over the scene. "Thank you, George. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. You have my number." As the action supervisor of the New York branch, Joaquin clearly did not wish to sever ties with George, the promising captain of the New York Police Department. After expressing his gratitude, Joaquin began to oversee the scene. "Everyone, search the area again thoroughly for any overlooked items. Report immediately upon discovering any information. The forensics team, commence analysis of the creature's behavioral trajectory and determine its origin. The biological analysis team, I need you to examine the creature's blood and tissue samples to ascertain if it carries any infectious viruses. I must know this immediately, understood?" Under Joaquin's fervent directives, the team moved into action. Meanwhile, on the other side, a disgruntled Grant Ward, having retreated in disarray, reluctantly dialed Nick Fury's number once more. "Director, I'm sorry, I messed up." On the other end of the line, Nick Fury calmly stated, "A momentary setback is of little consequence. Trust me, Grant. That item will ultimately return to our possession. It is the authority bestowed upon us by the International Security Council. In the aftermath of World War II, to address various peculiar and supernatural occurrences, the International Security Council established the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Although Grant Ward was unceremoniously sent back today, Nick Fury, backed by the International Security Council, remained unperturbed and patient. If necessary, they could procure the information from that side. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense was not lacking in funds. If all else failed, he could seek assistance from Pierce. The response was indeed swift. Shortly after Ailin completed her statement in a vehicle, the personnel from their biological information department had obtained numerous reports from the grotesque remains of the human-faced spider. Holding the reports in his hands, the corpulent Joaquin approached George and his team, announcing, "I have good news. Although this creature's flesh is rather repulsive, it does not carry any infectious viruses." Upon hearing this, George exhaled in relief. "This is the best news I've heard tonight." Ailin, who had been listening, looked up and inquired, "In that case, Mr. Stacy, may I take my leave?" George turned to the stout Joaquin, aware that since the case had been officially taken over, Eilin's departure required consideration. Joaquin nodded in acknowledgement. "The statement has been completed. As long as you feel fit, You are free to leave at any time. However, I personally recommend that you visit a hospital for a checkup. Rest assured, any expenses incurred will be covered by us. Turning to George, Joaquin added, "The same goes for you, my friend." "That would be ideal," George replied nonchalantly, though he did not wish to reject Joaquin's well-intentioned offer. "No need for a checkup. I only have a few scrapes." Shaking the Band-Aid in his hand, Ailin smiled. "Honestly, I would prefer to go home, take a nice bath, and get some sleep rather than undergo a series of examinations at the hospital." "Very well. Should you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to contact me using the number on this card," Joaquin said, contemplating whether to offer Ailin a card. Considering her closeness with George and the fact that she had been in contact with the human-faced spider, after a moment of thought, he handed a business card to Ailin. "Thank you, sir." At that moment, George interjected, "Could Joaquin arrange a car to take Ailin home? At this hour, it would be difficult to hail a taxi." He glanced at his watch, which indicated 1 o'clock in the morning. "Of course," Joaquin replied, promptly calling over someone to drive Ailin home. Seeing this, Ailin accepted George's kindness without hesitation, politely expressing her gratitude to both George and Joaquin. "Thank you." George waved his hand dismissively, urging him to return home early. Half an hour later, Ailin smiled and bid farewell to the agent who had escorted him to the door. Once Ailin entered his abode, the agent, who had accompanied him, departed swiftly. However, after closing the door, Eilin's expression darkened considerably. He removed his coat and walked into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at his disheveled appearance. With a bandage affixed to his forehead, in a moment of frustration, he delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Y&T thought to consult his own fortune before stepping out. After all, he was a diviner. Before leaving, Ailin had never anticipated that his outing would thrust him into such a perilous situation, nor did he possess the awareness to seek guidance through divination. Had it not been for the profound sense of insecurity he had experienced since that kidnapping incident, often carrying a grenade resembling an egg for protection, he would not only have failed to confront the spider-like creature, but would have also struggled to ensure his own safety. Although he had recently become a diviner and had acquired some rudimentary skills, he had never thought to apply them to his daily life. This represented a cognitive barrier he had not recognized until he found himself in crisis. In reflection, Ailin realized he was still too vulnerable. Moving forward, he resolved to engage in divination before venturing out, to ascertain the omens of fortune and misfortune. There were certain realizations he needed to embrace swiftly. After a wry smile, he turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face, and revitalized his spirits. Despite the perilous encounter with the spider, he had at least garnered 300 fate points. Ailin had no intention of retaining these points. The events of the night had once again illuminated the stark reality of his own frailty. He needed to arm himself rapidly and grow stronger. With this thought, Ailin closed his eyes. In a fleeting moment, he sensed his soul transcend a thin veil, re-entering the realm of the scales of fate. Having visited this space multiple times, Ailin felt less curiosity and instead summoned the fate compass, ready for a triple draw. Instantly, he expended the 300 fate points he had just acquired, immersing himself in the lottery endeavor. In the next moment, the colossal phantom of the fate compass shimmered before him once more. Chapter 43, The Grievous Attachment. Chapter 42 had undergone minor revisions after its release last night. Those who read it before 12:15 a.m. may notice subtle differences and might wish to revisit it. Ding, ding, ding. Following 3 soft chimes, the fate compass transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating in an instant. Before Ailin stood 2 blue and 1 white orbs of light. Did I just hit the jackpot? Upon witnessing the 3 draws, with 2 blue and 1 white orbs emerging, Ailin found himself momentarily astonished. What sheer luck! It felt almost miraculous, as if he had drawn a treasure from a single ticket. Could it be that I possess some hidden fortune? Initially feeling somewhat despondent, Ailin's spirits lifted dramatically at the sight of the 2 blue orbs. It was worth risking his life to confront that monstrous creature for these 300 fate points. With this thought in mind, Ailin plunged his hand into the white orb. Well, since the rewards from this draw were limited, it would be prudent to save the blue orbs for last. Bang! As Ailin crushed the white orb in his grasp, a grenade appeared before him. Identical to the one he had drawn previously, Ailin mused. It seems I am destined to disregard George's warning. After all, I cannot resist such a useful item, especially as it is a reward from the fate compass. I cannot be blamed, can I? Habitually, he began to tuck the grenade into his pocket when he suddenly froze. His expression shifted rapidly as he pulled out a small bundle of silvery thread from his pocket. This was no ordinary thread. It was the fireproof silver thread he had found on the corpse of the spider-like creature. How did this thread end up in my pocket? It is important to note that Ailin had entered this realm of fate only after his soul had departed his body. Though he appeared just as he did in the external world, even wearing the same clothes, everything here was merely an illusion. The garments he donned were conjured by his subconscious upon entering this realm. They were not the attire he wore outside. Ailin had attempted countless times to bring other items into this unique space, but aside from those obtained through the fate compass, nothing else could accompany him. Yet now, the silver thread, which should have remained in the external world, had inexplicably followed him into this realm. How could this not astonish Ailin? Could this silvery thread be a remarkable, extraordinary item, allowing it to traverse into this space of fate? Intrigued, Ailin instinctively grasped the silvery thread. At that moment, the ethereal compass hovering over the river of fate emitted a beam of white light that illuminated the silver thread. Ding! In the next moment, a vision regarding the silver thread in Ailin's hand manifested in his mind. Ding! Identification complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the extraordinary item, the thread of vengeful affection. Thread of vengeful affection, a remnant of hatred transformed into a thread, originating from a girl who was betrayed by her beloved, subsequently becoming a monster. Her lingering resentment takes form after death. Note, the innocent affection of a lovesick maiden is the most exquisite treasure in this world. However, when the facade of beauty shatters and boundless love descends into the abyss, this strand of affection becomes the most terrifying blade imaginable. Characteristic 1. Upon infusing it with spirit, the thread of vengeful affection can morph into the sharpest spear, capable of piercing through any armor in existence, then transforming the purest love into poison that devours flesh and erodes the soul. Characteristic 2. The thread gains strength by consuming flesh and souls. The more it devours, the more potent it becomes. Characteristic 3. Death to the heartless. Every other day, the thread will involuntarily siphon a drop of the host's blood. If it detects the scent of a traitor, it will inject its accumulated resentment into the host's body. Evaluation. Before wielding this, it is prudent to reflect on whether you are indeed a traitor. How formidable! Upon discerning the resolute message from the scales of fate, Ailin widened his eyes in astonishment. Infusing it with spirit allows the thread of vengeful affection to become the sharpest spear, capable of slicing through all armor, then turning the most beautiful affection into venom that consumes the flesh and erodes the soul of the adversary. Were it not for the brevity of this thread, its property of armor piercing alone, if utilized correctly, could render it an exceedingly powerful, extraordinary item, not to mention its ability to grow. Of course, the negative aspect of characteristic 3 might diminish its value in the eyes of some, even provoking disdain. The prospect of being harmed by it daily is not something everyone can endure. Yet, for Ailin, such concerns were non-existent. Thus, he unhesitatingly infused a drop of spirit into the thread of vengeful affection. After the infusion, Ailin wielded the thread with dexterity, manipulating it with grace and strength, elongating and shortening it, conjuring a myriad of forms. A splendid treasure. After toying with it for a while, Ailin transformed the thread of vengeful affection into a silk ring, adorning his pinky finger. Once this was accomplished, Ailin turned his attention to the remaining 2 blue orbs before him. The thread of vengeful affection was indeed a delightful surprise for Ailin. Yet he would not forget that these 2 blue orbs he had won in the lottery constituted the true prize of this draw. With this thought, Ailin reached out to crush the second, slightly lighter blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the initial potion of the Assassin Pathway. Assassin. The Assassin S pathway begins with a potion. Gazing at the Assassin S potion in his hand, Ailin could not help but recall a classic saying of the Emperor: "The taste of a witch is truly delightful." Upon recollecting this phrase, Ailin's body involuntarily shuddered, and a chill ran down his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. How unfortunate that I drew such an item. Could it be that the unexpected delight from the vengeful strings of fate has exhausted my good fortune? After muttering a curse under his breath, Ailin furrowed his brow and silently tucked the potion into his pocket. Chapter 44. The Despondent Gaze and an Unexpected Encounter Indeed. It cannot be denied that while the Assassin S pathway presents an indescribable pitfall for many men at the 7th tier of advancement, in the initial stages, it remains one of the most formidable potion sequences. At least in terms of combat, Ailin felt that a single assassin could easily defeat 10 diviners. Such a valuable item, even if he were to forego its use, would still be worth keeping. And why should the assassin potion be exclusively for men? Could it not also be utilized by women? In that case, there would be no dreadful consequences of gender transformation. Although Ailin was also curious if a man transformed into a witch would indeed be as alluring as the Emperor described. Ahem, merely curiosity. After stowing away the Assassin S potion, Ailin proceeded to crush another blue orb with his other hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the mind sorcery, Despondent Gaze. Despondent Gaze. Using 1S gaze as a medium, it forces the opponent to undergo a mental will assessment. Effect: anyone who makes eye contact with you will undergo a medium-level mental will assessment. If they pass, they will remain unaffected, but if they fail, they will succumb to confusion and fear, with severe cases even resulting in unconsciousness. Each assessment, regardless of success or failure, will consume a portion of your stamina and energy. Note: in certain realms, this mind sorcery is also known by another name, referred to by countless individuals as the dragoness might. Evaluation: this is a rare growth-type mind sorcery. The stronger your mental power, the greater the pressure exerted on your opponent. You can also enhance this sorcery by upgrading its core, thereby strengthening the spell further. As Ailin shattered the blue orb, the runic seed of this mind sorcery surged forth like a stream of light, penetrating deep into Ailin's soul. Mind sorcery? Have I unlocked a skill? After thoroughly understanding the despondent gaze, Ailin's eyes gleamed with an enthralling brilliance. This sorcery directly targets the mind. If the mental will assessment is failed, even the mightiest of bodies must tremble, and those who are destined to faint will indeed faint. For those foes whose willpower is lacking, this mind sorcery, combined with Ailin's increasingly potent mental strength, becomes an unparalleled weapon in battle. Moreover, aside from its application in combat, despairing gaze can indeed be utilized in various aspects of daily life. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts regarding this mental sorcery swirled in Ailin's mind. This time, Ailin lingered in the realm of fate for an extended period. It was only when his spiritual energy was on the brink of depletion that he reluctantly withdrew from the realm of fate and returned to reality. Oh, that vial of assassin's elixir was left behind in the realm of fate, not brought back. Ailin certainly had no intention of using the assassin's elixir himself, nor did he harbor thoughts of offering it to anyone else in the near future. Firstly, there was no suitable recipient. Secondly, without sufficient strength for self-preservation, recklessly producing such a substance akin to a super soldier serum could invite unknown dangers. Thirdly, Ailin lacked confidence in the old house he currently resided in. This dwelling, which could barely deter an ordinary thief, would be virtually powerless against the agents of seeped. Now that he had already exposed himself to their scrutiny, who could say whether they would take the opportunity to investigate his old house in his absence? If agents of seeped were to discover the assassin's elixir, who could predict what they might take away? It was precisely for these reasons that Ailin chose to leave the assassin's elixir in the realm of fate, where it was safer. Upon returning to reality, Ailin, in an improved mood, indulged in a refreshing bath before heading to the kitchen to prepare himself a meal. After dining, he retreated to his bedroom to commence today's meditation. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the effectiveness of today's meditation seemed markedly enhanced compared to previous sessions. Ailin even sensed a rise in his mental acuity and spiritual growth. Could this be the hidden benefit bestowed by despairing gaze? After contrasting today's meditation with those of the past, Ailin swiftly pinpointed the cause of this transformation to despairing gaze. During meditation, he felt the seed of that sorcery swirling deep within his soul, seemingly drawing forth some unknown substance from the void. To his surprise, such benefits existed. With a light chuckle, Ailin reopened his eyes and noticed that the sky outside the window was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Morning had arrived. Due to the unexpected events of the previous day, Ailin had returned home close to 2 in the morning, and after finishing his late-night snack, he began his meditation well past 3. Thus, when this meditation concluded, dawn had already broken. Approaching the window, he observed the street outside gradually coming to life, filled with enticing aromas of dumplings, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and pancakes, all quintessentially Chinese breakfasts, stirring a twinge of hunger in Ailin's belly. This breakfast, imbued with the distinctive essence of Chinese culture, is a rarity in New York, save for Chinatown. Clad in athletic attire, Ailin pocketed some change and descended to procure a hearty meal, which he then relished while jogging in a nearby park. Despite having acquired numerous items to enhance his abilities the previous day, Ailin remained committed to his running regimen. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to relish the subtle sensation of perspiration. Yet, after only a brief period of running today, he noticed an unfamiliar figure in the park. More pronounced than usual, it was a graceful silhouette adorned with cascading red waves of hair. The allure of her form, accentuated by a fitted outfit, drew countless ardent gazes from the male onlookers in the park, including several elderly gentlemen with snow-white hair out for a leisurely stroll. Initially, Ailin paid little heed to this figure. Even when his eyes momentarily caught her exquisite contours, he simply admired the beauty before diverting his gaze. However, when the enchanting figure circled him and ran past, revealing her impeccably refined features, Ailin's demeanor shifted instantaneously, becoming markedly vigilant. Yet, he quickly reined in his caution. For this striking figure beside him was no ordinary person, but a level 10 agent of seeped, known as Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Chapter 45. Natasha's existential doubt, what could she be doing here? If she were an ordinary individual, Ailin might have considered this chance encounter a mere coincidence. However, the presence of a top-tier operative like Natasha led him to suspect that the situation was far more intricate. Was she searching for me? With a hint of curiosity, Ailin continued his jog in the park for half an hour. To his surprise, Natasha maintained her distance, never approaching him, let alone initiating conversation. Unbeknownst to Ailin, Natasha, while jogging with her headphones, was equally perplexed. Although their brief encounter was fleeting, she had distinctly perceived the flicker of surprise and wariness in Ailin's eyes. Such a gaze was hardly characteristic of a youth encountering a striking beauty. It was precisely that look that prompted Natasha to reconsider her original intention of using their shared pastime of morning runs to draw closer to Ailin. Have I misjudged the situation? With a tinge of uncertainty, Ailin departed the park and retrieved a quarter from his pocket, a remnant from his breakfast purchase, contemplating whether to use it to divine if Natasha was indeed seeking him out. In the realm of divination, coin divination is renowned for its convenience and swiftness. However, it is precisely due to these attributes that it can only provide a general direction regarding a particular matter. For instance, heads signify affirmation while tails denote negation. Yet, for Ailin, who simply wishes to ascertain whether Natasha is indeed approaching him, this method suffices. Infusing a hint of spirituality into the coin, Ailin cast it into the air, entrusting it to the whims of fate. As he gazed at the spinning coin suspended above, preparing to catch it and derive the answer he sought, a delicate hand adorned with crimson nail polish, enhancing its alabaster appearance, swiftly intercepted the coin before him. With a cheerful smile, Natasha gracefully crossed over from behind Ailin, revealing her palm which cradled the coin that had landed perfectly in her hand, presenting it to him. Your coin. Ailin cast a glance at the coin resting in her palm, its head side facing up and side inwardly. Heads confirmed. There's no need for speculation. This woman is undoubtedly approaching me. Thank you, he said politely, retrieving the coin from Natasha's hand and standing silently as he observed her. Noticing Ailin's unwavering gaze upon her, a flicker of displeasure crossed Natasha's face. Such scrutiny of a woman is hardly the behavior befitting a gentleman. Ailin, maintaining his composure, remarked lightly, I am waiting. Waiting for what? She inquired. Waiting for you to speak. Startled by his words, Natasha's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her exquisite features complemented by the elegant contours of her athletic attire, bestowing her with a youthful vibrancy. What a unique way to initiate a conversation. No. Ailin shook his head. I merely wish to conserve my words, Miss Natasha, or shall I say Agent Natasha? Upon hearing Ailin utter her name, Natasha's pupils dilated in surprise. You know me? Ailin responded non-committally, in a manner of speaking. I once inadvertently glimpsed an image of your demise during a divination, which revealed certain information about you. Intrigued, Natasha inquired, what was the image of my demise like? Her eagerness suggested a peculiar curiosity about the nature of her own death. Yet, Ailin discerned no trace of the typical fear of death that one might expect in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Ailin replied, it was a profoundly moving scene. Miss Natasha, you sacrificed yourself to save countless others. Is that so? Natasha shrugged, a smile gracing her lips. I never imagined my death would be so noble. Ailin chuckled in response. What I foresaw was merely one possibility among countless futures. It is not necessarily destined to occur. After all, fate is ever-changing. And even the most formidable diviner cannot guarantee that what they perceive is the definitive future. Compared to others, I am now more intrigued by Miss Natasha's intentions. Natasha, is that so? Aren't you gifted in divination? Why not give it a try? Ailin raised the coin in his hand, stating, in truth, I have already performed the divination. Alas, fate has not revealed your purpose to me. Natasha gazed at the coin in Ailin's hand, recalling his sudden act of tossing it. Her brows furrowed slightly. Was he truly divining? Assuming her brief interruption had disrupted his reading, Natasha apologized. I am sorry. Did I interfere with your divination? Although she remained skeptical of Ailin's so-called ability, she could not deny that he possessed some peculiar talents. Otherwise, her superior would not have taken the time from his busy schedule to send her to engage with Ailin. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon their first encounter, Ailin would lay bare his secrets, causing Natasha's original plans to unravel entirely? Ailin smiled but offered no response. Natasha, feeling somewhat helpless and a tad exasperated, initially believed that her charm and skills would easily allow her to approach a young boy in his adolescence. However, Ailin's demeanor far exceeded her expectations. Reluctantly, Natasha found herself compelled to revise her strategy and alter her approach to engaging Ailin. I am here solely to express S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gratitude for your assistance in locating Tony Stark. You have already found him? A spark of surprise flickered across Ailin's face. One must admit, S.H.I.E.L.D. operates with remarkable efficiency. It had only been a short while, and they had traversed half the globe to locate Tony Stark, seemingly rescuing him from a group of terrorists. Otherwise, Natasha would not have spoken so freely. I appreciate your gratitude. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Ailin nodded slightly at Natasha before turning, seemingly intent on departing. Left standing in disbelief as Ailin turned away, Natasha questioned her allure. Had her charm waned? Chapter 46. Another opportunity observing Ailin as he turned and resumed his departure, Natasha began to wonder if her attire was at fault. After all, why else would Ailin so blatantly disregard her beauty? Yet, upon glancing at the circle of men around her, their fervent gazes as if they wished to possess her entirely, Natasha dismissed her doubts regarding her own allure. It appeared that the issue lay not with her. Was it due to an early awareness of my identity, a vigilance towards my role as an agent, that I was met with such coldness? Contemplating this, Natasha furrowed her brow slightly before gently tapping her Bluetooth earpiece. In a hushed tone, she reported, "The mission has failed. The target has somehow discovered my identity as an agent and is now on high alert. Should I approach him through an alternative method?" Shortly thereafter, a deep voice emanated from the earpiece. "No need. Since he has uncovered your identity, return at once. Tony Stark seems to have invented something remarkable in Afghanistan. I have scheduled an interview for you tomorrow morning. You can come back to familiarize yourself with your new virtual identity." Natasha raised an eyebrow at this. "It appears my holiday has been dashed once more. The urgency of the mission necessitates a postponement of your leave." "Very well," Natasha conceded reluctantly, compelled to comply with Nick Fury's relentless arrangements. Meanwhile, back at her old residence, Ailin noticed Natasha's absence and felt a mix of surprise and relief. It seemed that, although she had entered the sites of seeped, she was not regarded with particular concern. However, that was perhaps for the best. After returning to her bedroom and taking a shower, casually tossing her used clothes into the washing machine, Ailin approached her desk and retrieved the New York Times that had been slipped into her mailbox that morning. Spreading it out before her, prominently featured was an article about Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, gravely ill and nearing the end of his life, accompanied by a photograph of him bedridden. This news dominated a significant portion of the New York Times, detailing not only Osborn's illustrious past, but also mentioning the hereditary illness that plagued the Osborn family, almost as if lamenting that fate had conspired against such a brilliant scientist and entrepreneur, leading to his untimely demise. Seated at her desk, Ailin lightly tapped her fingertips, producing a soft sound. The moment she discovered this newspaper in her mailbox that morning, she sensed an opportunity, a chance for rapid wealth. Ever since recognizing the financial troubles she might face, Ailin had been vigilant for lucrative prospects. The imminent return of Tony Stark, saved by seeped, represented one such opportunity. Likewise, the imminent death of Norman Osborn, threatened by his family's hereditary affliction, appeared to Ailin as another promising prospect. Although Oscorp's market value paled in comparison to Stark Industries, it remained an immense entity worth hundreds of billions of dollars. In the realm of biomedicine, the stature of the Osborn Group is hardly inferior to that of Stark Industries in the arms sector. Undoubtedly, the chairman of such a vast conglomerate is not lacking in financial resources. If he could present something that could save a life, the recipient would undoubtedly not hesitate to part with their wealth. But can he truly save another? Ailin gazed contemplatively at the universal antidote in his hand. Is the hereditary disease of the Osborn family akin to a virus? After a moment of silence, Ailin retrieved the coin he had infused with essence and began to divine whether the antidote could serve as a remedy for the hereditary ailment. To ensure the accuracy of the divination, Ailin infused the coin with a significant amount of essence, causing its surface to radiate with a shimmering glow. With a flick of his right hand, Ailin turned the coin over and, upon seeing the heads-up 25-cent coin on the back of his left hand, a peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes. Could it truly be effective? Upon witnessing the definitive outcome of his divination, Ailin realized he might have underestimated the potential of the antidote he had drawn. Since the antidote could indeed have an effect on the Osborn family's hereditary disease, it was worth pursuing this opportunity. With this thought in mind, Ailin opened his computer and began searching for the address of Norman Osborn's residence. The mansion of the Norman Osborn family was not shrouded in secrecy. After gathering the pertinent information online, Ailin stowed the antidote into his backpack and hailed a taxi, departing from Chinatown. The estate of Norman Osborn is situated in the affluent enclave of Long Island, occupying a considerable expanse of land. After over an hour's journey by taxi, Ailin found himself at the entrance of the mansion located at the southeastern tip of Long Island. The entrance was barred by a massive iron gate, beyond which stood two impeccably poised security guards, coupled with the patrolling guards within the estate. They provided formidable security while effectively thwarting any attempts by ordinary individuals to trespass. Ailin was not surprised. He had anticipated such measures upon viewing photographs of the estate online. However, He had prepared himself for this eventuality. After alighting from the taxi, Ailin strode directly towards the grand entrance of the Osborne estate. Noticing his approach, one of the guards promptly stepped forward to intercept him. Sir, before the security guard could finish speaking, Ailin subtly invoked the despairing gaze. The two security guards, caught in Ailin's penetrating stare, froze in place, their bodies trembling as if they had witnessed a horrifying vision. Their minds plunged into disarray. Had Ailin not restrained the potency of the despairing gaze, those guards would have already collapsed at his feet. After a considerable pause, they regained their senses. Upon awakening, their eyes reflected sheer terror as they regarded Ailin. Chapter 47. Norman Osborn opened the door. I have an appointment with Mr. Norman Osborn. Please escort me to him. As he spoke, Ailin discreetly employed a fragment of a hypnotic technique from the mind's great hand, transforming his voice into an enchanting melody through a unique vibrational frequency. This sound compelled listeners to draw near and trust him. Coupled with the mental assault of the earlier, despairing gaze, the two guards before Ailin swiftly succumbed to mental disarray, subconsciously accepting his words as truth. After a brief moment of confusion, one guard produced a key card and unlocked the grand entrance to the Osborne estate, leading Ailin inside. Very well, sir. Mr. Osborn is resting in the bedroom. Allow me to guide you. Ailin nodded and followed the guard into the estate. Upon entering through the iron gate, they were greeted by a prominent fountain adorned with an angelic statue at the entrance. The Osborne estate was expansive, yet meticulously maintained, exuding an air of orderliness. The number of personnel within the estate was scant. Under the guidance of the guard, Ailin traversed the grounds, encountering only a solitary gardener tending to the landscape. Upon entering the castle-like main house, a middle-aged butler, clad in a suit and white gloves, approached with a furrowed brow. Javon, I distinctly recall stating that the estate would not entertain visitors today. Unless you can provide a valid explanation, you may find yourself seeking new employment by tomorrow. In response to the butler's inquiry, the guard who had accompanied Ailin swiftly clarified, Butler Brian, this esteemed gentleman has an appointment with Mr. Osborn, which is why I escorted him inside. Butler Brian frowned upon hearing this. An appointment with the master? How was I not informed? Just as Brian turned to scrutinize Ailin more closely, his gaze was suddenly ensnared by a pair of chilling eyes. Now, you are aware. Once again employing the despairing gaze, Ailin swiftly dismantled Butler Brian's mental defenses. He then resumed his hypnotic techniques from the mind's great hand to mesmerize the butler. Butler Brian's will proved significantly more resilient than that of the two security guards, in pursuit of a more profound hypnotic effect. In addition to the peculiar frequency of sound imbued with spirit, Ailin extended his hands and formed an intricate hand seal before the butler. The rapidly shifting gestures conjured a series of phantoms, akin to a celestial descent, dazzling the observer's senses. A mere glance from an ordinary person would invoke a sensation of vertigo. Under this multifaceted assault, the butler Brian's relatively resilient mind swiftly succumbed to confusion. Moments later, Ailin found himself standing before a wooden door. The butler, Brian, deliberately halted before the entrance and remarked, "It will be quite dim inside, sir. Your eyes may require some time to adjust." With Ailin's nod of acknowledgement, Brian opened the grand door to the bedroom. As Brian had indicated, the chamber was shrouded in an unusual darkness, with sunlight filtering through heavy drapes, casting only a faint glow within. At the center of this vast and empty bedroom stood a lavish wooden bed adorned with curtains, beside which lay a multitude of high-tech instruments. The sound of the door creaking open seemed to provoke a figure nestled within the bed, eliciting a series of feeble coughs. Observing this, Brian promptly approached, drawing aside the translucent drapery to assist the figure, and respectfully inquired, "Sir, would you like me to summon a physician?" After another bout of coughing, the figure appeared to regain some composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need." He then lifted his gaze to Ailin, who stood at the threshold, and with a self-deprecating tone remarked, "Well, who might you be? To have Brian bring you here without notifying me, you must be quite the distinguished individual." "Huh. I'm not dead yet, and yet you're so eager? Pray tell, what brings you here? Who do you represent?" Ailin did not respond immediately, instead glancing at Brian. The figure in the bed, Norman Osborn, gestured with his hand, prompting the perceptive butler to rise and withdraw. As the bedroom door closed, it took with it the only two sources of light, plunging the already dim room into deeper shadows. However, Norman Osborn seemed to favor the enveloping darkness. As the light faded, the tension on his face visibly eased. "You appear to have a sensitivity to light, Mr. Osborn," Ailin observed. "Indeed," Norman Osborn replied, lifting his trembling right hand, now afflicted by illness, and with a sardonic smile remarked, "I have become, as the legends describe, a vampire, fearing the sunlight. Is it not ironic? I have granted hundreds of thousands the chance to bask in the sun anew, yet I myself have transformed into this wretched state." He gestured dismissively, seemingly attempting to convey something, but ultimately allowed his arm to fall limply. Ailin then inquired, "Is it a hereditary ailment of the Osborn family? I have heard of a remarkably rare genetic disorder for which, to this day, the medical field has yet to provide a definitive treatment. In fact, my purpose for coming here is precisely that." The bedridden Norman Osborn cast a puzzled glance at Ailin, seemingly bewildered. "Allow me to clarify. I am not one of those individuals seeking to exploit the opportunity to divide the Osborn group's influence. I cannot divulge on whose behalf I come. I am here solely to propose a transaction, one that could alter your fate and save your life." With that, Ailin retrieved a vial of the universal antidote from her backpack and placed it upon a device beside the hospital bed. The universal antidote, a precious magical elixir crafted by a master alchemist in a world of the extraordinary, possesses the ability to cure the vast majority of ailments known to mankind, including the hereditary affliction plaguing your Osborn lineage. The universal antidote? A magical potion? Norman Osborn regarded the vial with a scornful glare, expressing his disdain. How absurd. Has no one ever informed you that a true panacea does not exist in this world? If you aim to suggest that this concoction can remedy our familial genetic disorder, you would do well to adopt a more credible assertion. Chapter 48. A frenzied notion, is that so? Ailin chuckled softly. I have stated that this is a magical potion. In the realm of ordinary mortals, indeed there is no such thing as a universal remedy. But that does not imply the absence of a miraculous cure in the realm of the arcane. With that, Ailin activated the gaze of despair, intending to allow Norman Osborn to personally experience the unfathomable wonders of the mystical side. The concentrated pressure materialized, almost crushing Norman Osborn's exceptionally feeble mental fortitude, striking deep within his psyche. To Ailin's surprise, Norman Osborn's mental resolve proved to be alarmingly fragile, even weaker than the two security guards she had previously encountered. It was akin to a bedridden individual, utterly drained of vitality. His tenuous spirit seemed as though it would shatter upon the slightest touch. The mental sorcery of the gaze of despair encountered no substantial resistance, effortlessly dismantling his psychological defenses and planting a seed of fear deep within his soul. In the next moment, Ailin retracted the gaze of despair, observing the now unconscious Norman Osborn with a slight frown. She then exhaled in relief. It appeared that the Norman Osborn before her truly embodied the weakest version of the ordinary man from the world of the extraordinary Spider-Man. Otherwise, had this Norman Osborn possessed any semblance of the malevolent Green Goblin, her gaze of despair would not have so easily rendered him unconscious. Nevertheless, it seemed that Norman Osborn's frailty was, in fact, a fortuitous advantage for Ailin. Initially, Ailin intended to demonstrate the existence of the mystical realm and the authenticity of the universal antidote to Norman Osborn through a gaze imbued with despair, subsequently securing a transaction that would provide him with sufficient funds. However, Norman Osborn's fragile demeanor ignited a more audacious thought within Ailin. Given Osborn's apparent mental weakness, could he not directly usurp control by employing hypnosis to manipulate Norman Osborn, thereby seizing command of the entire Osborn group and compelling this vast enterprise to serve his own interests? Of course, Ailin's current mental prowess was insufficient for a permanent, profound alteration of an individual's thoughts. Even with the special techniques encapsulated within the despairing gaze and the mind palm, he could only induce a temporary state of hypnosis. Over time, or under substantial external stimuli, the subject could easily break free from Ailin's influence. This was precisely why Ailin had initially planned merely to engage in a transaction with Norman Osborn. After all, even within the ranks of Marvel's notorious villains, the Green Goblin held a distinguished reputation, and Ailin was not confident in his ability to hypnotize such a formidable antagonist. If his attempts were to fail, it could provoke hostility from the Green Goblin, leading to disastrous consequences. Yet now, Norman Osborn's evident mental fragility presented Ailin with numerous avenues to exploit. Determined, Ailin approached the bedside of Norman Osborn, utilizing the arcane techniques recorded in the mind palm. He concentrated a fragment of his own spiritual essence into a seed and implanted it deep within Osborn's psyche, sowing a seed of trust in his mind. Through the persistent infusion of soothing melodies, Ailin deepened his impression within Norman Osborn's consciousness, solidifying the hypnotic imprint. Over 5 hours later, as Ailin exited the Osborn family estate, his backpack contained a legally notarized document of stock transfer. This document transformed Ailin's identity from that of a modestly affluent Asian boy into the third largest shareholder of the Osborn Group, possessing 5% of its shares. Although the Osborn Group's stock had recently faced turbulence due to Norman Osborn's grave illness and had depreciated significantly, it remained a colossal entity valued at over $200 billion. Thus, 5% of the Osborn Group equated to at least $100 billion, effectively marking Ailin's ascension to billionaire status. This visit to the Osborne Manor proved to be an exceptionally lucrative endeavor for Ailin. Yet, this was merely the tangible reward of his venture. The clandestine gains he had secured were even more tantalizing. Meanwhile, on another front, after Ailin's departure, within the estate of the Osborne group, Norman Osborne, having ingested the universal antidote, gazed at the fading blemishes upon his skin and the visibly revitalizing vigor coursing through his body, trembling with uncontainable excitement. Beside him, his steward, Brian, exhibited a look of incredulity. Were it not for the persistent sting in his swollen thigh, a reminder that this was no dream, Brian might have doubted his own wakefulness. After several minutes, having changed into a fresh attire and feeling liberated from the afflictions that once plagued him, Norman stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling mirror in his chamber. Experiencing a renewed vitality that was beyond comprehension, he broke into a genuine smile and remarked, "How delightful it is to be alive." Meanwhile, Brian, standing silently behind him, was equally filled with joy. As the steward of the Osborne estate, Norman's recovery was indeed splendid news, alleviating his concerns regarding the security of his well-paying position. After a considerable pause at the window, Norman finally spoke again. "Brian, please have Felicia notify all members of the Osborne Group's board that I shall convene a board meeting at the Osborne Group headquarters tomorrow. Attendance is mandatory for all board members." "Understood, sir," Brian replied. Having witnessed Norman's restoration to health, the steward, who had served him for over 2 decades, quickly grasped his master's intentions. The news of Norman's severe illness had shaken the stock prices externally and stirred unrest internally within the Osborne Group. Previously, Norman, burdened by hereditary ailments, had lacked the energy and inclination to address such matters. However, everything had changed now. With renewed spirits, Brian bowed slightly before promptly exiting. In the reflection of the mirror, as Brian retreated, a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness and cruelty flashed in Norman's eyes. It was time to cleanse the estate of the vermin. Chapter 49. Farewell, little fatty. Having hailed a taxi from Long Island, Ailin returned to Chinatown but did not head home immediately. Instead, with her bag slung over her shoulder, she made her way toward the main thoroughfare of Chinatown, where the largest supermarkets and shops were located. Seizing the opportunity before the weekend concluded, Ailin intended to purchase a safe deposit box. Her backpack now contained a stock equity contract valued at over $100 billion. Failing to procure a safe to protect such a priceless document would be a disservice to its immense worth. Ailin chuckled softly, shaking her head, and continued toward the crossroads of Chinatown. The expanse of Chinatown was vast. At the heart of the main thoroughfare lies a crossroads, which can be roughly divided into several areas: Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street. The 3-story building where Ailin resides is situated on the western edge of Lower Street. This nomenclature is, of course, a designation used by the local Chinese community. Before Ailin could reach the main road, a chubby hand stealthily struck from behind, delivering a forceful slap to his behind. With a resounding smack, the fleshy hand firmly connected with a pert derriere encased in a leather skirt. "Ah, pervert!" Following a piercing scream, a resounding slap was delivered back to the face of the rotund Doug Wong by the woman in the leather skirt. Before Doug Wong could cover his reddened cheek to explain, the irate woman stormed off. In the wake of this commotion, the surrounding crowd cast scornful glances at the rotund Doug Wong, their expressions akin to those reserved for a despicable scoundrel. Yet, amidst the disdain, several men regarded Doug Wong with a hint of barely concealed envy and admiration, respecting his audacious bravery and yearning for the sensation he had just experienced. A few older gentlemen even harbored a desire to take his place, though it was merely a fleeting glance. They could not help but remember the exquisite features and voluptuous form of the woman in the leather skirt, which stirred desires they desperately tried to suppress. Ugh, what a creep, so disgusting. Xiai, let us steer clear of that lecherous fat man. I certainly do not wish to be touched by him. All right, let us hurry. The young women in the crowd, while casting disdainful looks at the chubby man, swiftly distanced themselves from him. Even several middle-aged women, stout and matronly, exhibited signs of alarm, fearful of being taken advantage of by the rotund figure. Amidst the contemptuous stares of the crowd, Doug Wong, covering one side of his face, lamented, "I am not a pervert. I truly did not intend to slap your behind." Not far from Doug Wong, Ailin, having deftly evaded the greasy hands, folded his arms and smiled as he observed the commotion surrounding the chubby man. With his head bowed in dejection, Doug Wong seemed to be provoked by Ailin's unabashedly mocking gaze. When he finally lifted his head, he was met with Ailin's beaming countenance, causing his face to flush crimson at an observable pace. "Ah, my illustrious reputation. I shall confront you," he declared, charging at Ailin in a frenzy, his chubby hands reaching for Ailin's neck. With a deft sidestep, Ailin effortlessly dodged Doug Wong's assault once more, rolling his eyes before setting off down the street. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the chubby boy, filled with a sense of shame and indignation, vowed to press on towards Ailin once more. After hastening several dozen meters, Ailin glanced back at the panting boy trailing behind and remarked, "All right, that's enough. Stop pretending." "Pretending? I am not pretending at all. Woe is me, my once illustrious reputation. If my father were to discover this, he would surely wield a frying pan and strike me down," lamented the boy, his face a portrait of despair. Though Chinatown is not vast, it is not insignificant either. Sometimes, a sensational piece of gossip can traverse from one end of Chinatown to the other in just a few hours. The thought of his irascible father learning that he had been caught slapping a girl's backside in the street, branded as a lecher, and thus tarnishing their family name, filled him with dread. "How does it feel?" Ailin's voice suddenly pierced through the boy's troubled thoughts. Instinctively, he recalled the delightful slap from earlier, which prompted him to exclaim, "It feels quite bouncy." "Huh, serves you right," Ailin scoffed, turning away and resuming his stride. Meanwhile, the boy, Doug Wong, who had inadvertently spoken his mind, found his face ablaze with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. After some time, as the fiery sensation in his cheeks subsided, Doug Wong edged closer to Ailin and inquired, "Ailin, I see you are carrying a bag. What are you planning to do? It has been quite a while since I have seen you out shopping." It was precisely because he had not seen Ailin for some time that he had covertly approached earlier, intending to playfully surprise Ailin. Little did he know that Ailin, ever the sly one, had evaded him, causing Doug to mistakenly strike the woman in the leather skirt instead. Not only had he been slapped in return, but his reputation had taken a nosedive, transforming him from a beloved figure into a despised lecher. This deeply wounded Doug Wong's youthful spirit. "I merely ventured out to purchase a safe," he replied. "A safe? If you need to buy one, seek me out. My uncle is a safe dealer. If you truly wish, I can take you there and assure you the best discount," Doug promised, thumping his chest. Upon hearing this, Ailin's eyes brightened. "Oh, your uncle sells safes? Then lead me to him." Ailin was not merely enticed by the discount. The assurance of quality from a familiar source was of paramount importance. Doug responded, "I can certainly take you to see him, but what do you need a safe for?" "Just to clarify, the safes sold by my uncle tend to be pricier, and even with a discount, you will only receive the cost price. So if you find it a wasted trip, do not blame me." Chapter 50. The eerie specimen. Enough chatter. Lead the way. With that, Doug Wong took the lead. Ailin and his companions soon arrived at an upscale furniture emporium nestled within Chinatown. The safe store owned by his plump uncle was located within this very establishment. Upon entering the emporium, the rotund fellow adeptly guided Ailin to the second floor, weaving through the labyrinthine layout until they reached a discreetly luxurious safe shop. Before stepping inside, he bellowed, Uncle, wake up. It's time to attend to customers." Yes, I hear you. Stop shouting. Your racket has nearly deafened me." A disgruntled voice resonated from within the shop, followed by the sight of an enormous figure, several sizes larger than the plump fellow, slowly rising from behind the cash register. Observing the substantial man, who must have weighed at least 300 pounds, Ailin's gaze flitted between him and the rotund companion. Indeed, they are cut from the same cloth. The genetics are unmistakable. Unfazed by his uncle's scolding, the plump fellow grinned and said, "Uncle, this is my best friend from school. He wishes to purchase a safe. Could you recommend one?" The hefty uncle turned to glance at Ailin. Upon seeing Ailin's youthful appearance, he sighed, remarking, "At your age, you hardly have a need for a safe. If you merely seek a place to hide some magazines or sports DVDs, I could offer you a small, outdated safe as a gift, one that your parents would certainly struggle to open." Before Ailin could respond, the plump fellow interjected, "Magazines? Ailin, you have such treasures?" Ailin rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you thinking? Do you believe I need to secretly stash such magazines in my school locker like you? I live alone. Why would I need to hide those things?" Before the plump fellow could react in frustration, Ailin continued, "I'm here to buy a safe to protect against thieves. Recently, our home almost fell victim to some burglars, so I thought it prudent to purchase a safe to secure our valuables." At the mention of the burglars, the uncle's face darkened with disdain. "In that case, it would be wise to invest in a safe. Trust me, those fools wouldn't know the first thing about opening a high-quality safe, and their limited intellect would only leave them floundering in frustration." After making a sarcastic remark about the burglars, the uncle proceeded to discuss the placement and size of several reasonably priced safes with Ailin. Although labeled as economical, the high-end models were anything but cheap, with the most affordable option exceeding $2,000. After a slight comparison of performance, Ailin ultimately opted for a medium-sized refrigerator that resembled a hefty alloy safe, intending to place it in the basement. Additionally, Ailin purchased a mini safe, roughly the same size as the concealed compartment beneath his bed, hoping to see if it could be embedded within that space. The two safes cost Ailin over $10,000, a price graciously discounted to 60% due to the vendor's consideration for the pudgy fellow. Otherwise, Acquiring both would have exceeded $20,000. Both safes were quite substantial in weight, for the larger one. The vendor even insisted on measuring the dimensions personally and summoned professional workers to ensure proper installation and reinforcement before it could be utilized effectively. Fortunately, the vendor also handled delivery, encompassing these services within their after-sales support, thus sparing Ailin any additional hassle. Ailin's uncle, who bore an efficiency that starkly contrasted his own physique, promptly called for the retrieval of 2 brand-new safes from the warehouse after Ailin signed the check. He directed the construction crew to transport the heavy safes, each weighing several tons, to Ailin's residence for installation. Moreover, he offered Ailin a ride home. Upon returning, Ailin orchestrated the installation of the safes in the basement while he carried the smaller safe towards his bedroom on the 3rd floor. As he ascended the stairs, a sudden wave of inexplicable gloom washed over Ailin, enveloping him in a sense of oppression and despondency. Sensing something amiss, he paused and surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Ailin activated his spiritual vision. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, dark, ominous currents began to seep from the slightly ajar door of his bedroom, their foreboding hues threatening to engulf the entire house in a shroud of malevolence. Simultaneously, a faint, putrid odor began to permeate the air, invading Ailin's nostrils. Remaining composed, Ailin set down the heavy safe, withdrew the firearm concealed at his waist with his right hand, while his left instinctively reached for the egg-shaped grenade in his pocket. Cautiously approaching the bedroom, he continued to observe his surroundings through his enhanced perception. As he neared the threshold of his bedroom door, his gaze sharpened, and his senses heightened in alarm. Through the crack of the door, the scene within the room jolted him. The sole window in his bedroom had been shrouded by a curtain, casting a dim pall over the space. The once pristine walls of his bedroom were now adorned with an array of specimens, each meticulously framed and affixed to the walls. Within these frames were spiders of varying shapes, sizes, and colors, each presenting a grotesque tableau that filled Ailin with trepidation. Hundreds of spiders have been meticulously preserved as specimens, each affixed to a frame by silver long nails, adorning the walls of Ailin's bedroom in the ominous semblance of an upside-down, menacing spider. Although they are arranged with precision, the faint, putrid odor emanating from the specimens, whose preservation appears somewhat hasty, betrays the crude craftsmanship involved. It seems as though the individual who mounted them on Ailin's wall was in a rush, hastily completing the task. In fact, it is likely that those spiders were still alive when they were pinned to the display, enduring an agonizing struggle before succumbing to death. Now, they lie in utter silence, their dim and desiccated compound eyes eerily gazing upon this inverted world.